Okay, hold on a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Providence, Rhode Island, USA, and welcome to this special edition of Have Ya Say. This is not a 90 Minutes Africa, where Rudolph would start by saying it is 11 a.m. in Providence, USA, in Okija and on the China State, and the whole of Nigeria and West Africa, it is 4 p.m. It is also 4 p.m. in London, UK. It's 11 p.m. in Guangzhou, China, and 5 p.m. in Johannesburg. A friend of mine, when he learned I would hold the show, he asked me if I was one of the prophets. I told him in the Acts of Apostles, chapter 1, verse 26, the apostles, they cast the lot, or this, in Nigeria, we call it Siki, or the dice, and they fell on Matthias. So I told him that the lot, the dice, the Siki fell on me today. So I'm hosting the show for the first time. I hope we're going to have a wonderful show. I want to thank Rudolph, who is on vacation. And to be honest with you, apart from midnight prayers and birthday parties, I've never hosted anything before. So bear with me. Today, I will try to bring prayers and parties together. Many of us, all of us Nigerians, we know that after the February 25th presidential election, the parties, they took their cases to the court instead of to God. So today we will discuss the prayers of the political parties, like the prayers of Allied People's Movement, the APM, the Labour Party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. After the election, some people, I'd say somewhere that P2B didn't win the election. And some people came at me viciously, they attacked me. And I tried to ask them, tell me how he won. Most of them could not articulate how P2B won. So that's one of the reasons why I decided to educate myself. So I went all over the internet looking for evidence, looking for articles, for videos. I listened to so many analysts and pundits. And that's how I met our guest today. He's probably not well known, or in fact not known in the mainstream Nigerian media, but believe me, he's an authority if you want to discuss the Nigerian Constitution or the Electoral Act 2022, even though he's not a lawyer. He was born and raised in Anambra. Before that, Apad became Enugu State. So he's proud to be from Enugu State. He's proud to say that he attended primary school in his village in Enugu State. He went to secondary school in Enugu. He's a graduate of electrical electronics engineering from IMT Enugu. He has a PGD in public relations from University of Nigeria Enugu campus. He did not finish his MBA at University of Nigeria Enugu campus. He will tell us why later. And but he has a master's in marketing and strategies from University of Greenwich, London. He has a PhD in business and management from Manchester University in UK. He's a public affairs analyst. He loves Nigeria so much. So on behalf of Have Ya Say 247 and Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Ethelbert Chukwuagozie, I'm excited to welcome you here.
All right. Okija. Good to see you today.
Yeah, thank you for coming, and we appreciate you. I appreciate you. I've learned so much from you by listening to you all over the internet. A friend of mine, when I sent him one of the videos where you were saying something, and he had a case in Nigeria, so he was like, he said, is he a lawyer in Nigeria? I said, no, he's not a lawyer. And he was like, he's not a lawyer. I said, he ain't, he's not a lawyer. So I want to know, because the way you analyze the Constitution and especially this Electoral Act 2022, why in this age and time, people we don't pay much attention to this. We focus on our studies, our discipline, what we are doing. People don't take our time to study something else. You are passionate about the Constitution, about the Electoral Act. So, I think it's an inspiration. It should be to young people that, take out their time, learn something, even if it's Igbo, learn it very well. So why did you, went into studying the Constitution and the Electoral Act especially?
Well, it's because we didn't give that. It's because we are so much preoccupied. Meanwhile, thank you for having me, and thank you, Nigerians and all lovers of Nigerians, wherever you are around the world. Some of you are in your new day, like in Australia. Some of you are just waking up or still in bed if you are somewhere in the western part of the US, those in California and co. And coming to your question, I think the reason, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Beautiful. Coming to your question, it's simple. It's simply because we abandoned this very vital aspect of our lives. That is why people are taking advantage of us. People who call themselves career politicians are taking advantage of us, isn't it? Now, look at it. When you exhaust your options at the Supreme Court, it's only God you can take your case to. So let's do a top-down approach. From the spiritual, you come to the physical. And that physical at the governance level. The government controls the policies. The policies influences our everyday life, our social life, our cultural life, and everything. And those policies has a way of determining whether we are enjoying our lifestyle or not, whether we are under pressure or not. So it means that politicians, whether they did not go to primary school, which is unfortunate that in my country, all you need is school certs to be able to become a president, whereas you don't need a school cert to become the central bank that the president will appoint, or a school cert to become the Chief Justice of the Federation that the president, who has only school cert technically, will have to appoint. So we leave all these important parts of our life to be decided by people who, as it were, are seeing it as pure business. We threw our life on the line for people who are using the manipulation of our lives as a business. So it is important that we give it attention. And I am someone who naturally just like to, enjoy myself in things that are important. And one of them is understanding what is the law. I was a young boy when very, very young then when Buhari took over in 1984. I remember that day. It was the 1st of January 1984 was a new year. And my mom came back from church dancing. Let me say it in Igbo. Ndia may take over. So, and she was dancing. I couldn't understand why she was excited or why she shouldn't. But then when I started querying, I got to understand that our politicians have messed up things so much, especially in the 1983 election, that it was desirable for the army to come and take over. And that was how my interest in politics got sparked up, okay? So I now bumped into my dad's library. I realized that all the newspapers that were published during the Nigerian Biafran Civil War, he bought all of them, and they were all stored there. So whilst I was in primary school, I didn't take note, but from my JS1, I started consuming all those materials. So from my JS1 up until now, I've become very much familiar with what is happening, not just in Nigerian politics, but in African politics and also in global politics. So if I'm going to be interested in global politics, I need to know what gives and what didn't give. When people are saying this happened and this didn't happen, we need to say on what ground. And there are rule books. The rule books are the Constitution, the Electoral Acts, especially in Nigeria. So those rule books, we need to familiarize ourselves in it to be able to say, oh, INEC did it well or INEC did not do it well. And if it progress to the court, we'll be able to say, oh, no, we think that these judges are biased or this is what we expected. So that has so much become part of my life, and I enjoy doing that, to be honest. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Okay, because, actually, this is my first time of actually, I've always been interested in Nigerian election, and but this is the first time that I've looked, used, look at the laws of the laws of the election. Usually, after the election, the parties, they go to court. No, but we never paid attention. We just let whatever they discuss. We never paid attention. But this is my first time. I started looking into the constitution as well, looking into the Electoral Act. I find out that we had a 2010 the Electoral Act 2010. Was the one we had, and then all of a sudden we graduated to the 2022. I know in the course of every country, in the course of their history, they update their laws. Maybe because of for instance, in a situation where you have they used to stand option was it A4, A2?
A4.
They did
Babangida's option. A4 in
people put in line.
93.
So when you have this right now where you have the internet and so many things advancing technology, so I was thinking that it was okay for Nigeria to update the law, but I found out that there are some other things, other reasons why they have to update because from 2010 it seemed to be deficient. So why do you think that all of us, the Nigeria moved to 2022 Electoral Act? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So why did they move from 20 to why did they update it? The 2022. From 2010.
Yes. Why they upgraded to 2010? It's simple. Jonathan used 2010 Electoral Act for the 2015 election. So that was what he used for the election. And then there were a few modifications on the 2010 Electoral Act. So Buhari came after that particular election. And when 2019 election was coming on, there were modifications there that I believe strongly. Buhari didn't think it favored him. He didn't think that those modifications will make things easy for him to be returned as a president. So he did not give his assent. He refused to sign the modification that would have become probably 2018 Electoral Act, okay? So he used the same one that Jonathan used again with all the loopholes in it to return himself, as it were. And then, whilst people started screaming and clamoring, we need a change, there is a whole lot of loopholes in our Electoral Act. And the major thing that was in that Electoral Act is very, very simple. The politicians after election, if you have a lot of thugs, if you have a lot of money, if you're a government official and all those kind of things, you can resort to hijacking of the result from the polling unit, rewriting the result. And okay, let me put it this way. When I finished my youth service, I was working somewhere in Enugu then. And the man I was working for, I was in partnership with him, kind of. He invited me to his house in GRA, Enugu. And I entered the living room. You can't believe it. I saw loads of voters register, voters card, and we were asked to begin to fill it in. They give us names we don't know. They gave us names we don't know where it's coming from. For a whole week, what we are doing in that bungalow in GRA was writing people's name and tearing that card for them. That is what they will use. This thing I'm saying was in 2002, preparatory for 2003 election. They were just filling out names and filling out names and filling out names. And after filling it, because this guy I'm telling you then, who happens to be a councillor in his local government, precisely from Nkanu East local government, they'd come to my office with the chairman of the Nkanu East local government. They would drive into my office and they would they'll carry us from there to go and fill. For 5 days, we were working, filling out names. And after which they will carry it on the day of election. They'll compile the voters register. On the day of election, people may come, people may not come. Then the next thing they are going to do is simple. On the day of election, they will just go and say, our party got this number of votes and that number of votes. Because the voters card is with them. They give you, you use it to go and vote. And so this is the kind of thing that subsequent Electoral Act sought to correct, the problem it needs to cure. They keep trying to see if they can cure it with the 2010 Electoral Act, and then it get to the point where this 2020 was a complete game changer. So in law, it is called the mischief, so to say. There is something they call the mischief rule in law. I wish I could go to the internet, or if I have any material, if you have any slide there that has to do with the mischief, you publish it so you see what is the mischief rule. The mischief rule, as it has to do with the legislatures who make the law, or the lawmakers, and the mischief rule as it has to do with the people who will interpret the law, as it has to do with the people who themselves are the judges. Now it says here, what is the meaning of mischief rule? It says abstract. The mischief rule tells an interpreter to read a statute in light of the mischief or evil, the problem that prompted the statute. The mischief rule has been associated in Blackstone appeal. Okay, so it says mischief rule was established. I think that's another one. Is there another thing about mischief rule? Okay, fine. But what it's saying here is simple. It says the rule requires the court to look to what the law was before the legislation was passed. Yes, this is very important. The rule requires the court to look to what the law was before the legislation was passed in order to discover the gap or mischief the legislation was intended to cover. That is, the National Assembly, having seen the gap in our election, especially with respect to hijacking of results and manipulating the outcome during the collation process, such that people will begin to scream and say, oh, this is not what we voted, this is not what we voted, what is happening? Then that was how the Electoral Act 2022 came to be. And in that Electoral Act 2022, the idea of electronic transmission of results from the polling units came to play. Because before, even in the 2015, when they introduced the card reader, it didn't work well. They still used what was called incident form. And that incident form was what returned Wike. They just go and manipulate result and they say incident form, because they made sure that people either did not come with their voter's card, or for one story or the other. Then they will go again and pile up results and say it was based on the incident form. And so what happened? This one now came to eliminate the incident form. And now look at this thing that is on the screen now is from the INEC manual, INEC training manual. And INEC themselves as a body, as an entity, as a regulator of election in Nigeria, went on to define for us first the mischief that was in our previous electoral acts that was intended to cure. Two, how they cured it and how it will benefit our elections. Look at what he said. He said one of the problems noticed in the electoral process is the irregularities that take place between the polling units after the announcement of result and the point of collation. Have you seen it now?
Yes.
Between the polling units where you cast your vote, where your vote was counted and announced, and then what happens at the collation center, where all of a sudden somebody who probably got 10 will now be getting 100, and the other person who got 70 will be downgraded to 7. So that is the mischief we used to see. It says one of the problems noticed in the electoral process, the irregularities that take place between the polling unit after the announcement of result and the point of result collation. Sometimes results are hijacked, exchanged, or even destroyed at the polling unit or on the way to the collation center. It says it becomes necessary to apply technology to transmit the data from the polling units such that the results are collated up to the point of result declaration. Now, paragraph 2, the real-time publishing of polling unit level results on IREF portal and transmission of results using the beavers demonstrate INEC's commitment to transparency in result management. This commitment, now INEC went on to say, we are not just doing it because we are Father Christmas or because we like you. We are doing it because we are mandated to do it. we are a body that is obedient to the law. He said this commitment is backed by sections 47 subsection 2, section 60 subsection 1, 2, and 5, section 64 subsection 4A and 4B, and section 64 subsection 5 of the Electoral Act 2022. So we stop here. So now INEC has explained the mischief, explained how they intend to correct it, and also explained the law that is backing them. Now, it means that anything less than what INEC has described here will return us back to the same kind of electoral law that exposed Nigerians' electoral process to manipulation. Anything other than the addition on the Electoral Act that made the Electoral Act 2022 from 2010 will automatically return us to Electoral Act 2010. And that is why it is so spurious, the argument of APC and the INEC in the courts, because they are simply trying to say, we have the right to unanimously go back to Electoral Act 2010, which is a lie. Like once they were saying that there is an appeal court in Lagos that gave them mandate to interpret, to collate the result any way they like. No, that is not what the appeal court said. They are not interpreting it well. The appeal court simply said, hey guys, INEC, you have the right to manage the election the way you deem fit, as stated in the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act makes itself clear in section 47, section 60, and section 64, as we saw there. So that was the change. That was the change. And I am glad with what the mischief rule said. The mischief rule gave responsibility to the lawmakers and the law interpreters, which is the judges. The lawmakers will find the rule, the gap we had before, and correct it. And the judges will now execute in terms of their giving judgment. And the mischief rule states that when a judge is trying to interpret, he will first of all do the subjective reasoning of what was the intention of those who made this law. What was it that they want to achieve when they made this law? That will inform his mindset when he's interpreting. And I am glad that Wale Olanipekun SAN keeps saying the intention of the law, the intention of the law. So Nigerians and well-wishers of Nigerians, let us ask ourselves a question. What is the intention of the lawmakers when they made the Electoral Act 2022? And what is the intention of INEC when they brought in IREV and BVAS? And if they pull out of this, have they not defeated that intention? It says, abstract, the mischief rule tells an interpreter to read a statute, meaning the law, in the light of the mischief or evil, the problem that prompted the statute, period. So I hope this answers your question.
So basically, just like you stated, it was to cure, the election, the coalition, and other things associated with 2010.
Yes.
Okay. Good, thank you. Okay, we will go into the the cases. We have three of them: the APM, the LP, and PDP. Dr. Chukwuagozie is gonna stay with us for about 3 hours, so till like from 11 to about 1:45 to 2 p.m. So when we finish with this, I'm gonna invite people in so you can ask him questions. But let's start with APM's case. I mean, like I was reading something on the internet, and because they say Obidients articulated BATified, and I was trying to find out what they call the APM guys, even though they are not many. So someone said that they call them the giants. I was like, why do they call them giants? They say they're the giant killers. People, I mean, they have only one prayer, only one prayer.
Yeah.
There are people, I don't know, a lot of people, they don't know about this case, and people who know about the case, they confuse it. They think it is about double nomination, but it's not about double nomination. Let me show it on the screen. Okay, bear with me. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is their case.
Okay.
So what I want you to do here, I want you to, to talk about their prayers and the relevant laws, where it says, they base their argument on, and defense are provided by Tinubu, INEC, and all the respondents. And also probably, you may address, some of the issues raised by in the final address.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, okay, like you rightly said, APM may be called the giant killer because they are little known, just like David in the Bible was not little known. And even when they gave David the armor and the attire of Saul, he said, I'm not familiar with this. He went only with one weapon, one stone. He made just one impression and he was able to bring the Goliath down. And I think that is what the APM is trying to do here. Now, if you read section 33 of the Electoral Act, I will just read it off. I don't know if you have it there, but I have it offhand. Oh, beautiful. It says here, a political party shall not be allowed to change or substitute its candidate whose name has been submitted under section 29 of this act. If you go to section 29, you see the conditions under which you will submit the name of a candidate, except in the case of death or withdrawal by the candidate. Paragraph 2, provided that in the case of such withdrawal or death of a candidate, the political party affected shall. Now, the word shall in law means must. Shall, within 14 days of the occurrence of the event. What event? The event of withdrawal. Hold a fresh primary election to produce and submit a fresh candidate to the commission. That is, for any reason whereby you have to change the name of a candidate you submitted before, whether the person died or did it voluntarily, you have to do it within 14 days, following the rule. Now, the law mandates that a president who had secured the ticket, a presidential candidate who had secured the ticket of his political party, must appoint someone whom he will run with from his party. And you know that even with the case of Labour Party, Doyin Okuben his name was forwarded to INEC to fill in the gap so that they will not lose out. Because if the name of a vice president was not submitted within that time, Labour Party might lose out completely. But there was also a timeline when they must remove that person. If not, the person remains there. Now, the law says that Peter Obi couldn't have just asked Doyin Okuben, get out, I don't need you. No. Doyin Okuben himself must write and say, I am withdrawing. And when he writes his party and say, I am withdrawing, then another person will be nominated. And the timeline for the renomination of another person or going to primaries, in case if it is one that requires primaries, is 15 days window. Now, APM is saying, give me their case again, invalid nomination of Tinubu himself. Invalid nomination of Tinubu himself, not even Shettima. Labour Party is talking about double nomination of Shettima. All right. The one you gave me first before the APM case. The APM case, just give me the APM case, that's all. Now, if you look at the APM case, you realize that APM is saying that Tinubu himself was invalidly nominated. How? I thought what PDP and Labour Party was saying was that Shettima was doubly nominated. And so look at what happened here, that even APC themselves, when they got to court, they didn't even understand the case of the APM. They didn't even understand. They were so confused that they couldn't. That's it. You have it there.
Yes.
Allied People's Movement. They couldn't even understand the case of the APM. APM is saying that in June, there was a timeline. I can't remember. In June, I think it is in June There was one that has an arrow pointing down that you produced now. Show me that one that has an arrow pointing down. A big arrow, beautiful. This is it here. This is the schematic diagram of APM's case. Masari, who was the placeholder for APC vice presidential candidate, went to court, swore an affidavit on the 24th of June that he's withdrawing for personal reasons. So as long as Masari was concerned, he has left on the 24th. On the 14th of July, which both INEC acknowledged when they were trying to defend double nomination of Tinubu. You know, when you lie so much, you begin to contradict yourself. When APC and INEC was trying to protect Shettima, they exposed Tinubu himself. How do I mean? Because Shettima, they said, oh, Shettima was rightly nominated on the 14th of July, and he wrote his party sometimes earlier in June, which we're going to come into that one later because Labour Party's case is still very much valid. But what happened here with the APM is that APM spotted this gap that from that 24th of June that Masari withdrew, APC and their candidate being Tinubu had 14 days to do what? To replace him. That is, they had up to 7th of July to replace him. But because they are the ruling party, they have all the powers, they do what they feel like, they can afford to bring someone who didn't even go for primary election and make him a senator. They abandoned it, only to replace him on the 14th of July. If you count from the 24th of June to 14th of July, it's either, based on your own calculation, it's either 20 days or 21 days, which means they defaulted by either 7 days or 6 days. And because that did not happen, it means that after 7th of July, Tinubu was no longer qualified to be nominated. APC should, by law, go and hold another primary election to replace him because he has disqualified himself by not nominating a running mate within 14 days. That's APM's case. And APM is saying whatever affects the vice affects the president. So this is APM's case. And if this case were to be upheld by the judge, if the judge upholds this case, the whole case is over. It will mean that APC did not have a candidate in the 2023 election. Whether they scored 1 million, whether INEC did well or INEC did not do well, all their vote will be a wasted vote because they don't have a candidate in the election. And it is only one prayer. And when INEC themselves and APC was replying APM, they corroborated these dates because they didn't even understand the case that was against them. They were still corroborating this case, thinking that they were defending that Shettima was not doubly nominated. Whereas APM is not interested on who you nominated. They're interested in that person you nominated. When did you? And what is the implication? The implication of this one was that it made Tinubu to be disqualified. So that is a very big case that is hiding. And if the hammer comes down real, APC did not have, it says, accordingly, in line with the constitutional dictates. Okay, this is APC trying to defend themselves. And see how they roped themselves in there. If you read it, you could see that they roped themselves in. I'm reading now, it says, as events will turn out, at about 24th June 2022, the said fifth respondent, which is Masari, for reason best known to him, exercised his right to voluntarily withdraw from the race. This, of course, placed a burden on the third respondent, which was now Tinubu, to pick another associate stroke running mate for the election. The lot eventually fell on the fourth respondent, which is Shettima now, who was selected by the third respondent as his running mate on 14th of July, after serious consultations and deliberation. So they were busy consulting and deliberating, and time was ticking against them without their knowing.
So from here, they have confirmed that they violated Section 33.
They have confirmed they have violated without even knowing that they shot themselves in the leg.
Okay. Do we have precedents, like whereby, because of what happened to the vice or executive powers, like the governors?
We've had such a situation in Delta State with what's that his name? I've forgotten his name, but there's a precedent like that where, because of this lack of invalid nomination, the person lost his
Okija, somebody Bielsa.
No, not Bielsa. What happened? Okay, the Bielsa's own is clear. The Bielsa's own was that a deputy governor was affected, and because it was affected, the Supreme Court says whatever affects you as a deputy affects the governor. And so that was why in 2020, I think February 2020, David Leon, the then candidate of APC, who had, based on the outcome of the election, been declared winner, he was doing a rehearsal parade for his inauguration the next day. And the Supreme Court came crashing his dream. And what was the issue? That we are multiple change of names in the affidavit sworn and submitted by the deputy governor, to the extent that it was confusing. And PDP went to court and said, this person is one man too many, that there is something fishy about his name. He kept changing name. We are not sure that he's a real person. And Supreme Court ruled in favor of PDP. And that was how, because it affected the deputy, the governor himself lost his position. 24 hours to being sworn in, he lost it.
So, this case is clear.
Yes.
Everybody, just looking at the diagram is clear, but why are people still having being ambivalent about what the Supreme Court will say? What are the PPP, EPT will say?
Yes, because I think people are so saturated in Nigeria with the amnesia and the trauma of what they think the court didn't do well, that they haven't even read the letters of the law. For instance, not as if I am his fan, but I think that APC and INEC played a smart one on PDP in Imo State in the case of Ihedioha versus Hupuzadima. And I will interpret it. We keep saying that what the court did was very bad, but there was something that happened on the ground there that gave the court, maybe, as you might think, the legitimacy. Ihedioha was already declared governor and he was in the office. Hupuzadima went to court and said that the number that they used to declare him, that was not correct, that there was manipulation. You remember then IREV was not in vogue, was still 2010 Electoral Act that exposed everybody to a lot of vulnerability. And so what happened there? Now, according to our Evidence Act, you look at the probate value of evidence. When it comes to election, that of INEC is the highest. It has the highest probate value. I think Electoral Acts Section 76 talks that. And then after that, after the INEC, you get the police copy before the party agent's copy. I'm looking at it here. Oh yes, it says here, for the purpose of Section 14, that is our Evidence Act, the matters that the court shall take into account include the probate value of the evidence. That's the first thing. The importance of the evidence in the proceeding. So INEC has the highest probate value when it comes to our Evidence Act, especially in the matters of election, because by law they are seen as neutral arbiter, neutral regulator that does not do anything bad. INEC is just one nice people that whatever they tell you, you should believe. And police is a government agency. So if INEC fails, maybe police will suffice. And then political parties are the bad ones that can manipulate their results. So Ihedioha came to court with his own party agent's copy. And INEC appears in court without any result sheet. INEC appeared in court. And so the judges didn't know what to use. And from nowhere, Hupuzodima manufactured the result that he called the police copy. He manufactured police copy. I say manufactured because what Ihedioha had was exactly what happened at the polling unit. But you know that APC was in the federal government. APC has the control of the Inspector General of Police. Inspector General of Police has the control of the DIGs and AIGs, and then the police commissioners. So it's just one call from the commissioner to the DIG and AIG and they will say, please assist our guy. That guy is our person. And remember that Buhari was frequenting Imo State, campaigning there, won their hand inside Southeast. The like of the former governor of Ebonyi State won the election as a PDP man before he decamped. So they wanted one place from Southeast. So the result that was manufactured, called the police copy, became different from the one that Ihedioha had. And INEC, that is supposed to produce their own, which is the most valuable, didn't have any, and they didn't contest the one that Ihedioha, that Hope Uzodinma produced. And the Supreme Court used it to rule in favor of Hope Uzodinma. You're on mute.
So yeah. So what are you saying that that even though that Supreme Court, a lot of people they'll be saying that was a bad judgment.
Yes, that was a bad judgment. But you see, something. But
it was based on what they have.
It was based on what they have. Yes, exactly. Today, some time ago, I was in the car with my children and they were arguing, and I was just driving, and I pretended as if I wasn't hearing what they were saying until one of them said, "Daddy." I say, "Yes." Then they placed the case before. And I just thought like a judge. I'm like, wow, finally, I'm now going to hear this case. So bring on your case. So what do you have to say? And based on what they said, I used it to draw my conclusion. So but you see, even me was thinking like that. But when I started digging, what happened? I looked at the Evidence Act. I looked at the Constitution. I looked at what was tendered. And I looked at how the judges, because technically, how the judges arrived at the conclusion. They may have a reason to do that, but we know that a whole lot was manipulated. A body like INEC had the burden of proof to come to counter that what Hope Uzodinma produced. That is according to Section 1, I think Section 131 and Section 133 of our Evidence Act. It talks about how burden of proof will move from Party A to Party B. If INEC had come there and bring their own result, any other result that comes out there, INEC will act like IREV will be compared with that of INEC. But INEC collaborated with Ihedioha. They withdrew theirs. They didn't produce any result. And leaving Ihedioha to roast. I'm sorry, INEC collaborated with Hope Uzodinma, leaving Ihedioha to roast. Because when the burden of true proof was now supposed to be theirs to come and say, this is not true, this is not our result, they kept mute. And what do the judges have to do? Even if that thing were to be the judge's son, the judge is just going to do what. That's why the symbol of justice is a blind person who had the scale, and so where the scale tilts is where he's going to court. That's it.
Okay. So hold that thought. When you talked about, you were talking about, the INEC copy. So we're going to use it when we discuss prayers of Labour Party, because it's one of the serious thing. I mean, they came to court with a lot of evidence, and INEC later they say something about those evidence, and Tinubu's lawyers they say another thing about those evidence. So I'm going to show you the Labour Party's prayers. You're gonna go through. I would like you to go through each one of them, and then talk about the defense by Tinubu, INEC, and all of them. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we have Labour Party prayers. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prayers, actually, or 6. Is it 6?
Yes.
Yeah, they have 6. I mean, it's a lot, but condensed into like 6.
Yeah, I usually just crunch them into 3. Why? Okay. The 3, the way I crunch them into 3 is to say everything INEC did, which is non-compliance with the Electoral Act, is 1. Other disqualification, that other things that would disqualify APC candidate, which has to do with forfeiture of 460,000 and double nomination of Shettima, it borders on non-qualification. as at the day of the election. That is number 2. And number 3 is not making 25% of FCT. Do you understand? I put it that way so that I can discuss them together. So when you look at the issue of disqualification, you see the case of Shettima's double nomination. Let me correct this. People said, and in fact, APC themselves kept saying that the Supreme Court had ruled on it. It's not true. The Supreme Court hadn't ruled on it at all. The case that got to the Supreme Court was the local standby. PDP went to court to challenge the double nomination of Shettima. And the High Court says, you don't have locus. You are not APC. You are an interloper. Get out of my court. They went to appeal court. Appeal court sustained. Remember, anything that happens from the appellate court going up, it's no longer, no evidence are being tendered. You can argue what you had prayed from the trial court. The trial court in this instance happened to be the High Court. The High Court says, there is even no need giving you my time. You don't have locus to be here. Get out of my court. Let me face other business. So they went to appeal court. Appeal court sustained the judgment of the High Court. And then they went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the same appeal that they were denied. Meaning, when it is a pre-election matter, it has to be a member of that party that will challenge it. But when it becomes a post-election matter, it can now be another party that will challenge it. Even though one judge made a statement that people are trying to, that is not the judgment. That is just, he said, for policy's sake, that is not the judgment. But now, be that as it may, let's bring it into the real center now. As you can see, APC themselves, they acknowledged with their mouth. They acknowledged with their mouth and in their writing that Shettima was replaced, that Shettima replaced Masari on the 14th of July. But if you go on the document, the certified true copy of what was in Form EC9, where all the documents you submit will appear and the date you appeared them. Now that change showed that the guy who replaced Shettima as the vice presidential candidate, as the senatorial candidate of Borno Central, that he was replaced on the 15th. Now, this is where the case comes. APC put the cart ahead of the horse. By the time INEC closed business on the 14th of July, Shettima's name was in their register as a vice presidential candidate and also as a senatorial candidate. There is nowhere where it was said that that withdrawal had been made in the case of the senatorial candidate. The letters they wrote to their party. And Labour Party is trying to say, whatever happens as your internal correspondence is not our business. There is only one place where we come to meet, and that is in the INEC office and in INEC documentation. Whatever you did in the bedroom of your political party is not our business. All we know is that you have not proved to us, based on the certified true copy of what INEC gave us, that your name is not on the register of INEC in two positions by close of business 14th of July, as a vice presidential candidate and as Borno Central senatorial candidate. It was by the close of business of 15th of July that a name was withdrawn. That of Shettima was withdrawn and that of the new person brought in. So it is as simple as that. Shettima withdrew his candidature. No, APC, because it's APC that will do it on behalf of their candidate. APC as a party withdrew the candidature of Shettima on the 15th of July and replaced it with another person. Whereas by 14th of July, his name was submitted as. So Labour Party is saying you were doubly nominated for 2 constituencies for 24 hours wrongly, because then the presidency is 1 constituency, the whole country is 1 constituency for president. But the senatorial zone is another constituency, if you understand the way they break the constituency in the national election. So every state has 3 constituencies for Senate and maybe more for House of Rep, but the whole country is 1 constituency for presidency. So that is it with respect to the issue of double nomination, which is still subsisting. We don't know how the courts are going to rule, but people, this is the logic that Labour Party presented. Then on the issue of forfeiture, of course.
Okay, sorry. Before you go to forfeiture, for the benefit of people who don't know, you talked about double nomination. I want you to, in terms of date, right now, what we have is double nomination. It doesn't matter as long as they're not talking about 21 days. I mean 14 days. They're talking about that at a point that he was
doubly nominated for 24 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So the date, the date doesn't matter, but in APM's case, the date matters.
The APM's case was that he was nominated outside of 14 days.
Okay. But in Labour Party's double nomination, he was in 2 constituencies.
He was in 2 constituencies.
Yes.
APM don't care whether he's in 100 constituency. All they care is that when they brought him, they should have brought him on or before 7th. But they brought him after 7th of July. Anything that happens after 7th of July disqualified Tinubu himself. Okay. And the remedy was that APC should have done an entirely new primaries to select another presidential candidate.
Okay. Go ahead with the second part of.
Yeah. So the 460 is a well-celebrated issue. The fact is, APC have tried their best to say in the first place it was not an issue, that is a civil forfeiture, that there was nowhere the case was mentioned a fine, to now the issue of that it is the bank account that was subpoenaed and what have you. Now, Nigerians, let's put it this way. When a fraud hacks into your account, is it your bank account that will be crying or you? When your bank account is an inanimate object, it doesn't breathe, it doesn't smell, it doesn't feel anything, it's just a digital number. When someone credits your account and you get an alert, is it even your phone? You could, out of excitement, smash your phone celebrating. But it is you who is celebrating because the money is in your account. You now say, I have money. You don't say, my account has money. So according to Tinubu's lawyers in their final address, of course, they say that civil forfeiture rests on the idea that the property itself, not the owner, has violated the law. How does it even happen? Now, when you go to the SC code of that particular law, it is a forfeiture that was tied to narcotics and money laundering. And we know we have precedent where the current Chief Justice of the Federation used his mouth to say that forfeiture is a price you pay for what? For a crime you have committed. And that thing is more like the people you committed the crime against are using it more like, let us heal ourselves from the injuries you caused us. But APC can't see that. They kept doing what? They kept trying to prove to us that this is no issue. Now they have gone further. I don't want us to waste time on this. They have gone further now to begin to say that, how do you put it? That it is statute bar, that it is more than 10 years.
Yes.
Which is another thing that is a no issue, because when we go to section 137 of the Nigerian Constitution, it listed section 137, subsection 1. Subsection 1 have 10 items that if any one of them, you default in any one of them, you'll be disqualified. The first one has to do with becoming the citizen of another country, you can be qualified to become a president. That is section 137, subsection 1A. Says, subject to the provision of section 28 of this constitution, he has voluntarily acquired the citizenship of a country other than Nigeria, except in such cases as may be prescribed by the National Assembly. He has made a declaration of allegiance to such other country. It's talking about what might disqualify a person. It says, a person shall not be qualified for election to the office of president if he has citizenship of another country. We will come back to that later because that's not what we're arguing here. It's PDP that prayed for that. But then if you come to D, subsection 1D, 1371D, it says he is under a sentence of death imposed by any competent court of law or tribunal in Nigeria. Sentence of death imposed by a court in Nigeria. Or meaning the issue of the sentence of death is gone. Or a sentence of imprisonment. Imprisonment, listen people, imprisonment or fine. So the person may be in prison or the person may be fined. Imprisonment or fine for any offense. What offense? Any offense involving dishonesty or fraud. Dishonesty or fraud, by whatever name it is called. Whether you call it forfeiture or for any offense imposed on him by any court or tribunal or substituted by a competent authority for any other sentence imposed on him by such a court. By such a court or tribunal. Semicolon. So that D is finished. Now, the argument of Labour Party is that the moment the issue of sentence of death is finished, any other competent authority, it may be in Niger, it may be in Nigeria, it may be in America, the courts that handle this case in America, is it not a competent authority? And there is no timeline. But APC is saying that E is the one that applies to them, because E says a person shall not be qualified for the office of the president if within a period of less than 10 years before the date of election to the office of president, he has been convicted and sentenced for any offense involving, involving dishonesty, or he has been found guilty of the contravention of the code of conduct. So this is a misdemeanor case that they are referring to in section 1E of 137. Code of conduct, like the former Chief Justice of the Federation, they found him guilty. The Code of Conduct Tribunal found him guilty of not declaring his assets. They barred him from contesting or taking up any other government office for 10 years. That case is clear. Now, the question we need to ask ourselves, if 10 years is a clause to cleanse one man of any offense or criminality, why didn't they put it in D and say, after they have finished saying everything, they will now say, except if that person had been, if that offense had been more than 10 years. Or we could put it this way. Why didn't, when they came to E, why didn't they say subject to subsection D? We also want to let you know that 10 years will free him from everything that happened in subsection D. Now, people have been saying that the way Justice Samani were talking with Uche, S-A-N, the lawyer of the PDP, that it's like they're gonna pardon Tinubu and clear him for 10 years. Well, I don't know. But what it means is that if they do so, it means that no matter what you have done in Nigeria, after 10 years, you are free. You are free to become a president. Let me even put it this way. If you are in jail after 10 years, you call them and say, look, I need to get out of this place because I have a political ambition. Something of that nature. So why did they make it 10 points? Why didn't they make it 9? If they know that at certain point, everything that was said in number 4 can be freed in number 5, if and only if it is after 10 years. Why? That's number 1. And then in the same section 137, that is where the certificate forgery comes. When you come to section 137, subsection 1J, it says he has presented a forged certificate to the Independent National Electoral Commission. So the argument of Labour Party is that there is no tenor when this offense can be forgiven, that it falls on number D, 137 subsection 1D, period. And because of that, he's disqualified. Now, APC have argued in favor and against themselves. On one hand, they accepted that it's a crime. On another hand, they say it's not a crime. On one hand, they say it's a crime, but it is the bank account. On another hand, it says it's not a crime at all. On one hand, they say it's a crime against our candidate, but it's more than 10 years. That tells you that, to me, I think they are swimming. So that is it. And then the final one is purely INEC's bungling of the election 2023 by not following what is prescribed by the law. So that's the way I put it there. We can now delve into INEC's mess. If you look at that, there was a slide I sent you that has a schematic diagram of what I call the election day protocol. If you look at that election day protocol, you will see that that whole thing I drew there was how INEC messed up our election. The path to a credible election was presented, but INEC decided to bungle it. So, anything else? So when you look at the protocol, how INEC messed up the election, INEC decided to set aside almost all the modification of Electoral Act 2010, and did what? 2022, and went back to 2010. Because if you look at this schematic diagram here, you will see what I call the Presidential Election Day Protocol. And this protocol stopped at the World Collation Center. The first step is the beavers accreditation by the presiding officer, issuance of ballot paper after accreditation, voting by voters, result counting and recording into the form EC8A, result declaration at the polling unit by the presiding officer, signing of results as recorded by the party agents, police, and everybody. And then after that, uploading of results, the form EC8 to IREV by the presiding officer. And after the uploading to the IREV, the returning officer will now go back to the World Collation Center and hand it over to the officer there. And that is where the presiding officer's job is done for that day. And those things, these steps I mentioned there, were captured in Electoral Act section 47, subsection 1 to 3, section 60, subsection 1 to 5, and section 62, subsection 1. We don't have time to begin to read all the laws here today. But the fact is that, as I said, this Electoral Act is on a PDF, is available on the internet. You just go to Google and say, Nigerian Electoral Act 2022, and read all those places, you will see it. And that's what I had cleaned up there. After that time, now the blue line that is linking that particular block with the other block is where they're now going for collation. But somehow or the other, the gates on the way to the collation, there is a possibility of tampering, as INEC have told us. Tampering with the result, hijacking of the result, rewriting the physical result that the presiding officer has. The law said in the same Electoral Act, section 64, subsection 4A, A, B, and 64 subsection 5 and 64 subsection A to D, that in the event that there is a dispute, because what is going to happen there is, Okija, for instance, you are the Okija Democratic Party agent, and I am the Ethelbert Democratic Party agent. You understand what happens? So what are we going to do? We have finished at the polling unit. Results were declared. But you see, your party is the government in power. Your party has the control of the police. Your party has the army and everything. And they kicked me out of the van, which we saw in Rivers State. We saw it in many states. And I am coming with my Okada to the collation center. On getting to the collation center, I just realized that the results that they gave me at the polling unit is no longer what they're adding up at the collation center. And I started screaming. The law says that you can see it there. The 64 subsection 4, 64, you can see it on the screen. A collation officer or returning officer at an election shall collate, use the word collate, and announce the result of an election, subject to his or her verification and confirmation that A, now see the thing, that is a rule, is a law. He must do this thing. That A, the number of accredited voters stated on the collated result are correct and consistent with the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from the polling units under section 47(2) of this act. Shall is a must. So even without a dispute, he's still bound by the law to compare the accreditation that is already uploaded on the internet and the accreditation that is in the ECA form that he has. That is A. B. 4B says the votes stated on the collated result, that is, the votes stated on the collated result are correct and consistent with the votes or result recorded, the physical one, and transmitted directly from polling unit under section 64. Did you notice it that now? So now it tells you that whether he likes it or not, there are confirmations that a collation officer must do. He has to compare the physical copy with him, which is vulnerable and susceptible to manipulation, and compare it with the one online where everybody at the polling unit saw them when they uploaded it. All right? So now, look at verse, I said section, no, 6. No, 6. You're showing me 5. Go to 6. Go to 6. Section 64, subsection 6. In section 64, subsection 6, it says, in the event when during collation of result there is a dispute regarding a collated result or the result of an election from any polling unit. Now listen, when there is a dispute with respect to the result from any polling unit, the collation officer or returning officer shall, meaning must, use the following to determine the correctness of the disputed result. And what are those steps? A says the original of the disputed collated result for each polling unit, which is the physical copy that is now causing trouble at the collation center, the physical copy. That is A. And what is B showing us now? And B says again, the smart card reader or other technology device used for the accreditation of voters in each polling unit where the election is disputed. So there must be physical result, physical smart card reader like this, my phone here. C says the data of accreditation recorded and transmitted from each polling unit. So the soft copy of accreditation that is already online. And D, the vote or result of the election recorded and transmitted, which is directly from the polling unit, which is a soft copy result that is already online. So you see that when in the event of dispute, the collation officer must resort to 4 items to know what is correct. And all of them must align with what is online, meaning the absence of online copies of the results and online copies of the accreditation, no collation must be done. That's the law. Because he must do it first, even without a problem. And if a problem occurs, it becomes even more important. And all of us know that on the day of election, there were disputes everywhere. And when there were disputes everywhere, there was no reference online to be able to compare, to know who is telling the lie. Because the two people, physically speaking, with their result are saying, mine is the correct, mine is the correct. The only one that would have solved the problem would have been that one that was uploaded. And so, Labour Party is praying and saying, INEC bungled the whole election because of their inability to upload the result online that will act as the arbiter, as the reference point to compare and determine the correctness of the result as it happened at the polling unit, period. The mischief is completely defeated. And I keep asking myself, which judge will endorse what INEC did? And do you know what APC said? APC said in their final address that in fact, if you look at section 9 there, it's saying that failure to do it will actually attract penalties. Any returning officer or collation officer, as the case may be, commits an offense if he or she intentionally collates or announces a false result and is liable upon conviction. Can you imagine? To the extent that this section of our constitution is important, they attached a penalty if you do not do it. Now, if you look at 7 and 8, it's now showing us there that if the disputed result under subsection 6 were otherwise found not to be correct, the collation officer or return officer shall recollect and announce a new result using the information of the subsection what? A to D. It means if he found that there is an argument, he will start collation afresh using what we have listed. But in 8, when the dispute under section 6 arose at the level of collation and the returning officer has satisfied the provision of subsection 6, A to D, the returning officer shall accordingly declare the winner. Okay? But then, somewhere, I think in section 60, the law also says that when the disputed results, the total number of the disputed result is less than the difference between the person who has been declared winner and the second person, then the result should be, the polling unit should be cancelled, and there's no need holding election again because you're wasting your time. It's like you are winning my party. Your score is 500 and my party is 400 and we are disputing 50. Even if you give me the 50, I will still be at 450. You are still going to be at 500. So the answer is, don't waste the resources of INEC by conducting election again, because no matter what we do, it's not going to achieve anything. But if it is 150 that we're contesting, then there must be an election there. And that is where the 18,088 votes, the polling unit result that Labour Party brought to court killed INEC. Because aside from the fact that it was 18,088 polling unit result, they actually went on to confirm, based on the certified true copy of the Beavers record given to them by INEC, that the number of voters that were disenfranchised was more than 2.5 million. Now, if you dump 2.5 million, it is greater than the difference between Atiku as declared by INEC and Tinubu as declared by INEC. That, by law, will warrant the cancellation of the presidential election. Anything else?
Yeah, well, we are running out of time because I would like to get people to come in. So I would like you to discuss Labour Party's, the rest of the case, Labour Party quickly, and then so we can do PDP.
I think I think, in fact, what I said here.
Actually, because didn't talk about, I would like for you to mention the 25% in Abuja and also
yes, the 25% in. Yes,
okay, we'll talk about probably PDP's case. We can talk about that.
No, don't worry. When we talk about it, because it's exactly what PDP is arguing in 25%, that Labour is arguing in 25%. What PDP is arguing in terms of the forfeiture and co is what Labour Party is arguing. In fact, what Labour Party is arguing in INEC non-compliance is the same thing. It's just that they are coming through. So the 25%, if you go to our constitution, the 1999 constitution, from the section 1 of the 1999 section 2 of the 1999 constitution, subsection 1, it says something. It defined the entity called Nigeria. It says Nigeria is one constitution, section 2, beautiful. It says Nigeria is one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign state to be known by the name of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And then number 2, subsection 2 says Nigeria shall be a federation consisting of states and a federal capital. I always define it like this: my 5 fingers made up my fingers, but you can see that these 4 are together and this one is separate. Okay. And when you now go to section 132 of the same 1999 constitution, it's talking about how to win election and become the president in case of more than 2 candidates contesting. It said, first of all, that is section
134 or 133?
130, just 132, 133. 132, 133, start going there, but I think it's 133 specifically. Okay.
Yes.
Show me the, yes. No, give me 133, and I could okay, see if I can. Is it, have you seen it there?
Yes, 133 talking about if there is one candidate.
Yes, 133 is one candidate. So our constitution went on to define, even if it is one candidate, that is like the kind of thing that would have happened to Nigeria in 1998 when Abacha was the unanimous candidate of all the 5 political parties. The law still required that he must get the majority of the yes votes. And when he has gotten the majority of the that yes vote, those votes will account 25% in 24 states. All right. But then when you come to section 134, it says here, a candidate for section 134, subsection 2, it says, a candidate for an election to the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected, where being more than 2 candidates. So there is a provision for 1 candidate, for 2 candidates, and more than 2 candidates for the election. He has the highest number of votes cast at the election, 1. He has not less than 1/4 of the vote cast at the election, each of at least 2/3 of all the states in the federation and the federal capital territory, Abuja. So the argument here is, what was the intention of the lawmakers? If you have gotten the popular vote, why must you get 25% of 24 states? And what is the significance of the federal capital? Is a hub where almost all Nigerians are represented. Do you know, Nigerians, that no matter how, for instance, assuming APC or PDP or any party builds their national headquarters in Nasarawa State or Plateau State or Kogi State, all those states that are surrounding FCT, the law did not recognize it. The law recognized that your head office must be in Abuja. So when you begin to read, like Olani Bekin would say, reading the constitution liberally, if you read it, now you need to ask yourself, what do you think that was the intention of the lawmakers? Section 299, where APC is using to argue their case, that Abuja is seen as one of the states, is talking about when it comes to the administration of the state, the president acts like the governor of Abuja. The National Assembly acts like the House of Assembly of Abuja. but not in election. Even if that be the case, how can you elect a governor of Abuja who could not get up to 25% of the state that he's governing? So these are the arguments of the Labour Party and the argument of the PDP. That particular statement there means you have to secure 25% of 24 out of 36 states. Meaning, if you come to this bunch of the branch of a tree, I'm looking at Nigeria as a tree with two branches. One branch known as the FCT, and the other branch that has sub-branches known as 36 states. And when you get to that one that has sub-branches of 36 states, just collect 25% of 24 states. Climb down and climb the other branch that is only one branch and collect 25% there. So you get something from this branch of the tree and something else from the other branch of the tree to show that all the branches of the tree recognize you as their president. That is the argument of Labour Party and PDP. We don't know how the Supreme Court, I say Supreme Court because whatever appeal court says is irrelevant. We don't know how Supreme Court will rule. But whatsoever Supreme Court rules will now become an amendment, will become a precedent that everybody will know what it is. But what is being said there is that if the Supreme Court holds that that argument of either PDP or Labour Party is real, it means that they're going to go back to another election, which is called election number 2, the second election in the law. And in that second election, there is a criteria for selecting who will participate. That is where, if I'm so surprised that a learned silk like SAN, Olani Bekun, is arguing blindly, because in their final address and even during the adoption, they were still saying that even if there's going to be a second election because of FCT, that Labour Party will not be involved, that it's only PDP. Of course, they're afraid of Labour Party, but that's not the truth. Now, see how it says here. What it says here, that is section 134, subsection 3. It says, in a default of a candidate duly elected in accordance with subsection 2 of this subsection, there shall be a second election in accordance with subsection 4 of this section, at which the only candidate shall be the only candidate. Now look at it. I don't think you have it, but I have it here. It says, okay, a candidate who scored the highest number of votes at any election held. Any election, highest number of votes. Doesn't matter if he won the only 3 states and that's the highest number of votes. That's one. Now B says one among the remaining. It did not say what APC is saying. APC said that it is the one that has the second runner-up. It did not say this runner-up. It says one among the remaining who has a majority of votes in the highest number of states. What does that mean? If you follow it, it says, so however, that where there are more than one candidate with majority of votes, it's talking about when there are more candidates with majority of votes. So it's saying here that if everything were to stand the way it is, assuming the court clears APC, PDM, everybody, and INEC, and hold on to FCT, and the second election is declared, that the way, based on INEC's declaration, APC is qualified because they have the highest number of votes. But there is a criteria to select the second person that will contest with him. They will now come and look at all the states. Okay, who won in this state amongst maybe Labour Party and PDP? They said, okay, in Lagos State, Labour Party won. What is the percentage? Do you know that based on the result declared, Labour Party did not get up to 50%, even though Labour Party was declared the winner, in Lagos State. And so what it means is that even though Labour Party won in Lagos State, it will not count for Labour Party. and then they come to Anambra State, oh, Labour Party got 90%, it will be counted for Labour Party because majority means 50% plus. If you go to any law dictionary or even in English dictionary, what is majority? Majority is always greater than half. What? Greater than half. Majority is not equal to half or less than half. So all the results declared where APC won, where Labour Party won and where PDP won, they will bring all those states, and now they will begin to ask, what percentage of the vote cast in Anambra State gave you victory? Labour Party. What percentage of the vote cast in KB State gave you victory? PDP. When you check it, you notice that Labour Party has 7 states in their pocket plus FCT, whereas PDP had, I think, just about 3 states where they scored more than 50%. So if the hammer were to drop on Abuja case and the second election is going with respect to Abuja, it's going to be APC based on the declaration of INEC and Labour Party. PDP is going to lose out. So I think I've exhausted their prayers, which...
okay, let's quickly go to PDP's article on PDP's case, and then let the audience let people in. Okay, this is PDP's okay, this is PDP. So I think some of you have addressed some of the things in when we were addressing the Labour Party's case. Could you, like the ones you haven't addressed, talk about them so we can, let people in here.
The one I haven't addressed is on the matter of disqualification. PDP flagged, yes. PDP flagged the passport of Tinubu, Guinean passport. And they also flagged the certificate he tendered to INEC that it is a forged certificate. Let me make this abundantly clear. PDP has a very strong case with respect to, they have a very, okay, let me start from the weakest. I don't think the issue of dual citizen will prevail. I think PDP will lose on that case. Why I think so is not because they don't have a valid case, but they did not substantiate their case based on the Evidence Act in the way that the court will give it value. How do I mean? You saw a copy of a passport, yes. Anybody in Nigeria can cook up a passport and post on the internet. So for the fact they did not go to Guinean embassy to receive an endorsement or a letter or a testament that indeed this person some time ago was our citizen. They did not go to the Foreign Affairs Commission or Department of the Guinea, in Guinea or in their embassy in Nigeria. It just, what they have just succeeded doing from my own assessment, is just to appeal our conscience and to tell us that indeed this person lied under oath. Yes, he may have lied under oath by ticking no when he should have ticked yes, because PDP themselves is even arguing that, I'm sorry, APC is arguing something I don't even understand. APC is coming from the background of the passport has expired. If the passport has expired, does that mean that your citizenship has expired? As you're looking at me there, your Nigerian passport may have expired. Does that make you not be a Nigerian? Simple. That settles that case. And then they come again to say that if he has, as long as he's a citizen by birth, it doesn't matter if he has another citizenship, which is true. No law stands against anybody who is a citizen by birth. But the law demands that when you're filling the form, if they ask you that question, you should say yes. So PDP is in court to say this person lied under oath. But I am afraid the court might say there is no strong evidence to justify your claim because aside from that thing they downloaded from the internet, I don't see any other validity on that document. There is no stamp, there is no letter from the embassy. So I'll leave it that way. Come down to that of the qualification, university qualification. That was the beautiful one. And Nahoro Eba, David Hunde's friend, who is a lawyer, actually subpoenaed Chicago State University to produce a copy of APC's candidate that is on their record. And what they gave him as the certificate that they issued is different from the certificate he submitted. Now, all this issue of whether somebody is a female, whether somebody is not a female, it is immaterial, to be honest. I think when the law screens it and comes down, the case here is he gave a paper that is not a photocopy of what the school have in their record. As I keep saying, he may have graduated and become the best graduating student. In fact, let me tell you something. You know, you said you were going to ask me why, quote unquote.
Yes, because I said I was going to ask you. You know, when I saw that, you know, like I said, I was like, you know, what if you claim when I saw your bio, I saw that, you know, you didn't graduate. I said, okay, why did he put it this way? What if he claimed he went there? He went there actually, and many people would not, you know, because Nigerians, we don't even try to verify things.
Yeah. Until today, some of my lecturers didn't know that, quote unquote, let me use the bad word. Maybe I was a dropout. Is that what you call it?
No,
I didn't finish my MBA. During my MBA class, Professor Okafor, who later became the vice chancellor of Chukwuagozie University, was my lecturer. I have evidence. I have classmates. I have lecturers. In fact, I used to manage portfolio on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Some of my lecturers happened to be my clients. So what happened? It's a very simple thing. I came to the university. I'm coming from engineering background. I graduated as I read electrical electronics, as you've mentioned here. And then I branched into business because I am interested in business management and other things. Did my PGD and then started my MBA. But I realized that most of my classmates, they were coming from the bank, they were coming from the telecom companies. They wanted to get this certificate just to get their promotion. But I wanted knowledge. I wanted to develop myself. So during the spring of that same year, I think that was around 2009, I decided to come on a holiday to the UK. And when I got there, I had a client who was doing his master's. So I went to his school. I said, please, can you get me some materials? I'm trying to finish my thesis. I finished my coursework. I finished my assignment. I finished my exams and everything. So I'm trying to finish my MBA dissertation or thesis, or we call it project. Okay. So when this guy opened the resources for me, I'm like, are you serious? You have all these resources here. And that was how my mindset changed. I said, look, I need to come to this country to study. I need to come and deepen my knowledge. I went back home early June from that holiday, started processing my visa to come and study. And by September that year, I was in London, started my master's. I completely abandoned this UNEC thing. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that UNEC is not a wonderful place. I'm just saying that the level of knowledge I was pursuing and what I met was way apart. So I started. And I am proud to say that when I finished my master's degree in London, I came out with distinction. So I'm glad. My supervisor recommended, I said, your result is so fantastic. Why don't you try PhD? And that's how I moved on to start my PhD. So I was a dropout so that I can drop in. I'll leave it that way. But the emphasis here is, assuming I didn't do masters, assuming I had come to the UK and I got a job and I abandoned that MBA, I could begin to fake. I could ask the Oluwole people to cook me a certificate. And if you go to University of Nigeria, Enugu campus, they will have me on their record. A photocopy of my school fees receipt will be there, my assignment, everything, except something that had to do with certificate. That's anyway the problem they are having in Enugu State with the governor and NYSC. He was doing NYSC and at the same time he's the chief of staff in the Enugu State government and all those things. But that's by the way. So now, I don't care whether the law does not care if someone went to school, even if the person graduated, what the law cares is that a certified true copy of a document is a photocopy of the original. And in the case that the appeal court decided between ANPP and APC in Bauchi Federal Constituency in 2019, the law said simple, that forgery happens in two ways. Either you manufacture a document that is not existing, or you alter an already existing document. So if you remove Adekunle and replace it with Ahmed, that's forgery. Are you getting what I'm saying now? So, and the certificate that was given to INEC had 3 signatures and a different logo, but the same name that the Chicago State University have on their record has 2 signatures and a different logo. So which one is the correct? Our Evidence Act says the issuer is the custodian of the correct document. Anything that is not exactly of what the issuer issued is a forged document. It's as simple as that. So I think, and because it was through a subpoena, which is a legal path, that Enahoro Eba got the Chicago State University to release those documents, I think PDP has a very strong case there. So, and when we connect it with the 460 for future, and we have also discussed the issue of 25% in Abuja, which is also the prayer of PDP. So that's it. And coming down to the issue of INEC non-compliance, exactly the argument of PDP is the argument of Labour Party, except that Labour Party went further to produce certified true copy of blank results that INEC gave them. All right? Which binds INEC. Remember, I mentioned the case of Ihedioha versus Hope Uzodinma. INEC did not tender anything. Now, INEC has tendered their own result, and it is a blank result. Now, APC is arguing that what may have happened is that they did a collation, and that the APC is speaking on behalf of INEC. It's not INEC speaking for themselves now, because INEC couldn't even say anything. APC is saying that maybe when they were photocopying those certified true copies, that they ran out of printer ink. They ran out of ink. Now, a reel of paper is 500 pieces. 18,088, if you divide it by 500, will give you about 176 packets of 500 reams, of packets of photocopying paper. So INEC, you were photocopying up to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 papers, and they were blank. Your ink finished. Remember that Labour Party paid them. And then you use your stamp to be stamping blank paper. And you come to the court and you tell the court, we have the result. You know, did you watch what is happening in the ministerial screening? The guy that came from Sokoto State, he submitted a WAEC certificate where he made only 2 papers. And he told the screening committee that he had other results, but he didn't want to bring it. And then you gave them the one that has only 2. Oh my goodness, what is this? So INEC, you are in the court trying to say, we have the results. And that is where the Evidence Act binds them. I think I should read what our Evidence Act said. If you go to our Evidence Act, section 133, subsection 1 and 2, it says there, period, that the burden of proof is on the person who is alleging that there is a crime. So initially, is that our Evidence Act?
No, this is the Constitution.
No, don't bother it. It's just something I remember this afternoon. I was just going through the Evidence Act. If you want me, I could read that anyway, to be honest. I have it here.
Yeah, that's okay. I think people, they understand that, that we have the Evidence Act.
Yes. So in the Evidence Act, section 133 of our Evidence Act, first of all, section 131, subsection 1 says, whoever desires any court to give judgment as to any legal right or liability dependent on the existence of facts which he asserts must prove that those facts exist. Meaning, Labour Party, PDP, you must establish a case that is convincing that INEC did not comply with the Electoral Act. And that was what INEC, Labour Party, succeeded in doing. They brought blank result from IREV. The law says the result in IREV is to compare, and they brought blank result. They brought result from Rivers State and Benue State showing that they won, yet INEC said that they lost. BBC did a research finding that they won. INEC said they lost. Premium Time did their own research finding that Labour Party won. INEC said they lost. Now, if you go to section 133 now, it says, from verse 1, it says, in civil cases, the burden of first proving existence or non-existence of a fact lies on the party against whom the judgment of the court will be given if no evidence were produced on either side. Now, 2 says, if the party referred to in subsection 1 of this section adduces evidence which ought reasonably to satisfy the court that the fact sought to be proved is established, the burden lies on the party against whom judgment will be given if no more evidence were adduced. Meaning, it's going to be going back and forth, back and forth. It's now left for INEC to come and say, hello, court, forget all this nonsense that Labour Party is saying. We have a proof. We did a good job. Forget. But INEC said they couldn't come with anything. And the one they gave, buying them more. So when you keep hearing, you have not proved, Labour Party has not proved that INEC did not comply. They have proved beyond reasonable doubt. The burden of proof shifted to INEC, and INEC chickened out.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. The PDP case. They talked about they have about 19,702 polling units that have various infractions on the the result. Did you get to listen to, or got anything how they discussed that in court? Because I tried to find that I couldn't get that.
You will get it clear. In fact, when you read the PDP and Labour Party's cases together concurrently, you will appreciate it because it was two beautiful essays that was trying to achieve the same purpose, even though eventually Labour Party will be the ultimate winner, ultimate person that benefit, because most of the argument of PDP will play into the hand of benefiting Labour Party. Now, you remember that every party, let me put it this way, Labour Party actually had about, if I will pull up this document, just give me, they have about, yes, give me, beautiful. Now, in section 194 of Labour Party's final address, it says, no, the first address they presented, it says, the data analysis for 18,088 polling units being blood copies from EC8A showed that the total number of accredited voters in this polling unit were 2,565,269 and 9,165,191 voters who collected their PVC in this polling unit. They are both figure of 2.565 votes cast by accredited voters. All right. So they're trying to say here that these 2,565,269 votes were the value of the accredited voters that were supposed to have cast their vote in this 18,088, but that is not the end. Then they went on, paragraph 2 of that same section 194 of their address says, the unchallenged data analysis further confirmed that the purported result of the election in the polling unit in Form EC8 in 39,546 polling units were inaccessible on the IREV. In this 39,546 polling units, 23,119,288 registered there, whilst 5,532,553 were accredited to vote there. So they have the number of registered, which means they have access to voters register, which the Supreme Court said you must have access to it, access to the accredited details, and then the number of votes cast. that was supposed to be cast there. Now, Labour Party are going to be looking at those with respect to their own number. PDP will be looking at those same, because IREV is a public portal for all of us with respect to their own number. So the whatever 19,000 PDP is posting there can be correct because they are looking at it with respect to where it benefits them. Do you understand what I mean? So they could probably be in Kano State harvesting the mess that happened in Kano, or they are in Kaduna harvesting what is happening in Kaduna, while Labour Party was in Bayelsa or Akwa Ibom harvesting what is happening there as it affects them. But all of them are trying to establish that INEC did not comply with the Electoral Act, and that it substantially affected the outcome. If we are to look at 5-point-something million as the votes affected, what is the total vote of the number declared to APC? 8-point-something. Can you imagine? So the two parties established their case to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chukwuagozie. Actually, we have so many questions, but we don't have time. Hopefully, you come back another time, and probably, Dr. Damages, will be here to do the questioning. I'm gonna let people in. I have some people in already. Please, guys, he has to go like in about an hour, So please ask your question. 1 minute, and no commentary, please. 1 hour we have left, please. I'm gonna see him. I'm gonna let you in. Please ask your question.
Hey, good afternoon, probably. Good afternoon, Okija.
Good day, sir.
And good afternoon, Dr. Chukwuagozie, Ethelbert.
You're welcome, my brother. How are you today?
Yeah. Very well, thank you.
Good.
Okija, but please, being the first person to take the floor, you know what I'm about to say, so please just indulge me. Actually, I'm grateful. I'm so happy that I don't know, from your background, I don't think you're a lawyer, but the way you analyze the Constitution, much more better than Festus Keyamo, who is a son, who they say is a son. So I'm so grateful for that. But I have to take you a bit back, what you said at the beginning, which you may have said it casually, but I take quite a great interest in it. You said while growing up, you met a pile of newspaper from the 60s that sharpened your interest in Nigeria's political system.
Mm-hmm.
I would like probably, let me assume that you kept them intact. Just in case I come around, I would like to read it too. It's very, very important because news from those era is what people are feeding on, or the events of those era, people are misinterpreting it. I would really like if there are ones that deal with before and the immediate aftermath of January 15, 1966. Newspapers like that are very, very important. But be that as it may, that is a personal wish, which probably through Okija, my friend and my in-law, I will be able to get your number and then we'll be in touch. We have a lot to discuss and some ideas to exchange. So my question to you is this: given all you know that transpired before February 25th, 2023, the election proper, the post-election analysis, and what you know, let me put it pointedly to you. What if, because no, I don't have interest, I don't have confidence in the judiciary. What if they pronounce, because Nigerians will tell you, whatever infraction is not sufficient to nullify the result that the man in Aso Rock won free and fair. What will be your reaction? What would you advise people to do? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll reserve the issue of your first prayer. Let's use the legal term. Your first prayer for personal discussion, and then go to your second prayer. When Okija sent me a request to appear in this program, he wrote a whole lot, but one sentence caught my attention, and I pointed that sentence And it was upon that sentence that I decided to come. I just came back from church. I haven't even removed my clothes. I just sat down here. And from this meeting, I'm going to another meeting. Can you, Okija, read that sentence that you wrote to me that I pointed at and say, I like this? In that first WhatsApp message you sent to me.
Okay. I guess
okay.
let me see if
no, you don't need to publish it, just read it out.
Okay.
He sent me a text when he was I think that was the day before yesterday, about when he was trying to ask me come to this program, and I was reluctant. But then he made a statement. I said, okay, based on this statement, let us come to this program. But in fact, let me put it, if you're searching for it, that statement says, so that we will have righteous anger or something like that?
Yes.
That has to do with knowing, even if you are denied your right, you can boldly say, my right was denied. Unlike when things are not clear, you're not sure. And then we now fall into the hand of, let's leave it to God. That's the way God wants it to be. But this time around, if you look at the case of Oyetola, I was telling Okija yesterday, I said the biggest mistake APC made was going to challenge the outcome of Osun governorship election, because that was the first time we compelled our Supreme Court to give us their own interpretation and understanding of 2022 Electoral Acts. And there is a slide I sent to him that I call Supreme Court verbatim. In that place, the Supreme Court recognized that there are 4 or 5 documents that must be relied on to adjudicate on any electoral matter, especially after election. The Constitution, of course, the Electoral Act, the guideline of INEC, and the training manual of INEC. Of course, everything situating on the Evidence Act, which is 5 documents. I call it the marking scheme. And Supreme Court used their mouth in the case of Oyetola versus Adeleke to say clearly that the result, okay, so this is section 48. The Supreme Court quoted this in that case. It says, an election result shall only be collated if, okay, beautiful, anyone you choose is fine. And I have this here. It says,
okay, which one do you want? Do you want this one or?
This, beautiful. As their name depicts, the collation system, that is Supreme Court writing, this is Supreme Court, the collation system and the INEC result viewing portal are parts of the election process and play particular roles in that process. That was their judgment in May. And so I am asking myself, if you keep reading further, will the Supreme Court renege from this, their statement that they just made in May? It says the collation system is made of the centers where results are collated at various stages of the election. So the polling unit result transmitted to the collation system provide the relevant collation officers. And APC say is a mere inability. APC used the word mere inability of INEC to transmit results, that it is immaterial. The result was impeccable. These were the adjectives that APC used, and that INEC should be scored 90%. But the Supreme Court says that it is a relevant part of the process, and it provides the collation officers the means to verify a polling unit result. That's all. That's Supreme Court. So, if the Supreme Court jumps up and quashes everything they have said, especially what they said with respect to Adeleke versus Oyetola, then what can we do as Nigerians? I don't really know what to do. But that is why we need to keep spreading this message. You know, they are hearing us now as we are talking. They read what we are writing. They listen to us when we talk. And let them know that we have young Nigerians like us who are delving into this document. Before now, until Peter Obi came to rouse our curiosity, we don't care what there happened. But now P2B has compelled us to go and verify. And we are verifying the Constitution, we are verifying the Electoral Act, we are verifying the guidelines, we are verifying the manuals. And now that we have verified it, we are telling, let me ask us a question. In America and in the United Kingdom, who are the people who acquit or condemn? It's the people, the jury system. You don't need to be a lawyer to be called up to the jury. You just need to be a good citizen. It's a random sampling. They pick anybody and they sit you, and the judge will bring the rule book and say, the case that we're handling today is this. These are the conditions. You're going to hear their case. When you want to make your jury deliberation, follow these rules. It's ordinary people that come out and say, this man should be killed, or this man should be put in jail, or this man should be released. And then the next thing the judge is going to do is to pick the other documents and say, whosoever they told you to kill, this is how you're going to kill them. Kill them with a bullet, or kill them by hanging. Whosoever they say release them and put them in an SUV, or put them on a donkey. That's what the judges do. The people condemn or acquit. Why do they think that we cannot tell INEC that they did the wrong thing? Because we're illiterates or what? We know what the law says, but we gave them the right to hit the gavel and say, what the people have said, I have endorsed.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. CM, I'm going to put you back in the background. Ekene C'Anugo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Okija. Thank you, Chukwuagozie, for coming to address us today. I know that you're not a lawyer. You gave some example, especially the last one you just gave, that in US and Britain, they use the people to determine. I have served in jury duty several times since I've been in US. But the fundamental is that the problem with Nigeria is that there's no law. We wrote laws, we don't follow the law. So the idea that we think, because for me, the judiciary, the Electoral Commission, and Nigerian people, the people that are manhandling Nigerian, didn't anticipate that P2B was prepared for them. For the first time in our history, it looks like somebody took our eyes and removed whatever that they put in our eyes, and now we can see. Now we can see. But I still, when you look at Osho, you use Osho State as an example. But remember, in US recently, they repealed the abortion law. The Supreme Court can go back and say what we said before is not true today. So my concern is that Nigerian law, what we are expecting the lawyers to do, the judges to do, might not be in favor of Nigerian people because of how Nigeria is designed. So my concern from everything that you said, we know that P2B proved everything, and the word he used, I will prove that I won this election, and he have shown it. But the idea that the judiciary system will overturn this election is something that I don't think it will happen. But somebody leave a message. What do you think we will do as individuals if the judiciary system says, guess what? The person that won is the person that won. Everything that you have proven is wrong. What do we do? Where do we go from here, in your own opinion? That is my question for you.
I mean, I think, sorry, I think I've answered. Hello? Yeah, I think he answered that, when he responded to CM. What you have is just righteous anger, that based on every fact available, they still went ahead and they did something else. So that's the only thing they can do. Or except if you can go on the street. But
you can't go on the street because that is what they were anticipating before. If we go on the street, people will be shot and nothing will happen. But unfortunately, when people compare US, Britain with Nigeria, I take offense, serious offense to that. because there is no comparison. Even though we write our laws based on US system, but the lawyers that practice in Nigeria is based on British system. So there's a severe contradiction on those two aspects of Nigerian system, because we wrote our laws based on US laws, but we practice British law. All these people that are 90% of them went to school in Britain, and look at where we are as a country. So
let's take this later, because he has to go. So let's get some other people to answer question. Prince Akwachi, please go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Etel. Good morning, Okija and Scribe and other panelists. Pretty much, for me, I just want to thank you for your analysis, because I know I do watch you on this other platform, Obidients platform, and I kept pondering on this Ihedioha and Uzodinma thing until today that I actually got it clearer. So that is the reason why the LP, the OB lawyers did not present the agent's copy, because I feel that probably if they have provided that, then INEC and APC will connive and probably produce something from the police and say, okay, that is the one from the police. Then that means they're not going to look at the agents and they're going to look at the police and say, okay, so now that I got it clear, thank you so much for what you do. I really got it clear.
But INEC, Labour Party was very smart. I hope you know they provided 10,000 agent copies.
Yes.
But before they did that, they first of all extracted from INEC the blood and blank copies. They first of all bound INEC before dropping their own. So the judges are like, you either annul the election by discountenancing our own, saying it doesn't have appropriate value, or you recognize our own and declare us winner, because we are the only people who have provided the evidence in this court. Head or tail is a devil's alternative to both INEC and APC.
Yeah, that was very smart of them.
Okay, thank you, Prince. Nigerman, please, over to you. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Dr. Tibet, long time, we didn't see you again. I'll be asking of you in Bidati. I didn't see you for a long time. I said, where is you now?
I am in America. You can see I'm in America.
I can see from here now, because I'll be asking the same. I don't see you don't come up for UK. I'll be waiting. Because I've been following you since all this day, because you are most of the person that so much like, because you everything you said, you only bring the far from the constitution. You don't come and be doing all those then say. Even sometimes you have to argue with what is the name? What is the name? The man now that no. This is what the constitution say. It will say no. You are joining there. You will say no. This is what the constitution say. That is why I so much love the way your analysis. So anybody doesn't know, you can say whatever, but you give them facts. Go and bring your own constitution if it's not like that. That is the way I love people. Now, thank you very much. I just come to appreciate you. So I've been following you for a long time. I've heard everything you have said for several times. So there's nothing new about it. I've not heard it from you. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thanks, my brother.
Thank you.
May God answer our prayers, please.
Thank you, Nigerman. Moses Scribe, you came through the back door. I don't know. I wanted to remove you, but I said I would not be happy.
Okija, now, you know how I got in. So, anyways, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I followed your work for during the elections and up to this moment. So, my own personal interest in most of what has been going on is I focus mostly on historical materialism, where we try to backtest things, and we believe humans are a product of their environments. So we backtest things with history and we try and see how we can find correlations. So my question is going to be based, that's the context of what the question that is coming up. And it's going to be on two fronts. One, what appears to be woke leftist ideology or main ways of expression in the whole journey that has been with Obidati and the Obidient movement. And then the other one is going to be what I see like the apparent lack of incitement of women participation from a very, very nucleus level. So I don't know which one do we go with first. I think maybe I'll go with, because the other one kind of riles people up. So let's go with the women participation. In the if you agree with me, I mean the whole thing that we've seen build up to the elections and everything. We had the Aisha Yusufs and everything, DJ Switch. But if you're a student of history and you know how Nigeria got its history, there was the Aba women's riots, Eva Valley, Gari Wars with Alimotu Pelerura, and the abdication of the Alake of Egbaland. But what you see what we are going through now with the class of 66 and class of 99, you would see that there is an absence of those kind of junctures in the history that has not helped us navigate those things. So hence why I term my approach very historical materialism. So when you look at it, don't you think that was something that is highly lacking in the Obidient movement? And let me just end with a quote from Kwame Nkrumah. He said you can measure the degree of revolutionary outcomes by the political maturity of its women. Because if the children are going to go out to protest, throw caution to the wind, it's the women that will give the nod, not the fathers. Don't you agree?
Well, let me put it this way. I must be very, very, very frank with you. When we come down to the whole project of Obidati, the project of Labour Party, they asked them during the Twitter space a fortnight ago, they asked it to be, what is his opinion about the Obidati movement relative to become Labour Party? What he said is, hey guys, you people should come and deliver us. You people should come in and save your country from us. He included himself as part of the career politicians. But you see, I've vested my time more, not on what will happen with the Obidati and Labour Party. I am from Enugu, and I cannot go to tell you more how I am surrounded by PDP apologists. I can't go. But we are all in the same platform, and every now and then I keep hitting. I'm in a platform where I have about 5 lawyers, and I say to them, you went to school, you graduated, you went to law school, you served, and you come back, maybe you start your law firm and other things, and someone who went to school came back, who should be doing his NYSC, abandoned his NYSC, came down to the government house to become chief of staff, and didn't go back to NYSC again. And much later, after about 20 years later, he came back to become your governor and forged an NYSC certificate. And because you're a PDP person, you are protecting him. Forgery is forgery. I said, I did my NYSC in the northern part of the country, where in that year, January 2000, people were dying in Zamfara. Corpers were dying in Zamfara. People travel from Lagos, from Enugu, from Ibadan to go serve in Zamfara, and they are killing them there. And another person was cozying up somewhere in the government house, abandoning his own. So they are like, why are you doing this? And I'm simple to them. This person forged a certificate, NYSC certificate. And forgery is not good. He shouldn't be the governor. They say, but the other person, they don't think he's more competent enough like him. I say, well, even if that person is not competent and the people voted him, let those people who voted him prove his incompetence by his lack of performance. You cannot abandon him and trap him through a forged certificate and say he's incompetent. Prove him first. And so what I'm doing and what I'm interested in now is election was raped, election was abused, The process that led to the declaration is not what it should be, and we are in court. What is the letters of the law saying? Just the same way we used to mark WAEC exams, then they give you the marking scheme. You don't see the face of the person who wrote the WAEC. We are looking at the constitution and other marking scheme for the adjudication of this case. I am not thinking now, what is the campaign? I mean, even if the revolution was not much, whatever the few women you mentioned brought in delivered this election if it was announced correctly. It delivered the motivation of people to come out and to vote. They were plucking their eyes were bleeding, they had bloodied eyes on the day of election, yet they were still coming back to vote. But the state, the swamp, denied the people the result. So let's see what the court will say first, and when take it off from that place.
But
There's a whole lot.
Yeah,
There's a whole lot.
But don't you think that and then this is where I look at it from, though, because the way the women dealt with the British, it's a landmark thing across the world. Like it's never that. I mean, a lot of things about Africa are downplayed. Mansa Musa's journey through the Sahel, if you look at what's happening with Niger right now, and all this thing, you don't see the patterns. But anyways, what I'm saying is, I think that largely that the election would have had more energy and more concreteness if, I think largely women's participation was downplayed. It wasn't encouraged. You should have followed the Fela Kuti's and Alimo Tupelerura model of breaking things down into cells. And that's where my question was going to. But anyways, let me go to the next one. There's a quote by Gustave Le Bon. And he says, the masses have never thirsted after the truth. They turn aside from evidence that is not to their taste, preferring to defy error if error seduce them. Whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever attempts to destroy their illusions is always their victim. An individual in the crowd is a grain of sand amid other grains of sand, which the wind stirs up at will. You look at the journey, everything that we're in right now, and are we really, really telling ourselves the truth? The structure in which you people find yourselves, do you honestly think that you will, you guys think that much would have changed? Buhari dropped the bombshell on Tinubu. Do you think if there was an Obi presidency at the moment that the state of the economy would not be the same state? These are the things that I'm looking at, and I'm wondering, are we really actually showing this? Finally, Nigeria has a political design. There has not been a northerner that has not been a vice president or a president since democracy came. Why are we with all these issues? Do we really understand the historical precedents that has led to the political design that we have today? And why is it that when you present these kind of truths to people, especially the debate about the Muslim thing, look at how Nigerians disrespectfully were looking at the whole issue. Don't you think?
Wait, Scribe, how many questions?
Let me put this in. I'm ending it.
Let's finish with election. What he did.
No. I know we're through with that now. I'm focusing on.
No. We have Mohammed. Mohammed is here.
All right. I can buy out. I can buy out with all the. No problem.
Mohammed, go ahead, please.
All right. Let's leave this.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm just going to be straight to the point. Okay, I want to ask the presenter a question. So what I heard from Obidients mostly is that they are not only asserting that Tinubu did not win, but they're also saying that Obi won the election. So in the context of Nigeria, we know that you need 24 states, 25% in 24 states. As it stands, Obi has 16. So can you name the 8 other states that you think Obi got 25% in that he was rigged out of?
I'm glad you
that's
used
my
the word.
question.
I'm glad you used the word "as it stands," because it is as it stands that they have gone to challenge. They went to challenge the current status quo, the current standing. Now, about 5-point-something million is up for, if the Supreme Court were to look at the law critically, 5-point-something million is being challenged. If they are to step it down to 18,088 polling units, 2.5-something million is being challenged. All right. Now, in their prayer, they did say it, and it is clear. Our votes were suppressed in one condition. Our votes were shifted to the APC. PDP themselves used the amount to say it in Lagos State, that from their situation room, Labour Party got about 900 and something thousand votes. They gave them 500. That
sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you. My question was very specific. I was asking about the 25%. Like if 5 million votes are challenged, so for to assert that Obi won, he must get 25% in 24 states. So right now he has 16. Yeah. I'm saying just name 8 other states that you think he won 25% in.
This way,
I'm not challenging the number of votes. Yeah, sorry.
I put it this way. If they annul the 18,088 polling units, APC will fall to third, Labour Party will go to first, PDP will still remain second, and with the available votes they will now use to declare results, you will now see, because 25% must not be up to 1 million. 25% may be 100,000. And then you will see that they were quoting that they had about 27 states. Now, it is not in their duty and in their report to mention it in their calculation. Remember, if you had read their final address, they keep referring to the justices, the spreadsheet. It's from the spreadsheet that they pulled out the total accreditation, the total number of registered voters, the total accreditation in each state, those who were disenfranchised, and they just made sure they did not use the amount to say, and as you can see, this is the result. Because it's the duty of the court to do the collation. Even the APC went there to say, oh, our Lord Justices, they are telling you don't know how to do your job. They are collating for you. So in their final address, they pulled that statement.
So it seems to me that based on what you have said, is that your if like those places that that you mentioned, this number of votes, 22.5 million or so, were cancelled, that will make Obi president. Okay, if they were cancelled.
In one instance, if it is,
but so then it's a kind of procedural argument that you are making. It's not enough to assert that Obi won. To say that Obi won, you have to prove that he won 25% in 24 states.
Can I come in?
Yeah.
They also attached 10,000 polling unit result, not 10,000 votes. That 10,000 polling unit result, they didn't want to use the amount to tell you the number of votes. Assuming that 10,000 polling unit result, just say if that 10,000 were to be an average of 200, what is 200 multiplied by 10,000 if it is in their favor? There are
10,000 polling units in what state? That's what I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. My question is very, very specific about 25% in 24 states. Why I ask that is, for example,
Mohammed, let him answer.
Okay. That is for the judge's proclamation. There are certain things you adduce and you present, and you now say, I have made this presentation. What do you call it? APC in their first final address tried to indict Labour Party by saying, our Lord Justices, they are doing collation for you people, saying you don't know what to do. So Labour Party was wise in their final address not to drop those numbers, but they made references to the numbers that will compel the judges to eventually declare the last number. And that's how it's supposed to be done.
I think Mohammed, I think you should go and read the final address. You will get
no. For me, really, let me just say something. This the petition tribunal, I did not follow 1 minute of it. Even 1 minute, I did not watch.
Really?
Because to me, if the arguments are procedural and technical and things like that, I'm not interested in that. Because so that's if you have good lawyers, if you have good lawyers, you will.
Mohammed, if you I muted you, if you didn't follow it, there's no need making this argument. So please, please.
I asked a simple question, like give me more states that
we have to move on. We have to move on, Mohammed.
Is it probably because you believe in the old status quo that as long as the president is declared, nobody can change him, so you didn't want to bother yourself? Is that the reason?
Okay,
did not answer my question.
Excuse
Fine,
me.
I'm leaving.
Please. No. Leave Mohammed. Mohammed, don't go yet. Mohammed, you've had Bola Tinubu being declared at 4 a.m. as the winner of the election. From your own research, please,
I mean, Dr. Dominic, please go ahead. Ask your question, please.
Good afternoon, Doc. And Okija and Okija, you're doing a good job. I was surprised to see you hosting today. It's always nice to see
try my
everyone.
luck.
I said to come and hail you. I came to hail you and then hail Doc. Everyone here knows that I'm not obedient. And one thing I've always said in this platform is I'm a supporter of the likes of Shore, but I feel like there's a man for every moment. And so if Obi fits the bill at this current political dispensation, or this current political climate, then it's better to have someone like him bridge that gap where we can at least start to take Nigeria away from the old order. That's my political sentiment. So for me, there's no motivation for me necessarily to follow the Election Petition Tribunal, because for me, it was like the same old nonsense. But I think actually listening through the cases and the 5 prayers and the arguments that are being made, I start to learn a lot about the Nigerian Constitution. And I see that some parts of it are actually for us, and some parts of it are designed to maintain the old order. I heard Mohammed's question. Mohammed, let me just offer this comment, and then I'll ask the doctor a question. Sometimes things aren't always black and white. And when people present cases, sometimes you want to present the case and lay the evidence before the arbiter. Sometimes you don't want to tell the arbiter what to decide. You lay it in front of them, and you don't preempt them. You lay it in front of them, make it obvious what the answer is. And you hope that they make that conclusion. Sometimes when you jump the gun and make that conclusion, you end up, shooting yourself in the leg. That is what I've learned in terms of the final summary. So the Labour Party may not necessarily present to you and say, this is the number of states we won, but they hope that the justices, in doing the correct thing, whatever the Labour Party thinks that is, would reach that conclusion, because the Labour Party thinks that it has laid that evidence to that end. And so wanting
let me just very quickly, because I will leave now.
Wanting a black and white
just to respond to what you said.
Oh, go ahead.
Just quickly. So you said that we shouldn't jump to conclusions and everything. I just asked a simple question. So what I heard the presenter, he made good arguments, and I had some bad arguments as well. That's why if you're asserting that not only that Tinubu did not win, if you're also asserting that Obi won, okay? I'm not saying anything about the first, I'm saying something about the second. If Obi won, it means he must have gotten 25% in 24 states, okay? I'm just saying he has 25% in 16 states, which I'm accepting. I'm saying give me 8 more states you think he got 25% in. For example, I know he didn't get 25% in Borno, my home state. Tell me that he got 25% there. Tell me that he got 25% elsewhere. I'm asking a factual question. I did not say anything. You're the one that is saying Obi won. I'm not saying anything. So but I did
Dr.
not
Dominic,
give any...
Dr. Dominic, please.
You are assuming
Dr. Dominic, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Please.
Yeah.
Do you know that by March 26th, I concluded my analysis on Rivers State. I posted the result online. Premium Time bumped into that and did their own and found a result. They did their own conclusion. Much later, BBC did their own. These 3 independent bodies, remove me, I am a nobody. BBC is a big media house. Their integrity is at stake. You can sue them and you make a lot of claims if you think they're lying against you. But do you know that Labour Party at the end did not use their mouth to mention a number that they call their final vote in Rivers State, despite the fact that they used their mouth to say, we won Rivers State, but they did not say, we win with this number. The same thing BBC. BBC had a number. Premium Time had a number. I had a number. But the people themselves who should own the number just say, we won. But the judge, use your mouth to tell us what is the number.
Yeah, but Obi has 25% in River State already. He has it in Lagos already. I'm saying the states that he doesn't, the INEC says he doesn't have, tell me that he has it in those states.
Haven't
Tell
I
me that he
established-
wants
No,
25%.
Mohammed, excuse me.
Mohammed,
Please,
Mohammed,
please,
Anyway,
excuse
I
me.
have to leave,
Okija.
please.
Okija,
You did not answer the question.
No, Mohammed, don't leave. I will answer it. Please,
Yeah.
please, Mohammed.
Okay, I'll stay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you are on about 25%. Do you know that Tinubu, who they declared winner, part of the states they gave to Tinubu was River State? Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
Okay.
Tell me no or yes.
Okay, I will say something.
Or you do not.
Okay.
No. You say you want, because you ask a specific, you want specific answer. So I give you three options.
Yes, I will.
Tell me.
I will give you specific answer.
No. The three options are: tell me yes, no, or I don't know. Which of them?
Okay, I will tell you a specific answer.
Which of the three?
Answer. I will differ from most Tinubu supporters. I'm not okay.
You see, you are telling
I will
story.
differ from them.
Yes, no, or I don't know.
Please let me answer it. What I'm saying is, I think something fishy has happened in Rivers.
You are not answering it.
But
yes,
okay,
no, or
what
I
I'm
don't
saying-
know. Three options.
Sorry. Yes,
It's
no, I
very
don't
clear.
know to whether or not
You
Tinubu
don't-
was given
Exactly.
Rivers when he didn't deserve it.
Exactly. You don't know. That's okay. You've answered the question. That's okay. No.
The way you
You've
phrase it,
answered
I will
it.
say I don't know. Yes, I will say I
It's
don't
okay.
know.
It's
Yes,
okay.
yes,
You don't know.
okay.
That's
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
And the next person, please. That's okay.
So,
Okay.
Dominic,
let me
go
conclude
ahead.
so I don't take up much of time. But Mohammed, I would say one thing,
Yeah.
and this is not to disrespect you.
Yeah.
If you didn't watch the proceedings, at least have some level of understanding or breakdown of what was said in the proceedings, or even listen to what Mr. Ethelbert said, then I think you make the mistake of asking questions that are either already answered by following the proceedings or answered by Mr. Ethelbert. So I think you coming to ask certain questions and telling us that you did not even follow the proceeding is more of like you're coming with a closed-mindedness, or you already have a set person that you are fixated on in terms of supporting. You didn't come here with an open mind. I know.
No. This is a fair question. Sorry, Dominic, but this is a very fair question.
What I'm saying is, I'm not attacking your question. What I'm saying is, you're even telling us that you didn't follow the proceedings. So already,
Yes, I did not follow the proceedings. I did not follow, but you that followed the proceedings, answer the question. What did the Labour Party or PDP say?
But when he gave you a fair, and you said it's a fair question, he gave you a fair answer. Why were you arguing about the fair
What was the answer? What was the answer?
He gave
What
you the
were
answer.
the 8 states?
Let me say something.
Anyway, I will stop asking.
Mohammed, if I did not follow the proceedings, I would ask the kind of question you asked. And if he didn't give me a straightforward yes or no answer, I would say he doesn't want to answer the question. But because I followed the proceedings and I understood the sense in how the Labour Party argued and the PDP and the rest argued, it allowed me to understand that sometimes in law, you don't always need to have a yes or no answer. And you don't always have to preempt and say, this is what I am asking for. You actually hope that people get to that. That's what you learn. So if you have an open mind, I would say go find some channel on, read the proceedings, read the final arguments, and you understand why he did not give you a straightforward answer. Sometimes everything in life is not always black and white. That's what I have, and that's what I have to say to you. And I didn't get a chance to watch all of what you said, Doc, but I think I'll go back later and watch it. But I like how you actually broke things down and you showed people a pictograph of how things were. The whole APM, I didn't know about the APM arguments up until I started watching some channels online, and it started to make sense. The whole double nomination and withdrawing a candidate and not replacing a candidate on time, that makes so much sense. My question to you is, given the current political climate and how crazy things are, there's a way we expect things to be done. Election petition, either Tinubu won or did not win. What do you think is the safest way for the judges to come to a conclusion? I guess my question is there a safe way to come to a conclusion and say this person won or did not win? Like, what do you think is a safe option so we can maintain peace and still have Nigeria move on? I know it's a tough one.
To be honest, I've thought about this all the time. In fact, sometimes when I talk with Okija, we say, okay, let us be
What
the
is
judge
the
and
safest option?
see how we deliver this child. You know, this is a complicated situation.
Can you deliver justice in a safe way? That I guess that's the best way to ask.
We used to think of that. To be honest, there's no right and the wrong way to look at it.
No,
but
Dr. Chukwuagozie, before you answer that, remember what Ojei-san said to the court: "Let heaven fall,
and yes, heaven will still remain." There's actually a judge that made that statement that everybody's quoting now, and PDP would like to end all the addresses with that statement. If you've read the address, but that was reference to a judge that made that statement and said, "Let heaven fall," and and let justice still remain. And after the justice was delivered, the heaven was still standing. However, in this particular situation, the challenge here is that in order to clear APC's candidate of a lot of allegations hanging on his neck, there's going to be a whole lot of how do I put it? Our constitution is going to be impacted. Because if they make this statement, for instance, that 10 years is all you need to give you a clearance, it becomes a standard, it becomes a precedent that anybody is going to quote, except if you're already sentenced to death and you've been hanged. If they talk on the FCT Abuja and say, you don't need to get 25%, it becomes a rewriting of the understanding of the Constitution, because until now, it has not been challenged like that. All right. And then, if the Supreme Court goes based on what Enahoro Eba did with respect to the certificate and still give a clean check, it was a subpoena. It was a university that a law court subpoenaed to produce those documents. It means that there's going to be issue with our Evidence Act, especially it has to do with forgery. It's a very, very complicated issue. To be honest, I feel for those men. And then if they drop the hammer, trust me, I think APC, they are praying for a rerun now. And they are begging that it is just on the issue of Abuja. They are happy to accept Abuja, because if they accept Abuja and every other thing stands, it means that the shame their candidate will bear will be covered by the Supreme Court. That the issue of criminality and forgery and everything. But the implication is that it's going to spread across again. Like, look at what is happening in the ministerial nomination. 5 people nominated are riddled with the issue of certificate forgery, name falsification, and what have you. Will the Supreme Court do this thing to validate it or use it? It's a complex situation. But what APC is begging, let me say what APC is begging is that Supreme Court will uphold Abuja that you must get 25% and declare election number 2. And they're also begging that let it not be Labour Party, let it be PDP and APC. That may be a safe path. But of course, unfortunately, if that be the case, it's going to be APC and Labour Party. And if it becomes APC and Labour Party, pardon?
The last part is going to be APC. How so?
Or if you just look at our Constitution, section 134, subsection. Pardon?
You said
it says
and APC.
You're going to pick the party that won the majority and select the other party that has the majority of the states. It means you're going to go to each state where PDP and Labour Party won and begin to say, okay, Labour Party, you won in this state at what percentage? 55. You succeeded.
Oh.
Now they say, oh, APC, Labour Party, so you're in Lagos. You actually won Lagos, but it's not up to 50%. So you lose Lagos. It didn't count for you because majority is 50% plus. So when that happens, Labour Party won 7 states and APC and PDP won, I think, 3 or 4 states. So that is how they got knocked. In fact, Festus Okoye before the election said it with his mouth. This thing I'm saying now. Kadarea, the lady who used to interview for NTA, said it with her mouth, including this FCT team. But because now all of them have gone into their holes. They're all hiding. Assuming the tide were to be the other way, you will see them singing and repeating themselves. So I don't know how it happens. Now, even if the Supreme Court were to say, we completely annul the result because INEC messed up, these same cases, because you can't go change the document you're submitted, everything, the status quo as at 24th of February will still stand, which means even if APC wins again, they will still be disqualified on the basis of these allegations. So, Mr. Dr. Dominic, let's leave that one for the judges. We, the jury, we have found that there is violations of our constitution. Let the judges declare the sentence.
Please,
I
have an observation. I have an observation.
Hold on, CM. Let's get Ify and man of procedure. Then you can go ahead, please. Ify, please go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Good afternoon. Hey, Dr. Ethelbert, good afternoon. I didn't really listen to your earlier in the morning, but I have a question for Mohammed, but he left. My question for him, and if anybody, he keeps saying that, how can Obi prove that he didn't win or that he won in the Northern State? And my question is this: why is it so difficult for them to not show them the beavers? Why are they hiding it? If they have released these beavers, I don't think we would have been here talking about this. This would have been a case closed. So I wanted to ask him, how are we sure that Obi did not win Borno? Or how are we sure that Atiku did not win Borno? Even this Northern or Core North people keep saying there is no way Obi would have won. And why is this so difficult? Why did INEC not, give them the whole information? Why did they not release the result? If they feel that this is the right result, here is the beaver machine. Look at it, and you will see that we have presented you guys with the whole material. So why is it difficult? I get irritable when people keep saying that there is no way this person could have won the corner. How? Why not? We don't even know who won this election, to be honest with you. We don't know. Because everybody's biased because of the what they presented. And I have another question. Why should they announce this election, this result at 4 a.m.? Why? I have never seen that done. Why everybody? It's like you stole something. It's telling me that you're trying to cover something. That's why you were quickly able to, even tell the person that you're going to announce that he won. Because if not, I don't see no reason why Tinubu should be awake at 4 a.m., waiting well-dressed with his friends, waiting for that result to be announced. So I don't understand. This whole thing is so shady. So I think, I don't know what the jury, what the verdict will be. But honestly speaking, in my own opinion, I don't believe in our tribunal. I don't believe in our judiciary. Honestly, we are the worst corrupt you can ever think of in this whole world. But if they decide or if they, give the verdict otherwise, I will be shocked. To be honest with you, I will jump on this table and be shocked. And I'll be like, okay, we are heading somewhere if that ever happens. But this issue of move on, the election is over. There is no way people can move on. Because what you're telling me is that in the next election, the same thing will happen. Are you going to tell people to move on? How are we even going to fix this country, Nigeria? And somebody mentioned something, this ministerial appointments. We have people with the same issue. Look at what is happening in Enugu State. The governor, I think he has an issue with NYSC certificate. And it keeps going on and on and on and on. For how long are we going to do that? If you ask me who I went to primary school with, I will tell you. I will tell you where I went to primary school. I will tell you where I went to secondary school. I will tell you where I attended my university. I will tell you where I got my master's program and even my undergrad when I came to this country. So why is it difficult to name the people and say that these are my classmates? I don't know. I don't get it. So, we need to tell ourselves the truth in this country that this is not working.
Let him answer. If he's sorry,
I want to now answer one of Dr. Dominic's questions through what Ify just said. The results so far declared, when we're talking about maintaining peace in Nigeria, Nigeria is already troubled. Because if the number of the total valid votes that INEC declared, the total valid vote, were to be a representative case, because that number is what they are telling us that have now determined our fate, quote and unquote, until the next 4 years. It means that that 66% of Nigerians are not in support of the government in power, because it's only about 34% that voted them. So the question is, will the court, even if we want to look about social justice, will the courts make 66% angry in order to please 34? Or will the court say, what shall we do to make 60? Look at Glasgow Smith Line. They just left Nigeria.
Yep.
They just left Nigeria after
Yep.
51 years of being in Nigeria.
Yep.
And the reason they gave is this, that they do not see a future in Nigerian market.
Nigeria.
Now, for
And
such
it's
a company that has their R&D and their research and everything, they can't just make such a spontaneous decision. We know what is called short term is about 12 months. Medium term is about 36 months. Long term is 37 months plus. For a company that have invested in a country for over 51 years to pack and go, they must have done an analysis and projected that even in the next 10 years, this way is going, there's no hope. That is, they're trying to say that all the 48 months of this government will plunge them deeper into hole, because the previous 48 months times 2 rubbish them. So will the judges not even ask themselves, are we going to brutally destroy our, because if the judges goes ahead to give INEC a pat in the back, you know what they have done? They have just castrated the 2022 Electoral Act and make it just nothing but a ghost of 2010 Electoral Act. Will the judges do a thing like that? Will the judges not even think that this whole thing we're talking was over $1 billion that we wasted? So if you, my sister, and Dominic, my brother, let the voice of conscience and let the judges know that I told you, Okija, that as long as I'm concerned, APC is not the problem of Nigeria. PDP is not the problem. Politicians are not the problem of Nigeria. You know the problem of Nigeria? The judiciary. Because if they drop the hammer on them, if the politicians knows that if they run, I mean, you know what we did when we were children? You wanted to manipulate your dad, and then you run to your mom, and your mom slap you back to your dad. You're not going to do that again. But if you're going to get refuge with one of your parents, you will become a pro in that scheme. If they keep telling us to go to court, and the court keep validating them, then the court is our problem. If the judges will wake up this time around and say, let us break this rat race and let the heaven fall, you will realize that the heaven will still be hanging and Nigeria will be emancipated.
Yeah,
it is not impossible. Pray for Nigeria. It's not impossible.
Dr. Chukwuagozie has another meeting in 15 minutes, so we're going to use that.
I don't know if you want to accept more people, but
yeah, let me prestige. Let's prestige. Go ahead first. Then
thank you, Dr. Ethelbert. Hopefully, we'll connect sometime in the future.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Dominic.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Dr. Chukwuagozie, nice to meet you on this platform. I just got in, oh, he's gonna, okay. I just got it. So I didn't hear your summation on what you speak about the present situation going on. But let me comment about the other guy that just left, Mohammed. He's an APC, person. So don't be worried about that. He's gonna be very biased in that regard. I mean, he's a typical APC. I know him very well. In many platforms. But anyway, let me go to my question. My question is that I have not been following the tribunal because I don't believe in Nigerian. When it comes to the judiciary. So, having said that, what is the premises Obi is contesting this election? Is it just the 25% of Abuja, or is it more? Can you just a little bit of information on that?
Well, because of time, you may probably need to go back to the beginning, because that is where we started. We call it the prayers of the Labour Party. They have three main grounds. The first ground was on the factors that would disqualify the APC candidate because of the 460,000 forfeiture, and then double nomination of the running mate of the Shettima, and the 25% of FCT they are contesting, and generally INEC bungling of the whole electoral process, abandoning relevant sections of the Electoral Act to do what they want. Those are their prayers. They are challenging it. They are saying that if what INEC did is to be upheld, then the whole election is a mess, and they have adduced evidence in court that prove that INEC substantially did not comply to the Electoral Act, a factor which, if the court uphold, will either return Labour Party based on what they have presented as the winner, or cancel the whole election entirely.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. CM. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Okija. Dr. Chukwuagozie, what I want to point out is this. You know, I'm not a tribunal, but I'm worried that for somebody to say a rerun means there is no clear winner, or that the people that you want to participate in the rerun are tied, sort of. Something like you play football, no clear win after 90 minutes, you say go to penalty shootout. So what I'm trying to point out is, are we basing the rerun or not? I think the rerun should have been, they will remove all the fake results, distill it very well, then use the total number that are really genuine results and check. Based on that, they know whether there will be rerun or not. Because people are still building on the fact that INEC announced Tinubu as the winner of Rivers State, which we know is not. So, and then from what we've seen in the tribunal, is it not 18,000? Is it 18,000 blood votes or something? 88. Yeah. So when you remove all those, you know, you remove the bad eggs, so that you now know the real number of eggs that are available, and then who scores what before you now determine which party will go for a run or not, or if there is need.
Now look at what the law says. The number they have declared as the total valid votes is fixed. Nobody's shifting it. So when they now fault in some votes and pull it out, if the number of faulty votes becomes greater than the difference between the declared winner and the second runner-up, the law says that election will be cancelled, because it means that the votes, and so far Labour Party has identified about more than 5 million votes that is either inaccessible on the IREV or blank and blurred. And because by law, IREV is the reference arbiter where what is authentic will be determined, it means that if IREV is not there to validate all the votes cast and announced, there has to be something. And if that number of votes is greater, I mean, if 5 million votes is in question out of about 20-something million votes that they declared, check it. They are going to say that the violation substantially affected the outcome to the extent that people are going to go back to the polling, to the ballot again. That is the implication of what will happen in the 18,088. If that one, which is about 2.56 million, were to be acknowledged by the court and removed from the total vote cast, then there is a problem. The only thing that is going to happen is cancellation. But if they remove it and bring in the copies that Labour Party brought in and use it to dilute the results, because the intelligent thing is that those places where the results were blurred were where they manipulated for APC. The result where they gave Labour Party votes, you can see it online. But the result where they gave APC votes, you can't see it online. And so if they were to cancel that, that's why I said before, and say, okay, we're just going to cancel that, you will see that APC will drop to number 3, because majority of the votes INEC used to pad up the account were manipulated and mutilated. And someone is asking here, what of the police copy? Well, evidence tendering is over. The police copy is not there. And Labour Party shouldn't be looking for the police copy when INEC has given them their own copy, and their own copy is equal to blank.
Okay, so thank you, Dr.
So just okay. So in other words, whatever copy that INEC give, please.
Please,
it's called the probate value.
Yeah.
It's called the probate value based on our evidence act. If you go to
I have quite a lot to say. I'm really becoming interested. I have quite a lot to bring up.
You can give him my number. You can give him my number, and we keep chatting offline.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And if we wait, they don't schedule judgment day. By the end of the month, we have to let Dr. Chukwuagozie come back again. Number 6, please ask the last question because Dr. Ethelbert has to go.
Thank 6. You. Thank you so much. I just want to, provoke you. With all this that is going on, what is the essence of the Nigerian state? What do the Nigerian people hope to achieve, particularly the leaders, when they can't even conduct elections and the corruption in the system, like you can see the certificate issues, very basic issues that are difficult to argue. In the nutshell, what is the essence of this country we call Nigeria? In your home. Thank you.
Nigeria is a peace-loving nation. Yesterday, I had about 30 minutes talking with a young chap. When I did my youth service in Adamawa State in 2000, he was just 10 years. And then we reconnected again on Facebook. And we're talking yesterday. He's now 33 years. He's doing well. He's married. He has family. And I just kept telling him, I can't wait to come back to Adamawa. I miss you guys. What of this person? What of that person? What? I was mentioning names. What of Mahmoud? What of the? I was mentioning Hausa name, Arabic name, English name. I have lovely friends I met there. It's a political class that is using us as a pawn in their chess. Nigerians love themselves. Whether they are Muslims or Christians or Ibibio and this, we know where our differences come in as per Muslims and Christians, but we know where our friendship converge as friends in Nigeria. I had a program last night in one of the channels where I was making a presentation. I have most of my work, both in Obidients Family TV, you can go there, or Ifeoma Edu from YouTube. You can go there to watch most of my work. And one of the person that we featured there yesterday, I used to think she's a Yoruba person because she lives in Ekiti State. So my host said something in Igbo, and I quickly popped up and said, Ifeoma, why are you speaking Igbo? Do you think Gloria understand what you're saying? And the guy started laughing. I said, I am actually an Igbo girl. I came to Ekiti State to serve. Can you imagine? And I say, that is the beauty of NYSC. I am one of those persons that love the whole spirit that is behind NYSC. But the political class, they are using us. They are using us. And the unity we advanced during this campaign, the Obidients team coming from the north, all those Muslims, all those Christians, all those Hausa, all those Yoruba, teaming up. Who told you that it is the Igbo vote that gave Obi victory in Lagos State? Who told us? It is Nigerians' vote. Look at how we marry each other. What? Look at how we marry. I saw somebody from my town yesterday, last week, he was texting me, can I support him? He's married to one girl from Cameroon. The other one is marrying with one Calabar girl, is marrying one guy from Zamfara. When it comes to things that matter, we love ourselves as brothers and sisters. But this political class, they are using us. And if we wake up now and stand our ground, we'll flush them out. And that's what Obi is asking us to do, to stand up now and not allow them. Look at it. They have started bringing their sons, their daughters back to become the chairman, Senate committee of this. After our people our youth have gone to shoot gun and scatter vote for them, it's their own children. It's their own children that are member of House of Assembly. The former Minister of Information, he is a minister. His son is a member of House of Assembly. Look at them. At the end, they bring their own children, their cousins, their brothers, and they dump us.
That's right. That's what I said earlier in the morning, that maybe 20 years from now, we're going to hear El Rufai's son being the president of Nigeria. Don't be surprised.
He's a legislature now.
Yeah, of course. And that's what I said early this morning. So it's just like we're recycling the same thing. And what makes you think that Nigeria is going to get better? It's not going to get better. It's the same political people 20, 30 years ago that I was born. I'm still seeing the same people in politics. I haven't, maybe one or two new faces. So we're not heading nowhere.
If you as old as I am, all those social studies you used to do, you're mentioning the names of political office holders. As a primary school person in social studies, you met them in secondary school in history. You experienced them in university as people who are deciding who will be your so and so. And now you enjoy them.
You're still seeing them.
Okay. Please, one more last observation, please, before I let you go.
CM,
okay.
Please. He has another meeting in 3 minutes. Doctor.
Okay. Just 1 minute. 1 minute now.
No. Because he has to say something before he leaves. Please, Doctor Chukwuagozie, say something before you leave.
What I want to say to us Nigerians and lovers of Nigeria is that they told us in science that a catalyst is something that stirs up the rate of chemical reaction. No matter how little it is, the impact could be felt. Please, let's sustain this campaign. Even this media campaign we're doing, you see how the lawyers used to come and they say before the social media. So they are listening to us. I have a friend. This friend is a son of a retired justice of the Supreme Court. I talk with him all the time. His father is following. I have another person who is a retired judge who listens every day. I finish a program either with Obidients or Ifeoma Edu. The man listens. So when I'm talking expecting that he's going to listen to what I am saying. His son too is a civil activist living overseas. I don't want to mention the country. So what I'm trying to say is that these people, they are hearing us. And they are now understanding that we're waking up, that we're intelligent, that we are researching, that we are monitoring them, knowing whether they will disappoint us again or not. And that majority of Nigerians want justice. They should not be trying to please the minority when the majority that will make Nigeria great want them to just do the right thing. And judges, please, don't be afraid. More people are in your support to do the right thing than the minority that are threatening you. If the judge, imagine if the judgment comes out tomorrow and INEC is giving a clean bill of health. Do you think there'll be celebration on the street of Nigeria? Imagine if the reverse is the case. The judges, they too, they have emotions. Do the right thing, and God bless you all.
Chukwuagozie, do you have a podcast?
Thank you very much.
I haven't started yet. Maybe in the near future.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. You've been a blessing to many people. After this election, you've provided a lot of analysis and things that help people to get to the facts. Just like I said when I was talking to you, so after the judgment day, if you're not happy and you know the reason, why they rule against you. So thank you very much. I hope you will come back next time. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Have a great time, people, please. Bye.
Well.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a short break and we'll come back to this. I think there are some people who were not here. Okay.
Oh, good. Oh. Yeah, he's gone, but I think the show is still on. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's not one.
We are back. First of all, I want to apologize to Dr. Rudolph. I've been sitting down for like about 3 hours, and like I didn't know that this is how he feels like every weekend. It's not easy, navigating things in the background, trying to put this up there and something up there. It's not easy. It's a difficult job. But thank you guys, for staying with us and listening to Dr. Ethelbert. I appreciate your questions. I appreciate some people that gave to the channel to support the channel. Please, thank you. God bless you. It's not easy. I don't know how Dr. Damages, does this like every weekend. So out there, if you are there, if you want to support the channel, please go ahead and support the channel. He deserves it. And so I'm gonna go to people that didn't ask question. We will, start with them, and then go. Everybody else will continue speaking. I don't know.
Greetings, Okija. Can I do some this in promotion of the site? Because this is the Iroko Post site. I think the viewers that are watching, they're about 413, and on the Iroko Post page, it is showing 124 subscribers. So can we go and subscribe to this channel just in case Dr. Damages is, anytime it is suspended, the viewers have the other channel as a backup. So Dr. Damages wants viewers to go to the other channel and subscribe to it. Is the Iroko Post TV, and it is currently showing 124 subscribers, but we have 417 viewers at the moment. So I would like to see the subscribers increase, because we've been doing this for weeks now, but our Nigerians, we are taking our time, and 124 subscribers we've seen on the Iroko Post. And so please go and subscribe there so that we can always have this backup sister channel as in case anything happens to Iroko Post. You just never know. Nigerian government could pull one fast one, or YouTube decides to do whatever they want to do. So I'm monitoring it right now. Let's see if anyone. Okay, 3 people have subscribed. Is 127 from 124. So that's 3 people out of let me say 300. 3 people out of 200. I think let's try to get that thing up to 140 at least. That's just 14, 124. That's 16 people that are viewing right now from 400. Let's see. Okay, 129 is gotten up to 129. Yeah, 129. It's not moved yet. At this 400, just spam. Let me send it. Let me send the link again, just in case you need.
Like and share.
Let's do this one because I think this is getting urgent because the pace at which it is picking up is too slow. So we have to literally stop the show to ensure our fellow Nigerians don't get too distracted with the discussions. Let's see. So they don't. Okay, I'm sending the link again. It's on the chat right now, so you should have it. So you can go and subscribe there. This is important. Okay, 133. So 7 remaining to get to 140. And that is not a lot. 393. You would think it would just straight to 140. Okay, okay, it's getting close now. Just 2 to get to 140. Okay, it's 140. Now you see, you had to stop the show. For 3 straight shows, I've been sharing the link. About 3 at a time is subscribing. All right, thank you guys for getting it to 140. Next time we try to be adding 20 at least. Oh, 148. You see, they've gone really further now. 150. That's it. Yeah, you see, that's how it's supposed to be. Let's keep getting it up. 151. That's what we are talking about. That's what we are talking about. That's what
take it to 200.
I like to set achievable goals. Let's see now. You'll be surprised. You might get there.
200.
Okay.
Leave that in.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's head for 200. Do you think we should head for 200 panelists? Do you think we should go for 200? Okay, let's go for 200. Okay, let's go for 200. 200 is not exactly a lot. We have 386.
Carry on. Subscribe. If you are holding orange, leave that orange first. Subscribe.
Please come on. If 151, this is well beyond what I actually wanted them to do. But 200, let's see now whether they can get up to 200. So let me send a link again so that you can have it ready, the new one, and then just click. You will see the Iroko post and subscribe. That's it. And if you have the drop down link that comes with the subscribe, you want to select all, I think, so that so 152. There was a surge from 130 something to 150. Now it slowed down again to 152. So let's see. It's still 152, not moving. And this needs to happen so that we can pick the channel start, because this channel is how many thousands? Almost 70,000 subscribers, but the other one is struggling to get up to 200. Unbelievable.
Okay.
Okay, 57.
Yeah,
okay, let's do 160. Then later on we can stop it again and bring people back on this, because 200, my fellow Nigerians, we have ambition, but I don't know whether I will set this type of high ambition at this early stage. They have to get used to it. They have to get used to it.
Those who are watching on Facebook and Twitter, go to the channel, go to YouTube and like and subscribe.
Yeah, a lot of people have subscribed, you know, because it was 124, it's now going to 160. So, you know, I think it's north of 30 already. I've gone there. So that is quite positive. I think it's one of the highest surge actually. 59, and then we can just carry on with the discussion. I think I may stop it maybe 2 hours later to, you know, ask them to do similar again. Got new set of people will join, and it's 390 now. Seriously, there are some people that are holdouts out there. There are still some
159,
holdouts.
we need one more person. We have 159. We need one more person, please.
Ah, 160. Congratulations, Nigerians. We have accomplished something today. we have done it. 160. I think 136 Nigerians have gone over there out of 390 to go and sign up. That is an achievement. Barely 1%, but it's all good. You know, you have to start from somewhere. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, forefathers. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And thank you, Dr. Pansat gave £20, $20. And
Alexander Gomez.
Yeah, another 10
Diaz. I hope I pronounced that well. Diaz, or I hope I pronounced that well. She gave before. Thank you guys
for
supporting Dr. Damages. He deserves it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to people that they didn't get opportunity to ask questions. So make a comment. Tone, let's start with you.
Okay, hi. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Right. My question is, if APC is pushing for a rerun, they must have something up their sleeves. They're so confident about it. What could possibly that be? Could it be another dimension of rigging? Are we going to get into these maze again of talking about rigging again? If a rerun is to be authorized by the judiciary, my personal opinion is I think a rerun doesn't make any sense. If a fraud and abnormally has been identified, Tinubu should be suspended, and the person that appears to have won the election should just be declared a winner, because calling for a rerun will just be another bunch of rubbish and a financial burden on the state of Nigeria. This is my take.
Okay, thank you. Who is Nigerian? Please go ahead with your comment.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. But my belief is that I don't think there will be another financial burden for that, because before the election, they asked INEC that if there is a runoff, he said they prepare for it. So that's why they print extra ballot paper and everything. So they didn't go for runoff now. So that one is still there. I think for that one, for the financial aspect. But for the rerun, nobody want that one, because if they go for a rerun, Akpabio will take over. Tinubu have to step down. So, and this one that he have placed a minister everywhere. So everybody will work for Tinubu back. Unless if the prayer of Peter Obi is answered that Tinubu should be disqualified, should not participate on the rerun. That is another go for the Labour Party, which I would love to happen. So that is thing I will believe in that. My prayer for the prayer, and I pray for that prayer too to happen that way, because APC participating in the rerun. That is just APC assumption. That is their own prayer they want to happen, because they know that is why they are fixing all this minister everywhere, so that if anything happens, they want to work for him, for them in the election. But that one will not happen in Jesus' name. the best thing they just disqualify, give Obi his mandate and let peace reign. Thank you.
Okay, Nigerian, when you're talking about INEC, there are no more cost. Don't you think, what about the logistics? They still have to hire another round of NURT.
No, before you go and watch it, is there. Not that what I'm saying is there when they ask them.
That's for the ballot, for the papers. But then they're gonna mobilize people. They have to say.
No, but excuse me. Assuming the day they declare that result, that there was no clear winner, are they going to ask for more money when they say they are prepared for runoff? So that is the way. I don't know, but that is the way. Assuming that
Najaman, sorry, I do apologize to Bajin. You know that the INEC has never kept their word, even though they said that to us. I heard it as well. How are we going to believe that they will keep to their words? Because they keep moving the goalpost, so to say. They'll say one thing, they'll never stand by what they said. They'll come back with another thing.
Yeah, but they said they print 400, 200 million and 96 million ballot paper for the election, and another extra 96 million for the runoff. So
but like Okija said, the logistic and all that, people that are going to participate in this, you're going to pay them, and that's money.
Yeah, but we didn't pay. Excuse me. Let me just speak for my own side. If it's runoff, let me speak clearly. If it is runoff, let me speak for my own side. So I don't want to generalize. If it is runoff, Peter Obi side, that is where I am for my own. Let me clear there. So there is no prayer in runoff. Even those that want to be runoff want to be afraid of Tinubu maybe for another ringing election. Peter Obi prayer said, judiciary should disqualify APC. That is Tinubu for participating in the runoff if there is any. So, and I think they will tell the judge to mandate the INEC, even though they are going to be to mandate the INEC that they must collect the result from the IRF, and IRF must everything, not the other one. They will say like the last time they said they have the IRF there is glitches, so they will mandate that this will be ordered from the judge. You understand? So that's about. But on Portal B side, I don't think there will be any runoff. Tinubu is not qualified. I've told him everybody is begging he should resign. Is he competent? So I don't pray. There's no why is he coming for runoff to do what again?
No, I mean
to run to ring the election.
Nigerian, we are saying this in case of eventuality, what if for instance
that news came out, Okija, that news came out from APC. That news didn't come out from the court. It came out from APC. If you watch the Labour Party chairman, he said that is what they hear from APC. They are preparing for runoff. So they are not.
I'm just playing devil's advocate because what I'm thinking, okay, if there is another rerun and they with Babio in charge, they did the same thing they did in Lagos during the governorship election. So that's gonna be another problem for the election. So are we going to have another rerun after rerun? So we keep having election.
There's no rerun. Tinubu is already
disqualified. Right.
There's nothing. For me, I'm speaking from my own side. What I believe, what I see in their petition and everything. Tinubu is disqualified. There's no rerun. That is APC. APC. That is what they are. That is their own prayer. What they want. So that one, I don't believe that one will happen. So they didn't win the election.
I want to ask you a question. Okay, would you mind if Nigeria would spend about $500 billion naira for another election, but get it right?
We're going to get it. When APC put
no, I'm just a particular question. Do you think what is it? We spend $500 billion.
That is wasting of money. There's no more. That is wasting of money, Okija. Please, that is wasting of money. Okay. That is wasting of money. There is no need for that. There is no money to pay for rerun. The money is already there, so you cannot say they will not only. But there is no rerun in our own. If you are APC, you can pay for rerun. But for me, there is no rerun. That is my own stand on my own side. So everybody is free. But our prayer, there is no rerun there. So it's APC that is praying for that. I don't know why they are looking for rerun. When Tinubu is not qualified, a drug baron, a thief, a criminal, a terrorist group, all of them. So what are they doing there? Incapable. There is nothing. You don't even need to do rerun. This call is supposed to go ahead and say, this man is incapable. Look at what is happening in the country. Let him just resign, and go and enjoy your.
But Nigerian man, that is not the reason to cancel the election. But I think I get where Okija is coming from. I get where Okija is coming from because a rerun is actually cheaper than anarchy. So sometimes when we say no rerun,
there's no anarchy. There's no anarchy. No heaven before, my brother. No anarchy. If it doesn't live there, if there's a rerun, there will be anarchy. It's better you should just resign so that there will be no anarchy. Rerun will bring anarchy. Because if you do rerun now, you come back again. So we'll go back to court again.
Okay. Thank you, Nigerian. Forefathers, go ahead and make it.
No, I just wanted to support what you were saying. Because I came last. The next somebody can go next, I think.
Okay. Augustine wasn't here in the studio, so let's have Augustine speak, and then we go to Prince Akwachi.
Greetings, everyone. I greet everybody. I listened to the last part of the doctor's speech, and I think it's okay. It's just that in Nigeria we always like fooling ourselves too much. We don't know that, as I always say, once we do the right thing, everything goes well and everything will be fine. I just came in. I wanted to talk about the issue of the rerun. If you want to, I don't know, let me try to evaluate Obi's body language. From Obi's body language, even if you carry the victory and just give him like that, for me, I don't think he would just want to accept it and just move on. I think he would be the type that wants people to know that, okay, yes, we did it through the right way and it went well. It's like the late Yaradua who said that, I know that this election was not good and I will try to make it better next time. So I feel that it is very true that for us to have a rerun, it is very expensive. But to be truthful to you, if it will be done the right way, let the rerun be done. So that let it be open that yes, this person won. So that there will be no ill feeling that this person was this or this was that. But once it is open and everything is okay, then we know that we know that the judgment is fine. And as far as I'm concerned, Tinubu is just grasping for breath. When a man is drowning, he can hold the tail of a crocodile just to survive. That's what I think with him, especially with the issue of investors are now leaving the country as if this one no go better again. So I feel that even the judges know very well that they are now being watched both within and outside the country. And I just hope they do the right thing. But if they don't do the right at the end of the day, now the country goes still suffer. That is just the whole thing. Because if you not touch you today, it could touch you tomorrow. That's just it. So that's what I'll say for now.
Augustine, did you say he was gasping for breath, Tinubu?
If I talk of gasping for breath, yeah, I'm talking of a case where he just wants to touch something to hang, to survive. Because let's face it, even to the unlearned mind, you and I know very well that Tinubu is supposed to be disqualified. The evidence is too much. It's open. You know that kind of thing where you lie for this side, they catch you. Say, no, sorry, you lie for this side, they catch you. Hold this side, is too much. Even person we no do law, no say, oh boy, this guy need to just go.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to ask Dr. Ethelbert about I just remember it when you said gasping for breath. What if he goes to war in Nigeria? Because constitutionally, he would be shielded for some time.
If the point is that even if you decide to go to war, or maybe go for war in Niger, yes, he will be shielded by the constitution. You are just delaying the doomsday. If you finish, go and come back. Now, let me speak based on my own sentiment. Look, if Tinubu goes to war to Niger, that thing he wants to get, he will instead lose it. The same thing with all this election. Remember, before the election, they had to tell him, APC don't rig the election. Just go in a free and fair plane. They did not listen. They went and rigged in a very childish manner. I said they didn't go and get statisticians to rig. They went and got people from the roadside to rig. See where he landed them. If he decides to go to war just to protect himself, he will still land in another trouble. One thing I've always known is that you cannot kill truth. If you decide to bury truth, the one hand will come out. If you push that one hand and the next one come out, so it will still cast. It will cast. So let him go to war. He will end up making enemies in Nigeria and end up making enemies in Niger, and it gets it easy for him to be kicked out. So let him just relax himself and go to. If he wants to go for a rerun, let him go for it. But for me, if you ask me, if you want to open it black and white, he needs to go. He needs to leave. He needs to leave that position. He needs to leave.
because I wanted to come in yesterday when you guys were talking about if we should go to war in Nigeria. And I remember an article I read a long time ago during the Liberian War, and the author was claiming that then they had a Firestone rubber plantation, an American company. They had a plantation in Liberia. Someone was claiming that actually Babangida was paid by Firestone rubber plantation to go to war in Liberia. So with what is happening in Nigeria right now, and with all those interests, France, they are invested there, America, they are invested there, and now Russia is coming there. So they don't want Russia to come over there to have a playground there. So don't you think that they could just like they forced somehow Americans and Firestone forced Babangida to go to Liberia, that they wouldn't force Tinubu to go to Nigeria? Anybody can answer. It's not for you.
See, that is why I said, look, it's like a situation where two of us are rich men. We have glass house. We want to fight. Then we decide to go to a poor man's house to fight, so that we don't break our glasses. America is fighting Russia somehow. This issue of Cold War, anything you want to call it. So the battleground wants to come to Nigeria. You and I know that these days we have this information age. People are already much aware that this is what is at play. You know that say we don't know anything. So if Tinubu wants to twerk, as we normally call it, to the West, if he twerks to the West to remain in power, when he go to Niger, go fight. Okay, now let's put when Ukraine and Russia started fighting. There were some Russian soldiers who even complained they don't even know who to kill, because the people they want to kill, they speak the same language with you. They look like you. So you expect that some of the military men who are even called ordinance will go and fight their own brothers. There will be some sabotage along the way. And trust me, I don't know. I may not have facts here, but I just feel that if Tinubu goes to war in Niger, it will backfire. It will backfire big time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Professor Akwachi, go ahead, and after you see him.
Well, Okija, thank you so much for another opportunity. First and foremost, it's not about Tinubu going. He will lose. If he venture into Niger, as at yesterday, Niger, the junta have signed an agreement with the Wagner Group. So that one is sealed. And this time around, believe you me, he's not only fighting Russia, he's going to be fighting against Algeria. Compare what we have, the military strength of Nigeria and Algeria. We are nowhere. Talk less of that one, we are nowhere. And Algeria is very close to Libya. In Libya, you have little kids. You know how parents go and buy toys. What they buy for kids in Libya now is gone. I saw a video of a 7-year-old. If you see the kind of gun this kid was shooting, AR-15, and he was shooting it as if he was playing, and all that. Apart from that, when we talk about there is, the worst thing about all the Tinubu and his men is that all their secrets are being leaked. Because currently, Fashola now is playing the lead role, and the secret is out. Even Wike, behind the scenes, they're all playing a role that people are seeing them and people are recording them. It will be so bad that if they do what they are planning to do, they will end up being taken to international criminal courts, because what they are about to do will backfire. If an election is to be held in Nigeria today, no matter what Tinubu does, I know that, especially now that people have gathered a lot of idea of things that they did, even without even without the IREV or whatever, this time around, people will beat them to their game. people will beat them to their game. Because there is no place in Nigeria that things are cheaper. Everybody is hungry in Nigeria, and they're really, really hungry and angry. And the fact is that people are now becoming so aware of things that are going on. Even those in my village, they are now aware of things that went on and things that are going on. So at the end of the day, he can do his worst. What I'm saying is, he's illegitimate and he will remain illegitimate no matter what he does. Period.
Thank you. CM, I mean, Fatima, if you could take, take us back to the presentation by Dr. Ethelbert. I don't know if you have anything more to say about that.
Okay. Thank you, Okija. What I want to say is this, because let me be a little bit just following on what Nigerman said earlier. Let's be a little bit analytical. When they say rerun, I want to play the devil's advocate. Rerun means we're starting afresh, which means all the vote you got before is thrown away, it doesn't count. All those states, everybody is starting on equal pegging, which means it's like we are about to enter February 25th again. Now, my question is this: won't we review eligibility? In other words, we bring all the documents people submitted before and look at it again to know who is really eligible to contest. In that case, Tinubu is not eligible, because you cannot. Tinubu is the only Nigerian I know that has 2 NYSC certificates. It is either you have discharged because you served, or you have exemption because you are more than 30 years, as at the time you graduated, therefore you shouldn't serve. You can just get the certificate exemption, and that is equivalent to discharge. But Tinubu has the 2. That alone is forgery. And he tendered it to INEC. In other words, you cannot tell me that the certificate you used to get, you tendered in 1999, by 2023, you are tendering another certificate from the same organization. That's forgery. So that's why I said, be careful. The Englishman will ask you, be careful what you wish for. If they are calling for a rerun, you have to check eligibility. Who is eligible to do that rerun? That is the thing. So on what basis, what form did you fill? Because Obi won't submit any other, Obi is not expected to submit any other qualification, any other credentials to INEC. The one you submitted is okay. So we now compel INEC, bring the certificates people submitted and let us review it to know who really is eligible. It's like scoring a goal, in which people will be clapping hands, but they will say, go to is it not a VAS, go to a VRL or whatever. Until they look at it, they may rule it off. Say, sorry, it is true you are clapping, but it has been ruled off. So that is the essence, and that's why you see a match. A match may end, instead of 90 minutes, you see plus 11. Because you have to go, every goal, you have to go and look at it. I've watched a match between Brazil and Peru. Brazil scored 3 goals. In the end, the match ended 0-0. Because for every time they score, they go and check the distance. It's not eligible, so it's not a goal. So in this case, if they are asking for a rerun, we have to check the eligibility of the candidate to even participate in it. Probably they made a mistake of allowing people, because you can be issued a certificate, later they withdraw it, say we are sorry. Or somebody can a bank can credit some amount of money into your account. When they discover, they withdraw it back because they didn't cross-check very well. So that is what is in this thing. Having said that, the issue of going to Niger, let me put it this way. Yes, sorry, please.
Before you go to Niger, sorry, because
yes,
if the court says rerun, that means the certificate forgery and every other thing that they didn't accept it. That's what it means. That means you can't challenge that anymore, because the Supreme Court, they've looked at it And I mean, assuming that after the PEPT, they went to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says rerun. That means they have everything has been adjudicated. So you can't bring that anymore. You can't bring the forfeiture. You can't bring out anything anymore. So that's what it means.
No, no. This is eligibility. It's not a question. No. This is eligibility. This is to be eligible. It's not that you participated. This is, are you eligible to take part in the first place?
Yeah, but there's all these things, they are before the court right now. So if the court, after looking at
I'm
all
not hearing you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
yes, but INEC said in one of these in one of the proceedings when yes, I'm here.
All the petitions, all the cases, the prayers, they are here right now, including certificate forgery.
No. Let me tell you. When Atiku exposed the issue of NYC double register, all these things, INEC said they are not aware. Now they are aware. Will they clear such a person to take part? That's the one of eligibility, because they presented it before the tribunal. INEC admitted that they weren't aware of this. So if they had been aware, they wouldn't have cleared Tinubu. So when you are now going for a run, all these things will now be on the table. So we now know which is which. But that is, by the way, let me go to the jail before so that I give her the chance. You see, the thing is, on principle, the armed forces of a country, the army of a country, acts in the interest of the country that is sending them to war. The question is, whose interest is Nigeria going to protect in Niger? Is it Nigerian interest? Is it the interest, or put another way, is Nigeria's interest threatened because a military coup took place in Niger? How, or somebody should explain to me this way, how is Nigeria's interest threatened because there's a change of government in Niger? Just like the way we do in Nigeria, Abacha topple Babangida topple Buhari, Gowon topple, Murtala topple Gowon, all those things. So whose interest is Nigeria's interest? How is it threatened before you send the people? So I send you the soldier there, because that is the issue. That is the question you have to answer. Nigeria's interest is not threatened. Therefore, we have no business going to Niger in the first place. It's as simple as that. Nigeria has no business entering there. Whether we are going to go there and then they humiliate us is another thing, which I know is quite certain. But we have no interest going there because our national interest is not threatened. America send their troops where they feel they have an interest. If Nigeria has been mining the uranium in Niger, all those things, and something like this happen, you might say, oh, we are getting, just like France might say their interest is threatened. Nigeria's interest is not in Niger. As a matter of fact, we give them electricity, we give them SUV cars, we build a way into their destiny illegally. So all those things now, I don't see the need. That's the way I look at it. And this is another perspective I want people to consider. Our interest is not threatened at all. Therefore, we can't go there to go and borrow money from China, to go and be arming people to go and fight. Fight who? Nigeria's interest is not threatened in Niger. I want somebody to tell me how Nigeria's interest in Niger is being threatened because there's a change of government. That's just what I want. I want people to prove it to me, that the interest of Nigeria is being threatened because there's a change of government. Unlike what France is doing, you can understand why France is, all over the place. They are mining their uranium. Nigeria is not exploiting Niger. So which interest are we going there to fight?
Senior, can I answer you? Can I answer that question?
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
KJ, give me 1 second, 2 seconds. Let me answer.
Okay, just Henry, hold on, please. I mean, I'm mad with you because you didn't show up. I thought you were the strongest Obidients, but you didn't show up when the guy came. Dr. Ethelbert came. You didn't show up.
Sorry for that. They disappointed me today. They could not bring me for the show. That's why I just said. the Mr. Godfather and his colleagues, the other one, I don't want to call his name. They take control of the show. They say, okay, they don't want nobody to come in to talk. I was just there looking at them, talking. They could not bring me to come in. I said, okay, let me give them let them have party there. Let me go. Then
I didn't see you, actually. I didn't see you.
For I know what I was talking about.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. Though. I wasn't even on this. This is the show. You always started
Alright,
trouble.
okay. Give me just 30 seconds. Let me answer CM first.
Okay, go ahead.
You know why INEC president want to go to Niger? It's that long throat now. That's long throat. It's not Nigerian interest. Nobody send him there. You know he's not going to stay long. He want to do long throat. So let it go. Let it send it. She sent Asari Tokumbo and his son Shei to go to Niger, not Nigerian soldiers. So we don't need that. Thank you.
Okay, Bolaji, welcome to the show. Before you speak, I have to go to Man of Prestige and then come back to Ify and then you. Man of Prestige, please go ahead. You're mute.
No, I said let me be nice, okay, please.
Okay, Ify, go ahead.
Me or Man of Prestige?
Man of Prestige is going to go next. Go ahead.
I think Field has been here for a while. I don't think he has stopped.
After you, I think. Okay.
No, Field, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead. Let's
Field, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to yield to Ify. Thank you.
Oh. All right, thank you. I mean, I don't have much to say. Of course, you guys know where I stand. First of all, forefathers, go and get some sleep. You've been off for 24 hours.
No,
I don't think that is
don't tell him that I'm going out in about.
I'm just be sleeping for a bit.
That's not healthy. Okay, that's not healthy for you. But hey, if you can do it, kudos. Based on what CM said, I've said it earlier, I think yesterday. We don't have no business going to Niger. And I think I said it last night again. Nobody, not even one soul of Nigerian citizens need to lose their life over Niger Republic. It's none of our business. We don't have no interest there. We don't have no right to attack a sovereign nation. It's just like what Ukraine and these people are doing. It's none of our business. We have a lot to deal with in Nigeria. See the one in our country, we haven't even handled it. The terrorism eating up every day. People are dying, losing their lives. We are going to go fight in Niger. Who did this to us? How stupid are we in that country called Nigerians? Excuse my language. Look at what is happening down there in Southeast. Tinubu has never for one day addressed that issue, but he's going to fight in Niger. May I ask Tinubu and all the people in the House of Rep and the leadership in Nigeria, is any of their children in that going to war? Any of their children, are they going to go fight? Of course not. Rufai's son is not going to fight. Of course they're not going to go. But you're just going to waste innocent citizens' life. Over what? To protect the interest of the Westerners. Have we ever even asked ourselves what the implication of this war is going to happen? If. Have we ever thought about the famine? The refugees? We're already overpopulated in Nigeria. I don't think anybody's talking about that. We're talking about depreciating our currency depreciation. Nobody's talking about that. We have a lot of things that we're supposed to. If I were Tinubu, he's not even supposed to be mentioning the word Niger in Nigeria at this point. We're still waiting to get the outcome of the election. We're just all over the place. Nothing is going. The price of fuel is off the roof. Nothing is moving in that country. And we are trying to go and fight in another country. Imagine the famine that is going to happen in Nigeria. We don't even have enough food. So honestly speaking, I don't understand the Nigerian government as a Nigerian company. It's not a country, it's a company. I don't understand Nigerian companies as a whole. I don't understand. Does it mean that these people, they're not listening to the citizens? Because to me, this is just a deliberate act, not to do anything.
Can I ask a question?
Are
there Nigerians IDP in Niger?
There are some people living there, Nigerians.
Come on.
We have Nigerians living in Niger.
Yeah, I think there's a consensus among
I mean, it just doesn't make sense. A lot of Northerners are living there.
Yeah.
And have you seen the border, what it looks like? It's literally no border. Have you seen what the border looks like? It's just like you crossing over from, going from one village to another. That's all it looks like. It's not typical, really a typical border. So you can imagine what is going to happen. So somebody needs to be advising these people, man. This thing is not going to help us. People are living every day. Before you say Jack Robinson, everybody's running to Canada. Everybody's running to London, Canada, London. How many people are still going to be left in that country? If that country is working, nobody wants to leave. I went to my town's picnic and I saw this couple. They're on YouTube, related to some guy on YouTube. And I was asking them, how are you liking it? You know what the guy said to me? He said, my sister, let me not lie to you. You see, Niger, there is no country like Niger. That was what he said. He said, there is no country like Niger. There is no place like home. But these people, they have killed us. He said, I want to go back. I don't like this place. Hey, me, I laugh. I said, me, go. He said, yes, I want to go back with my family because he's here with his children, with his family. He said, I don't like it here. Do I like it here in America? To be honest with you, no. In fact, every day I keep telling my friends on and off, honestly, maybe I will move back to Nigeria. But you look at where you are moving to. There is nothing there. What am I moving into? Is it a job? Is it electricity? In fact, somebody this morning said on this show that electricity and forefathers, dear me witness, I think Henry, you were there, that electricity, healthcare, road, that is not a priority in Nigeria. That is what somebody who is living in London said. That is not a priority. And I asked him, what then is our priority? What then are we asking for? Because I believe this is the only thing we are asking for. We are not asking them to share money or give us our own portion, our own porridge. Nobody's asking for that.
If we 30 seconds, Nigeria don't need so much. We just need
we don't. I said it. I always say it. We are not asking for too much. The most hardworking people on earth are the Nigerians, whether you like it or not. Give them electricity. Give them good road. Give them security. Give them healthcare. Trust me, they will be fine. They will do the rest for themselves. But I don't know why this thing is so difficult for them to do. Even the money they are spending, why can't they use it and invest it? Only electricity. Do you know what electricity will do in that country? It will attract foreign investors to Nigeria. You can imagine this company living. How many foreign companies do we have in Nigeria? I don't even know, but how many do we have left? Basically none. Even the sole business owners, by the end of the year, some of them are going to close up because they cannot meet up with the inflation and the cost of living in Nigeria. Unemployment is about 35 or 40%. What is 100,000 naira? If you give somebody 100,000 naira, or say, what am I going to do with this? Where are we heading to, my people? Which way now? Almost all of us here in the diaspora. I don't know if anybody of us, any of us here lives in Nigeria somewhere. I don't think so. We are not paying.
Okay, I'm living in Nigeria right now.
Okay, fine. Harry, you live in Nigeria. Do you know the cost of data? When they're talking about data, but look at all of us here. Once you pay, that's it. To us, it's cheaper, even though we pay for it. But when you talk to somebody like, oh, I turn my data off, or I don't have data. I said, which one is data? Even when I went to Nigeria, your data is on, or it's gonna finish. Oh, I said, which one is data? It took me a minute for me to get used to that, and still I couldn't. And look at all of us here. Look at everybody looking happy. Everybody, comfortable in their time zone and at home, enjoying everything, enjoying the free life, even though we pay for it. But let me pay for it in Nigeria. Give it to me and I will pay for it. You give it to me, I pay for it. I still don't get it. I don't have anything any other thing to say, but it breaks my heart that every week we come here, we talk about the same thing over and over and over again. Last year we were here talking about the same thing. Today we are still here. Next year we'll come back again. Next Saturday we'll come back again. We're still gonna talk about the same thing. When is this change gonna come?
Let me reply you this one. Let me tell you the truth. Before now we don't used to talk. That's just the truth. How many of them used to hear your voice? But now is the information age. They can't come and hold my iPhone. I would say it. Now, as I said, everybody wants to be seen as good. If you push it to somebody's face, say, guy, you do this thing, or maybe you tell this person that you are corrupt, in go vex. Tell Wike say is corrupt, in go vex. They want to be seen as good. So the more we talk, the more it enters their ears. And the more it enters their ears, the more somehow they try to hide their evil. And the more they try to hide their evil, will push them little by little until it gets to that position where they will do the right thing. Even the judges now, as you are talking, they are jittering. Why? Either they don't collect bribe before for a court case, and the thing now, you don't reach a situation where everybody is looking at them. Are you going to obey the corruption, or you are going to do the right thing? If you don't do the right thing, those out there are watching you, Nigerians are watching you, it will cast. If you decide, say, if you choose to do the right thing, those who are on your neck that you did something wrong before, the corrupt people are coming for you to tell that, okay, you don't thief before. Why? Now, if you do the wrong thing, the citizens will be there on your head to hold you. Who tell you saving their children and the rest are not moving around? They have their friends. Who have their friends? It will be a crazy thing for me to tell you, you say, but you are now you be the papa for that corrupt, or maybe now you be the son for that corrupt judge. Your papa not thief. Your papa betrayed the country. Think of the psychological trauma. So even the families of all those people are already, they know that a lot is going on. And so for me, I prefer that we should talk and talk and talk. They hear them. They hear them. It will soon enter their brain well. And that's why this is information age. It's not easy for them to shut you down easily, because they need the internet. Except one time that you block everything internet down. If you decide to block maybe Twitter, there is still VPN. Somebody can pass from behind and come in. So let us keep on talking. I'm sure things will get better.
Okay, thank you, Augustine, Diffie. Someone was say some when our guest, Dr. Ethelbert, mentioned it was like a GSK that left Nigeria. Since someone in the comment section said something that I know that their stock, had been going down. And I mean, like, GSK in Nigeria is a market. It's a big market. So any big company that is planning for Africa must plan, with Nigeria in mind. Yeah, so, but because of the fact that Nigeria doesn't get its act together, so the person they can just go because they don't have future in Nigeria. They could go to Ghana or whatever, but Nigeria has no future. Even with all the financial turmoil around the world, any company that was already based in Nigeria, 50 years you've been in Nigeria, and you are doing your business in Nigeria, you know the terrain, you know everything about Nigeria. So you should be able to plan, get companies from Chinese companies, they're coming to Nigeria to do business. Indian companies are coming to Nigeria to do business. Companies there already they have advantage. So why should they believe in? Because the environment is not conducive. So if it were, they wouldn't have gone. So that's and then this election happened. That's my own opinion. This election happened.
I don't think it's because of stock too. I don't think they are living because of stock. I mean, look at what dollar is doing to our currency. Can you just see that? Even a businessman or people, traders, including my brother, the only thing he keeps telling you, if I buy goods now, how much am I going to sell it? You might buy goods today at 800, tomorrow it's 840 or 7 something. So it's affecting everybody. It doesn't have anything to do. These people are worldwide. So they're not going to say because of the stock in Nigeria, that's why they're going to put. The money is not there. They're not making any money in Nigeria any longer, period. If they're making money, trust me, they will still be there. So it doesn't have anything. I think it was Kulata that made that statement. It doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, and the bank is not helping. And the bank is not helping.
I have a friend who works in the financial sector.
And the banking system is not helping.
And he moves money for companies, like he does their money. One big company called me. We were talking one day. He was telling me one big company, they couldn't find dollar. They want to buy something, but bro, a big company in Nigeria, they couldn't find money to buy something dollar because they have to change the money in dollar. They were looking for dollar, and the money was calling. He said, "Could you find?" I said, "No, I can't. This is too much for me. I can't do this." But that's how the country from now. Yeah. When Jonathan was there, it was about 3.
There is plenty of dollar in Nigeria. You send money to Nigeria to somebody, they will tell you that the bank will tell you that they don't have money. 1 week you'll be going from one bank to another. One bank.
Let me come in fast.
I was talking to my brother. I'm supposed to send money to him. He said, "Don't send it. Send it to me when I get to China. I know that I'm gonna get it there." Well, it doesn't make no sense.
People, I got a report. People that went to banks, this past week, that went to collect dollar. They told them there was no dollar, so they had to give them the money in naira if they wanted it. If not, tell the person that sent the money to record the money. So that was what happened this past week. Anyway, I mean, listening to Dr. Ethelbert, I've gotten more understanding of the electoral. I don't know if any of you, if you have, if you gain, anything from what he presented.
Is that my turn? Can I speak now?
What is this guy? Okay, Bolaji, please, Bolaji, just give me a minute. Let's get to number 6 field, and then.
I thought it's my turn.
Okay. Go ahead, man of procedure. Go ahead.
Give me lock on.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think the question is that what's the interest of Nigeria in invading in Niger? I mean, the answer is none of our interest objective is served in invading Niger, because this is a very subjective interest of the NATO country. I mean, that's what we are advancing if we decided to invade Kuwait. I mean, if we decided to invade Niger, because I don't see any interest in Nigeria that will serve Nigeria. We are serving the interests of the NATO nation. I mean, you can't dispute that. Because what's happening right now, particularly France, they are struggling to maintain, the neo-colonization of all those countries, because Mali has pulled out. I think Guinea too has pulled out of, France. So Niger is probably the only one right now left. So they are struggling to maintain, that power. That's where the power is. Because if you look at right now, America has over 1,000 military people there. France has about 1,500. And of course, they have their biggest drone center there. So why didn't they stop? Why didn't they stop the coup? But they didn't. So it's about their own interest, because of France depends on Niger because of the uranium, to pump the electricity. I don't see the reason why Nigeria should invade there, because the after effect is going to be very catastrophic. Not militarily. We can subdue them or dismantle them maybe in 2 hours or whatever. I don't know how long. But that's what I think. But I don't know. Look at what happened in Iran. I mean Iraq. That could be a long way. We can do that. But what's going to be the aftermath of that? It's going to be more refugees all over the West African country. Maybe in the north, a lot of them will be trooping to the north. So I don't support that invasion of Niger by no means. Only just having the noted interest. That's what I think in that regard.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I have to leave. I have somewhere to go. Forefathers will take over. Thank you guys for staying with me today. Today was my first day of hosting, and I think it went great. Thank you guys. Forefathers. I think Bolaji and number 6 field. They have not spoken. Bolaji has not. He hasn't spoken at all. So, but if number 6 will let him go before him, go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything. And the interview was great. I was listening to the lawyer, and I think everybody thought it was a great discussion. It got heated for a bit, but that's what you're supposed to expect in such debates. So I appreciate it, and I'm sure Dr. Damages, and I hope everything is okay with him. He comes back and takes over the Saturday and Sunday early shifts. Yeah. All right. Let me speak to Bolaji. Go ahead. What do you think about? Have you been watching now? So
yeah, I've been watching, but I'll just let Uncle Six go first.
Uncle who?
Uncle Six.
Uncle Field or Six?
6 Field, yeah.
6 Field.
Okay, Field. Okay, at 6 Field.
Thank you, Bolaji, but I'm not a uncle. But I do appreciate your show of respect. Thank you. Basically, I just want to touch back on my remark about the essence of the country we speak about every day. When I look at the triviality of some of the issues that are in court, then I begin to think about what is the essence of this country, Nigeria. If I want to piggyback on what CM said, something as simple as eligibility, a country cannot even determine. It's frightening, very, very frightening.
But why is it frightening though? Trump is going through, he might even be convicted while he's running for office.
I'm not talking about Trump.
Is it
Listen
not
to me now.
Tinubu's eligibility we're talking about?
Something as it's not only Tinubu, it cuts across all strata of the electoral space, from local government elections, governorship. There's the serious issue about eligibility, and that shouldn't. If that is not frightening, what else is frightening you?
Like Nigerians driving on the road without proper driving license. That
No.
what scares me. They are crazy. At least 50% of Nigerian drivers didn't get their license properly. It should maybe more.
No, you are
But that
missing.
doesn't scare you.
You are missing the point. See, the point is, if you like in a project, if there's no end, if people do not see the end of a project, even the most exuberant believer of that project will lose hope and faith. That exactly is what the Nigerian project is. Because you conduct an election, and the matter that is in court, going to the Supreme Court, is issues like certificate forgery. And this has been going on for years. And you can't even, it has not been determined. Okay, for me, I don't want to spend too much time. For me, at a point, I don't really see the essence of this country that we call Nigeria. It's losing every day. It's losing its essence.
Can I ask you something?
It's not about people. Let me finish my submission. It's not about people. It's not about anybody. Because INEC is supposed to determine eligibility. We are not supposed to come and discuss it, especially when it is so fundamental. Like, do you have the requisite academic qualifications? Did you do your NYSC if it's needed? Those are not the things that should go to the court. Those are the things that INEC should deal with. I don't know if you're following me. It's a frightening situation. It's very, very frightening. It's almost like a criminal setup now, the country you call Nigeria. You know, so for me, every day I see this issue, I'm beginning to lose faith. Because if you say INEC cannot even tell who is qualified to contest an election, seriously, that's very bad. And it is before the court is to go to the Supreme Court. INEC is mortgaging its responsibilities to the courts. Then everybody gets the court so tied up, and you put your eyes on the judiciary. Everybody's eyes is on the judges. While INEC has refused deliberately to do is just the basic of its constitutional responsibility. Tell us who is eligible to run for an election. Simple, simplicity. You can't even do that. Now you put it on the judges, and when the judges rule, oh, the judges are this. Man, for me, we are in a frightening situation. There's no essence in the Nigerian state. There's no essence of being. That is why your former president is going to claim brotherhood in Niger, which is fine. But he attaches so much accord to his affinity in Niger than to the person in the east or in the south or in one village, in one Ekere community. Because why? Why does he do that? Because he doesn't see, listen to me. He doesn't see any essence. There's no common destiny. He doesn't see a common destiny with somebody in Ekere, in a village in Ekere, who is in the same Nigerian space. But he accords more credence to his affinity to somebody in Niger. We are in the same project, in the Nigerian project. So the conclusion of my argument, of my submission, is that there's no essence of the Nigerian state. That is why there's no patriotism. People cannot be patriotic when there's no essence. What are they standing for? What is Nigeria? What is it about? That is why people in the US, when you raise their flag, they're saluting, they're shedding tears. What brings that kind of, connection, emotive connection to a flag? Is the essence of being of the nation that they have all paid allegiance to. Like, look at an example of Pence. It was against his own personal ambition to certify the results. What did he do? That is when the essence of a country supersedes the ambition of individuals. He says he's going to do his constitutional duty. Why do you need to preach for people to do their constitutional responsibilities? Because we don't have a country. We don't have shared destiny. We don't have shared hope. There's no shared aspirations. We are just going as it was created in the 1900s, then 1960s. We're just going like that. Nothing has changed. No effort to even change anything that you see is not working. Glaring, you see it. We just push on and push on and push on and push on. So we don't have a country. You whatever you want to say, go ahead and say. Believe, fine. We don't have a country. There's nothing attaches us to that country. Nothing attaches us to that country. So, because the cases that are in court are elementary school law. Who is eligible to contest election shouldn't be in court, except some technical issues, but as basic as qualifications, that's INEC job. It's just somebody like a supervisor in INEC's office who is going to do like his basic job, who is going to verify and certify all those things. He just stamps you and say, my friend, from what I see, you're not qualified. It shouldn't be news. That's what I'm saying. It should not be news. But it is news now. Everywhere there's certificate forgery. Left, right, and center, forward, everywhere, back. Jesus Christ. When a society has degenerated to that level, the triviality of the debate even shows you a very unserious society, a very unserious people, the people who don't even know where they're heading to. So that is my submission, and that is my, now the judges are on the spotlight. If they rule, they say, the judges, we're going to kill the judges. Come on, man. Why can't INEC? Jesus Christ. Look at it very holistically. Why didn't INEC do his job? Why do you certify somebody that is not supposed to qualify to partake in the election? Then you push it to the judges and you give them a certain number of days, and they must perform magic. They must do all these wonderful things that you expect them to do. Man, well, I just thank you for this privilege, though. But it's for me, like, that's my position. I feared for the fact that there's no deliberate effort to want to build a nation. No effort. You can see that, like, from Buhari, from the other presidents, everybody just building upon whatever is going on when it suits you. Now you have new legislation, they are all there. Even the people, the Labour Party people that they rode on Peter's back, they're all quiet. Nobody, no dissenting voice, nothing. That shows you that it is just like, if it is your turn, because if I want to, for disclosure, I used to be, my parents used to be in the military, and they used to, they used to be in the government, then during the military, when the military were in power, they used to run the states like even military barracks. Outside the governor and his commissioners, they run the government house like kind of a small military barracks. They have all the paraphernalia of the barracks. They have like a duplicate in the government house. Do you know what they do? They just every week they just kill a certain amount of meat or food whether you are eating or no, you're not eating, you get all those things. So the waste, the amount of waste that goes on in running all these governments, it perpetuates this corruption. It makes people not to live. It makes people to perpetuate this system because of the gain, enormous gain. If you can find yourself into that system, there's enormous gain for you. Then when you come, you are not changing anything. You are even adding to it. We are just going like this. So it is a frightening situation. It's good to talk. It's good to sustain the debate. But man, look at Donald Trump. He's being chased left, right, and center. Even if at least you can see the effort in the society to want to do things right. But where is the effort in Nigeria? Nothing. Look at all the people that don't have certificates. For heaven's sake, you know how I had to write WAEC twice to get into the university. You know what I mean? Now it's fashionable for people not to even attempt. Not to even attempt, and they are sitting there. And the judges will just look one side. The electoral body will look one side. So that is my submission. I'm getting emotional, and
I think I let you go on because I feel like you needed to get these things out, because a lot of people feel some of the things you are saying in terms of how the nation is not doing what it's supposed to be doing, but the part for me where I will draw the line is saying that there's no essence of a nation, because we know your fathers and our fathers, some of them died even till this year. Soldiers are still putting their lives on the line. Police officers that we call corrupt are keeping people safe on the road. When we pull them away, that's when we know there is something else that can be there other than what you have right now that is worse. Some people are trying to keep the roof up. We have to remember them. When we
those are the collateral damages. Unfortunately, people will be statistics in every misfortune. But that doesn't mean that who is a patriotic Nigerian? Can you lift up your hand?
The ones that are putting their lives on the line. You see that young man?
Okay,
that
fine.
young man, how quickly he raised his hand.
The
old generation are the ones they are going to go now and poison the mind of the young ones with this negativity.
I'm not poisoning the mind of everybody. We're in a discourse. People have to filter what they want to think.
I understand what you are saying, but from them, their point of view is that when they see the grown-ups saying some of all these things, we have to ask ourselves, what did we do for our nation? Was it not John F. Kennedy that is saying, it's not about what your nation did for you. What did you do? What did you sacrifice for the nation? So it's not always, because I remember, yesterday when we were watching that, it's a rhetorical question, not personal to you. Something hit me when we were having a discussion and we're talking about North Korea and we pulled the data out. It took Lagos about more than 11 years to put that, just about 9 to 11 years to put that metro line in Lagos together. That is barely functioning. But in North Korea, they put something like that underground, 100 meters underground in about 4 years, all through their capital city. And they were about 11 million in population then. So I don't know. We ask ourselves, we keep pointing fingers at other people. Have we made the necessary sacrifice for the nation itself to build that nation? Because we are working very hard overseas.
Okay, let me tell you my own sacrifice. At least my own sacrifice. I've not been in government. I've not contested an election, but I've been a very responsible citizen. I've not had any issue of criminality in all my stays in Nigeria. There's not for once that I've been invited to the police station to make a statement on any criminal adventure, whatever. I've always done what was right. That is my contribution. What has been yours? What is the contribution of the people who steal elections? Who know that they don't want to give, they don't want to make you, they will never let you rule. Why not tell the man to his goddamn face? And you make this farce of everything. You make this farce, and you fool yourself. You think you're fooling people. Then you come and you just you manufacture the whole thing. What is the political class? What is their contribution? What are they giving for Nigeria?
Don't you think that if you feel it so deeply, because those people clearly are not feeling it, they seem to be lost. If you feel it so deeply, is it not nature itself telling you need to act? Because some people say when you feel it, it's you're waiting for. It is telling you.
I'm contributing here. I'm coming out here, putting my face out, which is something I haven't done before, because I'm acting. I'm joining the debate. I'm contributing on the debate. I'm speaking up. I'm tired of keeping quiet. I was one of those people that keep quiet and let everything slide. But I'm seeing that it's not working. I have a son now. Jesus Christ, I can't even send him back home. You know what that means? This is the way it has been. It is getting worse. It is getting worse. Nobody cares who is the president, where he comes from. But for heaven's sake, if you are going to declare Tinubu president, if Tinubu is going to be president, why at least win election? Those are not the basic of building a society. Win an election. And nobody's stopping you. Come on, win an election, then today the gist will be different. We will be celebrating it. The man is old. If an old man like that is wanting to serve, it's a good sign. But then win an election. You don't get to serve people by force. You got to win. Those are the things that build society. Those are the efforts that you show that you are ready to build your society.
You see, I like to ask questions.
I
like to ask questions.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Henry, it will get. Is it your turn next?
People are waiting too, please. Come on.
I know. If it's your turn, you can speak. If it's not your turn, this thing, because sometimes I like to get to the bottom of things or get deeper into things than just going through surface stuff. But is it your turn? If it's your turn next, I can come to you so you can have your say. And
all right, I'm done. Thank you for the time.
My turn issue. I'm talking about people waiting. I'm saying.
Okay, but if it's not your turn, then don't worry about that. See, because what he's saying, you can see that he's very emotional about it, and I think it's important. There's a young man there that is listening, that he understands the context that he's coming from. Because sometimes the young man is listening to him and saying there's no essence of a nation, and when we asked about patriotism, he is the first one to raise his hands. You see what I mean? So you can see we don't want him to misinterpret what the elder is talking about. You see what I mean? So Augustine, are you next? Okay, you're not next. Oh God.
Bolaji was supposed to go next.
Okay.
But
all right.
Maybe he can speak first. I'll come in later.
Yeah, I don't know, like if anyone wants to go next, because from Auntie Ife and Ashes fix it now. Like I've got I don't know, maybe 1 to 2 minutes question to ask. So I don't know if it's okay for everyone.
That's good. I like the way you're taking this on. You know, I think you are actually acting quite mature. You're approaching this stuff with the way it's supposed to be. Really, when you don't know stuff, you try to learn as much as you can. So it's how it's supposed to be. So who is next? Henry or Augustine?
It's me.
Okay, Henry, you can go ahead.
First of all, let me go on that so-called this rerun. I'm getting hick in my stomach when I hear they speak about rerun. I'm getting hick in my stomach. If INEC, let's leave the judiciary first. Let's leave the court out of it first. INEC said they didn't know about Tinubu forged result or forged documents. Yeah, now they knew
drug issue.
Okay, sorry, my bad. They don't know about his drug issue, but now they knew his drug issue. What is their voice out? What is their voice? They could not come and stand and make comments. Say, okay, you know what? Now we know that your drug issue is there. You are automatically disqualify. You have to support the judge in the court to disqualify Tinubu. They have to talk about this forgery certificate too, double nominee too. They have to check all these things so that the court will not waste their energy and time, taxpayers' money, and waste our time to keep on waiting for this INEC president to destroy our country before our country. I mean, we don't have much time to wait for this crazy thing that's happening in this country these days. INEC should come out strongly, but it's not doing anything. INEC is not doing anything because it's still waiting to do more election. When the presidential election is seen in court, it cannot come out boldly to say, okay, you know what, Tinubu, you found out these are the things you are disqualified. But it could not come out because the actual INEC we are talking about is so corrupt that there's not to write home about. Now go to the judiciary stuff. The judiciary, they know what to do. They don't need to dance around the bush to make dates take a long time to place judgment. The evidence are there. Tinubu is not qualified to run for the election. The evidence are there. Even those are local chiefs, they look the evidence and they will do better than this about so-called judge who went to law school, whatever they went to. Oh, sorry, I take it back. Those are chiefs. Those are grandfathers who live in the village and who settle cases that are more better than this, more stronger than this so-called election. They say they went to school to read law. They are wasting our taxpayers' money, making the country become ungovernable. They don't need to spend a long time. The proof are there. Tinubu, you're not qualified. This, you are out. Then Atiku and Peter Obi, they check the results, check the RF, everything. If it's Obi won, put him there. If it's Atiku, put him there. Move on. Let's build our country because the country is going backward. Things are going bad, really bad. What I mean bad is bad. They go to law school. They don't need to go to read when they say they want to interpret the law. The law was written in English, for God's sake. Are we going to interpret English to Hausa to give judgment? No. You see, the so-called English we're talking about, we learned they brought it from the Western, from England, UK, United Kingdom. Yeah, the same English they're talking about now, they cannot even give judgment on time because of their so corrupt-minded behavior. I have hit my stomach when they call this rerun. I don't want to hear that word again, rerun. There's something like rerun. They have to check the result. They have evidence out there. Check it. Tinubu is out of this so-called judgment issue. Tinubu is already disqualified. They let them check Atiku and Obi. That's it. If it's Atiku, let it be. We are tired of this so-called. We are waiting for the eyes on the judiciary. We are putting high on the judiciary already, but the judiciary have to do it. They should rescue themselves too. Not to wear this 30 wig they put in their head. I mean, it's so alarming. They learn they call this colonial mentality still in their head. They should throw their wig off and live and behave like an African judge, for God's sake. We don't need to spend how many months now to judge this case. The proof are there. Tinubu is not the president of that country, and everybody knows it. Except you are playing politics here. Me, I'm not a politician. I supported Obi. My family supported Obi because I told them Obi have what it takes to change, to have a good government in that country, to make things better. You cannot be a magician. We have to put the right people there, do the job.
Can I ask a question, Gabriel? Sorry, Gabriel. Can I ask you a question?
Come on. Yeah.
Before the swearing in, there was a time where we needed to make a case in court, and Obi said, "Please give me 6 weeks to prove my case." There was upheaval even on social media. That why really want 6 weeks? That it should be done immediately. I saw some people talking online, and I told them that, look, it is better for you to take your time and make your argument logically than to rush over it and not make any argument. Yeah. So for me, don't let me not ask. Don't you think it would be nice for the judges to take their time, look at the corrupt one, look at the good one, think very well until there is a deadline?
I support you for that. Yeah, sure.
It is, I think, September 18th. Let us wait till 12 midnight on that day.
No. They should not go to night. You should not bring judgment on midnight, just like they give midnight.
No, that for me, I like giving people time because the time ticks every minute. It ticks every second. Sorry. So the person will have his time right up to that last day. So don't you think it would be nice for them to take their time? Let them see the good, the bad, the ugly. Let those who want to bribe come and bribe. Let those who are moving left and right come. Let the citizens say, okay, we are watching you. They let us now see. After thinking, what will they come out with? Don't you think so?
It's a good idea anyway, but it could be better if the so-called judges now allow this thing to be live, so we'll be following this court case, because we are, if not the analysis they are giving us online, we will not know what's going on there. This is what I'm saying. I'm not comfortable when the judges they said they sit against not televising this in live. It's so alarming. Our journalists, our TV stations cannot go in there to present these cases to all Nigerians live. Nigerians and Nigerians don't have data to check on this online. How are they going to know this analysis what's going on? That's why we are scared. Not me. I'm not scared now. I knew if the judge did anything wrong now, bring Tinubu, say is the president, then I feel sorry for them.
I think Obi has a grenade put under the seat, the nyash of the judge. Look, as the doctor said, this is a grenade where if you do the wrong thing, it serves as a precedent. So just leave out. We see how the thing go. That's what I was saying.
So thank you. But like Tinubu now going to Niger. You see, first of all, our so-called army who are so ready to go to Niger, these are the same army who cannot even give Nigeria security. Nigerians citizens are paying for bandits for them to go to farm. It's the same Nigeria there, and the so-called big brother Africa. Nigeria is the big brother of Africa. Trying to go to Niger waiting for order from the so-called selected president. Then they will go to Niger. Are you kidding me? First of all, you have to protect your home first. Nigerians, you have Nigerians who are refugees. They are also in the same Nigeria there. People are paying bandits, terrorists before they go to their farm. Where are these Nigerian gallant soldiers? Some people will come here and say Nigerian soldiers are the best in Africa. Give me a break. You cannot say you are a good man at home. Your people are hungry. You are the richest man in your village. In your village, people are living poor, and in your house, people are living poor. When you're going to invade another man's country, where your country is unrest. It does not make sense to you. You people now listen to me. This thing makes sense to you? I don't think it makes sense. And Tinubu is talking of leading people to go to Niger. It's not the president of Nigeria. It's illegal. It's not the president. He knew. A sensible person cannot even make that statement through cough out from his mouth, because he coughed it. He didn't say it. He coughed it from his mouth. He gave them 7 days. They laugh at him. They said the first time he made a statement that they will not ECOWAS will not tolerate any coup. Then they say, okay, you know what, we're going to do the coup and see what you're going to do. What lead to the coup? You see, people are just saying you don't like coup, you don't want coup in Nigeria. People are joking. You see, if the situation we have now in Nigeria, the way we have this situation in Nigeria now, it should be better the military take over and push Tinubu one side and let the court. No. I know you don't like it, Mr. Austin. I knew. The military will claim it now, put in government. Let's wait for the court judgment. Tinubu is out already. This I'm trying to say. Tinubu will be out. Wait for the court judgment. Then between Obi and Atiku, they will bring in, okay, I know if you will not like it, I would not like it, but that's my own opinion at the moment, because Tinubu is destroying the country so much now, right now. It's making statement that he cannot even, it's making statement that is destroying that country. The people are laughing at us everywhere in the world now. He make a comment in so-called ECOWAS chairman they gave to him, will not, West Africa, ECOWAS will not tolerate coup. They should listen to what lead to those countries. Where is ECOWAS? When the France, the Africans went, where are these ECOWAS? Tinubu, who is talking right now, do Nigeria have 24 hours electricity? Just that basic amenity, that's little thing, that little one, not even just 0.1%. Do we have it? No, we should problem to let Nigeria take care of their situation there. They have the citizens support the so-called coup there. Let them do their things there. Nigeria, we are in trouble. We need to fix that country right now. First of all, we need to think how to give Nigerians, because the Nigerian government don't give Nigerian citizens social welfare. They don't have it in that country. I think every of us stay in this panel now. In the country you stay, everybody they have social amenity. They have it there. If you're not working, they go and support you. If you are working, your money is even less. They support the family, so they pay their house rent for them. Do Nigeria government do anything for the Nigerian citizen? What Nigerian citizens are begging for, just not too much. We need 24 hours electricity, and see how Nigeria going to be. And some of you here will be here just supporting these satanics, this clueless, unelected people. Look at the so-called minister they bring in, the same turn by turn Nigeria Limited. You see, look at UK, look at Ganduje, who's the chairman of their party. Look at Erufai's son, look at Erufai. Come on, man. You guys are here. We say we should contribute. We are talking. Before, maybe about 3, 4, 5 years ago, we don't talk like this. People don't come and talk about these things. We have to talk about it, and they will be hearing it, and they will be having sleepless night. You see, I will not be in those kind of group who going to be say my party, my tribe. I don't believe in all this so-called tribe issue. I'm a proud Benin man. If I don't tell me Benin, you don't know me Benin. I want that country to move forward. Where people will call home. If I travel to UK now, I feel free. If I talk to America now, if I talk to Japan, I feel free. I can drive my car from Germany here to any.
Hey, Olumide, you don't come again.
No. wait. See, for your sake, for your sake, I'm going to remove that title. I'm going to go out now. I'm going to remove that title. Yoruba Nation is coming, and I'm going to put another title there so that I don't scare some people like Nigerian. Because anytime they see me with that, they get scared. I'm very apprehensive.
I don't think it's scared. I don't think it's scared. Leave it there. It's your post. Nobody
No, I'm going to change it now. People like John Abba too are people that they don't want me to have my Yoruba Nation. People like John Abba too are among them. I know all those people.
Can I go on, please?
Should I go? John Abba?
Let me go on. I'm not finished.
Okay.
You see, I was saying, we don't need too much talk here. We need to tell them the truth. We have to keep on telling them the truth. They will have sleepless night. And some of you supporting this so-called corrupt system, who's benefiting from these politicians. I pray one day Nigeria will happen to you. Then you know what we're talking about. If Nigeria is so good,
Nigeria did the happen of it. Don't worry, anyway, we send it. We draft a letter through a forefather and give it to send it to Aso Rock for our behalf.
You know, when people they support evil, my brother, when people they support evil, when Nigeria happen to them, they cannot shout no more. Just like those who support Tinubu now, Emilio Con, Yoruba Lokan. Nigeria would happen to them now. To buy fuel now. I can fill my tank every time. Yeah, I feel it. I don't check the meter. I fill my tank anytime I want to fill it. But they cannot even have 24 hours electricity. The same people who said Emilio Con, Yoruba Lokan, they are the one crying on social media. You can see them on social media. Nigeria happened to them. When we are talking about these things, Tinubu is not qualified. We need somebody who is ready to work for the people, under all Nigerians. But they said it's my turn, it's my tribe. When during the election, they were doing tribe issue. What I'm trying to say, we call ourselves we're on Nigeria. We don't need to bring on tribe issue. If I don't tell you I'm a Benin, you don't know I'm a Benin. But I speak out of my mind, what came out of my mind. If you don't like it, look for transformer and hang yourself. I don't care. What I'm saying, we should stop supporting this so-called corrupt system.
You normally hug transformer, not hang yourself, but it's all right.
Okay, sorry, I take it back.
No lights, safe for the transformer to shock
because nobody bothered to put electricity there. See, hold on, Gabriel. I think this gnashing of teeth and complaining is not going to get men anywhere. Because there are let me I know but you also have to hear the converse story, like the case of the Russia now that is fighting a war at the moment, that we are begging for food. Sometimes African leaders are begging a country that is at war. That country lost 18 million fighting, and they went on to lose more under Stalin. They had slave labor. They constricted their people to go and mine uranium to build their nuclear weapons. Cruelty that they meted to their people, but you don't see their people complaining the way we are complaining. You never see that. So what is it with us? The only thing we seem to know is to procreate and complain. What have we done to build our nation? What is it? Sooner or later we have to take responsibility. The so-called men that are complaining. What have we done to build our nation?
You're wrong. Forefather, you're wrong.
What have we done? It's a serious question. What have we done?
When you say that, when people fight in 2020 to change, they were killed. Now we do election thinking that it's going to change because they told us to go and do election, to go and get into politics. We're in politics now. This is where we are. The problem is that the minority, which is like top 1%, does not want that change.
That's why you change them. You force them to change. And complaining and bad-mouthing the country is not going to get you anywhere. That's my point. You can complain about the top, but don't bad-mouth the nation. It's not going to get you anywhere. But other nations... Sorry, we can't hear you clearly. We can't hear you clearly.
Can I go on? Because my stuff is like...
My point is that bad-mouthing the nation is not going to get you anywhere. But criticize the leaders, but look at a way of fixing the problem. Because if you keep bad-mouthing it, how is that going to get you anywhere?
We came out for change.
Who wanted to say something? Who is calling?
Balaji.
Oh, go ahead.
I cannot finish.
Yeah. Okay.
Let him just interject, then I'll let you finish. Then Jonathan is probably tired of waiting. Like they are waiting for you for how long now? You've been talking for 10 minutes in a row.
I've got power because like now I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask this if and now 6 feet, and now I've added Mr. Ayeng also to the list. So I don't know because the list keep getting long. So I don't know if I should keep waiting or I should just go on now.
I guess ask your question now, I think, so that the others can hear it and prepare for the answer.
Yeah, like basically my first question is going to be like what do we want in Nigeria? Like, have we ever asked ourselves, like, like most people here, like they are experienced, they know what has happened in the past. Like, have anyone just wake up before and ask, what do we want as a Nigerian? Also, my second question would be like, when we were talking about interest in Niger, so if we have interest or like our nation is at risk or whatever at Niger, so do people have to be killed just because our interest or whatever? Like, like people have been like, we don't have interest in Niger, we don't have interest, we don't have to go to Niger, we don't have, like America go to war because they have interest, whatever. Like, these are our people, like these are our people. So do we have to keep people? Like, we complain about colonization and stuff like that. So why do our people have to be killed just because there's school? Like, we can talk through this thing, like they can talk. Like people can talk and they will listen. Like, you just have to find the right person to speak to them and they will listen. And the third one is, like, if we are complaining about re-election, no re-election, like, I don't know, we can run this election on Telegram or Twitter vote or WhatsApp vote that each unit can upload video of the correct result, and people that have time, like 500 people, can do this thing, and they'll put the calculation together before even INEC is done. And if there is this high risk of forging place and forging people's voice and stuff, like they can take people there to go and confirm the video when it was done, and picture can be taken. And like this election rerun is not even up to that. And also, like for people that are before us, because anytime I see with people, I like to ask questions that I like to ask people when they are young, did they even ask questions at all? Like, where are we going? Where are we going as a nation? Like, where are we going? And the last question, and not the least, because I'll still see questions to ask, is if Peter Obi or Atiku or whoever are being placed the president, are we okay with that? Because the party alone on its own is created with the foundation of the British interest. Same thing as the judiciary. Everything is created with the British interest in mind. And like when it comes to the judge system, whatever, it does not always favor the poor people, because previously in Africa, I don't know what I've heard because I was not born then, is if you steal something and they take you to whatever place, the judgment is done. It's not based on the evidence you can provide that this thing is yours. So if we are talking about qualification or whatever, is that what we really want? Is qualification like make you an intelligent person, or having a qualification make you qualify for this so presidential candidate? Like, can we just, and if we even have to pick presidential candidates, I know this is my first time speaking now because I don't even have mind anymore. Like, I'm going crazy in my head because I don't know. So if this stuff and whatever, these are under 4 years. Maybe we have really suffered, and I feel like maybe we are at the edge, and the old people now want to support the young people. The question they can't have their grandparents that we are asking them now, maybe we'll make them to follow us. So these are under 4 years. Why do we have to follow Labour or APC or PD or whatever? Why can't we come up with our own? Like, why does it always have to be PDP, APC, PDP, APC, or Labour Party? Why can't we come up with our own? Like I still don't get it.
I think you do have a point there.
There's no. Let me answer in that one.
No.
There's no independent candidate in the
Father,
constitution, so you need to go through party.
Okay, let Gabriel finish. Gabriel, round up in 30 seconds so that we can move on. You've spoken more than 10 minins already.
Please. 30 seconds is too short to answer these questions. I have to answer in two.
No, you are answering them. Okay, 1 minute then.
Not all, I will answer some of it.
I wanted to answer some part of his question too.
Okay, take 1 minute so that Augustine can go. Then later on, you can come back to it again, Augustine, when it comes back to your turn.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, what I need, what most people in Nigeria need is Nigeria that's working for all Nigerians. We want to have a stronger judiciary system that's working for all Nigerians. Because as we see Nigeria going now, there's no rule of law. Because when you see politicians who stole our money still working freely, still become ministers, still become governors. So these are things we need. We have to try to eradicate from our system. And secondly, I do not support Nigeria military to even step one inch to Niger. I do not support it.
Well, because if we have interest there, because that's what people have been saying, you don't have interest in Niger.
If we have interest there, there's a diplomatic way they have to follow. I don't believe
people should be clarifying it instead of saying we don't have interest. So if we have interest, we even have to keep, because we complain about this thing, they kill us, they save us, do this to us.
The only interest I think we have there
why
is
do you coming up with that?
The only interest I think, from my opinion, we have there because they are our neighbors. So if they are on arrest, if the country is on arrest, they're going to affect our own country too. But meanwhile, that does not give Nigerian military to cough to go into Niger to go and stop those coup plotters, because those people have the reasons why they come in, as because they said the governor, the president of that country is a puppet to the France and the Western country, because when they were trying to go after the terrorist group,
15 seconds.
Yeah.
15 seconds, round up.
You don't
Just
give
finish
people,
your. You can finish your sentence with 15
Yeah, I
seconds.
know
So
about
Augustine can
the
go.
two. I know about the two.
Forefather,
I know
so
about
forefather,
the.
if you come program there, let people talk. You don't need to come all the time.
You talk for more than 10 minutes.
You
You
wait,
go for more than 10
minutes.
minutes. What is wrong with you?
15 minutes.
Augustine, please go, Jare.
Okay, I don't
Look at how
know.
he's pointing his finger. Look at he's pointing his finger at the camera.
The interjections are too many.
30 seconds.
The interjections are too many.
He will. The queue is not going to move at this rate.
Tell Mr. Forefather to he's tired. Let him keep quiet sometime, just to talk, not to talk too much, so he can rest there too.
Be quiet for 10 minutes. You will be talking.
Okay, let me just try to be fast. I'll just go straight to the point so that
I'll give it out.
Jonaba has been waiting for some time, same as Ike and the rest. See, the truth is that there is a basic for everything. If you ask me, must a PhD holder be a president? No. No be by force say the person must get PhD. Have you ever asked why when they want to employ for a job, they will tell that graduates should apply? It is because when you go to university, you will do Maths 101, Physics 101, this and that, chemistry, biochemistry. Your teacher gives you an instruction. Bolaji, submit an assignment for me by tomorrow or else you will fail. You run and submit it and you make A. Bolaji, sit down for 2 hours and draft this exam for me. Make sure you answer it or else you will fail. You sit for 2 hours and draft it and you made an A. You may be an engineer, but end up in the bank. Why? Because you can be given a task. You understand the task and present that task within the appropriate deadline. So you go to the bank and they say, make sure you make this spreadsheet today because investors are coming tomorrow. You run and do it. It is your training from the assignments that have built you to this level. That is why, according to the basic constitution, if you want to ask me, a president should have at least a BSc. That is the first thing. That means you have been trained to be able to meet deadline and to reason the question and understand it. That's the basic. So it must not be a PhD holder. Even if you're a PhD holder, you can still be in office. But the problem is this. It doesn't mean because I'm a PhD holder, I am good enough for leadership. No. Leadership, you listen to others before you take decisions. And that is why we should hold the certificates to be sure they are authentic. The basic BSc or the basic equivalent of the BSc, then hold the integrity and weigh it. Then you know that this person, from precedents, you cannot jump and become a president. You must have done things behind. People go don't dig up those things. When we weigh all these things, we now say, okay, you are the best person for the job. That's the first one.
Can I ask a question?
The second question I wanted to answer about this is that you talk about what's our interest in Niger. We don't live in isolation. We are not in a bubble of our own. No, we have interest from it. If you want, whether they like it or not, we need the Americans. We need the British. They have superior technology. So one thing we want to do is that people use negotiation for their own things now. It's negotiation. I send students to you. You train them as doctors, and I bring them back home to help my people. In return, I can do this for you or do this for me. That is negotiation. But the point is that our leaders are thieves. They cannot negotiate because they have committed crimes before. If you have somebody whose hands are clean, he will tell America, I will give you 200 people. Train them in a space engineering or this or that. In return, maybe rather than selling oil to you at $100, I will sell for 90 to compensate for this as a treaty. And that is what we call negotiation. But it doesn't happen in Nigeria because most of our leaders are corrupt and they have committed crimes, which it's like saying that the king go thief meat for pot. Somebody saw you, your brother saw you. And because of that, maybe I go report. He said, no report. I will give you this in return. These people have the secrets of our leaders in such a way that if they say, I go report to your people, say, no, I'll do what you want. That is the problem. We cannot negotiate because our hands are soiled. Our leaders are disgraced to the nation, to everybody. Why do you think they are supporting people who they know they are corrupt? Because from there, I can hold you to ransom. If I tell your president to sign, if he doesn't sign, I will release a document. Why didn't they release Tinubu's FBI file? Why? Because it's a chip for bargain. Will you blame the Americans? No. If I am an American, I will do what pleases my country. I won't release that file. Let Tinubu stay there and I use him for bargain. But you, as a Nigerian, you'll be angry. Life is all about negotiation. You must learn to negotiate. And you must have something strong on the table to negotiate. And that is just how it is.
So is that the 2 points you want to answer?
Hold on, let me just take something first, then you can this thing. See, the idea that we have to have people, somebody that is university qualified, I used to hold that opinion until I find out almost all developed countries don't have that requirement. And the reason why is because the people are sovereign. They decide who governs them. They don't necessarily need any stipulation on it. They can choose a blind man to govern them if they feel they need to do that. That is why Trump right now could be convicted and he could be elected the president at the same time. It wouldn't matter to the people of that country that elected him into office. And that's something we have to keep in mind when we are selecting leaders. Like me now that is in the West here. All of us to an extent are compromised. We have WhatsApp history, we have Facebook history, Instagram history. Tomorrow, we think only our leaders are compromised. You go back to Nigeria, you want to govern. Yeah, they have history on all of us already. And this is the aspect that we are not paying attention to as a people, that we sell all our data, just as our leaders allow us to do it, because they are too have sold out. There's a lot of problems we have, and we wonder why we're having problems when we elect leaders into offices, just like Austin said, that the leaders are compromised like Tinubu. But what he didn't recognize that almost all of us here are also compromised. That is the same problem. And we are getting compromised day by day.
We disagree with you, forefather. We disagree with you, forefather.
You know this disagree. You know this disagree people. You just like to disagree.
You know
it's
why?
Okay.
You know why?
I agree with your
disagreement. You know why I disagree with you? You know why I disagree with you? When you use the word that all of us are compromised, what are you talking about? Because your compromisation, you say, oh, they have data on us. No. In governance, the compromisation we're talking about is that neither you did something behind closed doors with government and they hold that against you. But if you say, oh, I posted picture on my WhatsApp thing, or I posted this data, or I reposted this data, that's nothing compared to what they are holding against you. Do you know the reason why they didn't release Tinubu's information? Because, like Augustine says, it's a bargaining chip. Guess what? We want you to sell oil to us at this price. If you don't, we're going to release this. We want this. If you don't, we're going to release this. That is the reason why they are not releasing that. And America is good in bargaining chip. America is good in that. So for our leaders in Nigeria, they have sold their soul to devil. That is difference between me and you and them. They sold their soul to devil that they cannot walk back. Who is in the right of their mind that stole how many billions? How much money can you eat, even if you go vacation every day?
Let me add something.
So, my brother, I disagree with you.
So let me give you an example of the reason why I said that. The reason why I said that
is
citizens of this country, citizens of this country, they even this guy let me talk. Harry, you are a troublemaker. See, citizens of this country, you know what they say? They said that the government have enough of them to put them away in jail. They confess it online that these people, because of the information they have on them, even the white people, that Google has, one of them say, Google has enough for me to put me in jail. So this is the problem. And because the reason why they are saying that is because of privacy issues. They were having that debate during that time. Until now, it's even more compromised than it was then. That was around 10 years ago they were saying that. It shows you how compromised most of us are, but we just don't know it yet until they need to show you that you're already compromised. But it's all good. Sorry, go ahead,
Please
Bolaji.
let me go. Please let me go.
Bolaji.
John Abbas come.
Yeah, let John Abbas say something, then so that we round it up. You will come back again.
Yeah,
go ahead,
thank you, Bolaji, for your young man interested in politics and your generation.
I hope you get the right answer from this pollution ground here. The notion, before we run for, first and foremost, before we go for the next election, some of you that I bet with you about to be is not going to win, please pay my debt. Pay, I beg you. Pay, then rerun. If you win, rerun, or find, or if judiciary people say that he won, then that is double. Maybe I pay you back. But for now, please pay me. Please, I beg you. Another thing is that a rerun or no rerun is left to be seen. Since 1999, we have made a lot of improvement. It's not perfect. I am not Peter Obi fan, but he has brought so many things to this election. And I hope that that is the change that we all can build on. But to say we are not making any progress, why are we here then? We are speaking to issues. Some of you bring your face here. It's not a joke to you, depends on how involved you are and where you come from. So we are making a progress, and the media is also helping us. For us to deny we are not making a progress, then we are not following the political issue in Nigeria and any other place. We have made a very significant progress. We are not where we're supposed to be at all, but we are making progress. So I hope we understand that. So we don't just give up because of we don't get what we want one time. So that is one thing I have to say. Secondly, on the issue of Niger, to you, the young man, I would personally suggest that they have a dialogue and resolve it diplomatically than any so to die. We already have our handful in Africa. We are being tormented. Even the Nigerian, as a country, we've been going through a lot in the hands of those our so-called leader, not even outside one, in the inside ones. So we hope that there will be a diplomatic solution instead of any flexing of muscle of war that will put African backward again. That will not be the best thing. And I hope we all work towards that. And the people that believe in here on the background before, so people were saying they are praying and the prayer that this will come. Whatever the will be the outcome, my honest appeal to Nigeria is that we all know how Nigerians work, but hopefully we build on this momentum of continue not to give up, whether it's Obi or Atiku or Mr. President continue. We should continue to build on this momentum and not to give up on any level. With that, that is how we prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We have to, we just have to focus on building and pushing all these people that are not doing anything, all the complainers out of the way. Make way for the ones that want to get things done. I think who is next?
Bye
is
for
it
now. Yoruba Nation,
Nigerman.
I'm not against you.
Yeah, Nigerian.
Bless you all.
Nigerian, welcome. And
after Nigerian, I go talk.
Yes, of course. Nobody can stop you now.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, everywhere, depending on where you're looking for a place, like and share. I know me days come with another one is one Nigeria truly a reality. Have you able to right there? I don't see a way. So for my own, we are talking about the election petition. So that one, I think let's rest that one there. Let's focus on the main one, and that is the Ukraine. I said Ukraine, the Niger. Let me talk Welling and the Niger. I don't think going to Niger war is our fight because that is Tinubu is going there. I've said it yesterday, just to prove himself that he's in charge, nothing more, to gain legitimacy from the US and the France. Because the war is not Nigeria war. I don't know what he's going to do there. Because we have many military coups in Nigeria. I didn't see any country that come to fight us, to come to Wailing. So why is he going there? So should let them they should not use us to come and settle their score, please. Which the border, the people, even the northern are even complaining they didn't support. Even the Senate didn't support him. So there is no way he's going to do that. I don't understand. Because the Western is coming, they are not going to bring their troops. They are only going to tell him they will support with finance. Finish. So who's going to give? Do you think the Muslim or the Muslim will now agree to take their own brother? Their own brother will go there. Many Nigerians are there in Niger. This is a president. You want to go to fight war. You have not addressed Nigeria. Only you by yourself just want to go and fight war. Nigerians are there. You didn't say, let me go, let me evacuate the Nigeria there. You didn't say anything. You didn't even talk anything about the Nigeria living in Niger. So I don't understand. That one is not going to be possible. Thank God nobody is supporting it. There is another civil society who have come out in River. Different one is coming out shouting. They say they are going to protest. That is, they should not go to war. They should go on dialogue. Even the ECOWAS have said they are going on dialogue. So you should dialogue with them and forget these people to come and settle our. The people there in Niger, the citizens, they are happy. They are having a festival. Leave it for them. What is your problem there? We have coup in Nigeria. Who come? Like our brother said, 6 feet. Everywhere, look at the Nigeria situation. We have a lot of problems. Forgery is everywhere. Everybody forgery. Do you understand? So even the military regime we have in since 1995, I was looking at GDP of Nigeria through this IMF. In 1990, with China, in 1990, China GDP was 347. Nigeria was 653. Up to 1995, China GDP was per capita was $604. Nigeria was 1,255. But today in 2020, at last year, China GDP is 12,814. Nigeria is 2,202. Look at even the military regime, we are even better. Look at during all the years, since 2000 to down, everything just scrambled, which is very bad. So the people, there's a news I read yesterday. They said even the citizens of Niger, they said they sell their uranium for $218. And France will give them $11. What kind of country is that? You said they are $218, you come and give them $11. Those kind of human beings. So let them say what they want. Even the European Union, why can't the ECOWAS say, okay, what is the problem? You people should dictate the way you want to live your life. Write a new constitution, write the way you want to live. Why are them there? Because this is what benefits them. The one in charge that want to let that came to see Tinubu, that one he overthrow with a military coup. So yeah, the one. So I don't understand. I bet Tinubu, I'm just begging Tinubu should just leave Nigeria alone because the problem we are facing now. Should just do and resign and just go. Leave Nigeria and just resign. That is just the best thing for him to do. So that is all. Please, I don't want to using that word to go and be killing citizens, taking Nigeria. So we have Boko Haram since how many years? Bandits, we are still battling with it. So now all the old asylum before all of them will pack into Nigeria. Before they will not come to the south, to this side, we have more problem. So you want to create problem for Nigeria, more wahala. I beg you, nobody send a war. No Nigeria support him for war. He's on his own. Thank you very much. That's just what I want to contribute to the two.
Thank you, Nigerman. Ike na Santiago. Please go ahead before Max.
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Yes. Alamo City.
Which state is it in? Which state is this? California?
Texas.
Texas. Welcome.
Hey, the problem I have when people say, like, is it John Abba just said that Nigeria is progressing. I'm in my early 50s, and ever since I was a child, they say things are bad. When the first time I know what a dollar is when the dollar was, for every $1 is 50 kobo. For every $1 is 50 kobo. And that time they say Nigeria is bad. Today, $1 is 800 and something naira. So what do we say? We have gone down the drain. The Qatar that just hosted Doha, that just hosted World Cup. If you go back and look at them in 1999, when we took democracy, this democracy we are saying, if you check their country in 1999 and their country today, and you compare it to Nigeria, there is no comparison. What does that say about us? It says that we have gone backwards instead of forward. And the fundamental is the leaders that have led us throughout this time. It's like when Obasanjo started talking good about P2B and all that. Obasanjo gave P2B so much hard time during the time P2B was governor of Anambra State. But now he have a epiphany. How did Obasanjo make his money? He have a epiphany now that he's a good guy. He started this downward spiral. And the fundamental, I don't know where we go from here because we have gone away from. When Buhari was ruling, we were on the bottom. Now we're going to be on bottomless pit. We can't even, there is no way you can measure where we're going. It's only 2 months. This is where we are in the last 2 months. Everybody I know in Nigeria, when you call them, they say we live in hell. Do you know? We don't even know how bad it is that people cannot find food to eat because of how money is going, how things are going. First of all, we started dealing with the MFLE issue, exchanging money. All they did is to paint the money back. Could you imagine? They just paint the money and they cause all this problem. Now, this man took over. Everybody hated subsidy because that is where all our money went to. But how you address subsidy is the key thing. He should have put things in place. He's not the one that cut subsidy. It was Buhari that cut subsidy. But when he came on board, he's supposed to be sure what his plan is. He didn't have a plan. And he went and talked because he forgot that now he's a president of Nigeria. You can't talk anyhow. You can't say things anyhow. Before you say, you must analyze it very well. And people that are advising you are supposed to advise you correctly. So we have left our country in the hands of non-entities and foolish people that doesn't have anything to offer to his people. And I hate the idea that people compare European country and the Americans to Nigeria. When America, for example, because everybody that went to school in America must do American history and the American government. You're going to do your state government and you're going to do the federal government. You're going to do those things in school. During the time America was in the age of Nigeria, they were farmers. They were farmers. Everything they did is all about farming and exporting. But we in Nigeria, how many kids that graduated in university and you tell him to go and farm? I have a guy who went to school here in Texas that lives in Ekiti State. He's one of the richest farmers in Nigeria. And the government is subsidizing him, giving him all this land and he's doing farming. But a lot of kids nowadays, everybody want to make money right quick. The problem Nigeria have is that families have do away what family is supposed to be. Families don't ask their children. For example, parents are supposed to ask their children, where did you get this money? That's not the money I gave you. Where did you get this? How did you get this? I remember as a child, if I come home, my grandmother would say, who gave you that? And if I cannot give an answer, that means assumption is that I stole the money. So, Nigeria and the leadership and Nigerian individuals, Nigerian people have failed themselves. This young man asked a question about going to Niger. Niger, like what happened recently to their country. The same problem Niger have is the same problem European countries put all of us together and make us one Nigeria. And over the years, we have been battling each other. Politicians have used that divide and religion to rule us, to make us that you cannot find competent individuals to run the country. Leave Niger, let them deal with your problem because we have our own bigger fish to fry. Education. Okay. You ask, why should somebody mandated to have education? Education does not define intelligence.
You can round up in about 1 minute now.
Yeah, I will round it up. Education does not define intelligence, but education is a catalyst for you to understand things that happen in life. Because, like Augustine says, if I give you an assignment, I give you time to fill it. You go and do that assignment. I have friends that are rich, that are not educated. But unfortunately, when you go to their businesses, you see that lack of education play a vital role in their business. Because if they were educated, you will know that they will run their business differently compared to how they run their business. So, my brother, education is critical. In America, they don't ask you you're educated because before you even get to run the to be a president, they know your background already. In Nigeria, where any fool can come up and run for presidency if you're a bully and you have money. If you can bully your way in and you have money, you can be president of Nigeria without anybody asking you if you're educated or not, where you come from or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Max, thank you for your patience. It must be hard, leaving your cows to come and spend time here. Oh, so many cows. Thank you for your coming and joining us. So yeah, I don't know if I'm poking my nose where it doesn't belong. How many head of cows do you have now? You are muted.
I have 10 cows.
No, not you.
It takes about a year for a female cow to give birth. So wow. The last time I spoke to my brother, Dr. Damages, cows give birth just like human beings. The same gestation period, it's just the same thing. So in a year you have one calf. So the last time I spoke to Dr. Damages about it was 278 with 55 calves. Calves. So I am expecting another 55 calves. Let us say November, December. So that is how it is. And I don't keep them. We normally sell them. Yeah, we normally sell them. And the one thing you should know is that they are in my ranch. They are not moving about. They are not roaming the streets, destroying people's farms, causing killings, and displacing people like the way they do it in Nigeria.
Okay,
how many years does it take to get to maturity stage?
You say 1 year.
No, like if you want to, the ones that you can keep for beef. The one you can keep for beef, you will inject them. Within 6 months, they will be big enough, depending on how you feed them. And we have special grasses that we use to feed them here. The one we keep as hays, and the fresh one they eat. So with millet, if you have money to buy millet, apart from the grasses, the special grasses that we plant there, people sell the seed, you plant it in your own farm, you weed them, you harvest the grasses, dry them either with machine or using the sun, because my place is in the north. It's just like the northern part of Nigeria, so we have very strong sunlight over there. So we dry them, grind them, mill them into heads and feed them like the way what do they call it? Corn flour, the way we put flour, but it must be very, very a little bit coarse, so it won't be that smooth. but it will be a little bit coarse so that you can serve it to them and they eat in their feeding trays. So that is what we do. And nobody is being harassed in their farms. I cannot use my own business, personal business that I inherited from my dad to, disadvantage other people. That is one thing is here. Any cow you see going roaming around the street over here will be taken by the government. If no matter who you are, if you are like become the president of this, your cows will be taken away. And that was what happened in Agogo, in Ashanti Kingdom, when the same people came here and begin to do the same shenanigans they were doing in Nigeria. They are still doing in Nigeria, but the president come out, irrespective of how bad. If there is anything that man have done for us, that alone is commendable, from me to him. He dealt with them, collected all the cows. The one they can kill, they kill them. They call that Operation Cow Boot. Operation Cow Boot.
Wow, that is
you stand there, they will deal with you.
Yeah, that's
so that
nice.
is how it is. So
that's nice. Forefather is supporting the one roaming about in Nigeria.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that the violence. I'm not supporting in the violence. But this cow business, maybe someday we'll have a good time to talk about cows and agriculture, because I think you have rich knowledge that people will probably gain from, and people that are involved in other forms of agriculture can talk about it too.
Yeah, to Niger, if you want to know the value of cow and the dairy products you get from it, hides and skin you get from it, even the bones, you can grind them and use them to feed your poultry farms. You just go and look at what Holland, the Netherlands, is doing with livestock farming, proper livestock farming. So
what you said just now just reminded me of something. Our bar brothers, whenever they are making belts, I don't know where they get the material they use to make those their fake belts, but we have cow skin everywhere. I hardly see the cow skin belt in Nigeria. Why do they keep making fake this thing? And we are eating the pomo when we can use it to make belt and odd shoes. When you go to that Okija market, you keep buying all those fake belts all the time. That will last 3 days and it comes to pieces. We have all been caught with this thing. I keep wondering, why are they not using cow skin since we have cows all over Nigeria? Do you know why?
We eat it. They eat it in Nigeria.
Yeah, they are busy eating the skin. When they can use it to make belts that will last months and years, and the cow skin is quite good for belts, isn't it? So they don't do that.
To Niger, when you go back in the 60s, hides and skin was one of the vital export products Nigeria was exporting to the world, the biggest in the world at that time. Then, because of mismanagement, bad leadership, leaders with no vision, that is the reason why you see Nigeria where it is today. And when they discovered oil in 1958, Lowbury, they abandoned everything and channeled themselves into oil, which is now, look at where it is, an expendable natural resource. So as time goes on, Nigeria will not, this crude oil will no longer be viable in the world because people are going into renewable energy as we speak. So my people, I say good evening to you all. It is 8:27 in upper eastern part of Ghana, my little beautiful city, Bolagatanga. And for people that doesn't know, we are very close to Burkina Faso. And most of the things that is happening there, we are in fact looking at it as if we are just watching it in a park.
You see Nigerians how they are defending eating pomo. All of them, they are laughing. They are eating pomo. They are like, oh yeah, it's sweet meat and all that. But we did all this fake belt that they keep selling me. I don't like it. The belt, they will look nice, and you think you've got the quality one, but it's still fake. They should be using all this leather for belt.
To Niger, you see, there is a proverb they said. In the 60s, when hides and skin were being used, regarded as an export produce in Nigeria, people were not eating it. There were meat everywhere. There were meat, beef everywhere. In fact, if you go to Southeast that time, the Eastern region, they have a kind of species of cow, the one with the black and the white. I do not know. It's just like these foreign ones. They have it in every family at that time, according to my mom, had those things, those type of cows. While the North also have the Sokoto breed, the Ndamas, and the rest of them. And people would not even derive any joy in eating pomo. In Ghana here, we call it wele. Nobody eats pomo because there is a meat, a beef in excess. So the reason why people are eating it now is because of it's a sign of poverty as well. Forget about, if you check the pomo, there is nothing like any nutrient in it. There is no protein in it at all.
About a year ago or so, the government tried to ban it in Nigeria because they talked about the way they prepare them. It has chemical in it, but Nigerians fought against it, and I was one of those people sided with them because I said, "Pomo, yes, it doesn't have any nutrient, but that means that it is very good for weight control, isn't it?"
Yeah, you see, it has no nutritive value at all. So that is how it is. So for me,
yeah, I guess it. But if you want to control your weight, it's not a good thing. If you want to control your weight, you can eat it, and it will keep you full, but you don't grow fat or become overweight.
To Nigeria, you are learned. You are properly schooled. If you eat breakfast in the morning, you eat your normal food in the afternoon and light food in the evening, you will not be overweight. You will not. Just put yourself in a proper diet. You will not be overweight. If you go to those days when leaves, while I was growing up, it was pure leaves, ugu leaves. You fry it, do everything, put little tomatoes, onion to it, and fry it. You eat it morning, evening, and afternoon, and you'll be satisfied. These are just pure leaves, green leaves. Green leaves. If I said anyway, I don't. Let's just
don't worry.
This
is one of those things that I just get excited by, with all the Indomie generation. But it's okay. I will have this discussion some other time. This is a very serious issue. Our diet is going down the drain. Our manufacturing is not meeting the quality that is required because of all this misappropriation of even cow skin too. All right. So yeah, let's get back to the topic. So where were we? Go ahead. You can submit on the topic.
Yes, I have to go there. And permit me to greet my brothers. I think they are in the comment section. Mr. Otis, Blue Shell, and Olga. I beg you, our palm wine. No, make you remember our palm wine. So don't say you know go keep with me. My brother, today is 7th day, 1 week. Bola Ahmed Tinubu gave Niger Republic junta, to relinquish power to the corrupt civilian president Bazoum. I am still expecting to see what Ahmed Bola Tinubu and the ECOWAS heads of state, corrupt ECOWAS, fantastically corrupt ECOWAS heads of state. Senegal is there now. Senegal is trying. Look at what Senegal is doing right now. If there is coup there today, will you blame the soldiers? Where are these ECOWAS head of state? Why Senegalese president is doing what he's doing over there in Senegal? Look at the Togo, Eyedema's son. He is going to rule Togo more than his father. I think the father ruled for over 32 or 33 years. These ECOWAS head of states were there when the father was doing what he was doing. They did not caution him. The son has also stepped into the footsteps of the father. These, I said it before, if you create an enabling environment for coups to happen, these khaki boys will come in. Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria is not left out. And I wonder, people that will say, oh, coup will never happen. Coup will never. We said it before in Nigeria. I witnessed December 31st, 1983 coup. I saw that one live. When it happened, people were rejoicing. Why were Nigerians rejoicing on the street, in the streets of Nigeria? Why? because they felt that the civilian government they had that time was lagging behind. They could not benefit anything. And from that time, if you look at the infrastructures that Nigeria is boasting of today, 80% of them were done by the military. Go and check. That is why they're supposed to teach our young people history. Most of the infrastructure you have today that you are still using today were built by the military. I was a former military warrant officer retired, but I never loved military. But when you create an enabling environment for these khaki boys to come in, please don't blame them when they come in. If you hear that there is a coup in Togo today, will you blame the khaki boys? With what the man is doing, they are tinkering with the constitution, trying to go beyond what the father did. This is bad. And this African head of state that is coming out now to run their mouth, I beg my language, to stand against the military takeover in Niger, could not even have the balls to speak as at that time, when their partner, one of their own, was committing those, constitutional blunder in their countries. They kept quiet. Soldiers come now, then they begin to give them 7 days ultimatum to vacate the seat of power. Is that nonsensical? Is that not nonsensical? For me, I'm expecting Bola Ahmed Tinubu to go. In fact, in a military intervention, that's what they call unilateral powers. Nigeria is the strongest in ECOWAS. They can adopt unilateral powers and invade Niger Republic. What makes Nigeria a giant if they cannot unilaterally go in there? They can go in there and show themselves. Let these fat pot-bellied generals go there and test themselves. Nigeria has never fought conventional warfare before, and I do not know why they are giant. We've never fought conventional warfare. The only conventional warfare we fought was against Cameroon. And I was in Garoua. We advanced to Garoua before Obasanjo called us back. This is the time. The Nigerian military only go for the low-hanging fruits. They went to Udi. They did what they did there. They went to Zakibiam. We did what we did there. They went to Ezazaki in Zaria. They did what they did there. Show of force. Shameless people. Shameless and unprofessional people. You go there, you kill a lot of people because they don't have the same equivalent of the armory they have. They can go and slaughter them. They went to Enugu, they slaughter and burn houses. They went to where? Everywhere. They've been beating people anyhow. Today now, there is call of duty to go to Niger and you don't want to go. You see the difference between the northern sector and the southern sector. The northern sector has come out to condemn, say, no, don't go. Why are they calling no, don't go? Because they share common value system. Anything that you do there is going to affect them. But the southern part of Nigeria will begin to call the army to come in to kill and maim your own people, your youths. They did it in a Lekki toll gate. They did it in Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's house. They did it in Sunday Igboho's house. What stops them now from showing that tenacity in their military powers, the show of force? What stopped them now from doing it? When you talk like this, people in the comment section like Crown and Ify and the rest of them will begin to attack you on the comment section. But these are truth. You refuse to know and you refuse to hear. And I will tell you because I was an insider in it. Do not go for these people. Then you are going for them. You are dealing with them anyhow. Now it has come for you to go and show your giantness in the whole of Africa. You refuse. You are running away. Don't be juju be that. As for the tribunal, I don't expect anything to come from there because in law, people that study law, I know most of you are here. There is technicality and morality. If they cancel the election, where do you want them to get, hundreds of billions of naira that they used to conduct that fraudulent election. Where do you want them? Then you are going to pay more taxes in order to vote more money to go into a new election. Are they going to install Atiku or Obi? Is something that we live to see. And knowing the judicial system of Nigeria, what they did in Imo State, I think that is exactly what they are going to do in this one. And the heaven will not fall. Nigerians will move on. I'm telling you the truth. If they return Bola Ahmed Tinubu there, irrespective of what happened in that presidential election, the heavens will not fall. I'm telling you, hey, I'm here. The heavens will not fall. So that is how it is. I expect to see what will happen. Peradventure, it is ruled in the favor of Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Nigerians are suffering. People are buying every now and then. The security operatives are dealing with our people, leaving their signature like my father from different mother. Fela said, blood and sorrow. That is what they live with you. Today, petrol is so. In fact, I wanted to speak to my elder brother, John Abba. John Abba said Nigeria is making progress. What kind of progress are you making? What kind of progress is Nigeria making from 1960? Crude oil that's supposed to be a blessing to Nigerians, that's supposed to make them rich. Nobody in Nigeria is supposed to be poor. In Nigeria, nobody. You're supposed to be exporting human resources outside to the world as expatriates. You put them on the ground. Even when they finish school, they cannot get job to do. Work they cannot do. Electricity is not there. In this 21st century, Nigeria cannot boast of installed capacity of 7,000 megawatts. Ghana here, they are struggling. In fact, they are fighting to go beyond 10,000 megawatts. As I'm sitting down here now, there is light everywhere. My light has never gone off. And when I say this, people in the comment section will begin to attack me. Nigeria is a smart, Ghana is a smart country. Don't allow this man to come here and make this nonsense argument. You are the giant of Africa. Ghana is supposed to learn from you and not you learning from Ghanaians. When we conduct elections in Ghana here, our elections is free. If you kill anybody, you will go in for it. If you make incendiary comments in this country, you will go in for it. As we speak now, $1 million was discovered in a lady minister's house with 300,000 euros. She is there now explaining how she got those money. But in Nigeria, billions of dollars are wasted, taken, stolen. And all you can't do here is to come on the comment section and begin to comment, things that doesn't make sense.
That lady is going to work free, isn't she? You know how Ghanaians are. That lady is going to work free.
No, to Nigeria, she will never work free as long as we are holding our parliamentarians to account. Do you remember when the president wanted to build a cathedral? We said, no, you cannot. We sent our parliamentarians, go there, no more money will be voted to it. After all, it's a personal, a pledge he made to his court. We stopped it to today. And none of them would dare go back and vote money again for that cathedral. Go and check it is there. We said no. So these are some of the things we do here. Are we supposed to learn from Nigeria and not Nigerians expect? You have everything. Tell me, to Nigeria, is there anything you lack in that country?
No, I know we don't lack anything, but the problems of Ghana is not so dissimilar to that of Nigeria. Like you remember, Tinubu wanted to give people 8,000 and he had to back off because Nigerians said no. You see what I mean? He had to back off with the 8,000. So we have similar. The standard of living difference between Ghana and Nigerians is not as big. So we're all in the same mess together to an extent.
No, to Nigeria, we have serious problem here. Our debt is unsustainable. Our debt is unsustainable in this country. Ghanaians are suffering. We are suffering. But in the midst of this suffering, there is security. There is light. There is water. And every house has one gas jar or the other. You go, you buy your gas, you come home and, cook your food. You can walk in Ghana here, all over. I'm not telling you that there are no, elements of, crimes here and there. No, there is no place. It's not with us. But when you look at the level of security in Ghana and compare it with that of Nigeria, my brother, Ghana is far ahead. We're supposed to learn from Nigeria, not Ghana, trying to be, the best. I expect the best to come because you have bad leaders. That is the reason why the reason why you see our people afraid to steal money in Ghana is because of what J.J. Rawlings did to them. When he took over, he was a military head of state. He fired all of them.
In a way, you can argue that Burkina Faso is taking the hit Ghana is supposed to get, because in the context of Nigeria landmass extends slightly ahead of Ghana's, and people are able to come into Nigeria more than Ghana. So all the militants that are supposed to end up in Ghana end up in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is soaking it up. So, and if you say Ghana is secure, it's not as secure. They just have 15,000 soldiers. If things get out of control in Burkina Faso, they will be in Ghana before no time, and you start having problems.
You know what? Yeah, no, to Nigeria, I am here, and I live very close to Burkina Faso. If you see how we man our border, you will be surprised. We don't have, much soldiers. We see how we man our borders. It is going to be difficult for this kind of people to come in here. They tried before in their bikes, and we chased them away. You see, everybody, in fact, the civilians, the citizens of Ghana are given the authority to question anybody that they see within their community that they don't know. You have the right to question, and you can arrest the person if you suspect that person and call the police on that person. We are aware of those things, and that is what we are doing. But when I was in Nguru State, there is 1,010,000 illegal entry youths into that place. When they are coming from Chad and Niger, you don't even know who is coming to your place because they speak the same Hausa. Unless you know how to speak Hausa before you will see the accent between them and Nigeria, then you will know that these people are from Nigeria or Chad. Apart from that, there is no difference. So that is the problem. That is what is going on. But for me, Nigerians, I think it's an uphill task, and I believe that.
Let me show you something that I'm looking at right now, so that you see what Ghana is potentially the future holds. And this is why I think Nigeria needs to get their security posture changed. And Ghana's security posture, just because you are not seeing problems, so it doesn't mean problems is not going to show up tomorrow, because your security posture is basically relying on America. Do you see? Let me see. Where did they say that Al-Qaeda closes in on a stalwart U.S. ally? And that is Ghana they are referring to. Because Ghana's security right now is being ensured by Americans, as long as they stick to a script that the Americans give to them. And that's something most people don't recognize. Nigeria is one of those countries that is balking it a little bit. I don't know whether you know this. Ghana's international airport terminal, one of them is controlled by U.S. military. So they have very, very close working relationship with the U.S. And this is why you see the stability that you see right now. The moment people really seriously start stepping out of line, watch what happens. And you see that you start having problems like South Africa is having right now, and Kenya is beginning to have too. So it's something we have to be careful about. And the signs are clear that they are already showing up in close to Ghana. I think a security guard, they said, was attacked or something. Militants, Islamists, Burkina Faso. So yeah, they attacked some kind of security guard in the post, and Ghana is beginning to beef up its security in the border. But for me, that is nothing. It's not going to be anything compared to what Nigeria has. Ghana is even less prepared to face these problems than Nigeria was.
Most of our, in fact, we don't even rely most on, the people we signed defense pact with, that is British. If you look at most of the exercises that they are doing in Ghana here, is basically between the Ghana Armed Forces and the US. So what I'm trying to say here is this: anyhow they do it, it is going to be difficult for them to come in, because this is not just the army alone or the armed forces alone. I told you, I say the civilians that live, the indigenes of this area that lives within these places, will not allow such thing to happen. They will first of all blow the alarm. They will tell you that, who are you? What are you doing here? Who is your parents? Where do you live? Do you know anybody around this place? This is how Ghanaians are trained. Ghanaians are spies for themselves in their own country. So that is why it is going to be difficult unless something happens tomorrow. I do not know. But relatively,
what do you think is at the core of this problem? I think before we go to Splendor, I think we'll just jump over Olumide because we know what he's going to say. There's no point really. We can just ignore him. I'm joking.
No. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
No, I'm joking. You think I'm going to jump you? I'm just joking.
Except you want to end your own broadcast tonight.
Can I talk about the
That's unacceptable.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Bolaji. Say something about the border issue.
Okay, wait, let me land my point before let me just round up.
Okay.
You see, I would like to see a Nigeria that work, because if from the foundation of that country, I don't think it will work, because the constitution, anytime when I come here, even before the election, even if we put P2B there, it will be difficult for him to operate. How many, the decisions and bills that are passed into law go through the Senate, the National Assembly. And the number of people you have there is what is going to determine whether your bill is passed into law or not. As we speak, Labour Party has about 6 to 7 representatives there. It is not much. If P2B goes in there, the same people that are benefiting from this corrupt status quo will be the same person he is going to meet there. Most of them has finished, looted money from their states. They ran to National Assembly to go and hide there. These are the same people that he is going to meet.
I bet to disagree on that. Sorry.
No, you see, my brother. Okay. You see, whether you like it or not, it is for a bill to pass in there. You require 2/3 of these people to pass that bill. What if they say no? What if they say no? Thank you so much.
What bill are you referring to? What bill are you saying they will need to pass with 2/3?
Any bill, let's say any bill that is going to benefit the Nigerian populace. Any bill, whatsoever that is going to benefit the ordinary people like this cutting of this and this and that. You see, it is going to be difficult for him.
I thought it was majority wins, not necessarily 2/3.
Yeah, but you need to.
The majority, the Labour Party has the majority in the National Assembly.
It's not about that.
But they can deny the government the majority, because I don't think the government is majority.
One thing Mazi should understand is this: the Nigerian president remains the most powerful president by law on the surface of the earth. There are certain things he can do without having recourse to the National Assembly. That was the reason why people were blaming Jonathan after the.
Okay, what are the examples? Because we keep saying this thing. I don't know where the examples are.
But the truth of the matter is there's something they call executive fiat.
Okay. You see, executive fiat has nothing to do with sending a bill to the National Assembly for approval. Once the president sends it, he has no power. He has no power. It is the people's representative that is going to debate on that bill, whether it is good for them or not. But when you have these people there, it will be difficult, sir.
Ogamazi, I'm coming. Executive fiat will come into force where there is no cooperation between the executive arm of government and the legislature. And where there is a bill before the National Assembly that is very sacrosanct to drive some developmental, whatever it is that the executive want to do. But that is not the point. The point is this. I've been listening. I've been here for more than 4 hours. I just decided to join about maybe 45 minutes ago. I've listened to
so many people. People have come to share their opinion. People have given their perspective and stuff like that. Some very beautiful, some not too very beautiful. But I think we have not been able to actually look at the nitty-gritty of the Nigerian issue. Nigeria is a crime scene, and there are factors that are responsible for that. And most fora that have actually joined to discuss, nobody actually look at these factors. You see, Nigeria is resting on a foundation, and that foundation is the one that determines what happens and what does not happen. And that foundation is what is responsible for what Nigeria is currently going through.
That's the 1999 constitution, yes?
No, it's not the 1999 constitution. The coming together of Nigeria, you understand? That is where the problem is. Nigeria is resting on the foundation of a hegemony. Do you understand? People don't pay attention to this. Nigeria is resting on the foundation of a hegemony. And that hegemony used to be just a mere hegemony that has become a divine decider of what happens in Nigeria. That is the hegemony that is playing God in everything that we do. And let me bring you to one aspect of the workings of this hegemony. People look at
Mr. Splendor, you are very. Can you let Olumide finish so that we can just go in line? So that when you come to
I think because it was when the forefathers mentioned my name. That's okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you have a chance to flesh it out.
You have a very
just concluded by Maxwell. Then Bolaji will say what he wanted to say about the border. Then we'll go to Olumide. Then we'll get to Splendor. We know Olumide is going to talk.
Stop it.
What is it, Chief Olumide? Is that what you want?
You don't have to put Chief. My name is Olumide.
Olumide. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I think that's my bad. Sorry.
And you have refused to tell us which part of Nigeria you are from. What
is your problem? I'm from your village. I've been telling you this. You cannot accept me. I am from the same town.
His name is Idahosa. His name is Idahosa.
You won't accept me. I keep telling you.
No. I will accept you. But you know what? See, part of my discussion now will focus on you and John Abba. John Abba left a statement, a line. I think Maxi addressed it, but I just want to address it further about.
Okay, let Maxi finish. Then you can speak after Apology. Then Olumide, Maxi, please complete your submission so that Bolaji can say something.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Nigeria. You see, Nigeria is the giant of Africa, biggest economy in Africa. And I would like Nigeria to go and do what we did in Liberia and Sierra Leone, in Yugoslavia, which I participated as well, in Cameroon, etc., in Niger Republic. It will be a good thing. That will be one of the tests for the Nigerian government. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your submission. You know, I learned quite a bit about how this thing. That one stays with me. So, Bolaji, please go ahead.
Yeah, and sorry because I don't know. Yeah, but with the border issue, yeah, I feel like we don't even need border. Like we don't need border, but it depends with opinion because I come from the border side, and you know we share border with Benin. I don't know, Republic of Benin. So and because like they speak Yoruba like over there, and it's hard to differentiate when people like that, and even when our people, like our own people, live there to do their business and their.
So you are one of those people that have divided loyalties, like the Buhari that wants to go to Niger,
No.
And now you cross to Benin and come back to Nigeria as you see me there. Is that the all these bothering people? We have to be watching them closely. Go ahead.
No, but I'm not even like Buhari or whatever. But I just feel like Europe are connected with trains. I'm not saying this because I came from border or whatever, but I'm just saying that we as a people, you know what was the corner just said, that Nigeria Foundation is not good. I've said it many times. If Nigeria Foundation is not good, are they saying Nigeria Foundation is not good because the current government, because this thing does not just happen overnight like yesterday, yeah? It has been like this since over 60 years. And when I listen to Fela's song, you know, it used to say, the time I talk my own, now something make me talk my own. And if time reach, you say go talk your own. So why are all these? I don't know. I don't want to say what the fuck.
I think what you said something quite important. I think that's a very interesting point. When people say Nigeria Foundation, I
Yeah,
think
like
where
is it
they
because
make the mistake. Sorry, let me add it because I think that is something I'm beginning to realize recently. They think many people think it's the constitution or this thing. No, I don't think that is it. It's the elites of Nigeria. They are a class of people that these same elites are the ones that used to sell us as slaves to foreigners. They've not changed. Many of them, their thrones still remain there. And they went on to the colonial powers left, the British left, and they went on to carry on with the same kind of culture. They never elevated themselves to nation builders and nation creators. They still remain like the same people that were selling their people for ogogoro, for umbrella and mirrors.
yeah,
And
but
that is at the core of the foundational problem. That elite class has to change or they have to be removed. Otherwise, Nigeria's problem will remain where it is because the people don't support it. The people are suffering, but they remain the same. They travel overseas, they have investment overseas, they are compromised overseas, like Tinubu. FBI is controlling Tinubu's data now, and they don't see any interest in building our nation. And I think at the core of it is our elite class. All other elites in the world build their nations up, but this our elite class. They don't make any sacrifice. If anything, they sacrifice us to foreigners. And I think that is at the core of our foundational problem. It's not the constitution, not the paper. This is why I've been arguing with people that talk about constitution. Because we know the UK doesn't have a proper constitution now. Yet look at what they've accomplished for themselves. But if you look at the fundamentals, is our elite class and whoever makes it up there, the culture they have there is not a culture of sacrifice to build your nation. It's a culture of let's go to and rely on other people for our safety. They literally don't have any sense of protection for their people. Nothing. You know, like Ghana now that we are talking about, 30 something million people has 15,000 soldiers. That is very, very highly unusual around the
yeah,
world.
but Ghana does not share the same languages with people they border with. Like Ghana speak English and Burkina Faso speak French and their local language.
But the fundamentals remain the same. The elite class, they have a culture of working with the colonial powers. That's
Yeah,
their
but
culture.
because that's like I don't even want you to be sorry for me to correct you, but I don't
Of
want you to
course.
be sounding like you're looking down on our ancestors. Like there are people among those people that left or that died for Nigeria that fought so hard, guerrilla warfare by themselves and die. Like when we are talking about these people keep, like, so if we keep talking about these people coming, like, so why do we even keep still accepting them? And when we are talking about Tinubu's compromise, if FBI to say that Tinubu do this and is not eligible for president, is that when just not think that okay, Tinubu is not eligible? Like we already know Tinubu that this man is not eligible, and so why should we even wait? Like, okay, we don't want our president to go to Western world to take orders. So why do we, the peoples, also need FBI reports for us to react? Like,
I think you are right there. We shouldn't have to rely. It's a main fact I've been saying that we shouldn't have to rely on that, and we should have been alarmed at the rate our leaders are going overseas. That's where you start from because it's very unusual. And this coup that you see in Niger right now is an emblematic of the problem in the entire black continent, where you see their leaders are working with the French to undermine the people regularly. That's part of the problem with the coup now that you just saw in Niger. And the same thing is happening in Nigeria. It's just that you don't see the coup, but you see our leaders. Why do you think Tinubu wants to invade? He wants to go and defend the French and the Americans. This is the thing they do.
But I don't know, but I don't feel like quiz the option because, like, okay, let's assume maybe, but I did not accept it. But if, for instance, let's just play it as a scenario, yeah, that this one person that is being the leader or who is leading this school, yeah, they are people with the right direction, even though I don't think so. So once they are being killed, because there are just certain people that there are people with numbers. When they are being killed, so what happened? They leave the country in conflicts, unfinished fighting, and so on. It goes on for like that till whatever God knows. So I feel like it's time for we the people to get ourselves educated and stop relying on these limited informations that keep us brainwashed with some religions and emotion stuffs, and try to learn ourselves. Because when coup happen, if it's whoever want to be the president and whoever we want, if we the people does not understand, they'll just keep playing us, and this is the right one, this is not the right one. If we can't even do the assignment of who is the right person to even vote for about ourselves, like
I like your. So let me just add to it before you go on. I like your insertion of the people constantly, because you realize that the people are the ones that can change their country. And in terms of the forefathers, where you said it looks like I'm having a go at them, yes, you have to hold them accountable for the errors that they made. I understand that there are a lot of people that fought. Yes, I understand that a lot of people fought and died. And
Jewish war
yeah, go
happened for
ahead.
just 5 years. And you know, when people and Jewish talk till now, I think some Jewish in UK, they don't even go for Mercedes, BMW because of what happened. They go for Toyota cars. You know,
Okay, because of Germany.
Yeah, so if that only happened for 5 years, just 5 years, and it's recently, we know what happened. It can't be covered. And the Soviets also, what happened to them, that the Russia still hold against the Germans now and be like, they are using that propaganda. It's because it happens and the evidence is there, they can't deny it. So what happened to we that we are, it's not even 5 years, it's over 100 years that this everything happened to us.
Look at how polite Olumide is. You see, hold on. You see how polite Olumide was on that this thing. Then when he's talking to Nigerians, he starts pouring scorn on us. But it's okay. Go ahead with what you're saying.
So it happened to us like over 100 years, and these people break, like, for them to even keep our language for us is a law, because even in America does not speak English before, but now they are all speaking English. Like, that's a lot of work for them to even keep our languages for us. Like, these people are just here to kill us and take whatever they can take and turn into Europeans puppets. Or then
I think what you said about what happened to the Jews in
like
Germany.
People break. So I don't. Yeah, we can keep them at fault for that, for maybe being too accommodating to even allow them to even give them water or offer them water the first time they came to our land. But we need to also understand that some people fought, like literally fought for us to keep these languages we are speaking today. Like, people in Australia does not speak English, but now they don't even know that.
I get what you are saying. I get what you are saying. You know, I even reminded in the earlier conversation that there are people that are keeping the roof up. That is the way we tend to refer to these things. The ones that, you know, things could have been worse, like you are describing the Aboriginal experience. So I get what you are saying, but it still doesn't mean it didn't happen. And the tragedy of it all is grievous. The Aboriginals didn't even sell their people. What we are talking about is we had options. We could have chosen different things. And it didn't happen overnight. It happened over hundreds of years that they could have used to learn. And sometimes you say these things so that the next generation learns from it, to correct the mistakes of the past. What they didn't do a lot of threat assessment. They didn't do a lot of security. They didn't do a lot of technological innovation, because you met the Europeans 400 years earlier, and throughout that period, they never really learned how to manufacture any of those things that they saw with the Europeans. If anything, they were just giving them human beings and buying. Sometimes they managed to buy the guns, and because I learned that the Benin Kingdom had guns when they but they were not manufacturing it. So those are the kind of things we have to call out, because the errors were there. Gaping errors that led to this problem. It's not because we are damning our forefathers. Obviously, a lot of people are responsible for the reason why we are here. A lot of people pay the price. Today, did I not show the page of Nigerian soldiers dying? Because sometimes when we condemn them, we forget that there are people still till this very day keeping Nigeria safe with their lives.
Sorry, forefather. Yeah, the Benin Kingdom actually manufactured guns. The Benin Kingdom was a very sophisticated kingdom.
Did they manufacture? Also, they were manufacturing the gun they used to fight the Europeans.
Yeah. They did. Yeah,
I will look into that. I didn't know that.
But,
I will look into that.
When you are talking about risk assessment, when this nuclear bomb stuff came up, like, we need to understand that we Africans, we are much different with the Europeans. Like, we've got this, I don't know, which side of Nigeria anyone come from, but the side I came from, like,
100%. 100%. 100%.
the side I came from, like, 100% of the Nigerians, they are much different with the Europeans. We have this, I don't know which side of Nigeria anyone come from, but the side I came from, like, juju still work. But in our area, for you to get juju, you need to be like a certain age, and they need to trust you to give you some things as a child. That's not the situation with the British. When they come, they don't do the assessment of, like now, nuclear bomb has come issue for them that they don't even know how to dispose it. They keep going all over about it. But as Africans, maybe it's not the right way when they were dealing with the Europeans, but it's actually keeping us safe now, because with so much power and giving power to people anyhow, you can see what it turned out to be. Even now, they have issue with this AI, and they are scared now.
Well,
with
but
the
I
AI.
feel like say you and Nigeria will continue this your conversation after this.
Exactly. Like,
No, it's interesting. I think I like the part that he has been. I like the part that he has been listening, but he seems to have started forming opinions and
You are a
informed
yes man,
opinions.
You just want everybody to say yes.
No, you want us? No, he's not saying yes. I'm exchanging with him. He's not a
No, you
yes
can't
man.
exchange with him now. Let him finish.
Okay,
Then let
I get it.
Because
Don't worry, we'll go back again. We'll come back to it if you are still around. Bolaji.
Some of the
We'll have
opinions
a proper
people do not
conversation.
really, they are
Not
not
mind
supported
that
by any evidence.
Now Olumide is just going to start being rude to us. I
No,
heard you on the
I'm
phone.
not going to be rude, but okay. Seriously speaking, Tunaija, I want to understand something. Some of what you say, is it your own personal opinion, or you just like to play the devil's advocate?
Sometimes I do that, and when I want to do that, I will say it. And other times, my personal opinion. And sometimes I don't know. I'm actually asking to understand.
Okay. So like your own personal opinion now, is it the understanding that Nigeria, just like John Abba made, Nigeria is making progress? Is that your own opinion, or do you have an opinion of such, or what is your own take?
In terms of strategic progress, we have made zero strategic progress.
Okay.
And in terms of superficial progress, you can say, yeah, there was a time there was no train station and train line in Delta State, but now it does exist.
Because I differ from John Abba in that assertion that Nigeria has made positive progress over the years. Because so it's always good to sometimes declare because sometimes when people like me come across to form a contrary opinion or make some vicious opposing view, it's because I personally find it hard to believe that we should embrace the status quo. Always make a difference. I mean, always make a statement like you're playing the devil's advocate, or this is your own opinion, because as you anchor the program, it's difficult sometimes to assert if you are just playing the devil's advocate or you're making forming an opinion, so that we don't come across too hard on you. You understand? Because somebody like John Abba, if he was still on the show, I would have been vicious with my answer against him, saying that Nigeria has made progress. I want to know, even if Nigeria has made progress, so does the positive progress that Nigeria has made, does it outweigh the negative that we are seeing now? And if people are complaining that they won't change, I don't see any harm in it, because we are crying one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Okay, I deliberately removed my subtitle there, and I put, is one Nigeria truly a reality? I dropped my Yoruba Nation toga, and we're saying we want to be one Nigeria. But is it saying that it is progress for people to be killed in Bedouin on both sides without one person being shown a good example of, prosecuted for murdering people, raping women, just because they don't have a voice? In Plateau, the same thing. Women were raped, young women were raped. The Chibok is fresh it's a long time, but fresh in our memory. They've been given away. Some of these girls have been given away in marriages. They are even mothers, not of their own doing, married off forcefully. And we are all continuing like nothing, pretending like nothing happened. I mean, some of us can't stomach some of these happenings. That's why we come. It's not like we want to be negative about our nation. We want to be proud of it, but we are not seeing anything to be proud of. And the only one thing that we were latching on to say, okay, maybe we are beginning to make an entry to make change. A free and fair election, they bungled it. Now we are waiting for the Supreme Court. And I mean, it's something to be proud of that it was even Nigerians that invented the beavers machine that they are relying on today to conduct a free and fair election. I'm proud of it, that Nigeria could do something like that. And maybe it would have been an innovation that would have been exported to the other parts of Africa and the rest of the world where they are having problems with the election, a free and fair election. But they bungled it and they spent billions of naira. You understand? So it's maybe the question you should be asking is, for those of us who have this contrary opinion about that place, what is it that they could, I mean, what are the kind of things could be done to bring that change? If we are talking every day,
this is where I need to drop my own perspective. I was saying something we need to, it's just like there's this saying in law, you can't build something on nothing, right?
That's right.
So the Nigerian situation appears to be a situation where you treat the symptom, then you nourish the virus. Yeah, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, you just like you having headache, right? You cure the headache, but what causes the headache? You continue to feed what causes the headache. That is the Nigerian situation. That is why you see every attempt we make in Nigeria to solve problem, that attempt turns to be a problem in itself, because the fundamentals has not been attended to. And that fundamental is what I am trying to let you know today. It is the foundation on which Nigerian is built. That is just don't let anybody give you any contrary opinion. I was trying to say something. I said, okay, let me give you an example. Look at the way INEC conducted the 25th February election in Nigeria. See, people actually more to the results, the shenanigans and then the bastardization of the processes, you understand, as far as that election was concerned. But nobody has actually paid attention to say, what gave INEC that audacity? What gave INEC that audacity? INEC is acting, the chairman is acting on something. What is that thing? And that thing is that hegemony. That hegemony decide who become the next president. That is decided on the basis of the fact that who can drive our interest. That is just anybody that is telling you this or that. See, the problem is not INEC per se. The problem is the foundation.
Splendo, can I ask a question?
Go
That is the reason why some people like us. See, when I was in Nigeria, I left Nigeria in 2010. When I was in Nigeria, I was pro. When my friends were abroad, I would tell them, don't worry, things will work. We will one day become like America, UK. This is 13 years now, and things are getting worse. It wasn't until 3-4 years ago that I got enlightened by some people who have knowledge that constitution is part of our problem. It wasn't written by the people. It is part of that foundation we are talking about.
Yeah, but you may look at that constitution. That constitution is not totally bad in itself. You understand? It's not totally bad. Like I said, it's not totally bad.
It's not totally bad.
Yeah, let me land.
It was copied from the US.
Wherever it was copied from,
rigged in there.
Wherever it was copied from, that is not the issue. The problem is this: if you look at the Nigerian structure, you understand, you are going to find one constant decimal that most Nigerians, you understand, even the political actors, you understand, ignore all the time. They know, but they decide to ignore it because of self-aggrandizement. What is this factor? The problem is, you understand, ethnic struggle. Ethnic struggle.
That is why.
Let me tell you something.
I agree with you.
When Tinubu went to Ogun State, he made a statement. Nigeria didn't pay attention to that statement. He said, "Our local." Yoruba Lokon. I'm coming. He said, our Lokon, Yoruba Lokon. Tobadi our Lokon, Emi Lokon. Do you understand? It is Yoruba's turn.
Let me.
If it is Yoruba's turn, it is our turn. Now you now begin to ask, where do they sit down to begin to say, okay, when I finish, you will come in.
Splendor.
And that is why I say somebody will come in.
I'm Yoruba. That is why I say I agree with you. I'm Yoruba.
Yeah, but let me finish. I know you are Yoruba, and I will also tell you here. That 98% of our problems, I'm not trying to cause aspersion on anybody.
Sure.
You understand? And that is 98% of the Nigerian problem, the problem we are having today is caused by the Yorubas.
Sorry, no, you.
No, I'll tell you.
I'm just looking at the comments.
No, I know. I'll.
No, there are some people are saying in the comment there that I've been radicalized into your.
No. I'll tell you. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh my God!
By the grace of God, I have been able to travel to 1 or 2 countries, and I've seen the wherewithal with the Yorubas. Do you understand? The Yorubas have everything to pioneer a new Africa wherever you see any black man on the surface of the earth,
that's right.
That black man will earn respect.
That's right.
They have everything. Is it education? They are very liquid when it comes to intellectuality. They are liquid when it comes to administration. They are liquid when it comes to leadership. They have everything to make Nigeria work the way it's supposed to be. They have everything to provide that leadership and bring the Igbo to say, Igbo, look, we understand your space here. Your space is industry. They create that environment for the Igbos to do what they want to do. You understand? But to my dismay, I can't fathom any reason why the Yorubas over the years have failed to take. That is why I am blaming them. For whatever happens, the Yorubas are to be blamed. The Northerners, they are hegemonic in nature. They are feudals. Do you understand? They are feudals. They don't understand what they call leadership. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the Yorubas who have all the wherewithal. Where are they supposed to? Okay, I give you another example. If you look at what the Yorubas did during this election, Tinubu, the Yoruba can shut him down to say, guy, you are not going anywhere. You are not going. The Yorubas can say, okay, this guy, you are not going anywhere. I'm from Edo State. I don't have my state. Do you understand? I don't have my state. I'll tell you one thing. Oshomole came to my state. He sowed one seed. And that seed is what they call divide and rule. And that seed is what is happening to Edo State now. You see some people beginning to say it's the son of Esan, it's the son of Esan, it's the son. Do you understand? And if care is not taken, that state is going to die just like the way Nigeria is dying. Do you understand? That is the Nigerian problem. Rather than all of us to sit down to say, okay,
let me just share something. You know about the gun thing. I've been looking into it.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm from Edo State, sir. I studied my history very, very well. Edo State produced Dane gun.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was trying to look at. They said they manufactured it. That even some places in Ghana try to manufacture it. But I think this is what the Japanese manufactured.
Yeah.
But the ones that we manufactured is we can't see it. And from what they said, that some of them is not on a large scale. For some reason, they say we don't have a large force, but I don't understand why that is, because most of our kingdom had a lot of people. Because the reason why you have to think about it is because the British cannot be
submission. Something just bring back the England.
True, Nadia.
Why is it that anything that you say you are against, but you want somebody to be crying about Nigeria regularly? You want to go and carry on crying about Nigeria?
You are distorting his train of thought now. He's saying something before you now bring this dingo. We have passed the days on
because he can go carry on later on. He is able to interject. I'm not able to interject. Jeez. This guy, if he wants us to just complain about Nigeria repeatedly, not try to understand something. Come on.
So as it were, before the British and the Portuguese couldn't pronounce it, they call it Edo, was a very sophisticated civilization. It was a civilization of its own, a very sophisticated, very advanced. And it's quite unfortunate today that even our forefathers who were not very exposed to Western education could conquer cities, conquer countries. That was why it was referred to as the Benin Empire. But today we can't even do anything. So let me go back to what I'm saying. So the bulk of the Nigerian problem is on the Yoruba people's table. The day they decided to wake up, the day they decided to wake up to say, okay, we want to solve this problem and stop supporting evil, we will move on from there. They have everything. They have everything. I can't see the reason.
Splendor, where I disagree with you is to blame all the Yorubas for all this problem. I understand the fact that some Yorubas have influence, they are influential in Nigeria's politics, they have influence. See, majority of us, especially the younger generation, want true change. We want change. We want a situation where we can elect, if we can elect our leaders truly, we can do away with some of these people. We don't want anybody without education or somebody who has falsified his education to come and force himself on us. Not just force himself on us, to steal the people's wealth, to steal people's resources belonging to the state. Put a whole state.
There is no way if I want to make, there's no way I will not be making generalization of the whole
issue. You can generalize, but
what I've just told you now, I just want you to sit down, look at it. I remember in 2011.
Did you know that?
No, let me finish Olumide. I remember in 2011 when Jonathan Goodluck went to Ibadan to campaign. He made a statement, and the Yorubas were not quite very pleased with that statement. But that statement is what is spilling out today. He said something. He said the Yorubas are too educated to be left in the hand of the rascals. But what has happened today? All my life, I spent at least, let me say 87% of my life, I spent it in Lagos.
I can mention names of Yoruba leaders, even clergymen that I'm very disappointed in with what is happening right now.
Well, we don't need to mention names
without fear or favor, despite the fact that I'm on camera. I can tell you that Pastor Bakari, I'm very disappointed in that man.
No, we don't need to mention names. We don't need to mention names.
I'm disappointed in him.
Let us see the mistake as a collective.
Tinubu is not the best of us. Okay?
But the truth of the matter is, Tinubu is not even a Yoruba man. That is where the problem is.
Well, I don't have any proof to.
Just as you don't have any proof to tell me that Tinubu is not a Yoruba man, you don't also have a proof to tell me that he's a Yoruba man.
I know he's from Osun State and not really from Ogun State.
Tinubu is not from Osun State. Tinubu is from a town between Ogun State and Cotonou. That's where he comes from.
Okay, I'm not going to debate.
So no, I'm just telling you today. They know, even people know. Just as you cannot tell me now that Tinubu is not a Yoruba man, you cannot tell me that he's a Yoruba man.
I can understand your assertion, your point.
No, you are a Yoruba man, but Tinubu cannot. No, wait, I'm coming. Tinubu cannot come out today. Wait, I'm coming. Olumide.
But the role they have played.
Olumide, Tinubu cannot come out today.
By some of them, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, Tinubu cannot come out today to say, this is my village. This is the house I was born in. This is the primary school I attended. This is the secondary school I attended. So Tinubu, as it is now, can be best described as a ghost.
But yeah,
that is the truth.
For the education system.
So let me end it there. Let me end it so that other people can. Let me end it there so that other people can contribute. Thank you.
I understand I totally agree with most of what you've said, but you can't blame the whole people because we are also yearning. Majority of us are yearning for change. Like you say, it's just like a white man that will label the whole of Nigeria. Anywhere you go, they will label them 419. But not all 419. It's just a group of them that has given us that bad name. Nigerians are very hardworking.
When Anini was an armed robber, people believed that anybody from Bender State was an armed robber. Nobody treated us individually. But I'm just saying, on a larger scale, on a larger scale, to solving Nigeria problem is in the table of the Yorubas. See, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I know what I'm telling you.
No. So that is why people like me are coming out without fear and favor and shouting and saying that
it's on the table of the Yorubas. And I hope they will be organized enough to understand that this is their responsibility.
These problems and saying that the country is unfair.
Okay,
unjust,
I think
people have been
Olumide, when are you done? So that who is next?
I yield the floor. I yield the floor.
Splendor, have you used your turn or you want to go next? Because both of you were going for a while.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go. Yeah. Concerning the I wanted to the other time because I was busy. I wanted to react to was it Mohammed who was saying that we should tell him. Obi as assistant, Obi won 16 states, and we should tell him other 8 states that he Obi won, where he had 25%. I think that guy was actually speaking from a point of being biased. He was already taking a position, and he was just trying to. I think in the military term they call it pseudo democracy, or pseudo democracy. Yeah, pseudo. Yeah. The truth of the matter is, Obi won that election with above 9 million. Where I was in the UK, right? I was actively involved, right? I was actively involved in that campaign. So there were information that were coming to me, like my own catchment for campaign was in Jos. I'm from Edo State, but I did my campaign in Jos because we just have to have a spread like that where we feel that these people can infiltrate. Obi actually won about 26.7% in Borno State. Obi won 26.7% in Borno State. But that guy was saying that Obi did not win. No. The election that INEC conducted, let me go back to what I was saying before. INEC released that result because people don't even, let me tell you something. There's something people don't understand that doctor said some time ago. You see, you conducted an election and the winner emerged with just 8 million votes, right? Then when you look at people who are credited, who are what they call people who registered to vote, about above 70 million. Then when you do all the whole calculations, it was about 20 million that voted. So what happened to the remaining 50 million? That's the question Nigerians are not asking. What happened about the remaining 50 million people? What happened? Was it that they did not vote? Was it that they voted and their vote did not count? And one argument that INEC brought to court that people are not paying attention to is this. INEC brought about 33 polling units, 33,000 polling units. And in this 33,000 polling units, you have over 5 million accredited voters. And today, even the result INEC released, this over 5-point-something million voters are not reflected. What happened? What happened? Is there in Peter in a Labour Party written address? So what happened? So if you look at all these things that we have just talked about, why did INEC act in such a rascal way, very rascally? He acted with so much impunity, with so much rascality. What is responsible for that? Anybody who tells you that, yeah, like True Naja said, yeah, Nigeria has made progress only in the context of individual, but not in the context of strategy. That's the only progress we have made, not in the context of strategy. We have not strategically made any progress. Nigeria is not progressing. Nigeria is retrogressing. When I was in Wales, I look at Wales. Wales is not as rich as Oredo local government in my state. The whole of Wales. The whole of Wales is not as rich as Oriom local government in my state. But what happens to Wales? What have they been able to do? I'm now in Northwest England. The whole of Northwest England is not as rich as our local government in Lagos State. What is our problem? Our problem goes back to that foundation, the hegemonic foundation, ethnic struggle. Do you understand? Some people believe that Nigeria belonged to them, and that was what the British did. And for donkey years, we have not been able to sever ourselves, you understand, from that arrangement. And I pray that anybody who tell you Nigeria has a future, that person is lying. No, there's no future in that country. There's no future in that country. There is no future in that country. There is no future in that country. No, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. That country has no future, except something suddenly had to happen. Otherwise, no future. And I keep on telling people, yeah, I shouldn't have been in the UK. What am I doing in the UK? I was doing well in Nigeria. But in 2019, something just dawned on me. What happened? I look at myself. I say I'm from Edo State. And even in that Edo State, I'm an Ishaman. Even without Ishaman, I'm a minority of the minority. And if you look at the way Nigeria is structured, it is structured along minority and majority. So what that simply means that is not technically, I don't have a state. I'm stateless. And a lot of Nigerians do not know that technically, once you are in the bracket of the minority in Nigeria, you don't have a state.
But that is not true. That is not true.
It is true.
That is not true. As long as you people listen.
It is true.
Go and look at the United Nations definition. That is where you're missing.
No.
As long as you have a land,
that is where. No.
You have your borders.
Let me finish. Let me finish before you interject.
That's why
you are looking at a definition by United Nations. We are looking at what is in practice in our country.
That is why we are saying that status quo.
Let me finish, Olumide. In Nigeria today, once you fall within the bracket of the minority, you don't have a country.
But that is
your
not
citizenship.
True.
My citizenship in Nigeria is not that.
Have you followed Nina's work? Have you followed the work of Nina?
No, I've not. I don't have to.
Go and follow the work. You have to learn from others too. You have to learn from others. Those who did the majority of work for Nina's are not necessarily Yoruba people. The man spearheading Nina's
I think you are misconstruing what I'm saying. No,
I'm not mistaking what you're saying.
No, you misconstruing what I'm saying.
As long as you are indigenous to that country.
You see,
you are indigenous to that place. The land, the language, the culture, you are not stateless.
I'm going to look for that book and I'm going to read it. I'm going to criticize it. Being indigenous to a place does not make you belong to a country. I'm an indigenous Edo man. You understand? In the Edo nation, I am a citizen.
Okay.
Do you understand that? In the Edo nation, I am a citizen.
Okay.
If I go to Edo State today, there is nothing I'll be looking for in Edo State that my state cannot give me.
So why do you tell yourself you are stateless?
I'm coming. But when it comes to Nigeria, when I say the word stateless, I'm not talking about the sub-national states. No, I'm talking about a country.
Okay, what made that country? What made that country that gives you that impression that you are stateless? Tell me.
What made that country that gives me that impression that I'm stateless? Because one, as I am today, Nigeria does not recognize my existence.
Okay, so is that not the fault of the Constitution?
It's not the fault of the Constitution. It's not the fault of. It's the fault of the foundation, because that foundation is resting. The Constitution is resting on something.
That foundation, they have put it in a document. Is that not the document we are talking about?
See, Olumide, try to understand what I'm saying.
Every society is guided by rules and regulations.
Olumide, try to understand what I'm saying.
I understand, but you need to understand my point of view.
Nigeria has not assumed that status of a nation. We have not. Because our coming together was not a product of discussion. We didn't discuss that we want to form a country called Nigeria. Do you understand?
It is part of the challenge we are discussing today. Forefathers, have I not been saying what he's saying on your various programs?
We didn't discuss that. Okay, we want to have a country with the name Nigeria. It was not a product of discussion. Is that not why
people like me are shouting Yoruba Nation?
But what I'm trying to let you understand is this.
Bring all the
let me finish, Olumide. Let me finish, please.
Then let Yoruba
Olumide, let me finish. When I say I am technically stateless, what I'm actually referring to the functionality of the Nigerian country, not Nigerian nation now, of the Nigerian country as regards
embedded in their constitution.
Citizenship.
It is embedded in their constitution. That is what guides the rules and regulation of a society.
See, let me tell you something. There's something you are missing. I remember in my background, I don't want to mention my background.
No matter how Americans are, no matter how Canadians are, they are indigenous people that we recognize here in Canada that own the land.
Yeah, no, wait, Olumide, wait. Let me finish. This is my space. This is my time. Olumide, this is my time. Let me finish. There are indigenous people in Canada. There are indigenous people in America. There are indigenous people perhaps elsewhere. But you now look at the structure, both politically and economically, of this country, where those indigenous people factor into their own governance structure.
They are.
Can you say the minorities in Nigeria are also factor into the governance structure of Nigeria?
That is why we are saying that document that governs Nigeria is faulty.
You see the problem. Who wrote the document?
They say it was 19 people who wrote it in 1990.
Who are these 19 people? What are their tribes?
Our forefathers, give us their names.
We have their names. We have already said it earlier on today. So
what are their tribes? So what I want, Olumide, what I want you to understand is this. You see that country you call Nigeria is a crime scene.
I agree with you.
But another thing I also want you to understand is that if you were in my shoes, you will not understand what I'm. For example, I told somebody, I said, what they did to Jonathan can be done to Oshomole.
I told you that.
No. The reason why is just because the guy is a minority, is not a citizen. That's the truth.
Everybody knows better now. The guy was forced out in a very bad way. My life.
No, that's what I'm telling you.
Can we contribute? I mean, these two guys.
It's my turn.
Let me.
I think let this person contribute.
Thank you very much. Olumide, I would like to engage you more, please.
I agree with you, Splendor.
It's my turn, please.
They are saying the same thing. It's just the way to achieve it.
Okay, let's let Phil say something. Phil, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Me, I don't even have much to say. I'm just enjoying the debate. But just to add to my own point that I said earlier, it boils down to what I was saying, that the essence of the Nigerian state, there's no essence. That's the conclusion of the whole matter. That's why, like Bolaji, when you ask a question that you're patriotic, of course it's good. A lot of us are trying to be patriotic. That's why we are speaking up. But when you want to create a society, just like now, Bolaji, you want to join a club. When you go there, you see rules, just basic rules to make the club function, and they will let you know the rules. And if you want to be a responsible member of that club, you just have to abide by the rules. But Nigeria, you see that even the very basic rules of a germane society, just moving from A to B, doing very basic things, is not there. So when deep issues begin to arise, like election issues, fraud, malpractice, then in retrospect, they don't even have the basics. Just like Fofora said, that people don't drive with driver's license, something as basic as that. And we have, now, the not driving with driver's license, how does that affect like somebody who wants to be president? It doesn't stop you from being president. Why is it difficult to fix just that little problem so that society can just function fundamentally? Since they discovered electricity, Michael Faraday, we don't even have electricity. Something that as basic as that will allow society to just function in a very basic level. So that's why I was talking about the essence. The essence of the Nigerian state. I'm questioning myself. Is there essence? What is Nigeria about? So I think that's where I will leave it. And the conversation has been towing that same line now. People are asking, what is this thing? Like, you see, when you're in the US, you see the patriots when they raise their flag. Why can't our flag spur that kind of patriotism? What is missing? So like is an issue of is a very fundamental issue, and like I don't know how we are going to solve it.
No, number 6. See,
and another thing, one thing,
like
sincerity of purpose. Like I'm not saying, like I support P2B not because he's going to solve it, but I believe it comes with a certain sincerity of purpose, so that those very difficult questions that have been asked, we can begin to address them. But now the people that we have there, they don't, there's no sincerity of purpose. Nobody discusses the very deep issues that Nigeria are facing. Very, very fundamental issues. Nobody is discussing it. Just what the British left us with, grown men like us. When they left, we just continued in that line. We just carried on with the baggages, with the faulty system, just like that, because a few people are benefiting from it. So that's where I will stop. So people should go on and let's keep the debate alive. Thank you.
Yeah, I was looking to go back to Bolaji, but now that G.4 and TAs are, I don't know. G.4, are you going to be brief so that I can go back to Bolaji, or should I go back to Bolaji? I think Bolaji wanted to say something, and the fact that Phil has said something is not going to be fair. I jump him now again. So Bolaji, please go ahead.
Yeah, because he was saying about being patriotic about Nigerian stuff like I just keep saying it. These Nigerian issues has not been like this like yesterday, not day before yesterday. Like this is years, and people have been silent about it. Is it because I'm not trying to be obedient or articulate whatever they are calling themselves right now, but I just feel like, is it because people are not being favored anymore, like comparing naira to dollar, pounds to naira, like just because of something like that? Is it because that's why people now start being like, oh, we don't want this foundation anymore? Because this has been like this for years. Like there are backups, there are songs about it, there are videos about it, people screaming, maybe not in numbers as now, but it has always been the issue. So why are people not talking about it? Also, and people will be like, I'm sorry for coming to you, Spender. He said he's stateless. In Wales, do you have a state now in Wales? Sorry, in North England now and Northwest, do you have a state now? Because we just keep running away. That's why my mom also brought me here. Like, they just keep taking us away. Same way they took us away during the slavery. So, like, when are we going to face it and be like, okay, fuck it then. Let's suck it up and just be grown and face the reality and stop living and have this hope of coming back.
Bolaji, sorry to butt in. We can't fight it until we begin to see that the problem is a common problem. Do you understand? That was what Peter B was saying, that is there any religion that buys things cheaper? That has not really actually sunk into our thinking. Until that sinks in, we can't fight. For example, if I decide to go, I remember when I was in secondary school in Lagos, our tradition is, I think the essence is just to try to begin to build leadership at that level, at the cradle. I was in Lagos, so we're not too bad academically. So a time came, when the SS3 is going, the SS2 will be coming in, and there will be a kind of a transfer of baton of leadership. I can remember vividly my class teacher. We were sitting by the staff room when he said they gave the vice principal our name. Our name was on the list. The woman read it. My own class teacher said, "No, that level, that age in my life. Look at what I had. We were shocked. post to one can share you about. Do you understand that kind of a thing? I'm not going to use that one to judge everybody, but I have that.
No, I just want to say I'm sorry that you had to go through that experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not like that.
No. My best friend, Olumide, my best friend today, I can call at any time. He's a Yoruba guy.
I know, I understand. I mean,
and my best friend, I'm a Christian, he's a Muslim.
But you know that ethnic prejudice happens all over.
No, I'm just trying to respond to Bolaji to say, okay, this is the reason why we cannot form a common front to say we want to deal with this issue. I remember when the SARS this thing started.
Can we let him finish? Otherwise, it might go on for too long, and there are other people waiting.
Yeah, sorry.
Bolaji, have you finished?
Yeah,
Okay,
like
go ahead.
I'll just pass it on. So
Okay. G Dofo, please, go ahead. I'm sure you've heard what is being said. Some people are talking about how Nigeria doesn't have any this thing. I'm getting to a point whereby I feel like throttling some people when they keep saying this thing. But I do understand everybody's in their own stage of the journey. This thing that we do, for me, is almost sickening. I don't know what is wrong with us. We look at other people that have sacrificed more for their nation. You don't see them crying the way we do, but it's okay. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you, grandfather. Abi, that's a grandfather. What do they call it?
Grandfather.
Forefather. Forefather. Sorry. Okay. 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 Hi, everybody. Actually, I was enjoying the whole talk, and I can see everybody. I mean, it's so lively. So only those few things that got my interest. I know Nigerian problem. Is like a serious problem. There are series of problems in Nigeria. Most of our problems are even things that we actually created ourselves. So, and I noticed that having lived in Nigeria for a long time, before I finally have to find my way, because of the way I want to progress and a lot of hiccups here and there. So Nigeria problem centered most on the weak institutions we have, the constitution, especially talk about the constitution, because if you look at our constitution, you can see that the people who created these constitutions created loopholes, loopholes to now use it as a weapon to control people and to control the country, and to remain in power, especially politicians anyway. So for Nigeria to get better, that constitution, we really need to have a constitution that is actually made by the people. Like the people have to be represented, and this constitution has to be actually, be how we feel. What do we want to what do we want to be in those constitutions? And our institution needs to be strong. Like a situation where the system is so weak, the institutions are so weak, the police, so there's no. I mean, let's say the police, the law enforcement, Europe, anywhere in the world, any good economy is about law enforcement. If you don't have a good law enforcement, no matter what, no matter whatever you do, because people are not, people don't even have any fear for that constitution or to do the right thing. Even in the US, if you leave people to behave the way they want, if there's no good law enforcement in the US, people will behave poorly, because it is this law enforcement and the way people go about the law and the judiciary that if you commit something, you will go to jail. If you are caught if you do something, police will and everybody is like have this orderliness. Human beings, no matter what, anywhere in the world, if you don't have law and order that is enforceable on everybody, nothing going to work. So that's why you will see maybe a Nigerian person living in the US for years without any record of any crime. Immediately he step into Nigeria, maybe to engage in politics, that person is totally different from the same person in the US. I have uncles, I have cousins. I'm an Igbo man. I have cousins. I have uncles who lived, in the US for years, even before I even ventured to travel myself. Doctors, everything, came back, joined politics, lived, and now it's like they're beginning to make money in Nigeria because Nigeria is like a gold mine. These are people who didn't even, who said that you just work all their life in the US, came back to Nigeria, and now found their gold mine because the structure of the country, politicians already created the loopholes in the constitution, loophole in the system that they will now commit all manner of things and get away with it. So without a proper review of this constitution, and we have strong institutions. I don't think, because somebody just said it's about the Yorubas. He's trying to blame the Yorubas why Nigeria is not doing well. I mean, come on. They can't blame any tribe for Nigeria not doing well. It's about the system we are running. It's about the institutions. It's about the constitution. It's about all these things. There is no ethnic correlation to any of this. If you have a good structure, if you have good constitution, if you have a workable constitution, constitution that people oriented, constitution that work for everybody, constitution that have people's in mind, that want to, constitution that want to, for the poor, the rich, everybody. And if you look at these great countries, the laws and the constitution is even protects the poor, the weak, more than even the wealthy, the rich. You see, in Nigeria, it's a total different thing. Where our constitution and our laws protect the wealthy, the strong, the people that are considered the elite of the society. But in other cultures, in the Western world, the constitution tend to be more lenient, more favorable, more protective of the weak among the weak among us. So I don't see Yorubas as being a problem. Why Nigeria is so backward. No, Yorubas are. Everybody have their own fair share of Nigerian problems, but it's not about individual. Because I know if we have, as I say, great institutions, good constitutions, everybody will fall in line. Because if you are doing the wrong thing, the laws is there for you to pick you up. So, and again, Nigerians are educated people, well educated, but we're not well informed. We lack information, the required knowledge. Because you might be educated, but you don't have, information. You don't have knowledge. You're not well informed. Some people don't even know our constitution, we don't even know our rights as citizens. So that politicians know all these things. We don't know our rights. So they will throw like religious, ethnic, whatever, and we will now handle on it. Like religion. If you look at in the Western world, religion is not much a big deal, But in Africa, in Nigeria, you can see religion is something that people champion or carry up on their head, like religion, like ethnicity. These are things that if people are well informed, if people are even though they're educated, you can see even a professor, whatever, but he's still leaning towards his ethnicity or his religious background, the way he does things. So we really need to wake up, and really improve on a lot of things, And again, this I forgot his name. He's talking about Wales not being richer than somewhere in those states. During my service here, I serve in Orion, and I know that the IGR in Orion or local government the people paying taxes there, nothing to write. So because when you talk about Wales, you talk about the people paying taxes, the economy there. It's not about how big or how the raw materials. No, it's about the per capita income, the people able to pay their taxes, and the government being responsible and use all these taxes. So you can see that even Wales might even be more wealthy than Nigeria as a country. So it's not about the volume of the land mass or the population. No,
that's a wrong economic transaction. It doesn't work. Economy doesn't work that way.
what is the idea? Okay, what is the
when I say
sense of finance? What is there in Orion?
When I concluded that Wales as a country is not as rich as other local government, I'm looking at so many factors economically.
Okay.
Do you understand? First of all, what is our economic endowment, natural endowment that we have in Orion that Wales does not have? People can't start paying tax. They pay tax because services has been rendered. You don't just bring people to somewhere and say start to pay tax. The people pay tax as a result of economic activity. What I was actually saying in essence is that we have not been able to actually kind of maximize or turn our potentials into opportunity. That's what I'm saying.
That is the problem, because I'm trying.
When you say, no, I'm coming, sir. It is impossible for people to start paying tax where there is no economic activity.
No, I know. I'm not entirely condemning what I say. What I'm saying is that when you compare Wales, a thriving economy, with even people like the whole of those states, I'm trying to tell you that it's not about we having these huge resources, having even the educated people, but are high, but not gainfully engaged. You don't pay your taxes. You don't even have any meaningful, contribution to the development of within this locality. So whatever you may have, or whatever you may, all these things are not even, they're not impacting on anybody. The life expectancy is so low. The infrastructure development is so low. So how can you compare this place with a place that is way developed? The life expectancy is so high. The income per head and everything, the per capita income, all these things are so high, because these are the things you can measure. These are measurable things. While in Nigeria, because the problem with Nigeria is that we don't even measure anything. We can say this thing, we have this, we have natural resources, but we don't even. All these are not able to.
Jirofor, I don't want to cut you. I just want to buttress your point. Like from what you said from the beginning, majority of all these problems are self-inflicted. The reason why we don't have all these statistics or all these records is deliberate, because people don't want to be accountable. You understand? So yeah. I even believe that Nigeria is not operating a through federal structure in terms of terms of fiscal policy or whatever policy you're talking about. They are doing a unitary system and they are pretending to be federal, because even though they have this position that I believe is even defective, they are not even obeying it, because they are not using the people's wealth for the benefits. People like somebody like Bayelsa now, I don't expect anybody from Bayelsa to be lacking anything. Look at the oil revenue coming in from there. But the people at the top, they've given power and money to a few among them. You understand? Thereby, and then subjecting the people, the true owners of the wealth, into poverty. And then they empower people like Asari, that were supposedly championing their cause. They gave them money, bribed them with all sorts, and they keep quiet. People like Tompolo from Delta, bribe them with money, keep quiet, and then the people are leaving. Yeah. So that is part of the problem. So the problem is so complex.
The structure of our system, because what you just said now, Bayelsa ordinarily should have been owners of their own raw material, their own resources. Lagos State, who generate most of, who generate a lot of, Nigerian, generated revenue. With everything, the value-added tax and all this, should be the money for the Lagosians.
Even Yorubas like us who grew up in Lagos have a problem with the way things are run in Lagos, because the money is not commensurate. The amount of revenue they generate is not commensurate to the development they are claiming.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It shouldn't be so, because Lagos should be money in Lagos should be for Lagosians. Money in every Nigerians is just a faulty system anyway. So we should.
Let me just react to what Olumide had just said. You mentioned Bayelsa. Bayelsa on the poverty index in Nigeria is 83%.
That's quite high.
Yeah, that is the second to I think somewhere.
For the amount of revenue they generate.
Yeah, with the amount of revenue. But let me bust your bubble. Last year, serious flooding happened in Bayelsa. And serious flooding also happened in Jigawa. The one in Bayelsa was more severe. A lot of houses submerged. About 300 people died. What did the Minister of Humanitarian say? What did she say? She said that that of Bayelsa is not as important as that of Jigawa. That brings us to that statement that I made, that once you are in the minority bracket, you are not a citizen of Nigeria.
That's why I say I get what you're saying. I mean, we've been talking about this inequity since the 60s, the moment they truncated the regional system and the military took over. We know that.
Can we let this in TA contribute? I think we've wrestled that one to the ground. Welcome, TA. You know, it was a long session yesterday. It was a long session yesterday, and you were quite happy. So, yeah, you know, a long conversation about so many different things.
It was.
So,
I mean, I respect you guys a lot, though. I was about going to bed.
And, give us a solution apart from love thy neighbor as thyself.
Well, it's good that you're still remembering that thought, that love thy neighbor as yourself. I was about going to bed, and I heard Splendor talking about maybe the Yoruba, you know, the problems and stuff. And but later, when Splendor was not talking about what he faced during his secondary school days, I felt for him. I mean, things like that normally bring bitterness sometimes, you know. So it's not your fault. It's just the people that you met, you know. So and that's why we shouldn't generalize. And that's why my first basis of whatever I say is always about love one another. You understand? Now, when you look at Nigeria, you know, since 1960s, yeah, I mean, we've been trying, you know, but we're not there yet. There's a lot of wars fought in America way back in 1865, you know, the American Civil War. Go and look at it. There were a lot of fighting here and there, but it took them a lot of years to get to where they are today. I like the spirit of what is really happening. Basically, we're talking about ideas and how we can move things forward and what is not happening. But one thing you guys should be looking, you are kind of focusing on yourself, like Nigeria. And within Nigeria, you're focusing on a certain tribe, whether you're Yoruba, whether you're Igbo, whether you're Hausa, Ishekiri, and also. But what you should be thinking about is about in totality of Nigeria. Then from there, Africa as a whole, you know, how can we open our borders and we trade with, you know, our African neighbors, you know, vice versa. If you look at Wales, I mean, you've got Wales, you've got Scotland, you've got the English, which is the England, and you've got Northern Ireland as well. Now, back in Scotland, they always feel that they're marginalized. They're just 5 million people. Yeah, compared to England, which is maybe 50 million, thereabout. You understand? So, but still, the Scottish are saying, look, we've got the oil. Yeah, we're being marginalized. Even though in Scotland, if you go to uni in Scotland, it's free for Scottish. Right here in England, you have to pay. You understand? Before, it was free. Later, we started paying tuition fees. Then later, it was not increased. Like even, I don't see the difference between you coming from Nigeria and the people here now, with the amount of people that people are paying, I mean, the amount of money that people are paying. So, as human beings, we're never satisfied. It is in our nature. You understand? If you look at if I go to the Bible as well, huh?
But here I want to ask a question. Is
Yeah.
that okay to continue to ask questions and demand more as a human being?
Oh yeah, perfectly okay. I love that. Yeah. Of course, it is your right to demand. You understand? Demand dialogue in a peaceful way. What I don't want is war. That one war. Look, if you see where bullets are going off, and people go and ask Japan what they faced Hiroshima bomb. You understand? Some of them now they cannot even reprocreate in Japan, in Hiroshima. You know, so and that is why go to Ukraine and see what they're facing. The way people are, you know, being killed. Oh, sorry, my bad. Being quiet every day. You know, so now we need to Splendor, please, I'm appealing to you. I know you've been through a lot, you know, and when it comes to marginalization, it hurts a lot. Now, look, why is XYZ is getting, I mean, you mentioned Jigawa, Bayelsa, and stuff like that. It's painful, yeah. It is the people, yeah. When you have, and that's why I keep on saying, when you have skill set, intellectuals running the affairs of government, yeah, it changes a bit. Not, I remember some people were clamoring for, what's it called, the military regime to come back. You know, the worst civilian regime is far better than the best military regime. That's one thing I believe. No, now you're trying to say something.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say when you say the worst the worst civilian regime is still better than the military regime, I think that statement is relative. It's not.
You know what?
It's not absolute. It's not absolute in itself. Then another thing I want to correct you on here is this: when I said the Yorubas are the problem of Nigeria, I'm not saying that in the negative. I'm saying that they fail to have actually appropriate their responsibility. Like I said the solution to Nigeria problem is on the tables of the Yorubas, and that is true. Ask me anytime, any day, and I stand by that, because they have everything to make that country work. They have everything. They have the capacity to play the leadership role. They have the capacity to play the administrative role. They have the capacity to play whatever role to make Nigeria work as a country. They have it. They have it.
Splendor, I mean, look, and that's why I try not to generalize here. As you have, you've got intellectuals even in the north, you have intellectuals in the east, you have intellectuals in the south and the west. There's some people that really want to move the country forward. And when I look back, back in the days, and that's why I'm saying that, look, Nigerians are mostly hypocrites. Yeah, and the reason why I say that is that, look, you see, you are clamoring for maybe Obi, another one is clamoring for Atikulated, another one is clamoring for Tinubu. Yeah. What about, nobody even talked about Showore? You understand what I'm saying? You know, because why? They look at him and said, look, he's still a young guy. Yeah, he doesn't understand. The prime minister for Scotland, for what's it called, for from where Olumide is, Canada. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, he's a young dude. You understand what I'm saying? What's it called, in France, he's a young dude. The one, even the president of France used to go to, what's it called, Fela's shrine, to Shagbo with you know, you understand what I'm saying? So it's like, now, so what I'm trying to bring out there is just that, look, Tinubu is a millionaire. Atiku is a millionaire. Obi is a millionaire. You understand what I'm saying? Those guys, they are birds of the same feathers. They flock together. When they have meeting and meet in the big boys club, you're not going to be there. And you think, oh, they love you. They do this, they do that. You understand? But the reason why I'm so, looking at Tinubu at the moment is because what this guy, he did some bit and pieces in Lagos. You understand? And it worked. Yeah. I'm not going to say, some people are going to say, look, he stole this or he stole that or whatever. I'm not going to.
TAB, before I forget what are my contributions, where I don't want us to argue about Tinubu, because Tinubu to me disappointed the whole Yoruba base. See, I want you to understand my argument. I'm an Edo man. You know what that means in Yoruba land. So you could see that whatever affects a Yoruba man also affects me. So that's one thing I want you to understand.
No, Splendor. That's one thing. You're talking about Yoruba, eh?
Yeah.
Me, I'm talking about Nigerians now.
No.
The woman that was killed.
That's the point. That was why. See, that's where we are making the big mistake. You know, I have to flip the pages of book concerning Awolowo's, you understand, political philosophy. Yes, some people at a point will call Awolowo he was a sessionalist. Yeah, fine. But Awolowo understood, you understand, the structure of Nigeria.
Yeah, he did, no doubt. I'll give that to him.
You see where the problem is. Awolowo understood the structure of Nigeria, and he was trying to communicate that to the other parts of Nigeria. They didn't take it.
They didn't listen. No,
and that's where we are. That's the problem we are having today. When you want to aggregate the whole Nigeria, you create problem. You can't do it.
See,
do you understand?
Look, Splendor,
sir.
I mean, what's the population of what's it called? America. You're taking.
I said it's going to 300 million now.
300 million, yeah. Nigeria is like 200 million. In America,
well, nobody actually know the figure. They are all speculations. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe, yeah. But in America, do you know that every day over 300 people are being killed?
Yeah, I know.
You understand what I'm saying? But you don't get that in the media. I'm the kind of person is that.
Oh, they have statistics, so let's not get it wrong. Of each person that dies in each state, they have it broken down into what kind of death even killed them. Is it
in Nigeria?
No, in America.
No. He's talking about Nigeria.
Is it murder?
He's talking about Nigeria.
Sickness?
No, Splendor is saying that in Nigeria that he doesn't believe in the statistic of Nigeria. That he knows, he believes there's the one in America. So
no,
in America
Ogati, let me tell you something that I want the Yorubas to be doing from today. Do you understand? The reason why
not the Yorubas, the Nigerians. The Nigerians.
No. Listen to me first. This thing I'm telling you today, I want you to go and sit down and look at this thing very, 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 very well. I repeat it. Call me anytime, and I'll be singing this. That the solution to Nigeria's problem is on the tables of the Yorubas. I know I grew up in the Southwest. I know what I'm saying. I know even the capacity I've built today, academic capacity I've built today. You understand? The credit goes to the Southwest people, and I'm not shy to say that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I say the solution to Nigeria's problem is on the tables of the Yorubas, and I'm not.
I even want to buttress your point.
Yeah, I'm not missing words.
To say that that message of love and peace, I totally agree with you. We should embrace it, and for that to reflect more in the nation, they should hold a free and fair election and allow the rightful winner to get there. In the next 4 years, if that guy does not perform, if Obi does not perform, let Nigerians come out and vote him out.
It's simple.
So that
before
anybody comes to say he wants to come and preside over Nigeria,
he
knows that if he doesn't perform, he only has 4 years.
Let me tell you something. During the campaign, our attention was just on Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. Yeah, I supported Obi, but there was one guy. I said, if Obi did not come out, this is the guy. What's his name? Prince Ademola, the SDP presidential candidate. Have you listened to that guy?
No, that guy. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's not about. Do you understand? Like I told Badamosi that day. I said I was in the UK. I was in Wales when I watched his his debate with.
Even Showore that we are talking about, if they allow the votes to be counted.
No. The issue with Showore, the issue with Showore, Nigeria is a complex.
Okay. Let's allow newcomers to contribute.
I've not finished.
Tia has not finished. Tia, please.
I'm just starting, but they're just.
And he went for 12 minutes already.
Your hours.
Wow.
So
I know you now. I came because
now,
of you.
I remember the answers when it happened. Yeah. I was really in tears. Now, the police people here, they don't want to know whether you're Yoruba or you are Hausa or you're Igbo. All they have is you give me your money, you don't have the money, then you're your own. Look at the woman that was killed at what's it called last year, the lawyer that was killed, the pregnant woman, just like that, lost her life. So we have to be looking in such a way internally now. How we should stop talking really bad about Nigeria outside. Because right here, if you in UK, if you go out there and start talking rubbish about UK, when you come back, you see the consequences. Likewise in America. Let's just, we have problems. There's no country that doesn't have problem. It is the way forward. Let's look for solution. What is the way forward? Come up with ideas. I remember on this, somebody was saying the ideas that Tinubu was using now. It was in Obi's manifesto. It was this. I said, look, even if it's Obi's manifesto, if it's working, I'm okay with it. It's a solution. The solution that will benefit everyone. In this era, if it doesn't work, then I will agree to people like Olumide that want, the unsecession is that, look, we have to separate. Then no, serious, I'll give up. That, okay, I think we've tried and it didn't work. But
separation is not. It's not the.
It's not the solution. Yeah, it's not. I agree. No, but what I'm saying is that when you look at the, recently, Tinubu was going to go to war. I was so impressed by what the Senate did. They didn't buy that. They didn't give him permission. But if we had to be the previous government, it wouldn't even go to the Senate. Yeah, it would just tell them, come on, move. You understand? Go and get these bloody guys out. But now we have someone that is listening. I'm not praising that, okay, Tinubu is the best, but he's the one that is there now. Let's just support. Give the guy a chance. Let him do, because he said, look, I'm not, you guys shouldn't pity me. Yeah?
We can't support Tinubu because Tinubu represents the whole order. You understand? If, for example, the only way I would have been drumming support for Tinubu is when I see Tinubu.
You don't forget the
only way I would have been supporting Tinubu would have been that when I see the list of ministers, he was able to deal with this old governors, people who have served this country for 8 years, done governor for 8 years, then come and become minister. If you have done away with such people, Nigerians won't bother.
Okay,
let me give you one word. Sorry.
Okay,
let me give you one word.
Go for it.
Let me give you one word. Anybody that needs something or has a problem that comes to you and is doing everything that you want is not a friend. Once he has got what he or she wants, begin to see his character. Tinubu is listening now because he wants to impress every Nigerian that is doing something. Once everybody now remove their attention from him, it begins to show his character. That is what it has been in Nigeria in every presidency. That's what it has been. Once they come in, they try to impress everybody, to buy their conscience, to say they are good. But once Nigeria cool down, everything settled down, you see their true character. So keep that word. Anybody that has a need and come to you and know that he can get a solution from you is not a friend until he gets what he or she wants and begin to show his character. That is when you know he's a friend or not.
Okay,
That's
before
what
let me because now I can see a lot of people coming in. I'm going to leave the floor now. But before I leave the floor, I just want to say, look, guys, I believe in love. Yeah, love one another. You understand? Forget the issue. You're Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. That one, take it out of the mind, the brain.
Law based on equity and justice.
Beauty. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Equity and justice. There is no love without equity and justice. You read my mind very well. I just wanted to add those two words: equity and justice.
Okay, now equity and justice. Augustine.
Yes.
Augustine, because I'm going to leave the floor now so that you guys can, jump in. Look, I agree with you. Equity and justice. Yeah. But by the time you start showing love, I remember, let me tell you a scenario. I remember there was this place I was going to park my car. And there's this guy. He wants that space, as well. But I was lucky to get in. I was about to pay. Then I saw another woman as well. Yeah, pregnant woman, looking for a space to park. Yeah. So the thing, my ticket, just took it, gave it to the woman. There you go. And the one was like, what? I don't know her for madam. You understand what I'm saying? Once you show love, it goes around, it comes back to you. I don't know if the woman is a good woman or a bad woman. You understand? But one thing I want to let you guys know, the moment you start showing love to people, this is not about religion now. This is about humanity. The moment you start showing love to people, be it black, be it white, be it whatever color, I tell you, you'll be moving on.
Can I ask
that love will be coming back?
Bro, that's fine. That's fine. That woman you give your ticket.
Can I ask one question?
If Baba Jagaba lose
please,
for court,
let us assume that I am a police officer.
Yeah.
I came to that position where, let's say, that woman bought the ticket, and I used my strong hand to pull it from the woman and give it to you, and you pack, and you tell me I love you.
That is okay. That's why the one I believe in, which is Christ, he said, look, where you've been given a slap on one cheek, turn the other one as well.
No, wait.
I'm just asking the question. I use my strong hand and I take the thing from that woman or from that place, and I give it to you. Does it mean I love you?
No, my question is.
Sure. Please let me ask you a question.
Okay.
What is the
Sorry.
difference between what's the difference between love and kindness?
Between love and kindness.
What's the difference?
Yeah, you could be kind, you understand, but love comes from within. So it's kind of similar.
So what you did, will you say it is love or kindness?
It's because
that was just kindness. It's nothing to do with love.
Even see that thing that happened between you and the pregnant woman. Call it love, call it kindness. It doesn't matter to me. You can give you whatever name. My thing is that same pregnant woman. If I keep giving her my ticket every 4 years, like an election, let's say every weekend, I meet her at the same parking lot and I give her my ticket every time, and she sees my car being boggled, the least she can do is to call the police. If she doesn't reciprocate it, I don't care if she's 9 months pregnant, I won't give her my ticket the next time. It's human nature. You can't say love and I'm being slapped over and over again. The political elite don't love us. For how long are we going to love them?
Love is a stench to them.
Okay. For how long are we going to love them at the detriment of our existence? You're talking. Wait, Lumide, wait. You've been here for a while, please. You're talking love. They are looking to give people 8,000 naira. Families, you didn't preach love to them. You're here telling us that we should love them while they allocate 70 billion to themselves. I don't know.
But sure, that's not what he is saying. He's not talking about love to political elites. He's alive. Let him confirm. He's alive. Let him confirm that's what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's here. Let him correct it.
He ended it with Tinubu, didn't he?
No, but
Give him a
no,
chance.
no, he's not talking about love to Tinubu. Let's not argue. Is that what you're saying,
with his
T?
game. I am familiar with it. Don't speak for him. He's an adult. Are you a solicitor? I'm familiar with his game. He's not new here.
We are talking about equity and justice.
Everything ends up here with Tinubu. That's what he does.
Which is okay. It's his opinion if that is it.
And this is my opinion too. So I don't know where you're coming from.
You should not. Okay. Let's.
Love who?
If Tinubu loses in court today, should he reciprocate that love that you preached?
Of course, if he loses, that's it. Yeah,
by handing over to who the court declares.
Of course, yeah, definitely.
Yes, hand over.
Yeah, definitely. The position will change.
So wait, let me wait, guys. Let's chill. Sure. See, when I come to this program, I don't play games.
I don't see.
Like I always say, I don't play games. And now you see that I've always been preaching love. The love I'm talking about is about we as humans love one another. If you see yesterday, I said, look, like now, sure, if I look at you, you look like a man from Jigawa. If I look at Augustine looks like a man from, what's it called? Let me see. If I look at his nose. Akwa Ibom.
When I say Bauchi, I used to wear my kaftan, and they feel that I am a northerner. If I'm there, you think I'm a northerner.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, Olumide, and show. What I'm trying to say is that is loving one another. You understand? I'm preaching love with one another. I'm telling you,
Nigerians love themselves. We love each other.
No, we do.
We do.
I believe that love needs to be expressed more in Nigeria.
We love each other. That's why we come here and we talk. We love each other. We know the people that don't love us. That's the issue. We know the people that don't love us. I don't have a problem with Master. I don't have a problem with Splendor.
If they show that love the way TA wants it, those people stealing the people's money will be prosecuted.
Thank you.
You understand?
That's it.
We need to show that love the way he's saying it. They will be prosecuted.
Olumide, were you here yesterday when I was talking about? I said, look, they should bring back capital punishment. Yeah.
Not necessarily capital punishment. At least let them be brought to book. Collect all the money, the resources they stole. That is the least you can do for the owners of the resources.
Yeah, look, that one.
Guys, good evening.
I believe sincerely.
Let me see. Now we're a lot here. I want to leave the floor so people can chip in. Yeah.
No, I think we should be up to 12 if there need to be any exit. I think it's okay. You can still stay around because we are just 11.
No.
What
I'm trying to say.
Just
give me a chance.
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
I've got something for you. Yeah. And if you're still making a case for Tinubu after telling you what I'm going to tell you now, I'll be so surprised.
Yeah, go for it.
Now, your Tinubu.
No, not my Tinubu. Don't get it twisted.
No, you've been making sense.
See, what I'm telling you is that at the moment, is the current president of Nigeria.
Illegitimate president, sir.
See, whether it's illegitimate, Trump said all those things as well. Yeah, Biden is the president of America. Either you like it or not.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever is your president. Go for it. Okay. Now, do you really believe he's Tinubu? He's Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Do I really believe that you are Tony? Do I really believe you are Tony? You understand what I'm saying?
I've got my name as Tone.
Exactly.
It means Tony. Okay, let me tell you who he is. He was obviously adopted by Madam Tinubu.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Tinubu has a brother and has a daughter. Do you know what her name was?
What's her name?
Bola Tinubu.
Okay.
Bola Tinubu is dead now. It was the identity of that lady that listen, America said that they're not going to release. This is part of the information they've been keeping from us. because they want to destabilize this region. That's part of the reason. They know it.
But how did you know this?
Wait, hold on, sir. Hold on.
Okay,
See, you will read. You read on this in a few days' time. You're going to read the whole.
This is public knowledge. It's been out for a long time. It's public knowledge. Anybody can pretend not to know. This is old.
This part.
Okay,
this part,
maybe. Okay.
Everybody is saying is a woman, but who is the lady? The lady is the niece of Madame Tinubu that adopted Tinubu as we know him today. I know that. Obviously, the lady died, and he took on. She registered into that university. Yes, as a woman. The record was so. Even with this little knowledge, is that the kind of man that you tell me that we should love? We should love. Do you know what love is about? Love is about giving. Love is when you love somebody, you should be able to correct the person.
So when I start, Tony.
Even if it costs the person, hold on. We're trying to make a case. I understand where you're coming from, but when you really love, right, you should be able to call them out when they've done an error. You don't cover them. You don't say, give him a chance. It's just like my ward goes somewhere and steals a car. I'll say, let him have the car. Give him a chance. He will look after the car very well. Just give him a chance.
Okay, now let me quickly respond to you, Tony. Now, Buhari, the past president. Do you believe that is the true Buhari?
Well, there is DNA. There's some contention as to who really is. So I can't comment. I comment on facts.
You comment on facts. So that's what I'm saying. Now, look, Nnamdi Kanu said Buhari is not the real Buhari. The real Buhari is buried in Mecca. You understand what I'm saying? So, look, when we start talking, please, guys, when I come onto this show and I talk about love, the love I'm talking about, don't get it mixed up. It's about loving one another. I don't, about you talking about your Igbo, your Yoruba, your Hausa, your this, your whatever, that you're all one. That's the love I'm preaching. Now, on the Tinubu's case here, what I'm talking about Tinubu is that, look, at the moment, it is what you've got. Yeah. As a Nigerian, it's the president you've got. So until the court says otherwise, look, I've criticized Tinubu before. The issue of what's it called? Was that the Bullion van? Yeah, the Bullion. I was telling one of my friends, I said, look, that is over to the top. That's really too much. Bringing Bullion van to your house and stuff like that. I said that, but I don't really know much about Tinubu. But look, there's some things that this guy did back in Lagos, where I've lived.
He didn't do anything in Lagos, TA.
No, Splendor.
Lagos is not a yardstick to measure.
No, Splendor, wait, let him finish. You will respond. Splendor, wait. Okay. Let's hear him out.
You might say he didn't do anything in Lagos, but if someone could do, in IGL of a state from 600 million to 14.5 billion, at least give him credit for that, please.
How was it done, please, sir?
No, I'm coming. What was the source of the money? I will respond to TA. Augustine, let me respond to TA. TA, you see.
Wait, let's explain the talk. Yeah.
No, please let him tell us how the money was gotten, so that we see.
No, I'm coming.
Okay,
Augustine.
number one, introduce Oracle. Yeah.
No,
Ghost workers were taken off.
TA, let us not go there. Let us not go there. IGRO is not a kind of what we call performance metric to measure someone's performance in terms of governance and now that's.
Are you for real?
No, I'm coming.
What is in UK? What is being used here?
It is what you do with that money that matters. What do you do with that money?
That is what he did. I'm coming. TA. He generated money. He generated money. Fine. Yeah. All right. Okay. Can you put Lagos side by side with Nairobi?
With Nairobi.
Yeah. Splendor. Sorry, my brother. Before even we go outside Nigeria, do you know why Funsho Williams was murdered? Because he uncovered that every month Tinubu was taking $6 million from the coffers of Lagos State government. Obviously, Tinubu arranged his murder.
See, guys. I'm not going to be part of. When you start, listen. No, guys.
Let me finish with you. Let me. Tony,
the people you collect tax from can't even eat 3 square meal.
Guys, let's take it.
Let's do one at a time.
Let me finish with you. I did my secondary school in Lagos, right? I did my secondary school in Lagos, right? During Tinubu was the governor. I just left secondary school when Tinubu came in, right?
Okay.
So in Lagos, Tinubu introduced borehole. There was no borehole before the coming of Tinubu as governor of Lagos. We have potable water supply.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Tinubu killed it, and today is borehole everywhere.
Everything he touches dies. Everything.
I'm still. Wait, let me respond before you finish. Till date, although we've got borehole in my area, in my house, I'm still getting potable water from
where?
Ikeja.
From where? From where?
From Maryland.
Where in Ikeja?
No,
Ikeja is not the aggregate of Lagos.
No, I'm just telling you that, look, because something is not happening somewhere doesn't mean you should generalize it in everywhere.
You are using Lagos as a yardstick to measure what Tinubu did. You are not using Ikeja, but Lagos. So where I live in Festac in Lagos is part of Lagos State. So if you have potable water supply in Ikeja, you understand, it should also transcend to Festac. I'm telling you that before the coming of Tinubu, there was water supply in Festac, in Amowodofi, in Egbeda, until Tinubu came and they introduced borehole. Tinubu only succeeded in raising the IGR of Lagos State by imposing taxes on people for his own personal gain. Otherwise, there is nothing. Today, let me tell you something. The Ibadan Blue Rail started 17 years ago. It's just 28 kilometers.
Ibadan Blue Rail.
Right?
No, he's talking about the Blue Rail, not Ibadan. Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Lagos Blue Rail, I mean, Lagos Blue Rail.
I just wanted to clear Ibadan. We know the local center.
Yeah, 17 years ago. Right? It just 28.
That is what Nigeria does to you.
And when that project 17 years ago, so something is not working now. So when that thing started in 17 years ago, I told somebody, I said, in 35 years, you will not see the light of this thing. A lot of people died because their houses and businesses were destroyed because of that blue rail. Till today, that thing is not still functional. And you say Lagos, go to Nairobi, and go to Ethiopia, go to Addis Ababa. Go and check what they started at the same time, where they are today. So if you want to measure, see, Lagos is not even a parameter to begin to use to measure.
There's not even one single ambulance. You call ambulance.
No. Okay, you go to university. I went to Lagos State University. It is just now that it's beginning to have a facelift. Nothing. That thing is just like a glorified secondary school. Nothing. There is nothing new. The money that Tinubu generated in Lagos does not reflect on Lagos education. In fact, that is one of the reasons why I always blame Yorubas for this problem. Now, Yorubas are producing more agberos than intellectuals now because of Tinubu.
Like I said before.
No. I'm telling you, I'm challenging the Yoruba because I know the reason why I'm challenging them. If you like, put a knife on my neck. I'm telling you, because the solution to Nigeria's problem is on their table.
Okay, I think we have to move it on. I think Black Saints will probably speak. In defense of Splendor, I think what probably hold on. I think what Splendor is saying, I mean, without defending him, he might agree or disagree. Maybe the way Africans talk about the day Nigeria awakes is the day Africa awakes. Is that the way you're liking Yoruba? Is that what you're saying? So it's like a praise, but in a backhanded way. I don't know if I can accept the praise of Yoruba
I've explained to him before. I'm putting Yoruba in the context of failing to pick up their responsibility, not in the context of any other thing. That they have all the wherewithal, they have all the capacity.
I get you now. Okay,
but everything I've heard so far, we are not getting anywhere. We're just complaining and complaining and complaining.
Exactly.
We just made. I think the only person I've had try to move things forward, even if it's a little bit simplistic, is TA and Bolaji. Please. I've been doing this for almost 24 hours now or more. And I'm getting fed up of it's almost like babies crying constantly. You know how mothers complain like, "Hey, get away from me! They don't come on my tits." This is the kind of stuff I feel like too much complaining. Too much. We have to start leaning forward and look at what we can do. This idea, when are we going to stop crying?
Yeah.
You're a man.
Forefathers.
You are the one. See, men create nations. Hold on, please, not now. Men create nations.
Let me give you let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
This crying thing, we need to stop crying and look for what we are going to do.
That is why we are looking at the judiciary, so that we know that we are seeing them. So
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If which politician in Nigeria do you give solution to that follow your solution? Which of them do you talk to that follow up with it? Do you think that people in Nigeria are not giving solution, are not preparing solution for Nigeria problem? Do they listen to them?
If
we don't complain, how will they listen to us?
Okay, we've been complaining for how many decades now?
Solutions that provide proposals that tell them this is what we can do, this is what we can change the election.
Fela was complaining in the 70s.
In the 70s, yeah.
So he was complaining in the 70s. When is the complaint going to end? Hold on. I'm tired of our excuses. We seem to have produced the most useless men in this world so far in the last 300 years. I'm telling you, because other people around the world are building, and all we do is whine. And because we are not ready to make the sacrifice, don't worry. The day will come when they will force us, and then we'll be open to making that sacrifice. The reason why, now that we can choose to make the sacrifice peacefully, we are not choosing to do it. But don't worry, when that day comes, you beg to do it.
Hold on first, please.
I think it's Blackstone.
Have you ever dealt with a politician one-on-one?
Based on this last election alone.
Let Blackstone speak now.
Wait, have you ever dealt with a politician, a Nigerian politician one-on-one? Have you ever discussed with them? Have you ever presented? I left where I am in Europe. I went to Nigeria to go and see somebody. You know what they told me? They said I have no money. So I came with my proposal because I want to enrich myself. That's Nigerian politician for you. They want to take my money from my proposal also. Then after doing that, they will push you out. Do you know how many Nigerians that live abroad to go and join the politics? And even at the party level, they for one night them. They eat their money. So why would they complain?
Look at this one. They're telling me to stop my crap. Hold on.
That's not bad. Let me show you this.
Forefathers, what is the one positive that you can draw from this last election? What is that one positive that you can draw?
Can you imagine? This one are weary. I don't know what this one is talking about. Like this one are proper weary.
Everybody has their own now. See,
Forefathers, what is the one last positive? What is that one positive that you drew from this last election?
But forefather, is it Unlimited that is driving this show, or is it you?
No, Unlimited is not driving it. Don't worry. I'll take the steering for him.
Now you get floor. Go talk.
See, I think all the crime people, the discussion will soon be at an end, and the people that want to do something will take over. Because sooner or later, the crime has to end. Enough. And this lady, Fumi, you know, some of these are women, they hold their men too close to their breasts and they don't let them make all the necessary sacrifices. they are the ones that say, when the men want to go out, oh, no, don't go out, change anything. Hold on.
Of the politicians.
All these women, the women too are complicit in it. They are all just as bad as the men.
Since
We all complain.
Listen, what is your
hold on
solution?
now. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Because you guys almost made me start feeling sorry for Tinubu. Jesus Christ.
What is your solution?
Hold on. Do you know how far you have to get for me to start feeling sorry for Tinubu when Tone came here? Some of the stuff he was saying. You forget that there's no point. There's no point.
So you see how difficult it is. Just to manage you now, you don't abandon the show.
Guys, you see,
why are you crying more than the bereaved?
No, wait, guys.
Blackstone, I think it's your turn, please.
Okay.
Is Forefather still here?
Yeah, it's taking. It's maybe.
All right.
Just let's continue.
Yeah. So Blackstone, it's your turn. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Come ask her.
What I have to say, right?
Oh, Blackstone.
Nigeria, not that Nigeria is bad, but the people in power, the elite, have made Nigeria to be a governing space. It is like a mafia group.
It's not like it is.
Okay, that if you're not among that mafia group, you cannot come into power. You have no chance. And if you try, or that you want to show power, that you have that you are bold, it will bring you down. That's just the truth, right? So when I was growing up, we used to hear the Kaduna Mafia. I'm not hearing that again no more. We're not hearing the political mafias who are in power. Look at Tinubu. Look at
Cabas. They are called Cabas.
Look at the minister list. Look at all of that. Are they not the same crops that have been there before? You understand me? So, Dr. Abati from Arazi was saying that, why are you choosing governors as governors? Because the ex-governors have that, they think that, from their governorship time as a governor, they think that nobody can talk to them. They have that upper power, that supremacy, that nobody can talk to them. They're not used to taking order. They're not used to listening to people. So such people, how can you appoint them as ministers? They're not even going to listen to their secretary or even the president. They're just going to do what they feel it is good for themselves. So when we have crops like that, how can you expect the country to be good? Look at Fashola was a governor. What is his performance? People will say it was because of his body. But no, look at the governors. Look at what they did in their state. What was their performance? What did they do? What were they able to change the life of the people of their state? Were they able to do anything reasonable that change the life of the people of their state? So those who failed in their previous assignment also came to and are given a higher responsibility, then we fail woefully.
So are you saying Fashola failed, Blackstone?
He failed.
Really?
Yeah, tell me what he did now. Name one thing. What you tell about roads?
Sure, you remember I did not finish talking though before somebody took over and they went over to I've not landed.
Sorry, let me finish my point. Let me just finish my point.
What happened to you?
I need to avoid these long sessions, man. I think it's getting to me. You guys are getting on my nerves. Hold on. Let me finish the point I was making.
That will give
this guy was going at Tinubu. Hold on now.
We
finished with Buhari. He was going at Tinubu, and he was talking about somebody that was adopted as a child. Go on to take on the name of a dead child. You don't see, I don't know.
That's in the public domain. It's not anything new.
But it's painful. It's painful.
But that was in the court now.
But how is it a human being can translate that kind of stuff? And you are not seeing what has just happened to another human being. And this goes back to what TA was saying. This inhumanity that we have towards each other, we create this evil for ourselves without even knowing it. A child goes on to answer the name of a dead child. and you take that, and your focus is on getting to the man now with that. America is about to maybe elect a convict for a president. There is a reason why all these foreigners that are doing well, better than we are doing, don't put that restriction for criminal this thing. While this criminal stuff we use, foreigners have their record, like the way people are proud that FBI have the record of Tinubu to use against our president. Something you cannot use against your president because they don't have that. They don't have that as the rule. Hold on. They don't have that as part of their rule. You can elect a convict as a president in America.
That's not true.
Yes, you can.
He has not been convicted.
Once you are convicted, you cannot.
He can be a president.
Once you get convicted, you
one at a time. One at a time.
Law. You want me to go and bring the law as you see?
Bring it
down. Okay, let me check it. I've checked it before. I know what I'm talking about.
Forefather is right. Yeah.
Even in the UK, there's no law.
Doesn't mean he can't be president. He can still be president. So don't get that wrong. Go and check it out.
I mean, hold on now. Show has seen MPs in the UK go to jail, come back and go back to their position, or House of Lords members. They've done they'll finish their jail time and they come back to their job. Because you know why they do that? The people are sovereign. The people can choose whoever they like, and that is why like when you are elected a governor or a president in America, it's very hard for a court to overturn it because the people are sovereign. Once the sovereign decide on something, they don't want anything to be able to shift it. And this is why whenever we debate, I just feel like all this personal stuff is a little bit besides the point. Go ahead.
Do you remember that? During Obama, it was carried. Trump said Obama was not born in America, and a lot of people fell for that trap. And Obama just kept quiet. He didn't say anything. Yeah, he went on. That how can someone that is born in Africa can come and become the president of America? That is not done. They went on and on and on until they found out that look, everything was a lie. Yeah, look. And this is the reason I keep on talking about love one another. It might be difficult, you understand?
I'm not 100% behind you, but I get the trajectory, what you mean. Because there's this viciousness that we use against each other that we don't realize.
Forefathers, when you speak here, you learn, but I think it would be nice if you allow somebody to play out his thoughts so that you can have an aerial view, our understanding of where they are going to. Because cutting off people or people interjecting, I know people can interject and politely allow the person to finish. I think that's the way we can move on and enjoy.
Well, people have been interjecting each other forever. People don't say allow anybody to finish. But when I interject, suddenly I'm different.
No.
Oh, I see.
I'm not just speaking to you. I'm even talking to every one of us respectfully. Olumide, you're a great guy. Yeah, you're my guy. we all agree and all that. But if we can just allow people to land, we'll be. I mean, like yesterday, I was with you guys for about 15 hours and all that. Most of the time I was just watching, and I salute you. What you're doing is great. I mean, the time when I saw you even this morning when I looked him, I couldn't believe. I thought it was a new. I said, wow, this guy, man, he had better tell me what the kind of food I eat. I need some.
Clearly, the symptoms are showing now. I'm very, very emotional now.
I know, I understand. See, we're all here, yeah? All of us should understand we're all here. Why? Because we are all passionate about Nigeria. We're all passionate about our country, our beloved country. We want to see, some of us that are a bit older, we want to see the Nigeria we used to know back then and all that. Bolaji, look at this young man. I mean, he should be hanging out with his friends now, talking about girls and movies and music, and he's talking politics at this age, man. I hear you, guy. So,
please let me finish my thought, please.
Okay, go on.
Thank you so much. TA, you are talking about love. You can love somebody and also discipline somebody. Love comes with chastisement. So you cannot love a child and the child is doing something wrong and still keep on petting the child. You understand me? It is said that. So, when what is happening in Nigeria, we love ourselves actually, but the politicians have tried to make us to be haters of ourselves.
Facts.
If you look at the last campaign season, we know what took place. We know the tribal settlement that was propagated. Actually, look Nigeria political dispensation. This fourth dispensation is the worst I've seen. They have legalized tribalism in Nigeria when it comes to politics.
Preach.
Before now, nobody talk about tribal politics. But now it is the order of the day. Anybody that wants to win an election, we bring in tribal, religion, and all sort of things that divide the people into it.
This Rockland is an idiot.
And we are saying, yeah, nothing bad about it. Let me tell you something. Since 1999 till now, every election in Nigeria has been fraught with one thing or the other. It has never been a true, genuine winning. The only one I can say actually maybe it was Obasanjo because it was the first one. The other ones all were ring election, all things, all to that they spend billions. Say it is technology, it is an innovation and everything. It was even worse. Then we are saying, yes, we can accept it. Let's move on. Let's move on. Like you are telling a thief that come to your house to steal you. They will catch us, okay, let him go. He will come back again. When he come back again, he will kill you and take your house from you. So let's not begin to try to accept what is evil and expect to receive good. If this election goes the way it is now, 2027 will be worst. I tell you the truth. Because they are all planning. They are going to strategize. Because they know the things on the ground. They know the mentality of the people. They know what they are going to do. And they're also going to strategize how to overcome these people. To be worse, it should be more, it will be worse than this election.
Blackstone, just a quick question.
Yeah.
Are you in the States? You're in America, aren't you?
I'm in Germany.
Oh, okay. Now, in America, for example, did you think Trump won the election?
Trump actually never won the election. But I will tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Just a quick one. Yeah, just a quick one.
I will also tell you why. Do you know how many laws were changed before that election that made Trump to lose? Do you know how many laws were changed? I mean, electoral laws were changed by the states. You understand me? Do you know that even now, they are even saying that people can vote without identification? Do you know that? Because every country has a strategy of how they ring their elections. That is it.
Thank you. So you agree that every country has a strategy?
Yes. Let me finish my word. Let me finish.
Okay.
Right?
Please make it quick so we can get to Augustine.
Yeah, because
he's done, but he's been speaking for a while.
Let me just conclude. Yeah. Come to Germany or in UK. Elections ends by 6:05. You are getting the result. But America can count an election result for 2 weeks. It's not even a shame for a country they are the father of democracy. Not a shame. That's to tell you what they are doing. That they know that once they do go electronic way of voting, things will change. It may not be in their favor. So every country has a way to reach their election, but should we follow the bad side of it or the bad area of it or follow the good side of it? You know? So you talk about love. You talk about love. In Germany, I was in a campaign. 2 different political parties will stay in the same park. Just about maybe just 1 meter apart. They will put their canopy there. You will go to this political party, you listen to the person, go to the next one, you listen to the party. The people who are contesting will shake each other. They will talk and everything. That's what I call love in politics. Not what we are preaching in Nigeria now. So do we learn from these things? So in Nigeria, we have to try and if we could not fight we always accept what is wrong. We don't expect to see good. We don't expect to sleep in the bed of the what they call it, the Dalela, and expect to wake up in the bosom of Jesus Christ. It's not possible. Thank you.
Augustine, are you still awake? Let's say you don't sleep.
No, I'm very awake. I just tried to find out what your forefathers was trying to say about the US constitutionally.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. Masker, before you got kicked out, were you before Augustine? Sorry, I'm not sure.
So I am not going to be a typical Nigerian. I'm not going to be complaining about fraud.
What we can see, the way the trial is, because you were kicked out. So I'm not sure where you were before you got kicked out. That's what I'm asking you. Because someone just put it there.
I think
he was here first.
Oh, yeah. So sorry.
Like I was even here even before you, but that's not an issue. Actually, mine is a. Oh, you want me to speak, Augustine?
Yeah. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
If I don't want
I actually joined the show. I was listening. I mostly listen and don't join. So I noticed Bolaji. Well done, eh? I hear you. I noticed that there's tendency that we are going to discourage people like Bolaji, the way we talk. So I just wanted to join the platform and encourage him and warn him. Don't listen to all these older people, Bolaji. We have failed and we have refused to take responsibility. We are constantly looking for where to go and put the blame on. I like the way you're talking. I like the way you're thinking. People need to take responsibility. The reality of life, nobody solves another man's problem. The man must take it. I like when you said, well, sometimes, and the truth is that at some point we have to say, fuck, we would have to bite the bullet. That's the truth. Don't listen to any other thing, eh? That's the reality. For instance, what you need to also remember is that most of the people here, somebody like Awolowo, they started when they are very, very early. I'm sure, I don't know at what age Awolowo started. I don't know at what age Nnamdi Azikiwe started. The one I can tell you is Malam Aminu. He started at a very tender age. At your own age, he was a leader. He was fighting for his own people that were older. So keep it up. The problems look very big, but every problem in the face of the world is surmountable. So just keep the flag flying, my brother. Well done, eh?
Well said. Is it Tone or Augustine that is next? I think it may be Augustine.
No, Augustine talk.
Augustine,
please. Augustine talk.
Oh, he's on the call.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
what
I'm saying in essence here, my taking in all this thing, beyond Tinubu, beyond going to Niger, I think Africa as a whole is waking up, and I think that's the very valid point that forefathers was trying to say, which is a very, very serious stuff. I understand what he's trying to point out. It's just like right now, if it kicks off, how many of us in Europe or America will be happy to buy their ticket and go back home and be a part of the struggle? Even it means that you have to carry arms. I'm ready to carry that. I mean, it's not a nice thing. I cannot categorically tell you whether I've taken the life of a man, but what I can tell you that as a soldier, that's what you're trained for. You train to defend and take a life. It's a sad reality about being a soldier. I'm ready. Africa is waking up because all these things that we're seeing, we're going to see a situation where we'll see even Nigerians, if it does kick off, fighting on the side of Niger when it really kicks off. So what's the rhetorical question that forefathers cited some few minutes ago? It's a very, very heavy one. It's multi-layered. So TA, we're not attacking you're my dear brother. I love that you are preaching love and all that. Love is a great thing, but sometimes you have to kill for you to establish love. If you have to kill, you have to kill. If you have to send a man to go to God so that he will get judged. I mean, if you have somebody saying that it's like It's like you have one very old person in the family. He's always causing wala, and he's 96-year-old. You'll not be praying for a long life anymore. You'll be praying that God should take him. That's just the reality of life. You see, unfortunately, most of these old people they've let us down. They've, growing up in Lagos, I speak Yoruba better than my Igbo. My mom is half Nigerian and half Jamaican, but she speaks Igbo very, very, very well. The Lagos I used to know is no longer the Lagos I know. So that's just the thing. Anyway, let somebody else speak. Thank you.
Augustine.
So I just wanted to check what Fofaras was talking about the U.S. presidency, whether one can maybe vie for a position as a felon.
Yep.
According to what I saw in the Constitution, is possible for the
Yeah.
presidency. That is very true. But states have the right to make their laws where felons cannot apply. So it therefore means in the center is possible, but in some of the states it is not possible. So that's the first thing I wanted to just make. That's just what I tried to get there. Maybe I'll add more later. Somebody can just go on.
All right, Bolaji, now that you've heard from Uncle Masker, are you still wanting to be part of this, or you want to be kicked out since you're not meant to listen to us? I'll do the honors. I'll be very glad to kick you out.
But it's just that
it's a yes or no. Do you want me to kick you out now? As a bro, me, Abi, you want to stay?
Yeah.
I'm joking. It's your turn to speak. Go on.
Yeah, it's just that TA, but people have said it before. Like me personally, I think when you love people, like you just need to treat people the way they want to be treated, not just love people. Because I'm even thinking maybe it's love that made them colonize us in the first way. Anyway,
it's great.
But I just feel like you need to treat people the way they want to be treated, not embrace love, because they'll just see you as fun. And now, like, I don't know, maybe before it works, but now you're just going to be seen as a mugu and they'll just use you. People just use people now. And I don't think I want that with Africa anymore. We just want something more better now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ify, you're next. But what I was just going to say, because I think at some point I'll get to speak since Fofadas is moderating. So, T, with regards to love that you've preached, I think I listened to you guys yesterday and I didn't join when you were discussing the law, and today as well. My point is, I think Nigerians have proven over time that we love one another in most cases. The average Nigerian loves the next Nigerian man. We do. We know the people that sow this seed of distrust amongst us. The bigotry you saw during our elections, it would disappear for the next 4 years. And for some weird reasons, known to all of us, it will reappear in 4 years. So that tells you that without these people, we can actually love one another. And it goes beyond the borders of Nigeria. Africans generally. You see another black man in the West and you're like, oh, you look at them and you're like, is that person Nigerian? You're itching to say hello to them. You're itching to greet them. So we don't have a problem with one another. It is when these people come and they cause their trouble. And that's what I'm saying. If it is them you're saying we should love, no, I can't love you. Sorry. If the Bible says turn one cheek until I go deaf and I can't hear anymore, I'm not turning anything to you. You've slapped us enough. The politicians don't love us. For how long are we going to tolerate this? And you're saying we should find solutions, as my father said. The solution clearly is not to love these people who are literally selling us for trinkets. 2023 trinket, whatever that is in these days. And Ogogoro. How can you tell me to love such people? I'm never going to love them.
Sure. When I'm talking about love, I'm talking.
Yes.
You said that we love one another. Yeah.
I believe we do.
And no, I don't.
Okay.
If you look at even Fela said it, yeah, that Pope na enjoyment, Imam na gbaladun. You understand?
He's still talking about the political class against the people beneath them.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. It's still the same.
No. See, let me kind of just within a few seconds.
Okay, look, please.
Looking at people in Nigeria, I've seen and I look at the way if you love one another in Nigeria, yeah, we're talking about the political class. Yeah. How about the people beneath? You see in Nigeria, some people, instead of paying salary, yeah, to their staff, they withhold that salary. They're not political class. You understand what I'm saying? You see people in the churches, yeah, they will take all the money from the poor, yeah, and they will be suffering. They're not the political class. You understand? See, Nigeria as a whole, that love, yeah, we always love to fool each other. That, oh, I love you. See, you know, if an Igbo person start talking now, or Yoruba person start talking, the first thing you heard the Yoruba person say, my best friend is an Igbo guy. I have a Hausa friend.
Not in my case. My best friends are Yoruba, but carry on.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? You know, that's what they'll say. But look, when it comes to the nitty-gritty of stuff here, you know the difference. In China, there are ethnicity in China as well. But China is where they are today. Because what? They have to sacrifice everything.
Mr. T, this is not because of love. They're not because of what? They're because of love.
If they don't love each other.
It is because, no, wait. It is because of love.
I think we should go to Ife. I'll yield my time to Ife.
Because of love. Because it's
I rest my case.
See, you can see love now. I'm yielding my time to Ife. Is that not love? I yield my time to Ife. Who is Igbo? That's love. Ife, take my time. Add it to your own.
Anyway, most of my friends are Igbo people. They're from Ife place. I talk to them every day.
Sorry, if you carry on.
Hi. Oh my God. Tia, first of all, forefathers, go and sleep.
Honestly, this guy.
I can see you from here. Your eyes are so tired. You are exhausted. Go and rest your brain.
I don't feel physically tired. That's the problem.
No, I can
be careful. If you send him to bed, I'm going to bed in about half an hour. So if you send him to bed, we are closing the shop. So be careful.
I don't care, but he needs to go and rest.
Yeah, I agree.
Tia, my brother.
My lovely sister Ife.
You see love? That's love.
You see, the truth of the matter is that this word love is very far from us. That's why when you talk about love, I just sit down and laugh and shake my head. I say, Tia is far. Because if we have love for this country called Nigeria, our leaders will not be doing what they're doing to us, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is that you see that word love, it can never work in this country called Nigeria, unfortunately. It will not work. No matter how much you want to. Let us be realistic because we live in the world of reality. It's not going to work. In a country where my brother will tell you want to go rent a house. You are still bargaining with landlord. Another person, Igbo person, will come behind you and tell the landlord, I will give you 1 million. Why you are still talking about 700,000 in the same country? It is not going to work. Whether between Igbo or among Igbos or among Yorubas, it's not going to work. It's not even about Igbo outside Yoruba. I've always said it here. You know, show will always make fun of me. I have, and he's laughing, you know, I have my people, my good friends. So the word love is not what we are talking about. Let's leave that love by the side. Let us focus on the problem facing us in Nigeria. It is not love that is our problem.
Ife, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We've talked about
Thank you very much,
Ife. Tribe, we've talked about religion. But we have more things, but it's not even love. Love should be the last thing we'll be talking about in Nigeria, to be honest with you, at this point where we are. It should be the last thing in our mind. If we want to fix Nigeria, common election, we didn't get common election right. What can we get right? Common election that say you have this state, you have this state, you have this state. We can't get it right. Tell me what we can get right in that country.
Well, Ife, just a quick one. Like I said before, if you go and look at the civil wars in America, they were like this before, yeah, where they were going through all these issues, but now they are where they are today, and that's why you see a lot of Africans could migrate to, America. Go and look at China, yeah, in the early 60s. They were going through this as well. And the reason why China could be where they are now, they work together, they love one another. Because look, they didn't love one another before. No, I'm just trying to break it down. What love does. Look, I'm not going to shy away from it. I'm a Christian. The Bible says, love the Lord thy God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind. And love
they want people to do the same thing.
Sorry for interjecting, TA. I don't want you. This your love. Let's move love to responsibility.
To deal with on
you
earth.
Understand? Let us look at it from the point of responsibility.
Honestly, T, I'm envious of your close circle of friends, your wife, your children. The kind of love you will have finished them with love.
Let's look at this issue from the point of responsibility. It's not love that built China, it is responsibility.
It's
not love that built
yes,
it is
no,
responsibility.
it's not. It's human decisions.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are aware. Let me tell you. You know what we are doing in Nigeria. When you're talking about Christians and religion, that's the only thing we have in Nigeria we can sell, religion, in the whole world. We have the largest capacity seater in the whole world is Nigeria, right? But this is what we are doing. You don't have light in your house. You're praying, Father Lord, speaking in tongues, right? But over here, you see me, I've been dodging because it's been raining and lightning. This light might trip off. It's likely it's going to happen because they gave us warning. But before I wake up in the morning, the light will be back. It's not by praying. It is human decision that they have to go fix it. I've said it here. In my subdivision, there was a big old pothole in that, if you're coming in. Me, as per Niger, I would just dodge the pothole and drive and keep going. But my neighbor stopped me one day and said, hey, Ify, come on. Did you see that pothole over there? In my head, I was like, okay, I'm from Nigeria. We are used to this thing. Don't bother me. I better make I go. He said, I've already called the county people. They will come and fix it. And behold, yes, he did. It is human decision. It doesn't take prayer. No. It's not about no. It's not about love. It takes human decision.
It takes responsibility, not love. That's responsibility.
No. It's not human decision. All right.
It's responsibility, not
love.
I
said it here. I live in the state of Georgia, and we were giving money. I said it a couple of times. It is not love. It is human decisions. The problem we have in Nigeria is man-made. It is man-made problem. It is human errors.
You just mentioned now.
Love. We don't need love at this point. You can't tell me I'm hungry and you come and coming to me to tell me that I have to love one another.
Okay, Ify, you mentioned something now. You mentioned something. You said you were given some money. Yeah.
Yes, by the state government.
By the state government. Listen,
it's human decision.
No, listen. That's what I'm saying. That look, go and read about the civil war of America. That you understand what I'm talking about when it comes to love. Yeah. Now, the slavery in America. Yeah. There's some people that want the slavery to be abolished. There are some that said, hell no. They're not going to agree that.
That was the
it's human decision.
Love.
That wasn't
again,
love.
It's human decision.
It
is human decision.
Okay, I think we should hear from Bruno.
I know where the love will come, but not what we are going through in Nigeria. That is not what we need. Let us be realistic. If anybody tells you love is going to fix Nigeria, the person is not telling you the truth. Our problem is man-made. No. Our problem is man-made. It was created by us. And the only person or the only people that can solve it is us, and not no love. We have to solve this problem. You can get all the love you want in the whole world. It's still not going to fix Nigerian problem. It's not going to fix our economy. It takes economists to fix the economy of Nigeria. It takes somebody to feel the healthcare of Nigeria.
Let's hear from
Bruno. Anything about road to fix our transportation. It takes somebody who knows something about homeland security to fix our security. Stop telling me about love. It is all up here in your brain, human decisions, and not love. Love is not going to do no for us, period. Let's get it and get it right.
Let's hear from Bruno. Guys, remember, there's little Bolaji in the room. Master will come and scold us. We should behave.
Love for your country.
Be calm.
I'll tackle you. No, they underlook my guy. He's big enough and he's a man. He's
my bro now.
You're underlooking him.
I'm not underlooking him. He came in yesterday.
Nobody is spoiling him. I beg him. It's growing. Nobody is spoiling him. When
He came in yesterday. Wait now, wait. You know,
enough, and he's
were you here yesterday? Augustine, slow down. Were you here yesterday when he came and did his introduction?
I was here. I was on the show.
So he made the point to highlight that he's young little.
No, why they
he highlighted it. Wait now. He highlighted it. Wait, Masker came in and told him that as a young man, he should, be careful what he listens to. And I'm jokes apart, I'm being careful as to how we present these things to Bolaji, because he's trying to make up his mind. Would he, be interested in Niger politics? Oh, he lives in Manchester. He's fine. He can just close the chapter and say, to hell with Nigeria. My life is soft. You understand? So I'm just careful. I mean, when he's not here, maybe we can do rowdy, but just because he's around, you understand? I'm a bit conscious. But Bumi, sorry, it's my first time seeing you on the show. I'm not sure if it's your first time. You've probably been here before. If you haven't, we'll always ask where you're joining from, and you can speak to us. Thank you.
Yeah, good day, everybody. This is not my first time. I've been here before, but it's a while back. I just stay and I listen. And yeah, I mostly came here all because of the whole love topic. And I just wanted to say that we are mistaking love with lust, especially in Nigeria.
It's taken to a different level, different way.
Yeah, that we don't have to it's very clear that our politicians don't love us. Okay, it's just they don't care about us, and you don't necessarily have to love someone for you to be a human being and just be kind or show certain things. Like, for example, I was in a small town with my brother, and it was a very small town, and there was this shop where they sell plants and all that, and it was on a Sunday, and the person had all the, I don't know how you call it, all the plant stuff outside. And I was like, if we're in Nigeria, someone would have just stolen one of these plants. And we understand why no one would steal those plants, because they understand that if one person starts stealing, it creates this behavior whereby everyone becomes cautious that, okay, let me be careful. And it just creates this cycle of you can't trust anyone. So as long as I don't steal, someone else wouldn't steal. And that's why in that town, it was so it's so free. You can easily leave certain things. Like, for example, I don't close my doors. It's just very it's easy to be in this environment. I remember when my sister came, she was like, oh, you're doing this. Oh, close the door. My mom was like, close the door, lock the door, because she was coming from Nigeria. And I'm like, no one is going to steal anything because they're all living in this small society and their police works. So they can easily call some. It's just as long as I stay in my lane, people also stay in their lane. But if I decide to go out of my lane, then someone will also go out of their lane, and then we start worrying. And that's the Nigerian situation, whereby you can say, oh, it's not necessarily the politicians that are mean or that are corrupt. We also have Nigerians being corrupt. And it's because the politicians have created this environment whereby they have not provided anything, but they have also not shown love to the people. So the people don't know what love is. So now everyone is just working for themselves. And that's why you see, oh, people will steal, people will kill people. It's because no one has shown them love. So why should I show you love when no one is showing me love? So I might as well just defend myself. And we need to understand that you need to have, as much as I don't want us to blame politicians all the time, that there's certain things you should blame the citizens, but it kind of has to start from somewhere, from one person. And in our case, it has to start from the government. The government needs to start caring for their citizen, and then automatically the citizen will start caring for each and every for themselves. Like, if we have our police, if our police were working, you see at least 2% or 10% of the crimes committed in Nigeria would stop. It's just there. Because if I know I can go to this person's house, rob that house, and you cannot call police, what is their number? So I will steal. So you just need to understand there are certain things that need to be put in place that will automatically change people's behavior. I don't have to love you, but you just have it works by itself. It's just like it's a reaction or whatever they call it. It's just how humans are. So we need to start making sure we have those systems in place. And then you see that we start having responsible citizens, and also we'll be able to identify people who are not responsible, and then we wouldn't have corrupt people in power. But because we have people who are not responsible in power, the citizens becomes responsible, and also we can't identify who's responsible because everybody is just doing their own. And I think that's like the big problem in Nigeria. For example, that we don't, because there's no standard, we're all just going. It's hard for you to kind of like pick a good politician or a good, let's say governor, let's not even go all the way up there. For you to pick a good governor for yourself, you kind of based it on like the last governor. So if the last governor was like a criminal and all that, then you won't know what a good leader is. And all it takes is for that person just to give you 1%, just something 1% better than the other person, then you would think it's a better politician, but it's actually not. You're still the same. They're just giving you a little bit of, stable place to lay your head. So I think we don't necessarily need love in Nigeria. We just need common sense. You just need to know that if I do this, this person will do it. It's just that simple. If there's a red light and I decide to go past the red light, the person behind me will pass it. Because why should I stop when you do not stop? It doesn't make any sense. So as if I stay in that red light until it's green, you can be behind me, press your horn, we'll all stay there. So you need to understand it. The next thing you know, somebody will just keep on doing it, and then
I'm missing it.
Yeah, so that's why I think.
So sorry, we are missing it. There's love. Love is very important.
There is one thing.
That is not what we need now.
No, love for your country.
Blackstone, you are misconstruing what Bumi is saying.
No,
see,
no,
the whole thing that Bumi said here.
Hold on. Yeah. Love for your country is very important. That's why I'm trying to say love for your country. If you don't
but that's not love one another.
Yeah, that's not love one another. Yes.
So love for country has never been the debate.
It's not a problem.
It's a different way. We have to love our country. When we love our country,
you don't even talk
because the
what do you
topic
think of Bumi's submission?
Let me make some
well
comment,
said,
please.
Bumi, thank you. Well said.
Thank you, Bumi. But let me make some comment. What Bumi had just said is very simple. Responsibility. Love is an individual character trait, but the sense of responsibility should be a character that everybody should demonstrate as far as you are a citizen of any country. It's just responsibility. Once I feel responsible to do what is right, do you understand? Somebody behind me will copy from me. Somebody behind that will copy from that. Somebody behind that will copy from that. Our sister here, if he made something, he said, okay, they called the council to come and fill up potholes. The council came to fill that pothole not because they love that community, but because it is their responsibility.
That's right.
So no love. Love doesn't build any country, but responsibility does.
Yeah.
If we are all responsible, today in the UK, you can't drive past the zebra crossing when somebody is there. Try it. You can't. Responsibility. What we lack in that Africa is not just Nigeria alone. It's an African thing. We don't have that sense of responsibility. What we are all looking for is just self-aggrandizement. We want to oppress people. I told somebody that they were saying something. I said, if you see many Nigerians, you understand, many African America having their DNA attached to Nigeria, it's not because it's not a good thing to celebrate. It indicates how wicked our forefathers were, selling their brothers and sisters into slavery. And anybody that tells you slavery has stopped, slavery has not stopped. What happened is that they've just changed the pattern, and we're all victim of all of us here. We're all victim of the pattern of slavery that they've changed to. That's why we are here today. Thank you.
Guys, yeah.
I don't know. There is
Can I just
something
add
I wanted
something
to say.
to?
Wait,
Can I
wait.
just have my own turn?
It's your turn, actually.
I think Bumi made some statement at first about loss, and it got me thinking about the topic of love having different dimensions. You know, love of a parent for their child, and the lost aspect of it for a nation. And kindness is a form of love. I think when you love your child, you show kindness, you show affection, and all the other bits that come along with it. And it doesn't mean there is no discipline. It doesn't mean there is no responsibility. We discipline our children for that reason, because we understand it's for the greater good for that child. And the same can apply to your citizenry and your nation. If you apply that to your nation, you can love your fellow citizens and still hold them accountable. Exactly. You can love your nation and still hold your nation accountable, because it's for the greater good, just like you do for your children. So I try to simplify it to that point of view, and that's where I think maybe TA is coming from.
Thank you very much, forefathers. I think it's as if you read my mind. You understand? When we're talking about love, yeah, if you look in Nigeria, for example, if it was saying that, you know, somebody's trying to get a rent for 700,000, another person comes with 1 million, yeah, the one that comes with 1 million, if you love that person as yourself, you won't do that. You should have a conscience. We're all human. So what I'm preaching today, you know, you might think, oh no, we have to, it's common sense, it's this, it's that. You understand? If you love, when the scripture that I read was talking about love the Lord thy God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind, and love thy neighbor as thy friend. If you love your neighbor, be it politician, be it your friend, be it your family, you will not want to hurt your neighbor. You will not want to kill your neighbor. You will not want to steal from your neighbor. You understand what I'm saying? You'll be, I mean, the things that you'll be doing is to help one another. You understand? So we're always focusing on the politician. But look, we Africans, yeah, our heart, yeah, is so dark to the extent that when you even look at the way things are going on in Nigeria, we're always talking about the politician, about us, about the so-called the ones that owns the company, how about the common man on the street, how about those people that are doing rituals, how about those people that are killing each other. It's because the love is not there. Come to the Western world, it's not done that way. If they don't love, see, the Bible is incorporated, yeah, into American Constitution, into UK Constitution.
We have challenge our own too now. Why is it not working?
Yeah, we have challenge, but the thing there is just that. Why do we have food bank for those that are hungry? It's because of love, and that's why I'm always preaching this. That look, love one another.
How do we legislate love? How do we legislate it in Nigeria? We can't legislate it. Let's deal with the one that we can legislate first. We can't legislate love.
Yeah. See, when we're talking about we can't legislate love, yeah. When the common man on the street start respecting one another, yeah, doing one another. We had love for each other back in the days, but now the next person wants to be the top man. You want to climb on somebody to reach up. We don't love one another in that country. Africa as a whole don't love one another.
I disagree. I disagree. I think it's actually it's my turn anyway. So since we're going on, so let me spend my 2 minutes to first thank Bumi. I love your submission completely. You said, you know, more common sense would do more for us in Africa than love, and I agree. I don't need to love you to do right by you. I also agree, and I'm not trying to say love is not needed. Even in the Bible, as you know, Tia would often quote, that, love, faith, and hope, and that, out of all these three, love is the greatest, and I agree. But we cannot take love to replace responsibility, especially as adults. People need to be responsible. And when you talk about loving one another, I agree we should. But I think if we look at it critically, which does greater harm to us as a people? You not loving your neighbor or your government not loving the people? I think if the government loves the people, which is why I'm putting the greatest blame on their table, is if the government loves the people, the provision that will be made for the people, there will be less people trying to scheme one another out of little things. A Nigerian would scheme you out of 1,000 naira today because they're that desperate. That's why they would give them 2,000 naira and they would sell their votes. People are that broke and poor, and that is the doing of the politicians. And nobody should come and tell me Nigeria is poor or Africa is broke. No, we're not. Nigeria is the second poorest country in the world, according to what's come out, off the back of this, their fame that they don't want. But looking at it critically, is Nigeria the second poorest country in the world? But they're the second poorest. Is that down to the people of Niger or to their leaders? We need to put this blame firmly at the desk of those who it belongs to. Let the politicians, the leaders, the rulers, the kings, the chiefs, let them fix up. And we, the people, will reciprocate the love. I think every human naturally is loving. Nobody was born with hate. People learn how to hate. You were born with love. It's natural. It's given to you the day you were born. People learn how to hate people. That's learned. Love is, it's like you can't even separate it. A child is born to love. We grew up and learned how to hate people. It's like racism. Nobody was born a racist. People grew up and they learned how to be racist. So I think if our government will do right by us, things would change drastically. Big time. Bumi just nailed it. I mean, I know Fofada is moderating, but even if I was moderating, I wouldn't stop her. Because she was just saying the right things. It's commonsensicalness of these things. If we fix things, if the leaders do right, it's easy for the people to follow. If the leaders do right, it's easier for them to punish the people who don't do right. But if the leaders are constantly flouting the laws, how can you now hold the citizen? The citizen will tell you, okay, you did it yesterday now. We saw you do it the other day now. How can you now tell me I can't do the same? And it comes to pastors, it comes to all these people you talk about. I've said it here, if you see the bigger pastors in Nigeria, the things they do is what is stopping them from correcting people like Mommy Gio that trended last year. How can a big pastor go and tell Mommy Gio to stop talking rubbish when some of them are actually talking the same rubbish? How can they tell my friend in the East, that light guy who was not used to all his powers, how can they tell him to not talk about his powers? Because they themselves are not showing good examples. So I think it starts from it's like the father of the house misbehaving, and you're now saying the children don't love each other. You, the father, have not shown them love. They can't see you showing love to their mother. They can't see their mother showing love to their father. Well, you're saying the children don't love each other. They don't love their cousins. You love. Sorry, Father, you're going to say something.
Yeah, I think this topic is a feedback loop.
Probably.
Me said that it needs to start from somewhere. So a loop, you can always start from almost anywhere. It doesn't have to be from the top, because there's no top in the loop. You can at any point, and because the way you treat your leaders could also come back, because you create more leaders. And why is it that the new ones perpetuate the same things? I said it the other day. Somebody will be normal today, like Oshomole as a good example. He's the poster child for that now. And he gets into office and suddenly it transforms into something else. Because the system at the top is just, I believe that the people that sold us as slaves, that class is still there. They've not moved. And if they don't change, what are we going to do about it? Because this is beginning to be clear, because they have thrones out there in the south that were earned from selling people as slaves, and they are still there. This class has never been moved. If you look at most of the other nations that have moved on with their lives, there was a serious class change or a big change at the top. And for some reason, the top of Nigeria, they just simply refuse to change their culture. I think Splendor said it here, that we are technically still being treated as slaves. That's why we are all in the West. And that's why they have all this information on us now. From our WhatsApp, from everything, our leaders submit us to them. And tomorrow, when we want to be leaders, then they have all this information about us. And because Nigeria has a law that if you have criminal or any dodgy history, it will come back to bite you. They have all that information on you. Whatever. It could be something innocent and they bring it back on you because they want to use it against you. And it's going to affect you in your own country. So it's just one of those things. I feel like the elites in we like to call them political elites. I think they are traditional elites. They are quite more widespread than that. It's not like the Dr. Damages of this world. We're talking about the political, traditional, religious elites. They've not moved at all. They are not moved for whatever reason. I don't understand the kind of brainwashing that has been done to them. They are not moved.
Let me also give my contribution to this issue. One thing I know that what
Blackstone, Blackstone, I'm
Yeah.
the next after show. So before you talk, don't jump the queue. I know, I interject.
Wait.
So because
Show love,
Blackstone,
man, show
because
love.
of the love I have for you, I'll let you go.
No. I don't want that love now.
That is not love. Take your turn.
I don't want that love now.
If you don't want the love, let me take my turn.
No, you talk. That show talk. That show pattern to forefather. When the other guys talk, you talk. Then I show talk. That show pattern to go for forefather.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go. I mean, go for it.
Okay, thank you. What I want to say is that what you love is what you cherish. Love is of different categories, and love is for different things. What we are missing in Africa is that love, or mostly Nigeria, love for our country. When that love for our country is not there, there's no how we are going to develop. I say one thing, that a nation where the citizens do not love their country, that country cannot develop. Bumi said something, he just gave some our perspective. All those things he just said is responsibility comes from the love you have for your country. You cannot be responsible for anything if you don't love your own country. If he said that there was a pothole in our street, the person that called, because he loved the state, he loved his country, that's why he called. He can say, I don't care. You understand me? He can say, I don't care. The pothole will be there. You understand me? So if you even call the local council, people can even say, I don't care. They don't even come and visit. Because it is the love of our country that lead to responsibilities, that lead to us working for our country, that give us that zeal that we have to make things work for us. You understand me? I always say that, I try to equate that a love for a country is like a love for your wife or for your husband. Because of your children. Because you can, if you are shaking your head, you are in America. American president will not see an American citizen in trouble in any part of the world.
You see, Mr. Blackstone, I'm not even rejecting what you're. I'm here talking on the phone.
Okay, you're talking on the phone.
Okay, so how you jump on me now?
Sorry for that. Because I'm seeing you shaking your head. That's why. Sorry for that.
Wow, for you,
Sorry.
Mr.
So what I'm trying to say is that we should, when we show love for our country, things will change. Definitely. You understand me? Then that responsibility will come. I say there are two major organs of government that make a country work, or that make the laws of a country work: the executive and the judiciary. In Nigeria, these two organs are the most corrupt organs in Nigerian government. So how do you expect then anything to work? The judiciary are compromised. They just make law. They come to judgment based on who can buy. The highest bidder get the judgment. The executive, the police, the military, and everything, they're also in the same group. But if you love your country, you can say, no, I do not want this to happen. It is the citizens that actually work to protect the country before the people in government. Because if the citizens do not react, the people in government will dominate. Informations mostly comes from the citizens to the police or to other organs of government that put this in order. So responsibility don't just start like that. You can be responsible. You can say, I want to do this. You can, but without you having that love for your country, there's no how you are going to be responsible for your country. So we have to be able to develop that love for Nigeria. That's when we can be able to change things. We are talking about the slave trade, the Black Americans, so on and so forth. They fought very hard because they want to fight for their freedom. So they love to be free. That's why they were fighting. That's why they took all the risk, all the bloodshed. They shed their blood. They died for it. People were humiliated and everything because they love their freedom and they were fighting for it. So we cannot say that love is not important. Love is important in almost everything. For a country, a love for a country is very, very important. Every developed country today, the citizens do not play with their country. They show that love for their country, and the government people in power also show them that love by standing behind them. So that's my own submission. So let's try to love our country. It is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next?
It's me,
I think Tia was supposed to go next. Then I will say something before I move.
Okay.
Should I go?
Mr. Tia?
Yeah.
Can I ask Mr. Tia a question so he can add it to his submission? So you talked about love, yeah? My question is, how do you expect, let's say, like the average Nigerian, like someone, you know, those people where like when you're in traffic, you have all those kids that come and they knock and they beg. How do you expect people in that, let's say, environment to actually show love to a country that since the day they were born till today have never received love, not even from a country, forget country, from individuals? How do you expect them to one day wake up and say, I love my country, I need to fight for it? And don't get me wrong, I'm not disagreeing with you. I know we need to, but how do you expect that to actually happen? Like, they've never gotten love, so how can they give love? How do you even know what love is? Like, those are the things. Like, can you explain how that would be possible in the Nigerian case? Like, putting it in practice, like how is that going to work?
That's a very good question, Bumi. Thank you. The first thing I'm going to say is, first of all, changing their mindset. You know, now Nigeria is in that situation that America was when John F. Kennedy was saying back then. You know, I love to bring the guy in because it's just like what people were complaining about, the agitation. The country is not working. You know, the government is not doing this. You know, why is everything not working? We're not being paid. People are hungry and stuff like that. And he made that statement. And he set the mind of Americans, you know, to doing the way forward. It's just like what Fafada was saying, that, look, guys, we've been complaining and complaining and complaining. What is the way forward? Yeah. And he told them, he made a speech. He said, my fellow Americans, do not ask of what your country can do for you. Ask of what you can do for your country. You know, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Now the mindset of those people started changing. Yeah. They started looking at what they can do by themselves to make America great. And that's why you have the slogan in America that let's make America great again, just like before. Yeah. Now, those kids that you just talked about, that they've never been showed love, yeah, it's just like you going into the wilderness, yeah, and you see an animal that's never been showed love, and you offer that animal that, look, this is the way forward. You know, Not those ones that you start preaching and not, helping them out. Bring them out of that cycle of where they are. Yeah. Now, nourish them, feed them, clothe them. Yeah. Let them see the other side of life and they will become better. I've seen some people doing it in Nigeria where they'll go to the slums. Yeah. In Mushin, there's one that I watched of, way back. That guy was smoking marijuana and doing all this. Very young boy. Yeah. The guy now is an ambassador. The guy that took him is, I don't know whether he's a pastor or something, but maybe from the South or something like that. I don't know. But the guy's life has now been turned around. And the guy was saying, they were asking the guy that, look, what made you choose that? He said, because he was born into poverty. That's the only thing he knew. But now he had seen the other side of the world. When the guy was entering the plane, the guy was really shocked. So it's not everyone that is born with a silver spoon. And I totally agree with a lot of things that you guys are saying. Fine, common sense, or this or that. But it takes that love for you. When you love someone that can be able to treat people the way you treat yourself. Yeah, is that love that you have. If we're all here now in the Western world, yeah, if they don't fix their place, we will not be there. Yeah. Let us fix. We keep on slagging Nigeria. Some people will even say Nigeria will never be better. They never see anything come good from that country. Whereas we're the best in the world. We know that country has challenges. And that is why we need to work when you love one another. I was brought up with love. You understand? And that is why, as I am now, I pass my love on to people, apart from my family, people on the street. When they say, even my missus will say, my wife will say, that people, I shouldn't trust people that way. That I said, look, when you love someone, yeah, I have a pure heart to love someone. You understand? If it doesn't replicate that to me, I don't mind. In as much I've shown that person that is the way I'm just born. It is high time we start speaking good about our country and looking for a way to forge ahead, looking for a way to move forward. All those countries that you see that are good today, they have their challenges way back. Some people will be clamoring for war in Nigeria. Why? When you see war, you will not go and look at Sudan. At least some people still have a place to put their heads now. But now, even in Sudan, they can't. You can't even sleep in your own house. And that's what some people were clamoring for. So we should be looking for what is the way forward. So, guys, either I like it or not, I'll always be preaching love. So I've got nothing but love for you guys. Even on the comment section, when they say, oh, TA is this or TA is that, oh boy, I love you all. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously it's not kumbaya kind of this thing. Let's not make that mistake, because when I like to simplify it to using a family narrative. We have that stubborn child now that wants to break all the rules, and so you have to make them accountable like everyone else. So yeah, it's not kumbaya. I think I like to look at it from the point of view of nationalism and putting the nation first. If you see what other people have done for their nation, it's unbelievable. And the nation has barely given them anything back other than hardship.
That's it.
Okay,
and yet they sacrifice so much.
Look, I wanted, when Bumi was talking, I remember when I met one of my professors here, and I was speaking with him, because I remember there was a time I was supposed to submit his assignment, and I had to go somewhere. So he knows I'm in Nigeria. I told him, as I talked to him, he said, I've been to Nigeria once. I said, wow, that's beautiful. Where were you? He said it was in Abuja. He said the only thing he could remember is that people did not respect red light in Abuja. The thing was somehow crazy. But he said he was very surprised that there was this red light, and that's traffic red light, and people did not respect it. And it's somehow very crazy, because in Nigeria, we just believe that you just need to run and cross it. Now, there were some things I wanted to talk about, really. one of the things we're talking about, I think Blackstone talked about it, is this issue of corruption. I think before now, the judiciary has been very corrupt, but we have not been looking at the judiciary. I think it's during this election that people now decide to turn an eye on the judiciary to see what is really happening there. And the rot we are now seeing there is getting worse. So most people don't even look at the judiciary. They mostly look at the legislature and the executives. But now, a lot of people are now maybe looking at the judiciary to find out what is happening there. And I feel with time, things will get a little bit better. And now, the next thing I wanted to highlight a little bit was this issue of love for country. Look, we all love our country. Our country has responsibility towards us, and we also have our own responsibility towards our country. I was just thinking as we asked that question about maybe this Amajori you see on the road. Look, how do you expect a child to? I was just thinking how do you expect a child to grow up from such situation and expect him to give 100% allegiance to a country? I'll tell you the truth. We are talking now about Nigerian issue. The truth is that we all love Nigeria. That's why we are talking. For me personally, if I don't like somebody, I don't even talk to you. If I don't like you, if you make a mistake, I will not even tell you. That is why sometimes if sometimes I correct somebody, say, wait, maybe if I correct something about somebody and the person say, you commented on it, why? I say, look, it's because I have your time and I care for you. If I don't like you, you go to make mistake, they kill yourself, I don't go talk. So if we are all here talking about Nigeria, it's because we want Nigeria to be better. It's because we have our allegiance. Most of us have gone to the West. Most of us have been, we are in the West now. We have seen the development and the rest. Some people here earn big paychecks. They earn big money. But why is that you are not satisfied? Because you know that you love somebody more. You love that country. So that is why you see we are talking. And that is why we are saying, okay, judiciary or the executive should do well with their duties. So it's because we love our country and we will always be responsive to that country and also help the country to be better. And so it therefore means that the country has its own duties to perform to us as well. And that is why I wish that if we had the executive and the rest, you see these Amajiri people, you could have given them the basic thing they can do. The basic things, that's the basic help they can get. You will see them respond very well to their country and contribute meaningfully towards the well-being of that country. And with that in mind, I feel that the Nigerian elites or the Nigerian political elites are just a little bit wicked. These things have not been rocket science. So. Like, for example, somebody was mentioning of a proposal. I think Blackstone was mentioning of a proposal that he took back to Nigeria. This is not any big deal. If you see that the proposal is good, approve it, let him go and start a business. And from there, employ 1 or 2 or 3 people, employ 4 people. You have removed those people from the labor market. And before you realize, even if you are stealing, they will not know. But the point is that you stop a good innovation. When you stop the good innovation, you don't still provide jobs for the people. What do you expect? He's talking of his own. Me, I also have my own proposal that I proposed, and it was also blocked. Some because you don't know who knows somebody who knows somebody. That's what we are talking about. And the last thing I wanted to talk about, which I just saw recently, I don't know whether you have seen. I saw some videos where the Wagner forces from Russia are beginning to land in Niger. And that is becoming scary. So they are importing. I learned that recently, almost about 5 hours ago, about 4 fighter jets arrived in Niger. So therefore means those guys are ready in case Tinubu and his allies decides to do anything crazy. And you and I know that this is just a cold war between the America and Russia, trying to find who they are going to just brainwash into fighting. So I'll just keep on highlighting that Tinubu should not just do anything crazy, because if he does it, America and Russia will settle their problems with Nigeria and Niger. It's no longer getting funny. And the point is that Nigerians today went to their national stadium to show support for the military junta. So why are you fighting people when they are showing support for their own military men? We and I know that if you ask me, military coup has never been the best. But it's just that civilians also have failed woefully over and over. That's when a drowning man touches everything to survive. So I just saw that and I said, maybe I should just say it here, because Tinubu should not just try anything rubbish. Because if he tries it, the problem between America and Russia, they go settle on for battlefield in West Africa. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Forefathers, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have to bow. Mr. Loverman is out of the house. So good night, all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I have to give it to you 2 days in a row. You
Yeah, I tried.
controlled the conversation. Don't worry. You tried today. You were not under a lot of heat today, though. I must say, not like yesterday.
My thought first before you go to you.
He's
gonna come and start having a go at you now.
Yeah. let me go and rest. Look, me and forefathers were there till morning. Yes, I mean today. So
I
really tired.
I was there too now.
Oh, that's true.
He was there.
That's true. That's true.
I was there.
Forefathers, I don't know how you do it, man.
Now I finish before you come out. I beg.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, I'll just watch from behind. Let me go rush some other things. Okay, bye, too.
Bye. Thank you for coming in. Is it Tone or Ife or Bumi who wants to say something? I think Tone seems to be relaxed about it. Do you want to say something, Tone?
Yeah. The thing is, the whole thing is, we need to do, on a very serious note, something dynamic has to happen to effect a change in Nigeria. Because we keep saying talk, dialogue. It will not. These people are career criminals. They're even breeding their younger ones to take positions to carry on with the corruption to the next generation. So is that the kind of people that you want to dialogue with? Or is it the kind of people that you want to ask for Duduwa or Republic or Republic or Yoruba Nation or Biafra?
I do Republic.
They will not even that discussion will not come on the table. So something dynamic has to happen. So what we do, okay, we're now waiting for the judiciary. If judiciary should come maybe 4 a.m. this morning, because at the time that they like announcing very important things, so that it will take us all by surprise. By the time we wake up, Tinubu is now the substantial president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. If we get that kind of, what do we do? Or they call I heard that Wike was suggesting to Tinubu that he should there should be a curfew if people start demonstrating. There should be a curfew, to calm people down and to criminalize anybody that dares to come out. These are criminals. We're dealing with hardened criminals. This is the only thing they know all their life. Everything they've gotten is through criminality, and they are ready to do everything to protect it. So something dynamic has to happen. If it takes a kinetic action, so be it. That's just my stance.
I feel like you may be onto something there, because if one realizes that this is a class and elite issue, to change it, I don't know whether they would change willingly. I don't know, because too many of them have properties overseas. Too many of them have too many assets overseas. What would it take them to back off? In the case of Putin, many of his people have assets overseas. But what it took him to say, you know what? He was saying it on the last day. He said, we have so many things we have overseas. I don't want this war. But it took Americans coming to his doorstep to do it. What would change our leaders' mind that they would say, okay, our people first?
Forefathers, do you remember
there's no salvation.
Do you remember the Arab Spring?
Yeah.
Tunisia, Egypt, and try to even to take power, killing each other and stuff like that. What has it solved? The same people are still there in Egypt, although the country is doing better now, because they know that, look, the people are agitated, but the same set of people are still there. Arab Spring was so deadly. They killed each other a lot. They changed the government out. The same government came back in. The people that took power, the guy is being sent to jail. I think maybe the guy has been sentenced to death.
He died in jail. Morsi died in jail.
Yeah, that's it.
The Saudi
that was
regime,
kinetic
the Saudi
reaction.
regime funded the coup that removed him from office because they feared that if he succeeded, he was going to, because he's
It's going to happen. Yeah,
anti-monarchy.
exactly. So the
You
kinetic
know
reaction was
that's what I
that.
just said. I said without a shedding of blood, there's no salvation.
They didn't change the elite in the case of.
They did,
I think they did overturn them to an extent because it was the Muslim Brotherhood that was now in charge, but they brought them back again. They brought the old guys back by
Exactly. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, I think this is the problem. If you don't remove, although the current one is performing, compared to us, it's performing.
Yeah.
1.3 million in terms of their military alone. And their power supply is through the roof compared to ours. They went to the Russian African summit with Nigeria and many black countries. They are the only ones on the African continent that is actually building their nuclear power plant now.
Yeah,
we are still twiddling our thumbs.
Let's give
you want to say me this be the nuclear plant for Nigeria. They just sleep before you know I don't blow off.
Just in case, sorry.
Local people, because I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, because actually I came because of Bolaji and Bumi. So like so but Bumi, Bolaji, see
Well done.
Thanks.
Yeah, Bumi, you don't know what you're signing up for. This guy will twist your heads today.
Thank you. Right? Thank you. Right? Both of you. Because at least I now know that means I see some people who are following us who say have sense. Because what we are seeing on social media on this youth, doing drugs, everything, TikTok generation, anything just for fame. You understand? You never can tell. So seeing both of you really, coming interested, discuss with us, regardless of the age, you're still able to say your mind and make sense. I mean, come on, man. I
totally agree. I concur.
Bumi was always coming before. She was here, I think 2 or 3 times before. Yeah.
My first time I've seen her. I don't think I've seen her. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. But I don't think I've seen her. But man, thanks a lot, right? And
during time of the election campaign, I think she was there 2 or 3 times.
Really? Yeah. And even this, what's this guy? Even this NS girl. She always tapping. She don't show her face. She can't even come here still. NS girl, look like your mate Bumi is here right now. Your mate Bumi is here. Be tapping. Don't come online. Be tapping and be covering your face.
Oh my God, they are very intelligent people. They are.
NS girl, very intelligent
and important too. They need to understand their importance and because somebody has to take the baton on when we are done. And I hope our generation is actually able to make the change that is required so that they have something to work on.
Exactly. At least if at least we don't see people behind us that we can work with. You understand? NS girl, Bumi, Bolaji. I mean, having them spread across like that, at least we know. Yes, it's easy for us because most times we just think it's only us, in the diaspora doing all these things, and nobody else behind us is taking a cue from what we're doing. I mean, thank God at least they are beginning to come out, showing themselves that they listen. At least they still have brilliant ideas. They can do more. For the coming back to what I wanted to say, because of both of them that I came. For the love and responsibility stuff or common sense that Bumi was talking about. You see, for real, I think she's 100% correct. Why I say so is this, right? Love is immeasurable, right? Love is big. Love is life. Love. God is love. You understand? So you can't equate responsibility to love. You understand? I will only equate responsibility, gratitude, mercy, kindness, care, whatever, right? They are all together. But all these things put together is what makes love, what makes up love. You get? So if Bumi is saying, yes, we should forget love first, let's look at those small ingredients that we don't do amongst ourselves that is making society become what it is right now. Let's focus on, because if you talk about love, it's easy to love everybody, but it's also easy to become corrupt. You understand? It's also easy to you can show love to your wife and your landlord in the co-landlord in the street and still become corrupt. You understand? So and still become irresponsible. You understand? Let me finish. Let me finish. So what I'm trying to say is like, Yeah, we can love. Love, yeah. People hear this love in the church, in the traditional houses, in religious houses. You hear this love. Yeah, they don't practice it because they know there are things out there that do not make them feel responsible. You understand? Because like she was saying something about how this maybe a Nigerian on the streets begging you this and that. Sometimes you give them 10 naira because the money is too small. They throw it back to you. You understand? Because no love, they don't appreciate anything. You understand? No love, they believe 5 naira is too small for them. Your mate is giving them 15 naira. You are giving them 5 naira. Who are you? They'll use money to turn you back. You understand? Because they don't know anything has to do with your responsible. What I'm trying to say is, if you are responsible, right? The government is responsible. We are responsible. See, love itself we manifest in our life without even knowing that we're loving each other. You get love will manifest because that's how love is spirit. Love is spiritual. Love is not something you can just physical thing that you can do and just no. Love is spiritual. That's why I say God is love. Love is big. So if we do the needful, love. What's called you know, there's a red light there. Don't stop. Sorry, I said don't stop. Stop when there's a red light. You understand?
I told you people now. It's going to fly ahead.
This idea of fast guy not be thief. You are a thief. You understand? Or what you call the Mugu for Gaman shop. You are a thief. Just call it spade. So we always look for this sweet subtle term that we can, part ourselves with and commit irresponsible acts. You understand? So, in a small, God, love is important, but I think love is bogus, it's spiritual, it's big. You understand? There's
little
things that we can do that will better our life. You understand? Then we'll see, like I said, we'll see love coming down from heaven, like manners coming down from be touching all of us. It becomes we're not responsible. We want to break each other down. Everything is just money. We are greedy, everything. That's why it seems as if love has disappeared. But by the time we do all these things, love will come back on its own,
Look, P. I know you know about the story of the Good Samaritan. You remember?
No. Can you tell us?
Continue.
Yeah. So why you've said it all, Local P. Love's there. It has a lot of attributes in it. Kindness, and all those bits, But the basic foundation. Now, I'm trying to use a scenario here. Somebody was wounded on the road, being robbed, and was injured. Yeah, people were walking by. The guy was crying for help, even while he was on the road. Was crying for help, but nobody, even a pastor, a man of God, walked by. He said, "I don't want to. Let me just go my way." Until a Samaritan, in the Jewish stuff around that time, they are the lowest of the lowest. I don't know the lowest in Nigeria anyway, but they're the lowest of the lowest.
Because even the lowest in Nigeria, they've turned to witches and wizards right now. Because sometimes you see somebody that's very poor, the amount of wickedness in their hearts, you'll be shocked.
But look, that is where we start missing the point, Local P. If someone, I read on the news, somebody fined, is it $75,000?
Airport or something like that.
At airport, and he gave it back. The majority will not do that. There's still some good people there in Nigeria.
Oh, they are, of course,
you understand? So that's why I always say one thing, that some people say nothing good can come out of Nigeria. It is wrong.
No,
it's totally wrong.
No, that's not true.
It's not true. You understand? So that is why you should love that country, with all your heart. You don't have to. I mentioned the issues of what's it called, John F. Kennedy. When they were in that situation like Nigeria is now, they were clamoring. We're always complaining. Oh, we don't have this. We don't have that. Like the people that what's it called? Because sometimes I just looked at maybe the Nigerians here are the true Israelites that they were chased out of Egypt. Which they mumble, complain. Even when they saw all the work that God has done, they still complain. Kennedy told the Americans then, do not think of what America will do for you. Think of what you can do.
Sorry, I'll stop you there. Hold on. Let me see what
Okay.
else. I'll stop you there. Right? You see, America, right from inception, even if it's micro, but at least they are creeping upward. So if they are going upward little by little, and the president comes and tell them, no, it's not what America can do for you, it's what you can do for America. That one is okay, fine, it can be heard. But in Nigeria, we are going down. We are going down.
Yeah, but you have to listen.
So to tell people like that are going down, and it is you who is deliberately taking them down, and the words coming out from you that you should do for your country, no, it's not going to work. America is different because the American president, they are doing for their citizens. It might be small, right? It might be small. They might still be poor, but at least they are seeing the effort of their president doing something. So you can tell them that, yeah, what you can do for the country is better. That can be a bet. In the case of
how
Africa,
about
your leaders just deliberately taking you down.
Local P. How about China? China was worse than Nigeria before.
I said the leaders is deliberately, right, taking us down. In America, the leaders is deliberately taking them up, right? No matter how small, but they are still crippling up a little bit. They are going upward towards success. So if JFK say that kind of word, it will resonate in their citizens' ear. But in Nigeria or Africa, our own is deliberately taking us back.
Yeah,
so
that is why
is just not a word that can come from them. And if you even speak the word, we won't even listen.
So listen. Now you hear someone like Bolaji and Bumi coming online, and speaking and saying good words. You understand what I'm saying? That look, this is the way, this is what I feel, and that's why I'm saying that country is not finished. I can believe Nigeria is gonna. So because what majority always think is that look, nothing good can come out of Nigeria, and now that's what that's why I'm citing the issues of America. Go to China, go and look at what China went through. You understand? Forefather, what's the that guy's the leader of what's it called? The Chinese communism then.
Mao Zedong.
Mao Zedong. When people were rationing food, just for the betterment of the whole country. China is more than Nigeria in terms of size. So they've been there. So is that if someone could say, okay, let us be rationing food with each other, is that love? It has that love for one another. If I don't love you, I don't care about you. If I don't love you, why should I help you? But if you love someone, you will care that, okay, look, I want to help this. I want to bring this one up. I want to do this. I want to do that. You understand? All this Western world, they've been through it as well. They were worse. Do you know that in Europe, they were eating people in Europe, eating human beings.
When was that?
But their leaders were supporting them. Their leaders were
When was that?
Their leaders was helping.
Google it.
Our leaders are not helping. That is just different.
I don't know the time. So I'm just saying that look, every country evolves. Now the Africans are waking up. People are now waking up. They're now saying that look, things has to change. But that's why I'm always saying that look, we need to love one another. You know, if you love one another, a lot of things will go further. Let's take Nigeria, as a whole. Forget about the tribe, the ethnicity. Just love one another. If you love one another, you'll do good. If you love one another, you'll not take the money of a local community and go and put it in the bank. Yeah. If you love one another, the money that's been meant to create an hospital like Ekene C'Anugo, and you eat it, and that's the wolf. The camel bait. He got caught up. He got locked up. It's because he doesn't love his people. Because somebody was saying there that look, there's a money budgeted for him to create an hospital for what is happening to his daughter. But the guy hates it. We should always believe that we came into this world with nothing, and we will live with nothing. And that is why in our heart, always know that look, if you love your brother as yourself, you don't want to do harm. You don't want to withhold what that person needs to eat. You want, because look, go right here now. A lot of people that doesn't have food, they go to food banks. They go there, they queue up. It's some people that created that. It's not the government. It's some people, they came together, come up with that food bank, and people can go there. Some community, although some people are having support now from the local government, but some people created that. They will tell each other.
You know what you are doing. You know what you are doing is like preaching.
Is it possible for you to love and be responsible?
Of course, it is. You have to. It's just like saying
exactly.
See,
that's
look,
why responsibility comes first. Love is big. That's what you
no. See, love comes first for me. See, the way I look at it, love comes first, then responsibility follows.
Like I said, they are not on the same pedestal. They're not on the same level. Everybody can
that's
love.
what see.
That's what you can love and
love conquers all. It conquers all.
So let's do the small mende inside the soup first.
Let's do let's let the young ones speak. I think Bolaji has
had forefathers.
Mr. T.
Yeah.
Can I just?
No problem.
Bumi, you again. You
wait. Let me just address something to you. I get what you mean by love, but I feel like you're using that statement very loose, like very vague. I feel like you can't love someone if you can critically think. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, if I can't love someone who's constantly abusing me. Do you get what? So it's like, you need to know how to know when you should like distance yourself from certain things. And I think if you just say love, like if I say, oh, I should just love everyone, then you're saying anything goes. I can forgive everything, I can overlook everything, but you need to be able to have common sense. For example, I think a good example is like traffic lights. If I was a governor of a state, if I really wanted people to follow traffic, I would make sure like I have, let's say, cameras that can identify them. Does not mean I love every single person in my state, but it means that I'm also preventing myself from having an accident. I'm preventing my mother, my cousins from having an accident if every person follows the rule, the law. So you don't necessarily just have to just love, but you need to just start.
Bumi, can I quickly answer that question, because time is going. Now, I just spoke about Ekene C'Anugo that was given the budget to do an hospital. Yeah, he didn't do that. Then get caught up, but now he's in jail. Yeah. Now let me tell you a personal experience. There's this white guy that was working with me. Yeah. He was where he was working before, the department he was working before. The guy was doing good. Yeah. All of a sudden, they brought two ladies. They now split his job role into three places. So the other ladies, they were not, someone that was doing one stop before, it was not doing three. So the guy was really unhappy. Now, when the guy's manager was going to do his appraisal, yeah, the appraisal wasn't good. The guy wasn't happy as well. So ever since then, the guy rebelled. He wasn't happy. So it was back and forth. When it comes to what's it called? The pay increase, whatever. The guy didn't get a pay increase. He didn't get where others, even the people that he trained. So the guy was always moody, and always with any little thing, the guy will reply, and saying it will pack his table and stuff like that. So eventually, I was now working on a new project. So I needed people to come and work with me. So the manager was ready to let the guy go freely. So I took on the guy, it was not working for me. So I noticed his attitude. So one-on-one, I had a meeting with him. It's because of the love I've had in heart that, look, this guy is not okay. You understand? And I said, look, this is the situation. This is this is your job, bro. This is what you're going to be doing, and X, Y, Z, and stuff like that. So I taught him some things, took him out, understand his feelings. He told me all his feelings. That's how I got to know the issues that he had, all those baggages. So he told me and stuff like that. And I said, okay, look, this is the way we're going to do the work. Yeah. This, just do X, Y, Z, and you're okay with me. Yeah. And later, ever since the guy started working with me, his life turned around. That even the former manager had to come to me that, look, TA, what have you done? I've never seen this guy being happy. There's something that you're doing, yeah, that's not affecting this guy and his family. You understand that? Because now the guy was so happy that even when he got another job in another company, yeah, he put me that as a reference. Why? Because I know, you see, if you take common sense, that look, common sense means that you should do these things. You should do it. That's the way it's meant to be done. I didn't go in gun blazing. I understand. Look, I took him in, understand what he was going through, yeah, was able to resolve the situation. That's called people's management. But it's because of the law as a human, you know, and the kind of person I am, I don't discriminate against color, tribe, whether you're this or whether you're that. You're a human being. And that's where that love comes in. So, guys, thank you very much. I love you guys. Mr. Loverman is out of the building. Peace.
Please stay a little bit more now.
No more. I'm going.
It's a safety. It looks like Bubi kept calling him back. So yeah, who's next? Is it Bolaji?
Bolaji, I think Bolaji.
Thank you for your patience, Bolaji. You know, young men like you taking your time to, you know, hang around for hours. You know, go ahead and let us know what you think. Yeah, soon he will be hosting it now.
For those of you on the chat session saying that they did not give you your flowers, I only give to Bumi and Bolaji asking, well, come on live, show your face here, I'll give you your respect and your flowers. All right? Because if you are talking behind the stage now, I don't know if you are young or if you are older than me. So if you are complaining that, sorry?
Where the flower now?
Can we let Bolaji talk?
If you carry flower, if you carry flower, this way you did, the flower go die now. No.
See, now you will see what Loco does. Loco doesn't listen. He doesn't follow rules. Can we let Bolaji talk?
No. I didn't know. Somebody makes that, so that's why they make reference to them now.
All right.
Sorry. I have to talk to Uncle Loco.
Go ahead, Bolaji. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I don't know, like, we still have enough of time now to prepare. We cannot just keep talking. Like, my generation, like my set, you know, they just like trend, and they just, you know, they just follow say routes, no thinking, nothing. So I just feel like all this talking. I just want us to take this to the people, like people that are used as a bargain to, you know, threaten the 3 to 4% of us that are trying to get it right. So, like, you know, they invest a lot of money in BB Nigeria, all those stuff to distract them of, you know. So they just keep reposting. Like, whenever BB Nigeria is going on in Nigeria now, to even go on the internet is going to even like, come on, man. Same thing as Guinness World Record. Like, I've mentioned it yesterday anyway. I just want us to stop, I don't know, beating the bush around. They've been doing this for 60 years now, since independence, so-called independent, and nothing has really changed. I just want us to, I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking too much, or I'm just imagining what cannot be happening. Maybe, I don't know. I just feel like it's just about time to take this to the people that are not on internet. They don't even have phone. They just buy these people with 3,000, 5,000 naira, and we need to stop doing charity. Like, charity can't work. Charity can't fix Nigeria. We just need to let these people know that it's not about charity anymore. It's not about this love. I don't know. Maybe love can work. I don't know. But
it's not about love. After 1 hour of being told to love, you just said it's not love. This is what is stubborn.
I don't know. Maybe I just like I'm going to use hyena as a example. You know, when hyena try to hunt animal, like big animals, or even they even challenge lions sometimes. It's not like the hyenas love themselves. Like, after they even kill the food, like
they'll attack themselves when they're hungry.
Yeah, so it's not even about like there's love, like, to just get this thing right, and when we get it right, then we can try to say about this love thing. I don't know, maybe we can, I don't know, but I just feel like we have enough time now to just I don't know, maybe with masses, with a lot of resources, we can just get there and let a lot of people understand. Maybe we will fail again the next 4 years, but maybe the years after, maybe there will be like opportunity and chance for us to take over, because these people are controlling the power. They hold on to it, like they won't let go. Like no one wants to suffer or share the same food with anyone. It has to, I don't know, the heart has to come from somewhere, and miracle does not happen when it comes to Nigeria. Like it's not going to happen. I don't know. Maybe I just feel like it's just action time. We've watched what our grandparents have done to forefathers now, and
Which forefathers?
I don't know, like
Yeah.
forefathers.
No, when you say forefather, you have to be specific. There's Uncle forefathers on your top left, so you have to be specific.
Oh, so like the ones before us, like the previous
ancestors. You're talking about the ancestors.
Yeah, like they've watched, and I don't know, even Jesus Christ does not have enough span lifetime to even see all what Nigerians have seen already. So just can't just move on and just.
Yeah, Mr. Bolaji, Mr. Bolaji, I can guarantee you, don't worry, Nigeria will get better. You know why? People always learn from suffering.
Yeah, that's why I said don't let the poor brave.
They said that change starts from suffering. So they said that necessity is the father of invention. So what Nigeria is going through, people are rising up. People are beginning to get more interest in things, in the affairs of Nigeria, even the youth. If you see, like the Obidient movement, that movement will continue. Nothing will stop it, and nothing will kill it. And all the political analysis or analyzers are saying that that movement have come to stay in Nigeria. You know, so and those in political space, people like Obi and other ones, they will still galvanize those movements. And people are really coming up, you understand me? So it is like every country that changes today went through the same problem. They went through pain. They went through difficulties, you know. So that difficulties now may make they think well sometimes. If you're not get food to eat, sometimes go think, I must do something, you know, but there must be some changes, you know. So don't let it bother you too much. I know that it's good to have interest in the political affairs of Nigeria, you know. So it's good to have interest, you know, and Nigeria, you know, in this modern days with internet and everything, everybody love entertainment. You know, everybody love entertainment because of the difficulty. Also,
that's a distraction. That's a distraction.
Yeah, they also use that as time to cool down their high blood pressure.
Okay.
You know,
it's going to be up. If I don't know,
forefathers, I'm not sure if you're forefathers. I'm not sure if you're reading up stuff online.
Which one?
I know you're moderating. No, I know you're moderating, but sometimes I know you're checking up stuff, you know, because I know you do a lot of research while on the show. So I was just wondering if you're somewhat busy so I can sort of flow the show to AY, and looks like Black Panther literally packed to speak to us, you know. So maybe
Black Panther, definitely. I want to hear.
I came before him, but you know, it's up to the two of them to decide who goes first. In case you're busy, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, no, I'm good. I think Bolaji was having his submission, so it's all good. I think it's now time for AY to. I think Black Panther was here first, was he? Or was it AY first? Okay, AY, go ahead. And do you want Black Panther to speak or?
Yeah, go ahead, Black Panther.
See how
Black
Panther.
Shame the love.
Yeah. Black Panther.
Do you know why AY want me to go forward? AY want me to put fire on his back so that he can be able to fire out. That is the reason. You see, thank you guys. I've been listening to you guys while I was in the office. I came out on break, and that's why I missed the car. I'm actually at home, but I can't go up because if I go up, I'll get distracted because I know my wife is listening to you guys, and he will talk about this love. What is all this love things they are talking about? You see, there's one thing we should all know here. I'm a student of history, and I give God the glory that I was brought up in a historical, home, and I was brought up when Nigeria, where we were taught history in our school. I don't take me as if I'm the old school. No, I'm not the old school. I was at the edge of where Nigeria was about to take off history from school. So I was in that gap. I had the opportunity to get it before they take it off the system. So I think we all are getting, because I come from a school of thought and I have an ideological backup, and like I told them, forefathers, I'll call it to Nigeria. Don't worry about the name. It's my brother. We have ideological different, but there's a roadmap we followed, and we meet at this point, and we have already met at the point. I used to tell him that what you're saying, we are going to meet at a point, and today, thank God, we have met at a point whereby we can agree on that point where we can draw a roadmap to where we are going to as a nation. I think on this platform, and what we'll be saying, I think Loco P, I have a love for his audacity in bringing out his word, and Mr. The other brother that just called me on red t-shirt or something like that he's putting on. I think yeah. I think you have that thing in you, that zeal you that keep hope alive. And I want to start from this perspective. You see, if you are building a nation, or you want to build a nation, you don't build a nation from the perspective of love. You don't start from that point. You start from the point, I might be radical in my approach. That is the way I'm brought up. I might be radical in my approach, but I believe on the long run, you will see that in me, there is love already. That is why I take from Loco P. In me, there is love already. But what we need to, because the love I have was built in me from home. You see, that is why I say when you are building a nation, you don't bring love first, because love was given to you at home. That is part of the thing that your parent must create inside of you. Because you got to love your brothers, you got to love your mom, you got to love everybody around you. That is for the home to bring that moral into you, which I believe most Nigerian, the ethnic group like the Yoruba clan, a lot of clans in Nigeria have that zeal to build love among their children. That moral standard is built in them. Now, when you want to build a nation, if you go to the history of the American, you go to the British history, you go to the Greek history, you go to the Spanish history, you see, if you want to build a nation, you have to build a strong union through the agreement within that the people that live there. You have to create an ideal that will force your country to become a country whereby the love you build from your home as a byproduct will fuse into that system. Because if you love your brother as yourself, you will definitely, if you are inclined with the ideology that brought about the constitution of your country, then love will flow on its own. That is why I say love is a byproduct, not a product, not the ingredient that you need mostly when you are building a nation. You have to build a rule of law, you have to build a constitution, because if you and I go to Greek now, if you and I go to some other country now, you can't tell me because I'm driving a car now, I see a red light, I just go, you said, oh, that man does not have love. Or the man stopped in the red light, you say, oh, that man that stopped in the red light has love. That is not in the chart. The reason I must say, I want to go to the fundamental. You see, I love the guys, the young chappy, the young people we have here. I love them so much because they are trying to know what is the definition of that Nigeria. They are trying to know, and they are trying to come from the perspective of love. We that come from the school of history, we have to teach them something. They're not to come and preach the Bible for them. We have to teach them how you can build a nation, how a nation is built from what has happened and the history behind your nation. Because I must tell the fact, the reason why you see a lot of youth are giving up hope is because they don't know the history of their country. If you tell them to tell you the amalgamation of Nigeria now, they don't know anything about it. If you tell them to tell you about the history of those that came together and, pass on the law that said, oh, we vote for this, we vote for the constitution of Nigeria, how many constitution does Nigeria have and which one is in process now, they don't know, my brothers. The reason why America is today, America built a nation under an ideal system, and after building that nation, all other things came into limelight because the law you put in a nation will bring about a good character. It will mold the nation. It will mold everybody inside that nation to follow the rule of law and to follow the constitution, because that is what binds you together. Love comes in while love comes in from what you have built from your home. That is why they say a home is where you build up the character. A home is where you build the love. When you are building a nation, there are two different things. When you are building a nation, the love is a byproduct. It's the byproduct. You don't bring love when you are building a nation, because the nation, sorry, I'll round up now. The nations are made up of different kind of people with different kind of mindset. You have to bring those mindset and put them together, agree on something, then everybody will agree on it. There comes love. Because you have agreed, you shake hands, you hug yourself. Then love is the salt that you put in to make the bond stronger. But we got to build a nation first. And to build a nation first, we got to let our youth that are coming up now to know the history, where we came from, so that they can know whether there's a light on that tunnel we are passing through. Because if you don't build the history, they will not be able to know if there is a light on the tunnel, the road we are passing through. They will not be able to know if there's light up ahead of us. Because what we have, somebody will say, oh, Nigeria will be good, Nigeria will be good. It is not easy to break out and change a system. People were saying, yeah, should we go this? It is not easy, my brother. We got to take these people out. We got to find a way, a system where we can take these people out, and the new generation can be part and parcel of that system. Because if they don't know the history of Nigeria, it will be very difficult for them to fuse in. That is my submission. If they don't know the history of Nigeria, it is very difficult for them to fuse in, because the social media and other things are taking half of what they are thinking out of the concept called Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. AY, so what do you think so far?
Yeah.
A different discussion today. After all, it's Sunday.
Honestly,
we have to talk about these things.
It's Monday already.
Honestly, I'm a bit confused, man. I'm a bit confused. I'm still trying to understand the topic you guys are discussing.
I guess it's a kind of
radical like me, please.
It's not getting to me. The second thing is, even what everybody is saying, I try to make sense out of it. I don't know if it's just me. It's kind of like blood. I'm not sure what you guys.
Let me try to explain the concept. I maybe it's just mine, but what I got from it was that basically love of a nation means loving the people in the country, treating them with better, consciously treating them better. It's not void of responsibility. It's not void on calling people out of when they are doing wrong or justice. As a matter of fact, those things are also essential because it's for the greater good. My own example is even when you have a child or a family member do something, you still have to reprimand them, not because you hate them, it's because you're thinking that if you correct them, it's for the greater good. You see what I mean? That their behavior, you're going to alter the behavior for for the greater good. So I think sometimes when we say love, 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 it seems like everybody's saying forgive and forget, take the slap on the other cheek, and so that is not, I think, what TA was talking about. I think we've had a debate here about putting the nation first. I think that we've done that kind of debate before. So it's similar, isn't it? Trying to put your people first, your community first, your nation first. So that's how I'll summarize it.
So AY, so that you don't think we're crazy people. Forefather has refined it. He has repackaged it. It sounds better now. Oh, love of a nation, put nation first. That sounds better. The way TA dropped it on us, the solution to Nigeria's problem, love one another. That is how we started. So don't think we are crazy people. It was the way he dropped it on us and said, oh, the problem, to solve it, love one another. And we thought, sorry. But the way Forefather said it is better. So, but take it from there.
Thank you, Forefather. So, it's still difficult though to discuss. But here is what I'm going to say. So,
you just want to discuss constitution.
What I actually hold on. What I
actually it's difficult.
Hold on. What I actually noticed here, if you watch the people that are discussing this love of a nation, when you check their age, the age range, you will notice that they are speaking different things. The older people, they are emphasizing on this love your nation. The younger ones, the Jay-Z, they don't care, they don't understand what you're talking about. The reason is that they met the nation, even ourselves, in a mess. There is no hope. It's hard for you to explain to them to love the nation. This is the honest truth. These kids, some of them graduated from university, they don't have jobs. They can't feed themselves. They still live under their parents. The nation is giving them nothing. Now you're telling them, love your nation, love your nation. It's going to be hard for them, I repeat. I would say up to like early 2000, people were still having some level of hope. Oh, the nation is going to be better. Just like during my time, we say, I have friends that said, oh, I'm not leaving Nigeria. I will make it work. But today is a different story. I'm going to leave. They all left. Even those that are there, they want to leave. So this is the problem. Like this, our elderly man that is it TA? It was actually emphasizing on it. I think even the Blackstone is also in partnership with him. Because some of them, they still gain, actually. Some of them got scholarship. They went to school for free. Some of them got free food in universities. So they still kind of like have that love for the nation. That is why you see the discrepancies in what everybody is saying. So the youth, this generation, you can't tell them to love the country. If they grow, if when they grow up, like they benefited from the country as well. In terms of life is a bit easier for them. They will naturally fall in love with the country. Oh, I love my country. So even your children, you're talking about Forefather, your children love you. We love our parents because they were taking care of us. Sacrifice. They gave us money. You want to go to school, they pay your tuition. Otherwise, we will not. We know the sacrifice an African man made for us.
So are you telling me that a poor person's child doesn't necessarily love?
He said sacrifice. It doesn't have to be plenty.
No, I'm saying sacrifice. What I mean,
yeah, you mean all those ones selling?
Their parents give them the little they have.
Hold on. Yes, you see.
Maybe because the Nigeria is giving them what they have
Now,
to. What are you talking about?
You see in Nigeria, a woman fry akara on the street, you will see her children will love her so much because of that sacrifice. She's doing it, giving them the last money, go to school, giving them the last money. Some of them, yeah, you see nowadays, like people finish NYC, they go meet their mother in the market. It's the love. It's not how much you have. It's the sacrifice. You have 1 naira, you give it to them. You don't even have money, you go borrow. Oh yeah, make sure you go to school. So Nigeria are not giving this Jay-Z nothing. So you don't expect it to love.
Hold on. Let me stop you there. Don't say they didn't.
Let me answer you because
they'll tell you about subsidy.
Let me say this. I think this is something we Nigerians tend to do, where we say Nigeria didn't do anything for us. When we got education, most of us got subsidized education from Nigeria. Life, you got it, the road you are traveling from, or not, but it wasn't made by space or whatever.
Those death traps,
whatever you call it, it was. You see, that's the poor man's thing again.
I be which for fly.
If you have a poor parent and the chair you have in the living room is not as shiny as that of the rich person, you still have to make do. The point is, the nation, you have to love your nation to an extent unconditionally. It's responsible for the life that you have and the life of your parents and your parents' parents. It's your actual heritage. This thing is deep. It's not something you just... And other people understand this more than we do. I think we just associate... If you are saying that, okay, it depends on how you are treated, I can assure you that there are too many countries in this world that have treated their people so harshly, and the people are still sacrificing for that nation. And you can see 1,001 examples everywhere. So it tells you something else is needed. And I think Bolaji said it himself. He says this love thing, that if you do love, people are just going to mess you about and stuff like that. So there is that. I agree with you when you said there is this culture among the young now that they don't believe in any form of loyalty to the state in any way, or maybe even to each other to an extent. And because that's what he said when they were telling him about love and that kind of stuff. So please go ahead.
Okay, I'll let me say something anyway. So because you made reference to me. Let me say something that there are other countries that are, like Papa said, that are worse than Nigeria. That are worse than Nigeria. Let me tell you something.
You sure?
A country, go to Bangladesh, go to some part of India. Do you hear Indians complain about Nigeria, that country? Go to some part of Nigeria.
You don't live there.
Eh?
You don't live there. You don't have to complain.
No, I work with Indians. We talk, we discuss. No, excuse me, I work with Indians. We discuss.
Okay. Do you complain to them about Nigeria?
Of course, they know about Nigeria. We talk about Nigeria, of course.
Do you complain to them about Nigeria?
I don't complain, but I talk about
exactly. So
wait,
what you
wait. We talk about issues, not complain. Okay. That's how you talk about issues. How you complain. There's a difference between complaining and talking about issues.
Okay.
You understand me, right?
Okay.
So let's be frank. When you talk of a capitalist system of government, it is the survival of the fittest. That's the first thing. It's the survival of the fittest. The government cannot do everything for every citizen. It is only when you come to socialism, a socialist system of government, the government has to do everything, support every citizen one way or the other. That we know very well. In America, people are sleeping in the street. The people sleeping in the street in America is more than people sleeping in the street in Nigeria. Go and see, go and find it out. Go and Google it. I know. Yes.
Why is if his mouth open? I don't know. Is she on the call? Because I'm not sure that she's on the call now. Or the black
popular. Even this popular. This popular.
Can I correct him?
Let me finish.
You'll be corrected. Don't worry. Let him finish. You'll be properly corrected. Carry on.
Steve Harvey spent 3 years sleeping inside his car before it became what he is. Spent 3 years.
He was sleeping inside where? In a car. So he get car. Okay, continue.
inside his own personal car for 3 years.
Oh, so he had a car. Okay.
He has a car. Most, no, excuse me. Let me tell you something. Most people has a car. They sleep. They park in the park, sleep. They go and take their shower in the public shower. They dress and go to work.
Public shower.
Yes.
Okay, that's another thing. Continue.
Go to Go and go to Go.
No, I'm just talking about the idea of public shower. It's just the public shower idea that caught me. But
no,
carry on.
when you go and pay and take your shower, you know there are some public shower where you pay, you take your shower.
I know.
Right. Most people sleep. Why do they have big buses in America? Private buses, but this sleeping vans and everything. Why do they most have it? Why do they have big vehicles? Because that's where they sleep. There are some families that live inside the car. So there are many people on the street who has no place to sleep in America than even in Nigeria. So but at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say that capitalism is survival of the fittest. The government cannot do everything for you. My father was farming, tapping rubber, and then the man went to secondary school, but he's got his first degree as under correspondent course under Oxford University. No government supported him.
So
no, let me just finish. So when we are saying that government cannot do everything for everybody. You have to
anything and everything are not the same. How did you mix the two in a second?
No, I don't think everything. So I said government cannot provide almost of the things that we are talking about. Let's go to capitalist system of government.
No.
In America, they pay tuition. In Germany, let me finish. In Germany, right from kindergarten is tuition free to PhD. But in America, you pay heavily for it. In UK, you pay heavily for it. If in Germany, being you a foreigner or a citizen, once you get here, it's tuition free for all your education. Because it is a socialist system of government.
So I'm gonna put in this. So I think you are missing the point. So
massively.
Basically, we need to listen to these kids. I'm telling you, we need to listen to them. Here is the reason. They don't understand what you're actually talking about, because you people benefited from Nigeria massively.
How? Tell me.
I have
you did,
right?
Tell me how.
I have professors. They told me like, oh, when they were in university in UI, they were giving them food, free food,
free meal.
Free food.
Some of them they sponsor them out of the country.
There's scholarship now. I don't know scholarship.
Okay, now
that depends on the state. Let me
explain. You see, this new generation, it's not that they don't love the country. It's the way they are expressing it. That's why you are thinking they don't love it. That's why they complaining of the government. That's why they complain of the senators. That's why they complaining. It's still love, but they show their love in a different way because of how they are feeling. This is the truth. And the other thing you're talking about, yes, in a capitalist system, survival for the fittest, which is true, but it's the responsibility of the government to provide the environment, to provide electricity, to provide water, to provide roads, to provide hospitals. Which one do we have? None.
Okay, let me ask a question now.
Please, can I come in here, please? I indicated first.
In Nigeria, the electric
the Blackstone. Maybe you should let some other person speak now. You've been talking for how long?
Let me react. So
I think Bumi wanted to add something. Okay, I see. I forgot. I think I got carried away. My apologies to the ladies. I got carried away. The ladies have privileged position here. This is a fact. It's a fact of life. So if they want to talk, they are allowed to talk. That's how it is, because they are not that many here.
We need to correct something. Father, listen, we are sending a message to the public.
Hold on. Let
we
Bumi
need to correct some
first.
things he said.
Yeah, you will correct it. Let Bumi finish. Then we can correct it. Bumi, please, go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. I wanted to say something that in regards to Mr. Blackstone's point. Well, you're not wrong, but you need to understand that the example you're giving is like from 20 years ago. Our present day life is not the same. You made an example of like we're farming with your father. My father is not a farmer.
I didn't say my father was farming. No. That means I didn't say my father was farming. I said my father trained himself by doing those things. At that time. I don't know. I said about more than that. She said we enjoyed something.
In a nutshell, she's trying to say your time, the way government was behaving your time and at time are different. That's just what
at that time. We did not government at that time.
No, they're different. That's what she's trying to say.
Let her finish.
Even at that time, the Blackstone government. At that time, not even government. You understand me? At the time they started doing better in Nigeria was the time of NPN or this the type of Abuja and so on and so forth. Only they were having free education for some time, just for 4 years or 8 years.
But it's still different from our time. It's different from the time.
Okay, now you see. Okay, please let her finish.
Let me.
She hasn't finished her point.
Let me complete
please.
My story.
Have you finished, Bumi?
No.
It hasn't finished.
Okay, so let me clarify. I'm not trying to say your father is a farmer, but understand what I'm trying to say. There was a possibility in, like, let's say, getting a land to even be in that environment. Right now, it's so hard to even buy a land to, let's say, let me go and farm there. To even get that, to get the opportunity to be in that position is so hard. So it's like, you can't compare. I'm not saying your time was like older back then. I'm not saying your time wasn't hard. I'm not saying no one struggled, of course, but there are different levels of how things have moved. The struggle that you struggle are probably things I will never have to struggle. When it comes to, like, let's say, finding books, I never have to worry about finding books because I have the internet. But there are certain things, let's say, back then you had to. Right now, it's like, because our world is moving to a different direction, there's so many things that the government should be providing for us that we should not be providing, we cannot provide for ourselves. It's just that simple. I cannot provide food for myself because just to look at the place I'm staying, I have not seen grass. Everything is concrete. So if I want to say, let me have a little garden to potato, tomato, I have to go and find ground first to even have that, to just let me feed myself. So all those people in bigger cities, are you telling them that they have to leave all those cities and go to the villages to start feeding themselves?
I never met that too, so I didn't put it that way.
No, but I'm just trying to tell you that. So that's where the government is. That's where the government has to provide those things.
Bumi, do you know that the people making more money this time than that time? Do you know this so-called, if we ask Nigerians, say they are influencers, internet influencers, do you know what they are making on their own internet pages? All these their so-called wait, I still know.
We have a different stroke. Of course, I know this.
So let's not forget that people are still making money from doing just little things, from putting video online, having their YouTube channels and so on and so forth, getting money. In fact, the money today is...
Wow, did he just say little things? It's not that easy, you know.
He's welcome for a YouTube channel. My tutorial. I don't buy.
People make money in different ways, in different form. Let's not rule that out. That's what I'm trying to say. So everybody, this kind of thing, if you don't struggle for yourself, nobody struggle for you. Let's
okay. Can I sorry, before you go for that, please, just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I want to correct something.
2 minutes precise.
Sorry. You see, the concept of capitalism, they build it into your mind that capitalism is the survival of the fittest. Let me tell you, America, without social welfare, capitalism cannot survive. Let me tell you, let me give you a reason. America does not pay, they don't pay school fees from your primary, your elementary to your secondary, you don't pay no school fees. Then secondly, when you are going to your college, you are being backed up with social welfare scheme that will make you go into that college, you finish it, then you pay back at your own rate. You don't pay back under extreme compulsion. So capitalism cannot survive without socialism. So don't bring that concept of saying America, oh, you pay. No, no, no. Socialism backed up capitalism. Look at when GM Motors was falling down in a capitalist state. They have to apply the process of socialism to bring GM back to order so that it doesn't fall, because if it fall down, capitalism has fallen because the tax from the people cannot be gotten again. Thereby, there will be somehow a recession in your economy. So, my brother, we should go and learn capitalism and socialism, because capitalism cannot be separated from socialism. So, when capitalism is saying that socialism is bad, you got to go and understand socialism and capitalism. Can capitalism do without socialism? That's a question for your own mind. Go and study it and give the right answer to this generation that are coming up. Don't make evil of something to explain to the new generation. You got to give them the right thing to put into their system so that they will have a way out of their quagmire. Simple, please.
AY, I think I get your point. And this in Black Panther, I get the point you made just now. Go ahead, AY.
So let me still push back. Blackstone. Now listen to this. I know you try to defend your generation.
So Blackstone has not replaced what was it, TA? Okay.
Mr.
Everybody is on Blackstone now.
Mr. Blackstone is trying to defend his own generation that they did not fail us. It's okay, I get it. So I'll give you this example, right? When I was in university, I graduated like late 2000. When I was in university, right? When I was in final year specifically, I have a professor, right? We are in class, there is a protest somewhere in school, maybe there is something. Then he'll come around, what are you guys doing here? Say, oh, we're waiting for our professor. He's gonna like, but your mates are protesting. I said, no, sir, we want to graduate. All of us we want to graduate. He will stand and look at us and say, graduate to where? I never knew what he was talking about. I was close to this man. He was not telling me stories. He said, you guys will not understand that when they were in school, the benefit, how the country was better. Even as at that, right? We were in school, all we were thinking is, get a first class, get a 2-1, you get a job in Share, you get a job in Zeniba, you get a job here. During that hour set, what happened? We finished school, you go to Lagos, maybe after NYC, you go to VI, carry resume, you go to one bank to the other, company to the other. Some they will collect, some they will not collect. We graduated well, fine. They will call for a test. You go there, you see like 1,000 people. Maybe they only need 20. So then we were still even having little hope. The kids today, I don't even think they have opportunity to go to centers to write tests. I wrote Share exams. They give you transport, take. You know, despite the connection, people were using connection, but still there was little hope. So what I'm trying to say, if you check the trajectory of Nigeria, it's not getting better. The kids today, you need to listen to them. They are fed up. They are fed up. But we don't want to believe that. I'm not saying they love the country. That is why they are protesting. Their own protest is the politician against the politician. What are they doing? I'm not saying you should. Yeah, all of us, we should love our country. We should think of what we can do for our country. In their own way, that is what they are doing for the country, is to protest and keep speaking up. Politicians do better. We want the country. That is the hunger you see the youth, the young one, used to follow Peter Obi. It's not about Peter Obi. I was telling people, is the hunger of the youth. They are tired. They just felt that, oh, Peter Obi is a soft spot. This one can do it for us. That is why you see everybody mobilize. Oh, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. But this is the truth. If Peter Obi get in and mess up, they will revolt. They're not going to let it slide. So we need to understand it's actually different. Nigeria, like, it's not getting better. This is my concern. It's not getting better. If it was getting better, you will have hope. Oh, yeah, things are getting better. Oh, they're building a new factory. Yeah, we're going to work there. They're building a new refinery. We're going to work there. It's not getting better. Today, instead of company recruiting more people, they're getting rid of more people. So I understand where everybody is coming from. Oh, love your country, even when they are stealing, even when they are killing people. Yes, but they will love it with. If you don't love something, you will not even complain. You will just move on. Now then, no. That is why they are complaining. If you don't love somebody, they will even commit something in your presence. Oh, okay, whatever. Now you know. It's because they love the country. That is why they are showing the love in a different way. The only love we understand, especially like this, our elderly people like Blackstone, is love. I love you. You love me. No. The love these kids understand is still good. The next generation, the love they will understand is to burn down the country if the country is not getting better. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, let me answer you. Because you're a little bit reference to me. Let me tell you something. In every society, every country changes. They say change is what is only the latest constant is change. You understand me? So I know things are tough in Nigeria. I have friends, I have families, I have people, I have projects are tough. You understand me? And the way things are going, people are also agitating. People are fighting for the country. People are frustrated. And people are bringing out their frustration, putting on the government. You understand me? But one thing we are missing. We are leaving our own state or governors, our own local rulers, and putting the blame always on the federal. Your state governor has the power to change your state. Your state governor has the power to provide anything in your state for the citizens. So which of the states today in Nigeria can say they have built one factory, they have brought in an investor into that state for them to invest in this state? But we always look at it all to the federal government. But the state has a lot to play in the development of their state. Where, like when people were saying that UK was doing. So I say you cannot be building basic amenities, bridges and everything, say you are providing job for people. No. The investment can bring in that will now provide job, in fact, impact on the life of the people to bring them a little, give them a better living. But we are not doing that. We are facing the federal government. You understand me? So there are ways we are also doing things wrongly with the citizens. Our local government chairman today you are appointed, tomorrow they go and get the best car. Tomorrow they go and have another wife or another girlfriend because they have the money on their table. You understand me? How do we talk to those people? We bypass them and go to the federal. You understand me?
Okay.
You know, so we have to start from the local, from our own state, from our local, our House of Assembly, our local government chairmen, and our governors, because they are the immediate people that can change the life of their citizens. People are moving to Lagos or Abuja and everything. They're very afraid that that's where the job is. If the job in my state, why must I go to other state? If there are opportunity in my state, why must I leave my state to other state? So we should also know that the failure of our own governors, of our House of Assemblies, of our local government, our state, how they have fed the citizens or the people of that state. You understand me?
Okay.
Like today, you say about power. And the power is not more in the hands of the state or the federal. It's not in the hands of the private sector and the state. How many states have built a power plant? We say they say they should build refineries, modular refineries.
That's why you're meeting me.
How many people have built modular refineries in Nigeria?
They just gave him the license yesterday here now. They just give him the license yesterday here now.
They give you?
No, I said they just gave them the license to build. Not quite long now.
No, that's all. No, it was Buhari that liberalized when they signed the PIA bill.
Edo State has built its own modular refinery.
Is it working? I mean, from Edo State, is it working?
They've not finished it, but they have started, and it's between private and Edo. So that has started. So you don't have to bring that as an issue now because
okay.
I'm an Edo man too. I'm telling you what is on ground.
At least you didn't commission it like Dangote the refinery now, so that's fine. Edo people, you've done
You never finished it now.
That's what I'm saying. Your own is better. You didn't call the press to come and commission something that is not ready, so it's still even better.
Bolaji wants to say something. Go ahead, Bolaji.
Yeah, I'm going,
to bed.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Stone, the Blackstone.
The Blackstone is a troublemaker right now. It's just
it makes first, like when he was talking about capitalists, he said Indians, like he was working with Indians and they speak and they don't complain. And I'm just going to make, like, out of people living in India, like, if we look at the statistic, the people who are suffering in India don't even have opportunity to live in India. Like, you need to have starting money to even live in India, talk less of you coming online to even be talking about what's going on in India. But when you dive like in India, there's a lot of mess they are into, just like Nigerians. And also when he was speaking about the US and public showers and cars, like these people, they can be homeless if they want, but it's not there. Like I was telling someone that if anyone come up now in America,
just hold on for a second. I think we need to stop for this guy, for not just for the amount, but I think this guy is one of the highest IQ guys on that chat. Actually,
you've just dug yourself a hole. Continue.
All these haters, what do you want me to say? They are serious haters. Jack and all of them, they are hating. So hold on. The guy is always very considered. But thank you for the this donation. No. I'm just saying he comes across as the most intelligent guy out there.
Yeah, because of what he's
very analytical.
No. Don't worry, the chat and the forefather, there's been a lot of banter. They've been on his neck all day.
They don't let you rest, man. They just keep harassing him constantly.
Okay. Sorry if I just drop something quickly. So I think the message, the guy from Canada who sleeps now, Pastor Love, the message he preached, I think he should have sat all Nigerian politicians down and preached that message to them. He was preaching to the wrong crowd. It was a relevant message, but it's not for us. I insist that Nigerians are not terrible people, as it's portraying us to be, that we don't love one another. It's never going to be perfect. I said something in the comment section, and I think I'll say it on here, now that I'm on the panel. My act of kindness would affect one or two people in Nigeria. The act of kindness of the government would touch the lives of millions of Nigerians. It's different. They have a power that I don't carry. So it's different. I'm not saying we shouldn't love each other as regular citizens or one another as citizens, but the act of what you call love, which is responsibility of the federal government, state government, local government, would affect millions. Mr. Blackstone said the person that on Ife Street that called the county is because the person loves the country. That's why they called. Mr. Blackstone, please call them back home tomorrow. Tell them to show love to their streets and pick up the phone and call the council that has no telephone number. No.
Mr. Show.
Yes.
I know people I show my love kindness for.
Not you. I said wait now. Wait. You said the person that called the county, they called because they love their country. So I'm saying somebody in Nigeria in that same position with a bad road and want to show love, who do they call? You see the difference? These things are different. My brothers, my actual blood brothers, they went to UI way before my time in the 70s. They told me stories of how they lived in UI on government, what they got. We're not even asking for a quarter of what they got. Have you seen have you seen the university? There was a day we discussed it there when AY and Augustine was discussing the state of universities in Nigeria these days. See, they don't give us anything. In fact, a lot of the supporters of the government, regardless of what government, they said, when they took what's the thing called the subsidy, they said, that's something the government was giving you. Subsidies so that they can. Yes.
Do you also believe that some of these public universities are also part of the chancellors?
Yes, I agree.
I won't absolve them of the problem, but there should be in the UK. You see, any human being is willing to break the law. If you don't put the checks in place, if you allow lecturers in the UK, the professors in the UK, they are human beings. They will try it as well, but they know they cannot. Why don't I break the speed limit in the UK? I know everywhere.
I said something here before. Excuse me. I said something here before. I said there are two organs of government that make a country work: the judiciary and the executive. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I say in Nigeria, those two organs are totally corrupt. The legislature,
exactly.
Law.
And love is not part of them.
I didn't say
exactly.
love. I didn't say love. I said law. I didn't say love.
So exactly.
No, excuse me. It's a part of the police will do its work if you love his country, will not take bribe. Because
you don't have to. I don't want the police to love their country. I want them to do their job. Do you think the guys who wake up and go to London Met, do you think they necessarily wake up and think, oh, love? He goes there because he's being paid decent amount to look after himself and his family. He's being paid enough, and he was properly trained. He wasn't trained in a brutal way. No, the system is. Have you seen the way they train our police officers? Have you seen where they sleep?
Every human being has an element of corruption in his life, in his DNA.
Why is our own prevalent? Yes. Why is our own so prevalent?
Yes, excuse me. The people that change a nation is less than 10% of the population. The people that change a nation is less than 10% of the population.
If their hands are tied, If their hands are tied, or
I'm not saying their hands are not tied, but there are people that take initiative to change things. Okay, for example, now, if you want to talk of revolution, if less than 10%, 20% of the population that we engineer it. If you want to talk of any change, there are less than 10%, 20% of the population that will change these things. And the people that will put those things into work because of that love they have for their nation. If you want to shed their blood for their nation because they love the nation.
Let me say something. I think I have a kind of.
Bobby Wine. You know Bobby Wine of Uganda.
Oh yeah, the one Rudolph went to interview.
Bobby Wine. The time I think a couple of years ago when he was trying to contest as against Museveni, you understand? It was few, right? But you saw what Museveni did to him. How he harassed him. The guy would just be campaigning on the street. Police would just go down, pick him up, and start harassing him.
They locked him up in the house for how many weeks?
Somebody that is just campaigning on the street.
Museveni did a lot of.
They said they don't want to hear his voice on the street.
Yeah.
So if you said few persons, right? If the few persons are their hands they are giving the opportunity, all these people they are not harassed by anybody. They are giving freedom to do what they want to do.
Nobody give an opportunity. Nobody will give you an opportunity for a change.
That's
no,
what
anyway,
can I just say something? Can I just say something? Look, I let you talk now. Let me say my piece now before I go and forget what I want to say. I think I'm
after you people hijacked my session.
Let me say my piece. I let you talk the last time. You see, he wants to go again. Let me talk. So the thing I was, when we were thinking about this topic before, and I was thinking, I think it's about time I go and ask a senior person I know in Nigeria whether they actually love the country, because I think I know a few top brasses and I think maybe we all have a kind of assignment if we know the top people in Nigeria and ask them, because if they tell you yes, you tell them, then what is this? Ask them, how is this things happening if you say you love the country? Because I need to truly understand from their point of view, what are they seeing? And because I know of a few generals out there, and if you listen, you can ask. And I think that's one of those things.
I think you ask regular Nigerians.
Oh, no, regular Nigerians. You want to ask the ones at the top. That's where the problem is coming from. That's where we all say the problem. From the point of view, we've had all our views. But from the top, how did they see the people? Because I fear that they are actually seeing the people the way the colonial powers used to see us.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant ask older people. You mean people like at the top of the society, people chain. Okay.
Yeah. People like military, politicians, higher ups.
Let me answer you. They see us normal. If you listen, take them away from this political rally or whatever, Mopo or soldiers or whatever. See them one-on-one. Forefathers, you'll be shocked what comes out of their mouth. The way they talk sense most times.
Then that's why you have to follow with the question. Then what is this in the country? What is going on?
Exactly. That is it. So you made mention of, I think somebody said Oshomole was fighting. Oshomole has crossed over. Now look at what he has become.
Let me tell you what's going on. Let me tell you what is going on.
Yeah, you see, now Blackstone knows. Because Blackstone was one of them.
Let me tell you what is going on. You understand me? If you put a small criminal, a small thief, and put him into an opportunity whereby he has the opportunity to thief bigger.
Sorry, Blackstone. Let's hold on. I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to see whether we can talk to our illustrious son here, Ojei, that is out here. Ojei, do you have anything to contribute before we let you go and sleep? Actually, because I will put you backstage soon, because you're not supposed to be sleeping there. If you want to contribute, so we'll let you go.
Yes, now. The policy now.
Let me finish.
Because you are not allowed to sleep.
The policy.
I'm not.
You're not. Okay, because they are in chat. Okay, the Blackstone, you can carry on.
One thing is that as long as politics, position is very juicy in Nigeria politics, everybody will do everything possible to be there. They don't care how much they spend to get to that position or to get that power. Because they know that if they get there, they're going to get 200% in return or 200% food in return. One, how can we be paying a legislator that spent less than 30 days in this office millions? You pay his salary, you pay his allowances. You understand me? You that's working in an office, they pay an salary. You take and go and do your expense. They pay every expenses for them. So why wouldn't it be juicy for them? Why did they do anything to get there? In American presidents see $400,000 in a year.
But why don't they do their job? Why do they see the nation the way it is? They don't show any sense that they care about the people.
Yes, because a thief does not care for anybody. You see who is going to thief, who he care for.
Yeah, but I find that hard to believe that they're just
now. Okay. Look for example now. I think one of the former governors from the Midwest state, he said that they should stop paying his gratuity or this pension.
No, that's Ogun State.
Ogun State. So you should stop paying him. You understand me? And now because now it's in the
Benga Daniels.
Yes, it's not in the Senate. You understand me? Do you know that some people were even making jest of him, some in their eyes and making jest of him that he has eaten money. You understand me? Now he come to say they should stop paying. But it is something good. They can be paying me double amount of money. You understand me? How many governors are there? Past governors are there in the house. Do they follow the same step? Because they want that money. As I say, a thief will always be a thief. A small thief, give me the opportunity to become a bigger thief. So as long as
it's not even thieves love something, but these people don't even
thieves love their children. Thieves look after their homes.
The land, exactly. The level of they don't seem to have any loyalty. They don't seem to have any loyalty to the country that they are supposed to be from.
They love what they want to thief. They love what they want to thief. You understand me? A rich man is never satisfied. Said that human desire, human want is still satiable. You understand me?
But you know there's corruption in the West.
That's correct.
But when they practice their corruption, when they practice their corruption, their people benefit from the corruption they practice.
Yes,
they just don't take money and dip it in their pocket. Let me tell you something. PPE scam is still going on till today. It's still being investigated. But at least they gave people PPE during COVID. So the people benefited along the way. But in Nigeria's corruption, it's like they just take 100% of it. You won't even smell it. You won't see any of it. And the money would end up in Dubai, end up in Northwest.
Sure, that's why I said before that the organs that, PP's investigation, right? Once that gets to court, the people that were copied of it will be persecuted. But in Nigeria, they go and bribe the judges.
I think we're now saying the same thing with Blackstone. I think we've come to that place where we're on the same sort of wavelength of the corruption is crazy. The people are not getting not even the crumbs.
Simply because every thief in Nigeria, every political thief in Nigeria goes cost-free.
You remember this boy that this IT guy that they were screening for minister, the Tijani guy.
Yeah, from
when the first guy that asked me a question about the tweet he made, right?
Yeah.
When he explained why he did that tweet, even the guy that asked me a question, I saw his countenance. He was like, "Oh, okay."
Of course.
You understand? Then this guy, actually, for the first time, he impressed me. This Bobrisky boyfriend.
Senator
Abu. First time that guy's ever impressed me. Next week, like him, I say, when he got to was when he said, "Pardon, let me speak pidgin English." This country, at times, it a choke. You understand? So he agreed. He as a senator knows this country they choke youth. He know. You understand? And I think maybe several times he has, say something that other senators might not like because he's a younger person. You can see that was why Akpabio said, this for the first time you have said something that makes sense. All other times we'll be tolerating you because we are youth. You understand? The guy had to come out like he will be senator, way like he's very about the guy up and down making money. He said he knows that sometimes this country they choke. So if the youths now are crying, telling you, man, guy, look, things are not working with this and that, don't blame them.
Let me ask quickly.
I'm not blaming them.
Let's bring Obidients in. Obidients has not contributed at all.
He said he doesn't have anything to say.
He doesn't have anything to say. No, he says he's awake. He says he's awake. Not he doesn't have anything to say.
He's lying down, not sleep. He's not
let me add
I'm not lying down. I'm actually on the love chair.
He's sitting up.
If you're in America, you know what I mean by love chair.
Yeah, I don't lose.
So, my mama said that which they know which. So,
of course, no one.
But no, on a more serious note, when I closed my eyes, I was trying to figure out what was the question, what was the topic of discussion, because I literally joined when she was speaking. So that's why I know I had to sleep, or I'm trying to actually go zoom in to see, okay, what is the actual topic of discussion? Because
I think let me just give you a short Let me just give you a short.
I'm always high.
I can see from your face.
It's about
only when I sleep. I'm very high.
Can I explain it, Ovie? It's about love of your fellow Nigerians and the nation. And it's not the fluffy kind, just to be clear. It doesn't mean that you don't hold people accountable. It doesn't mean that you don't punish people for what they've done wrong. Of course, you have to punish them because it's also for the greater good of, because you love everyone. So that is the kind of love. TA was the one that brought the topic. That if we show more of that, that things will improve in the country. And some people agree, some people agree less, and others completely disagree that some other thing is required, rules-based system. So I don't know what you think about it.
Okay, I think correct me if I'm wrong. That the question came from the fact that things are not working right. Nothing is working. The government are doing and do and all that, right?
Yeah.
Is that where that question is coming from?
Yes, a kind of that. Everything, even amongst ourselves, it's not working very well.
Yeah, but if among ourselves, if for me, I'm seeing it from educational perspective. Even though in a way we went through the same curriculum, regardless of where you go to school, but we there's no will I say coordination or coherence in terms of our education from north to south to west to east. In subjects that actually matters, that will teach you what the country is about. Because the truth is that they always ask question, do you love Nigeria? I think the real question is that what is Nigeria? What is Nigeria about, self? What am I loving? What is it? I mean, if you see babe, when you want as a guy, if you see babe where you want love, before you approach that, you don't define her, right? The same, I believe the same goes to every human being. Whatever that it is that you want to actually spend your time on or with, you want to define it even before you approach it. So if you ask me, I should define, okay, what is Nigeria about, for you to ask me if I love Nigeria, right? So I think asking somebody if you love Nigeria, I don't think it's fair in a way, right? It's not fair to be asking at this point in our nation. I don't think it's fair to be asking, oh, do you love your country? It sounds okay based on what, right? You're asking me based on
the fact
what?
that it's the life giver now. The Nigeria is where you came from, so it's your only land that you know as your own. So I
It's
would
more
have
or
thought
less
that should
asking
be
me.
enough.
You are more or less asking me, do I love myself? Because now me be Nigeria, now you be Nigeria. We are the Nigerians, right? So you're asking me if I love myself, do I love you? You understand?
So
So
the
I
answer
think
should be yes or no.
I don't think I think there are a lot of things that one need to understand before I even get to that question. As I said, what do you mean? Do I love? What should be Nigeria? I don't understand.
That's at the base level, no matter what. Like a parent loves their child no matter what. Even if they are a serial killer, no, it's not a good example. Or they are very, very ugly child.
You understand? Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Other kind of stuff. So
I
yeah.
think it's more that to just ask a straight question. Do you love Nigeria? I will tell you yes or no. I think it genuinely there should be more substance to it. There's more to it than just like that. And in terms of say, oh well, we don't like us, rule of no day. I mean, for the past 30 years, if you ask me, we're in a contention everywhere between every class, just contention. I mean, what are we what with the content for? If you ask, that's why I say, okay, the Nigeria, okay, what if it's Nigeria that we are even fighting each other over?
It's our land, it's our nation where we live and build and have children and hope to have generation after generation surviving there. That is what it is.
Yeah, but we when we don't old, we begin to realize or understand that at our old age. Then that's why I say our education system no teach us because this one our land. There's no curriculum that teach me how to actually maintain that landscape. Everything I was taught is to see how do I fit into the Western world, how do I fit into the external world. Not necessarily how do I make my environment better. There's no subject I took in school.
But your national anthem and pledge tells you that every morning when you were going to school in Nigeria.
What is it about? Now, is it Nigeria called
to be patriotic and kind of, isn't it? Pledging to Nigeria and all the rest of it. So isn't that like telling you what you need to remember about where you came from?
And honest.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying now. Okay, based on what all those wishes and prayer, whatever you see the national television is leading to what? Because now when I talk about the government that we put together, we don't understand them, and I think that's another thing we need to understand. Because if there's anything athletics teach me is that first you go need to know how to run, that's the techniques, then develop the necessary muscle before you know, say you want try your speed, right? Our democracy where we dey practice is just 24, maybe 25 years old, right? There's no deliberate attempt to educate the Nigerian masses about the government, how it works, how we need to move on for, how we need to develop. There's no attempt on that, and it's deliberate. Because if you don't understand that, how you could fit to attack them? And most of the time, when I refer to elite, from south to north to west, from Maiduguri to Sokoto, for everywhere, people who are in charge of governors, they are not up to 2 million.
Your audio has gone. Your audio is gone.
He's frozen. He's
Yeah,
frozen. His village
he'll be
people
back. He'll be back. Who wants to say something? Bumi, whenever you want to intervene, you can intervene.
Sorry, Mona, no verse.
I will stop
Sorry.
traffic for you. It's all good.
No verse. So the point I was trying to make is that so the remaining the larger population have no idea. Moku no use our own standard. Few of us. No, Moku no use our own standard. Few of us standard believe in us, so everybody should both know about the government. Now, like we understand little about the system. I still very few. I still not even up to that 2 million if I want to argue. So we have pretty much 100 million people who have no idea of what government we are practicing or how it works. So until we begin to invest in educating the citizen in terms of how patriotism should work, how the gravity works, then you go begin to ask, do you love your country? Then we go begin to know how to actually attack these people.
You asked a question that I'm not sure I even answered, but I thought about it again when you said based on what. I think it's also based on creating a better society, a more developed society that can provide a lot of the amenities that we all complain about not having. And because some of all these things can be provided by introducing some quality to our lives in terms of caring for each other a little bit more. And I think I also want to ask you another question, because someone once said the holiest good of the human heart is loyalty, and I think loyalty flows from this love in something too, but it seems to have a more conscious aspect to it. Do you think that part is very strongly missing in terms of the top side of our society, in terms of the elites, and maybe amongst every Nigerian?
Yes, the ruling class are the one not loyal, because you cannot ask an average Nigerian of today, 2023, who one he no get life. In fact, he's hopeless compared to the neighbor of Ghanaian, but still he never won burn the country down. How many armed groups did they see for Nigeria apart from the old ones that we know? That's loyalty. That's love.
Yep.
You understand? Because in the recess, they don't have anything to lose. Just no love that you can actually compare to that. And having Nigeria of today, we even know something, we can actually see the world, drive just from the palms of his hand, drive phone. You understand how the world they work. Country where no get half of what they get, they are living better.
Yep.
But still, he still believes he go better. He go better. That's what my father told me. The same thing. They expect me to tell.
Yeah, you'll be
Village
back.
will not act again. So I thought you would show up today. What happened?
No, this matter when one bros come they talk say love will solve all that problem. The thing just annoying.
I don't know what is happening. So, but our ruling class, are they loyal? Do they love the country? And then we're supposed to
I feel like you
our
don't
ruling
watch
class.
me before you join. That's exactly, these are my questions. And this generation that we're talking about, the ones after us, they're on Twitter, they're on Instagram, they can see what their mates, not even in America, are doing. They want to imagine Ghana will play Nigeria in a football match. The Ghanaians will be talking about it as they're watching it. The Nigerian friends, counterparts will be saying, up NEPA, we don't get light to watch the same match. To love a country is simple. Give them the basic things. Ordinary electricity, you won't give them. And they can see their mate. Forget America, it's too far. In Ghana, people have joined this show from Ivory Coast, from Senegal, and they're telling us they have uninterrupted power.
Not because you
Sorry, no vex.
I think that question should be directed to the ruling class. All our senators,
That's what I
our
told them,
councillors, and everybody. Do you love Nigeria? And if you do,
why
do you have your investment?
I think it's an assignment.
Hold on
sorry,
now.
Because I'm ready. It is an assignment. Everybody should go and talk to somebody higher up and ask them this question.
If they do, you go ask them, why do you have your house in London? Why do you have your business in Ghana? Why do you have your kids? Because those are the questions, right? Now then they disrespect the country. Now then if we are not loyal, if we decide not to be loyal again, it is due because to them, their activity, the way they live their life. That's why the younger ones now say they are not loyal. They are just asking questions. Sorry, go ahead.
Wait. This seems like the kind of question two Nigeria before fathers would ask. Do you love Nigeria or not?
That's exactly what it is.
When I first joined this show last year, I used to ask, can you die for your country? I wanted to.
Just listen to VA.
That's a fair question.
Two things came out right now. You're talking about I don't know why people do this all the time. How many people are here? 8 people. I've never met Bumi before. I've never met Tom before. Everyone else, I'm pretty sure, is outside Nigeria. Correct? Including AY. Yeah, exactly. So the fact that we're here discussing about Nigeria, right? If you don't love Nigeria, there's no way you even care to discuss anything about Nigeria here. So it's a midpoint.
Abuja.
Whether you are
Dr. Dominic. Dr. Dominic. I'm in Abuja.
That's a lie.
Who's in Abuja?
Don't mind
him. No mind them.
The phone is under that cover cup, man. Be careful.
So, Dr. Dominic, sorry, just to buttress your point, Tony is in the UK. I'm in the UK. Forefathers in the UK. I believe Bumi is in the UK. This is 2:40 a.m. on a Sunday.
You see?
What more love can you talk about?
15 hours yesterday. After 15 hours yesterday.
And we've been on this show. See,
come away to forefathers, I beg, no vex.
Yeah.
If person gets relationship or say, do you know a lot of people are calling me? This forum is so addictive, and it just adds part of my life right now.
What is that?
The people in the comment section, crazy people and lovely people at the same time.
I never see some
people. I mean, when it gets hot here, it's like
we'll come for you.
I've been here forever.
Tell Tone how the longest hours we've been on this show. During the election, we were doing overnight.
They did 24 hours. It was one man that came to stop them now. 23 hours yesterday.
23 hours yesterday.
All right, Dominic.
Amazing.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a few points. So the first thing I wanted to address was the whole Forefathers always does this thing, and me and him always have issue with this. Besides the military complex that Forefathers has, no disrespect, he always talks like if you are abroad, you don't like Nigeria. I'm pretty sure he loves Nigeria. He's gonna be the first person to raise his hand.
You see, that's just maligning what I mean by what I'm doing.
You know, now sometimes when I throw jabs at you, I throw it out of love. Now I'm not.
It's all good. It's all good.
We all share the love.
You are in UK. I know you love Nigeria. We all are abroad. We love Nigeria too. Secondly, it's actually a good thing that people are abroad because a lot of the remittances that are being made that is sustaining Nigeria, even though the government doesn't give us numbers, is all remitted by people abroad. The only issue that we have is people don't actually come back to fully invest because of the corruption. That's the difference between some place like Singapore versus some place like Nigeria. Having people abroad is actually a good thing. You prevent overpopulation because remember, if all the Nigerians in diaspora come back to Nigeria, there's no space for everyone. So it's actually a good thing to have people abroad. The big question is, how do you get Nigeria to be a fertile ground so that people not only bring remittances to their relations, right, but they actually come back and invest? For example, as a physician, right, at some point when I retire, I want to come back in Nigeria, set up something, and stay there and practice.
Come on, when you
But
retire,
I wouldn't feel safe coming back to Nigeria, right? So that's a big question we should ask them. Not every time over is saying if you're abroad, you don't like Nigeria.
Dr. Dominic,
okay.
Most of the problem we have in Nigeria when it comes people from that are going to invest in Nigeria, it's not even the government. It's the people it's your employees. The people you employ is the one that they bring you down. I've had that experience. I'm talking from my own personal experience. You will pay the salary, but it's not to steal from you one way or the other.
Blackstone, you're going too far. Your brother, you send the money to your brother. Your brother.
Okay, fine. You know,
for you to build house for you. Come back,
you know, so,
in 12 months, you will not see any house, and he'll be telling you, "You're my brother." If it's your money.
So everything is not about government. We, the citizens, we ourselves, the Nigerian people in Nigeria, also have a lot of problems. Create a lot of problems for people in diaspora want to come home and invest.
I think we should take time when we are off here. I will be asking when people get back. Find your topmost person that you know and ask them whether they love their country, and if they do, if they say they'll probably like to say yes. Like, but if you do, then why are you people? Why is it that the country
government
is like
officials? Politicians where they see money freely, not they agree invest for the country. Now you walk on where they get your money hard, where they earn your money with your hard earned sweat. Now you walk on go invest for the country. Then they see the money wrong come on.
No, Mr. V.
No, let me finish let me finish what I was saying. I've not finished what I was saying. I think we need to ask them whether they love their country, and if they say yes, then like I think someone said, why are you investing overseas? Why are you not developing your country?
There's nothing wrong.
Let them tell you why. No, I mean because they invest overseas. Most of them invest overseas.
They also have investment in Nigeria.
They don't have much in Nigeria compared to
at the point of our country, we need every investment should be back home. Why were they stealing our money and still taking it outside the country? Not true. They are standing us twice.
It's their own personal investment, not for the nation. It's their personal
investment.
You
understand? Let me just invest it and employ people.
Forefathers.
Yeah.
Are you talking about politicians and rich people investing outside Nigeria? You're just talking in general.
Oh no, I'm not talking about like Dangote that is building cement factories.
No, I'm talking about the politicians.
I'm talking about politicians that take all the money that they steal and they dump it in foreign banks. Either they use it to buy properties, all kinds of different things.
That's actually you're creating ambiguity. They are not investing outside Nigeria. They are laundering money outside Nigeria.
Okay.
Because when you say they're investing money, you're comparing.
Okay, sounds like I'm sanitizing it.
Honest business, honest people.
Okay.
People. You're comparing them.
May they launder, may they put the money for Nigeria one way or the other. You go this.
I get where you're coming. You can say, okay, why are you taking capital out of the country and putting it in foreign hands?
Guy, they are laundering money. Let us call it.
No, you're asking, and I'm putting it from the point of view that you're asking somebody you probably know. You don't want to be calling them thieves, right to his face. He's not going to give you a good answer. So you want to get the information from him why this is happening. They might tell you things that you will be surprised to hear. So that is something I will try to do myself, and I will be asking about this. So I also wanted, what I'm going to be doing. I'll be doing short sections of videos every time we are on, just to cover like the video of how the Chinese acquired their nukes that I was playing before. Today I'm not going to do it today, but next Saturday
let me cut you off a little bit. Remember, certain videos, if you play them, we can get strike on this channel. So
yes.
That's why we have.
I'm watching them
on the other channel. So
if the moment they get strike, they should let me know. Then I will know the video to avoid. And I often do the fair use stuff.
Talk to Rudolph first.
Okay. I often do the fair use stuff so I will associate because you are allowed to react to videos if I'm not mistaken. You are not just allowed to just play it continuously on your site like it's your own. So from what I gather anyway, and if there is no strike, it means I've been using it properly. So that's something I will confirm from this in Rudolph. So if that one is not raising any flags, I'll be doing them slowly so that we start understanding what, because we need to start understanding what other people do for their own nations and things like that. Because like right now, I'm looking at the people that built the first kamikaze torpedoes in Japan, and it turns out that these two guys were trying to develop something to attack their enemy, which was America, obviously. And they thought, okay, this is a good idea. Let's put a torpedo that a human being inside. They made a lot of effort to design this thing, and for a human being to be inside when the torpedo goes and that person dies in there, and their bosses rejected it. Then they resorted to an old tradition where they wrote it, this in their demand for that thing to be built in blood, to go and do it. And the bosses relented and got that one done. And before you know it, they slowed the project down again. Then later on, they started packing more and more people to join. And they said the people that have children should not come. Even after that, they got more than enough people to come and join. And you ask yourself, these people are joining to go and die. How is it that they are able to do this for their country? But if you hear the way Nigerians talk, sometimes.
Forefathers.
Yes.
Give me like 2 minutes. The analogy that you're giving, I wouldn't really. It's not the best analogy. You know why? Japan is culturally homogeneous. That's one. Nigeria is a construct, and I'm not saying that insulting you. Nigeria is an artificial construct. There's no homogeneity. It's only after Nigeria was created that we are now trying to find commonality. So we are divergent and we're trying to find a common ground, which you have to do the entertainment industry and things like that. Japan is homogeneous. It's been homogeneous for what? Up to at least 1,000 years. Secondly, it is within their culture that it is honorable when you fail a war, whatever, the samurai, you kill yourself, the seppuku. So it is only natural that they would bring out such an idea, because when you can't find any other way to destroy your enemy, you sacrifice yourself. It's actually a great honor. So using that as an example to compare Nigeria as apples and oranges.
I think that analogy, from what you have described, I'm not sure it's
So
accurate.
Nigerians, they jump military to go fight Boko Haram, knowing that yes, almost 90% of that they are not coming back. That's what
And they
Nigerians.
do. Okay, that's bravery too. But let me finish the point I was making. In the case of Japan, they are one of the most warlike groups, even if they are homogeneous, as you said. They are far more warlike than us. They fought each other. That's why my point is that's why they even have that culture.
But
they build that culture
it's part of their culture too. So
no, but that's my point though. It's not just about the suicide part. It's the one need to sacrifice. The same thing you see in the Russians. As a matter of fact, people say the Russians have the greatest appetite for sacrifice for their nation. Because those people, they really do sacrifice for more than Russia, as they call it.
All right, so everybody, bye-bye. Have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye, Mr.
The Blackstone, thank you for coming in.
Forefathers, maybe the correct question you should be asking, which is going on the theme of law for Nigeria, is maybe the correct question to be asking is, how do you create a homogeneous Nigeria? How do you create commonality? When it comes to football, when it comes to music, when it comes to movies, Nigerian would forget his Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Tiv, Jukun, Ishekiri. They'll forget all those things, right? It comes naturally. But when it comes to things outside of these entertainment sphere, how do you create commonality, right?
Exactly.
Look at what happened in Lagos. The primordial, visceral evil just comes out. The tribalism just oozes out naturally, right? So how do you create a commonality? Because when you can create a sense of belonging and a sense of commonality amongst different groups, that is when then patriotism comes naturally, right? So
I think it's a
the funniest thing. Now only politicians, they use this thing as a weapon, because ordinary Nigerians get along pretty much easily where it doesn't matter where the person they come from. And again, even the politicians too, they get along pretty well. The politicians from Inewi and that of Okanu, all they need to do is to come in contact within hours or days. They will strike into agreement and they forge ahead. But they use that to divide us, so they will just keep staying in power. Because seriously, a normal doctor, you don't care where now outside, like the regular Nigerian, even up to today, go to where all these killings they happen. You will see Nigerians of different background, different everywhere. they move along easily. Now just at that thought, those guys just they adopt that. It's a strategy just for them to just stay in power. Right? But just imagine 2 months ago, they were kidding, they don't want to see eye to eye. But today, all of them don't converge for the government. Pretty much everybody accept whatever that everybody they get along pretty well.
All right, let me just add
Like
this.
say nothing happened. Like say nothing happened.
Okay, let me just add this. Yeah, you see, in terms of this type of culture, in terms of showing its level of loyalty, even when there is danger in it, you can see that in university cults and some of all these. So it's a culture you build somewhere. You have to build a culture that has honor and loyalty to and defending your people kind of stuff, and that is what all that people do. Even in America, if you look at their military kind of culture, it inspires patriotism and sacrifice. They even have terms for this thing, something about freedom is sometimes protected by blood of patriots or something like that. So you always have this culture that they build. In the context of Nigeria, it's almost as if we have been stood down from that point of view. We're never meant to defend ourselves. We're never meant to exert our sovereignty in any way. And it's almost as if we are still living under colonization, where some other entity is responsible for that duty, which is technically the Commonwealth for Nigeria. So I think that is where it is, because I like the question Dominic asked, because he didn't say he asked how we can build it. That's what led me to this point where I am right now, where I said, okay, it's about the culture of patriotism, a culture or a warrior class. We've lost our warrior class. We don't even have them. We barely have them anymore. It's just the ones that are in the military.
Forefathers, you too like military and
because it's important.
I don't know how you
see.
You are very creative. You tie it into everything.
You know why? You know why? Because you can't escape it. Hold on now. Let's try this exercise. Let's try this exercise. Give me any other nation in this world that you know that did everything, that they achieved great stuff, that they reached first world status just by worrying about all the mundane stuff we talk about, economy, healthcare, and all those things that did that. And remember, don't choose countries that are under the protection of another country. Go ahead.
None. There is none.
Exactly. You won't find it, because you can't even do it for yourself. You can't do it in your house and go out every day, leave your door window open. Yeah, you will try it one day, you may get away with it, but someday somebody is going to come, take everything you've got, and you will never be prosperous. And that's not a way to raise children anyway. So it's one of the most important duties.
You are directing our military, and they are about to go to war with another country that has a foreign military presence, and you are here directing our military.
You know when Algeria said they were going to come into the war, the moment Algeria said they were going to come into the war, I was like, Nigeria is done. The war is over. There's no point.
Wait, Algeria said what?
Yeah, Algeria said they would support Niger, and Algeria has about 700,000 soldiers. How are you supposed to take those?
Nigerian soldiers are going to
Nigerian soldiers.
Nigerian soldiers are ready.
The soldiers would have gone, sir. Soldiers would have
Loco and
we're not in Sokoto already. We are already in Sokoto. We are just now we wait for go ahead.
Ovia, wait. Loco, AY, and Bumi. I haven't heard anything from them.
You notice how AY said there's none. It looks like he has done his homework when he said there's none. He probably have you checked it, AY? Because the way he just completely said there's none that has done that kind of stuff.
No, there is none.
What did you write down there? Don't let the poor breathe.
All the powerful countries, they fought their own share.
How does that sound? Don't let the poor breathe. Don't let them breathe.
Okay.
Because if you allow them to breathe,
and then AY and then Bumi.
If you allow them to breathe, then they'll always be managing. Like I said, how can a government that is not even up to 3 months increase fuel 2 times? You understand? With margin, so all the country can think of is just to adjust and start trekking. It's only a country that's insane that can do that now. So since the country is not, they've not realized that they've suffered enough, they should not be allowed to breathe, So that is the antics about the whatever I wrote there.
Yeah, I'm gonna digress a little bit there. This is actually, and maybe we can discuss this at some other show, but I wonder how this fuel thing would affect Dangote. If it's gonna triple his margins if he starts releasing fuel very soon. But AY, go ahead and then Bumi, because I haven't heard from you guys. If I don't say anything,
Was it?
me and Ovi
Sorry,
will talk
wait.
about it.
The only thing I would like to comment.
Where's Bumi from, sir? Where's Bumi from?
God, she's like probably southwest.
No, not I know. I come now. You
cares where she's from?
Where are you from?
Who cares where she's from? Don't worry. Boom, you don't have to answer that question.
Yeah. No.
Go ahead.
Come on, man.
It's only fair now.
Okay.
Come, which can wish you talk now. Come, will you exit yourself from this place?
Now we are welcome to local
because no, I saw you. I think not quite long ago. I think you take your hood and cover your head like probably you were cold or something. So I was kind of wondering
Bumi is from Edo State.
No, not gosh, man. Where are you right now? Austria.
Oh, my neighbor.
At the axis, I no, they ask. No, they say,
oh, the way you said it. Okay, now I understand what you said. Okay, Bele.
We need to be asking this. All these people that go to exotic countries, I need to know about how it is. We know how UK is. We know how America is. We don't know how Austria is. So
me with the ask now. You don't know what they ask.
That's why it's a good idea you ask. Actually, go ahead. Sorry.
The only thing I would like to say, right, is what Dominic said, like about the division in the country, kind of like. To be honest with you, Nigeria, we are not actually divided. It's just unfortunate during politics they try to bring. Some people just come in to use it to divide us. We have some level of unity. We need to appreciate it sometime. If you watch, like Dominic said, during football, you don't see this stuff, right? So if you watch, what was that lady that was doing Kukaton, Hida? You saw what Nigeria did, right? All over the country, like they were giving us support. I was like, wow. So, is the politician? They know how to play this game with us. The Yoruba and Igbo that we have issue in Lagos, forget they go start that they don't set up wedding now. They marry each other, they continue. So the thing is, it's just that they use it to divide us, but I don't think we really have that division. Look at EdSARS, what happened. Igbo, Yoruba, South, everybody, like they were all together fighting a common cause. That's how you know. The only thing is they get scared when we try to forge such unity and come together. They're like, oh, these guys, we don't know what they're gonna do. Especially the youth. They have the capacity to come together and do a lot. So the politicians, they understand the game, man. When it's time, they tell you, oh, Igbo, they are against you. Yoruba, they are against you. Hausa, they are against you. They call. So that is why you see during the elections, that's when you really see the division. They try to use it to divide people, get their vote and move on. Then they move on. Even in state, you go to state where they have like major tribes, they use it. Politicians use it. Oh, these people don't like you. No, don't vote for them. But it's not true, man. It's just my own. What I want here, I will still say, is the suffering in Nigeria is just for everybody. Everyone. You are from the north, you are from the south, you are from the east, it's the same kind of suffering, man. Like no roads, no water, no electricity, it's the same thing. Until they find solution to these problems, that is when we will know that, yes, they really want good for us. They love us. So that's just the way I see it. Thank you.
Bumi.
Dr. Dominic, you have seen me, but it's been a very long time since I came on the platform.
I can't remember.
Yeah, it's like I think last year or so. But
a long time ago.
yeah. But, I wanted to say I think the reason why that Nigeria keeps on going the way it is I feel like we don't have standards. And that's why we'll take anything from anybody. Like someone that could be even a pedophile can come and we'll take them even giving electricity to us because, oh, we just want something. And I feel like until we start creating standards for ourselves, we'll be able to identify the politicians that are not there for the right things very easily. For example, I think a lot of people say, they use Tinubu as an example. Like, but Tinubu, he did this. But it's like, is your standard that he gives you one or two things, but he takes so many things away from you? Is that the standard that we want for ourselves? If so, then guess what? Nigeria, you keep on having this issue whereby they give you 8,000, but then they take how many millions? Dollars.
So that means you wouldn't support someone like Wike, who calls himself the project governor, even though we know what he did in Rivers State, election rigging, and probably stealing more than what he's done in terms of projects. Bamboozle you with like maybe 10% of the, gives you, maybe takes 10% of the budget, wows you and builds bridges and useless flyovers, and then uses 80 or 90% of them for his pocket and his family members. But because you are not used to seeing those infrastructures, Nigerians, because their standards are low, the little thing that you give them, maybe 2 or 3 flyovers, they get very excited, but they don't notice much more that could have been done.
Yeah. One thing that's very funny is that I didn't know Wike before, for obvious reason. I was quite young when I was still in Nigeria. So the first time I saw Wike was on this platform. I think Dr. Damages was playing a video, and I didn't like him. I didn't hate him, but I just did not like him as a politician. And I was very confused. I was like, why are people not also like not liking this guy? I was looking at the comments. I was not here. So I was like, maybe I'm just being very judgy. Like from day one, I was like, this guy does not give me leadership vibes. He's just, because like, there's no way you...
He's not giving me like, don't you like his song? What he did as he did playing the reading chorus. Not like that.
If you didn't
as they playing them, now so they sweet us or something like that.
Yeah, I mean he's funny. Sometimes I do say as they paint them like in a setting when, yeah, but it's like he's funny, but it's like you don't need a funny, but he's not a leader. He's just not it. Like he does not have vision. Like how are you telling me that you will come here? I saw his the interview you did for the ministry or whatever, and he says, "Go and check. I built road," and I'm like, okay, like it's road, just road. And I know transportation is very important when it comes to creating a society and all that, but it's like that's all you did for 8 years. You can only state that you built road.
To be fair to Wike,
he has a vision. He has a vision to become president.
To be fair to Wike didn't just build roads. And one other aspect, I think there are different types of leadership qualities. I think maybe that's what you're using to judge him. From what I see of Wike, I consider him the greatest communicator in all of Nigerian politics today, at least all the known ones in terms of communicating. He can talk. Whenever he talks, the professor will understand what he's saying.
No.
And can I finish?
No,
the Agbero will understand. Yeah, you can disagree. You don't understand what he's saying, then the Agbero will understand what he's saying. It's the truth. If there's nobody in Nigeria that will not get what he's driving at whenever he's talking.
No.
So he's a great communicator like that. And he's also very, very, how do I put it? His own leadership quality is authoritarian leadership. And sometimes in the context of Nigeria, you need that to be able to actually get things done. Even if you have to blow past people sometimes, you need that to get things done. So in one term, remember, it was in one time he did most of the stuff he did in Rivers State. When I went there, not much was done, but from what I gather now, there's a lot of things he has built. It's not only roads, it's not only flyovers. He's built in buildings, installations, security installations, hospital kind of installations. I don't know. Okay, I don't know why you're saying no, because this is already facts. I don't know.
forefathers.
What I want to
I've been alive for what 30 something years. So you've probably been alive for 40 something years. We've all have some level of experience living in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
If Nigerian politicians have a formula, the wise ones, if they want to chop money, the best thing to do so that they would look like they did work is to focus on the big things. When you build big structures, even the ones that are not even necessary, you confuse people and you make them excited that you're a working governor so that they will be distracted while the little non-tangible things are not taken care of. Which would you prefer? That Wike builds 2 hospitals, or that the existing hospitals get equipments, the salaries of people get paid, the sort of intangible things that when you do it, it makes a whole lot of difference, but it would not be noticeable, versus doing the things that are necessary but are big and very conspicuous and people will see it. You see the difference here? Building a one hospital versus equipping the other ones that you have there. People may not notice the big things that you're doing, I mean the intangible things that you're doing. But Nigerian governors never want to focus on the intangible things.
I think, to be fair to him, he did all of them. All the decisions, he did all of them.
Structures, so they can have something to campaign on.
Yeah, I'll tell you that. When I was growing up, right, the way I see government, when I say government is for the people, right? I've never seen a government who concentrates on only one thing. You understand? Just one thing and say just one thing, just like that. And all the government check that have been ruling Nigeria since 1999, all of them, their major project is road. As if road has not been existing in that country before. Just road, widen the road, resurface the road, do gutter, drain, then maybe earth road. They will tar the earth road without gutter, without side drains. Give me a point. So like you are using road as if road is just a project, getting access to people, but you're not thinking of, okay, if you get access to these people now, how are you making that environment conducive for business to grow, so that there will be employment? You are creating road for trekking or for motor vehicle. No, people don't chop. They get money to buy motor. So you are creating road for where there's no job. The people sitting in their house and be looking at your road, and your road will be feeding their family. You are doing bridge, flyover. Okay, flyover to go to where? From where to where? From house to which work? Any work? Just to go and greet your friend and go to market and come back. You know, so one person that doing this. Look, after I think it was like last week I told somebody, look, I don't consider road as infrastructure, because yes, it's only when it helps to take developments to a place. That we can't be building road, and yet you leave that place that you're building a road to without a development going on there, or a whatever infrastructure that will be there that will get people employment and get them employment permanently. Even after you leave, they'll still be there. But no, it's just roads. The only thing that these politicians are succeeded in doing is to empower people, making them pay and SA and SSA and all this and that, give them money as their boys for election period, make them become something, make them become richer, at the detriment of other people.
Okay, let me read so that you have a complexion of what we are talking about here. So this is your one page. I could show it, but I don't need to. Hold on now. Let me give you an idea.
Let Bumi talk and then Tone.
I wanted to add to Dominic's point and also Mr. Lokopi's point, is that even the roads, let's even pick the roads. Fine, you built road, but you can't just do not just build road. Understand, how does that make the commuting of the people, how does it make easier? Okay, let's say you built a road, but you built a road that takes 1 hour to get to a school. Is that actually effective and meaningful? That you should build a road that takes 1 hour? Or should you find a way to make sure that you bring things closer to the people, whereby commuting makes more sense? Because not everyone has a car. So you can build road and then half of the people in that environment cannot even drive cars or can't even afford to drive a car. So those are and I feel like they're so bad at maintenance. I saw a video from one of this Nigerian YouTuber about cattle ranch. I think it was built by a Scottish person back then. And I saw the amenities there. I was like, okay, if the governor of that state actually puts in money in this place, you can get money yearly from here. This add to your revenue. I'll go there and do vacation because it looks so beautiful. Like the way he did the video, I was like, this is a nice place that instead of me going to other European countries for vacation, I can go here because it's literally in my backyard. And like you would get revenue from here and you'd be more productive. But those things that they have built is just wasting there. They don't know how to maintain. So they build all those things and they just let it be. The roads you're even talking about, who are the people that built the road? They're not Nigerian companies.
Yeah.
They're all Western companies or foreign companies. So it's like, how are you helping me as a person?
Exactly.
To let's say I study architecture, I study engineering, and it's like, okay, you built that road, but it's like I don't have, unless I work with, let's say, the foreign company you brought in, but it does not guarantee I will get a job every single time, because what if you bring another company and they don't want me? So it's like you've done nothing that actually improves the people's life. And that's why I say they don't have vision. They are just there. They give you little things for you to be okay with. And some people talk about, like, for example, Tinubu's government. People can say, okay, oh, he's going to do something. Tinubu is going to do something. The 4 years he is in, he's definitely going to do something. But the question is, how productive and how useful is that actually for the Nigerian people? Those are the things, and the leaders are so bad at maintenance and giving the people things.
I get a lot of what Choma is talking about. Building
Can I respond to that? You cannot just circle jerk all over the place. Let me do this talk. See, let's not. This is what I really frown upon. Where just because we want to persecute somebody, we don't even state the truth anymore. It's not only roads Wike built. He actually built other things. Cancer research centers and cardiovascular, this thing, whatever they call it, center. Built healthcare.
Talk about how Wike increased human capital development. There's a difference. Nigerians always want to. Nigerian people like to build things that you can see. So when they can
human being directly.
Hold on now. See, when infrastructure is not just cake in the air. It performs a function that allows the society to be more productive. There is a reason. If you have a road that is full of potholes, before you drive from one end to the other end is 5 hours, you lose 1 hour a day. It costs productivity. That is part of what is killing Nigeria, because we don't have enough power supply. So if somebody is trying to close the gap in terms of infrastructure,
you don't treat wounds like that. That's how you treat it. A society that's ill, that's how you treat it.
Okay. You magic it from heaven and bring it down. Let me just say this. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish my thought? When people, things are going to improve in Nigeria in the coming years, we like it or not. Things are going to improve in Nigeria because of the global climate, what is going on right now. If Nigeria doesn't throw itself into a war, or we don't go and destabilize the country, things are going to improve. The question is whether it's going to strategically improve. And that is the one I know we have not even moved a needle pinch at all. But physically on the ground, things have improved. Infrastructure is there. Mobile phone is everywhere. People can talk to each other and all kinds of stuff is happening on the ground in Nigeria. Back to Wike's, what he has done. We cannot just pretend as if he didn't do a lot of different things. It's not only road he built. He built so many different things. If it was only road he built, I would be saying he built. Just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean you should just misrepresent what they've done. I never said I
didn't like Wike. What we're talking about is what is the human capital development.
Well, hold on.
But that is not what we're discussing. It's what we built. That's why I was. We shouldn't be changing the goalposts and saying what is human. Before you know it, now we say how many cancer victims did they cure. That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about projects that he did.
Forefathers, Amechi built roads, right? Peter Delu built roads. Okay, and he came and he built roads.
We are still repeating roads.
So what are you?
It's not only roads he built. I mean, that's why I need to say this.
Let me say something. Let me say something.
It's not only roads.
Let me say something, please. You know, like, to be honest with you, Black Experience was accusing me on the comment section today. The truth is, I've always been saying this. Let's give some of the governors credit. Sometimes I think we criticize too much. Wike actually performed well as a governor. I don't have anything related to Wike. I never liked Wike. But as a governor, he tried. I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying he's not a criminal. I'm not saying he's not, he embezzled money. But Wike tried, not only road, even like world-class hospitals. He built schools. He built a lot. So infrastructure is part of development. The thing is, even America till today, they are still building infrastructure. Talk less of our dead third world country, right? So government is continuous. So if another government that is coming, it can prioritize some things, and start doing them, either.
Can we bet that this new PH governor will still build road, will still commission road? This new
it's normal. It's normal. Infrastructure is continuous.
Wait.
Is there government? Hold on. Have you ever seen government in America? Have you ever seen government in America that is not building infrastructure? Anyone?
You're still not getting me
today.
No.
AY. Here's what what we are all trying to say is this: you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Road.
See, okay, let me tell you this: the former governors, they did not build flyovers.
Yes, indeed. I think I made you build flyovers when I got that.
I think we're very tired. We should go and sleep.
Can I elaborate? This is exactly.
Are those flyovers necessary? If you check, only.
What do you want me to say again?
It's local as it was. Local would let the road issue.
Local
is like he's a troublemaker like that. Road.
You want to say something? Let Bubi say something.
Oh shit, man, good.
Okay. So when I started, I said standard. We don't have a standard. If your standard is you build and that's the end of it, they will keep on building. You see, refinery, they will build another one. Maintenance. What have you done with the things you already built? The flyovers, how effective are they? That's the question. In River State, you can't tell me they don't have schools already there. You can't tell me they don't have hospitals. How effective are the hospitals and how effective are the schools? How are you able to make sure the salaries of the people are constant? Those are the things I'm talking about. The next governor should not be trying to be building flyovers first. So first of all, he needs to talk about what he has, because he doesn't need to waste money on those things. He just needs to know, okay, does this make sense and do we need it? And use it. And that's why I brought out for example, the Obodo Cattle Ranch. It's there. You don't need to go. We don't make any, I think they have this cable cart. We don't make cable carts in Nigeria, but those ones are there. So you don't need to create another beautiful thing. How do you use what you have? So how has this guy Wike made sure that every single thing that he has created connects and work with each other? That's the question. And we don't have standards.
Sorry, I think if you listen to him, you will understand.
That's very depressing.
What is listening?
Let me give you this.
No, I don't like when people just say stuff without necessarily checking it out. If you listen to him, you will understand. I've had Wike. Hold on now. Let me say what I want to say. I've had Wike make speech. Okay, finish what you want to say.
This country I'm in, every single day, every single winter, they are always building some road. I'm even tired. I will see them, they're digging, they're putting borehole. I'm like,
Bumi, don't compare Australia.
No. Let me tell you.
Austria.
Let me elaborate. I'm not.
It's a European third world.
They're always.
Austria is not a European third world.
Why you look at this American guy? What is your problem? Let the Europeans talk, eh? Go ahead.
The thing is that
Austria is
over
not a
here
third world
too.
country.
Jesus Christ! Look at all these people, man.
He's
Get
talking
on with
about
it,
Eastern
please.
Europe, Hungary, and Romania. That's not what we're talking about. Austria is more of a. But go ahead, Bumi.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't create roads. That's why I'm trying to compare it to this country. They are always making roads every single year. And I look at that road and I'm like, there was nothing wrong with that road in the first place. So but it's like they're always asking, okay, maybe they recently made a new train track. And I think that was amazing because now I can easily go from the main city to the next town here. And they made that, and it took forever, and it was so annoying for a while. But you see how they're being productive. It's like, how are the governors being productive, and how are they making sure they correlate to each other? Don't just build a hospital in let's say in Cross River, but then you have no equipment and you have nobody that is able to understand those equipment and say, oh, I've built hospital. Like, it does not make any sense. The one they built in Aso Rock, how has that helped anybody's life? It's there. So they build things, and we have infrastructures, we have refineries. How has that refinery helped any of us? They don't know how to make it work for the people, and they don't know how to maintain it. All those things are just going to rot there. We don't use it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Bumi, you make a point. The truth is, maintenance is actually even sometimes more expensive than the structure itself. So what the governors do, because of the nature of our political system, right? They want to build something so people will see what they are doing. Oh, like there is a new hospital, there is nothing inside, right?
And
They just want to
deceive them for re-election.
Yeah, and deceive people for election or some kind of stuff like that. So because when they come in like this, if the governors is telling you like, oh, I spent let's say 50 billion naira, I invested in this, you will not even see it. The people will think, oh, it's lying. Because of that, they look for what they will use to deceive the people. So it's very easy for you to tell them, oh, I built this road. The governor trial, but the main thing, they will not touch it because they are not sincere.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's why you see that problem. It's really the biggest, a very big problem. Like I remember the current Senate president, right? He built hospital, he borrowed equipment. They commissioned the hospital, they returned the equipment. Today, I don't
even what about Oshomole? Oshomole built hospital for Benin.
Oshomole did the same thing.
Oshomole to come and commission empty hospital.
Yep. So they
empty hospital.
Oshomole he even paid for some of the equipment already, right? But they were not delivered. They will go and borrow equipment. Sometimes they even leave the country, they will break them, they will install them. They will show to the people.
Just like
Nigerian
Airways. That
one was very embarrassing. I was so pissed off, man. I was so pissed off. Why will you come and deceive 200 million people? Like, these people are crazy, to be honest.
And the money they spent on that now, the money just disappeared, and nobody's asking for that money right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me chime in, please. Pardon?
Let me say one thing. I'll head out. Thank you for your contribution, Bumi. And I don't think Tone has talked yet. The biggest thing I've learned from what Bumi said, which is something that sometimes we find hard to articulate, is when you have a governor, the governor should think about development. They shouldn't be myopic in thinking when it comes to being a governor. All it means is building infrastructure, building things that people can see, so they will believe I'm actually doing work. Let them think about maintaining things. Their government, every state has government hospitals. Like my dad was a physician back home, in one of the government hospitals. And he would tell me, oh, let's go to Enugu in Anambra State, government hospital. And I would go with him. And you see this bungalow. I'm like, so this is government hospital. And you have a governor who says he or she is working. And the government says, there's no roof, nothing. So when the governor comes in, just like Bumi said, you do an assessment. That's why you have transition of governments. If a governor is leaving and another government is coming in, you do a transition. You see, okay, these are the state infrastructure that we have. These are the number of civil servants we have.
Yeah.
What needs to be done? You draw a map of things that need to be done, right? It's called, when you draw up a list of things that need to be done, you find out that before you even have time to build something new, half of the money is already spent trying to maintain what is there, pay salary, maintain the roads that are there. In most of these Western countries, I've noticed this when I used to live in the UK before I came to the US. Before the road, just the road has a little scratch. In Nigeria, they would say, okay, yeah.
Leave wide ditch.
No, once it has that
UK, overnight.
Remember, most of us when we are learning, they said a stitch in time saves 9.
Exactly.
It actually costs you less to renovate that road, even though it has just a little crack.
Yeah.
But Nigeria, no, they wait for 5 years till
massive pothole,
and then they will spend more money, because to them it's all about finding ways to throw things physically that they are working. So at the end of the day, the culture that we have to create as a people is not a culture where we get excited about the physical things that we see, but it's a culture that holds the government accountable to do the little things, those things that you think are less important, those housekeeping things in the state, making sure that ministries are working, making sure that if you go to a state ministry, that they're actually properly supervising the local government schools, making sure the schools actually have furniture, making sure the schools actually have well-paid teachers, they actually have a good whiteboard or blackboard. Make those things are. But the thing is, if the governor spends money doing those things, they can't take pictures, and so to them it's like, oh, I have nothing to show the people. Remember all these during campaign time, these governors will print calendar with all the things that they built, because that is what that is the culture that we Nigerians have created. We want things that we can see, but that is not how you do governorship. When you want someone to lead, they have to do the intangible things, even though it may not be to their political advantage. But when you finish taking care of all those things, you can be proud of yourself. Not only did I build infrastructure, but I actually took care of the things that were already there, and I made sure that I increased the human capital development and I decreased unemployment. That's why when I give UK as an example, I'm trying to get us out of the mindset of thinking because somebody says I'm a project governor doesn't mean they actually did something substantial. Yes, there's no project and flyovers, but half of them you probably didn't need them. It's not
exactly.
Development. Somebody mentioned this in the comment section. What is the unemployment rate in Rivers State? We have to think deeply. Think about the non-tangible thing. It's not always about quick gratification. Oh, he built a bridge. Wow. No. Think about did he pay the estate workers? The little things. Is there a desk if you go to Negema or a remote village in River State that has a primary school, is there enough teachers there? Is the roof leaking? See,
Dominic, I couldn't agree less with you. I mean, you're spot on.
Yeah, that is what Bumi was saying. That is what he's trying to say.
Exactly. Even Bumi.
Okay, I think if we have filibustered enough, let me respond, please.
Anyway,
all this funny. Can I just talk? You are fond of interrupting me now. It's not polite.
Oh, me?
Okay. Yes. You are doing that.
Yeah, you fight all the time.
It's not polite. It's not polite.
Ancestors one.
I don't do that to you. Come on.
You stop. Okay. I bet. Sorry.
Okay. Before that, you do to me, yeah.
The master interrupter.
No, we are me and you. You know, me and you. We have our dynamics. That's different. You see. So I'm just trying to get my own word out because it's not fair. I don't like unfairness. It's just not right when people do this. When roads are not there, you can't transport certain heavy manufacturing tools. That is something people don't pick up on. The other day, you need rail track sometimes. The roads cannot even transport steel. There are certain heavy manufacturing. If you need gas power.
There's monorail in Port Harcourt.
Yeah, exactly. But there you have to have infrastructure to move it from either this train station to somewhere else.
Nothing is happening to it right now. It has been there.
Calm down now. My point is that just because it has been there and is not functional, Nigeria is about to get going. Somebody has to put the necessary infrastructure in place. So what do you want them to do? Not do it. Then when the time comes, then there's no road. Then we start laughing again and insulting the government. I don't know. We just complain for the sake of it now. You know, hold on, let me finish my point. And can I just, Jesus Christ, can I say something without people filibustering me all the time? It's like we are just like, ask what my nation can do for me. Ask me not what I can do for my nation attitude. It's not going to get us anywhere. Somebody, you have to take yes for an answer. This guy is building so many things. And when I'm reading some of the things he has, the project he commissioned, most of them are not even flyovers. University buildings, hospitals, this thing. If I read them here, law school, this thing, different things that he's doing. When I'm saying somebody is doing something, I'm not saying it for the sake of it. I don't praise any stupid politician in Nigeria. And when I say he's doing it, because he actually did it. I was in Port Harcourt, and I thought that place was one of the worst in terms of development. Onitsha looked better. But within 2 years, people are telling me that place has improved significantly because of what he has done. So, and this man, almost every other day, was commissioning one other project. Just earlier on this year, almost every other day. That is somebody that has been and he was busy for barely one term. Because the first time he spent most of the time fighting court cases.
All the projects he did there, he did do it for the love of the people, for the love of his pockets.
Maybe love of his pocket. The point is, that's why I say you take yes for an answer. And when we say roads it's common thing. Without roads, you can't do certain things in your country. Certain development can happen.
What Bumi is saying is that those are not the kind of leaders we want to emulate. Those are not role models we want to look up to.
So you want to look up to the one that don't build anything.
So we don't want to look up to people who are doing it for the love of their pockets, because it's not going to.
I understand that part of it, but you also want to. You don't take the bad with the good. You take the good out.
You are telling me.
With the bad. I agree that he stole money. I agree that he stole money too. That part of him that stole money, we don't want that. But the part of him that did some good things,
that money, we should also
acknowledge it.
That money is stole. Do you know how many lives that money can save?
I don't know. I don't know how many lives. Most of the money he had it by the time he was the second time. Maybe he stole them in the first time. I don't know.
We are not sure
where he got money from.
Money or not.
Okay, anyway, those are allegedly.
We don't have proof. What I'm trying to say, is like no proof of stolen money. So let's keep that out of discussion because we don't know.
But how can he get that kind of money though?
No. Whatever it is, you understand. But what I'm trying to say is, look, Port Harcourt, forwarders, I live there, right? I know how Eleme is. I know how Transamadi is. I know how Woji is, right? I know, yes, Amici did some layouts in that Transamadi side, whatever, some places, some common roads. But yeah, nobody's saying roads are not good. Therefore, what I'm trying to tell you is, look, okay, now imagine things are expensive in Port Harcourt right now in Nigeria, and the roads are there. So how does that road now that I'm going to, when I know I don't have job, you understand? Unemployment has increased, but there are good roads, fine smooth roads, flyover bridges everywhere. We agree, they are there. So you think you want to put all your emphasis on doing bridges and road, while the other sector that affects human welfare of human being, you are neglecting it. You are saying he's building what's called office complex for judges, because I was there. Office complex for judges, right? He's doing this.
Universities, all different things.
People, hold on, I'm telling you now. Hold on. How does it affect people directly? That I would say, yes, this guy did this. My life has improved.
You know, he pays all his salaries. He doesn't owe salary, and he also fixes that the university. I would like to think that university benefits students.
Job. I don't have to thank
secondary school benefit. No, we're not saying. I'm not saying you should thank him. I'm just saying that we should say he did it, because it's almost as if we are saying he didn't do all this. He didn't do anything.
We're already saying he did it. We're saying
he did it. Nobody said did it. He did.
Okay, fine. If you are saying he did it, fine. I'm good. That's all I need the acknowledgement.
He did. Just like
move the culture, not only infrastructure, but the other things you need to be taking care of.
If you ask AY, that's AY, and I will tell you, Oshomole. That's when Oshomole came to Benin. Oshomole was saying, Oshomole work.
Oshobaba finish work, shall.
But till tomorrow. What have you stayed today?
Benin didn't look good, man. I was in Benin.
No.
Benin didn't look that good when I was there.
Today, right? If those doing the Oshobaba does everything, if it affects human life directly, how is it today? Still the same old story. The state, everything is still going backward. Same old story. You understand? That's why
Yeah,
I tell people Jonathan is the worst president in Nigeria. People don't believe. Till today, Jonathan is still the worst president in
Baba
Nigeria.
Jonathan is the worst, so
Because I've told people so they will not believe. I tell them, look,
Jonathan
in your
is the
time,
worst.
you had
It's from my
opportunity
region, but it's Baba
to
Jonathan.
build a system.
You see what we do. I'm just checking this in this Human Development Index that we always buy into, that the UN prescribes for us. We don't know how to adjust and navigate through it because we just think, let's just pursue this one because it's going to get us where we need to get to. That's not how it works. They're not going to tell you the truth.
How do you mean?
Let me ask a question.
No, because every time I talk to people, they often bring up this Human Development Index constantly, as if that is the greatest priority in any nation's life.
Let me ask a question for others. In order for a society to develop, right? One of the first basic things is the physical structure, right? After the physical structure, what else do you need to do?
The next step
for society.
After road and building, what's
after
next
road and
they start creating employment, education, healthcare, and providing services.
Okay,
isn't it?
Those things have to be put on pause while you are building infrastructure.
While other things are going on.
No.
Okay.
None of them were put on pause.
If a government builds road and that road spoils again, new government comes and keeps all they do keep building.
Doing that road. Then
when would you have time to do other things?
We'll be hanging.
When would you have time to do other things?
Let me add to something that people don't necessarily understand about Wiki. I wish somebody goes and watches the video of commissioning. This I don't say he's done okay just because of what he commissioned the project. It's what he says why he's doing it. He's talking about making sure that they are definitely going to maintain the project and making sure that, and he's also saying things to say encouraging accountability, that anybody that is corrupt within his government, this is what's going to happen to them. And you know how he sounds.
The guy that wanted to rent did he hold the guy for 80 billion?
To be honest with you, I can't pretend Wiki tried.
He actually encourages transparency that people behave.
Those projects, some governors, you know what they do? They will do substandard work that will not even last for 2 years. All the project Wiki did, 90%, the contractor was Julius Berger. So not like he managed to build those projects. They were solid projects. So I understand what everybody is talking about, but compared to the Nigeria system,
but AY
deserve credit.
The
IDRO,
even hospitals, so schools.
But you can also argue that Rivers is an oil producing state. So
the IDRO
don't expect anything less from. But what people are saying is the money he collected, is it commensurate?
The IDRO that comes from
the development that occurred.
That is a different question entirely. I agree. Yeah, I get your point.
See, and again, this brings us to the fundamental of our nation. You can't speak the same for all the 36 states. Some of them don't have any revenue, or they have to wave cap in hand to get money from the federal government, and some of them cannot even do some of these projects. All they have to do is pay salaries, or some of them are even paying 50% salary. I don't know how families live on 50% salary.
That's
and
what
we are saying they're not running a two federal structure. Sharing money every month is not the way to go.
Agree 100%.
Some of those states are.
Why not create a business friendly environment? And
how do you create a business friendly environment?
Okay,
Seriki is making a very good point also on the comment.
First thing, what do you do, right? Security is the first thing. Right? Security is the first thing. Then secondly, there are things you do, right? You say, okay, you don't generate power, right? You can tell a company, and you know what manufacturing does in an economy. You understand? You can tell the company, okay, what you will do, you can come and situate your factory here or do a production, whatever you're doing here, right? I can give you tax discounts because since you're the one generating your power to produce your so stuff, I will I will give you a very good discount in tax. You understand? That will like, oh, okay. Because you are trying to make the business make profit. And remember, if they are making profit, they are employing, you're removing problem from your head by reducing the employment rate in your own state. Do you get? So by the time doing that, and the insecurity for that will, because I'll tell you the truth, right? Except the person won't go do Yahoo. Nobody will sit down to say, oh, there's a job for me. No, I don't want to work. I want to go and carry gun and start doing kidnapping or robbery. Nobody will wake up one day and start doing that. It's because there's like they look at it as maybe this is the only way I can survive, at least maybe bad gang or whatever. Yeah, but if like there's a work waiting for them there, because like I said, where I used to work in Indorama, Port Harcourt refinery there, I see people outside the gates begging that we should, as contractors, like, okay, give them biometric permits so that they can complete and allow them, because we have different contractors inside they're working. What they are begging for outside is just to go inside the complex and meet any contractor like, I can do labor work, I can mix concrete, I can this and that. For your smaller contractors, boys are outside ready to work, but they are still frustrated because most times we are not allowed to take them in, except we've given them the list of the names that we are going to allow them, we will allow in first. You understand? So one of is like, by the time you make those place environment available, people come out, they want to go there and work. See, I'll tell you, no matter how small the money is, right? They just want to know I'm going somewhere.
Look, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. People who use Lagos as an example. When Tinubu was governor of Lagos State, he brought in, most of those who were commissioners and served under him were not originally from Lagos. Somebody like Aregbesola was from Osun State. He was commissioner for works. He was a star performer. He was this, he was that, he was, and then they used him to go and be governor. Based on his performance in Lagos, he went on to Osun to campaign and became governor. This guy was there for 8 years and he ran Osun bankrupt.
Okay.
Bankrupt. You understand? They couldn't generate any internal revenue to sustain the state. This guy was paying 10-20% salary based on the KEDA level.
Can imagine.
40-50% salary. You understand? So that Osun State is a typical example of a state that is not oil producing, but they are depending on revenue from the federal to sustain themselves. How do you make 36 states viable? With the way they are sharing money, development can come. You understand?
Because, I understand. Is there anybody that want to work where there's free money? If there's free money coming, nobody wants to work now.
Please, can I come here? Can I come in here, please?
Nobody wants to do anything now.
Can I come in here, please?
By the time, hold on, sorry, bros. By the time you ask everybody, right, to take care of what they produce, so we shall, okay, since there's no money coming from federal, what do? They'll start to improvise that time.
But that true federalism is what we are not running.
So,
bros, Joe, is it Joe? Doctor, and you see, there's one thing. There's a kid making noise in the background. Yeah, doctor, we all are on the right track. We are coming from different angles. We are trying to get to a point. But there's one thing we have to know about development in a third world country. Now, we have to know the concept. Okay. Development in a developing country. Okay. There's one thing there's one thing we got to know. Now the question should come in here. How do you develop a state or a county? What are the basic infrastructure needed to drive home development and bring in other infrastructures which are privately supposed to be infused into that county? Now, they are trying to develop. When you want to try to develop a county, for example, the government have to provide a basic infrastructure, because government role is not to provide employment, because you are running a federal system of government and you are a capitalist state. It's a capital driven is a state. So what we have to say here what do we understand by developing a county in a capitalist and a federal system?
I can answer your question.
How do we develop a county as a federal, running a federal system, and how do we understand the concept? Because Two Nigeria was making a sense, because I'll support Two Nigeria. One, the reason why I will support Two Nigeria is that the basic amenities is not, I'm not giving him 100%, but I'll say it's 75%, which is a pass mark. The basic amenity needed by Rivers State, and what you people should know is that development of road is a continuous process. It's not something we should shout about. All over the world, developed state, it's a continuous process. And when you develop your road network, because your road network brings about more development, infrastructure, structures we go, and it will try to bring in private sectors to come in. Because if you say the government should provide everything, it's not possible. Then you are not running a federal system. You're trying to run a socialist system, which is not going to really work, because you cannot run a capitalist system while you are trying to put away a socialist system. They go in pari passu. So now, what Wike is doing, Wike has done a lot in the health sector. I went through it. He has done a lot. Secondly, Wike has started very well on the road network in Rivers State to try to bring in private sector to come in. But the problem with our system is because it's unitary. We don't have a system whereby, because if you have a true federal system, there will be thinkers that will come into the government. Thinkers that knows they have a vision to move, to sway and lobby private investors to come in. Look at the oil sector. The oil sector can give birth to so many industries. But how do you do that? How do you do that? That is where brains should come in. Because we all need to know how development comes in a state. We have to provide water, we have to provide good network of roads, we have to provide land for private sectors to come in and invest.
Let me answer your question.
Go on.
So see, hold on, doctor, yes. Hold on. See, God bless what you said, right? And before I started, I say, how do you do society? First of all, you do security. Now look at the whole roads, right, in River State right now you're talking about, right? It's even giving security access to who escape easily. You understand? Because now security is still high in River State now. Even before we get entered, and even as it is right now. Now that things are even expensive in Nigeria, security is even now higher because everybody is looking for who to kidnap in River State to make money. Because there's no job. So if you're talking about road, I like sometimes you forget, like this hunger, like you don't know what hunger can do sometimes, what hunger can turn a human being to sometimes when it cannot feed, cannot eat. You don't know what it can turn them into. You understand? So if you're saying like, look, he does this, he does this, he does that, the company that are even coming, what would they come to do? I can remember I said there was a time I even had a contract in one community in LMA just to put my materials on the ground. I have to set to first to put my own materials on the ground. And these are the people that I want to employ to do those jobs. You get my point? But there's road. I have access to go to the place. Not even this new road, the old road before we started doing all this old stuff. I have road to go there. So they have road in that community. Now I'm taking employment to that place now because with my small where I get for body, Jagudaya, okay, I can see whatever. But yeah, this is to be bros engineer. But bro, now because we know you. But nice, so the bill you got to drop and before even nail leave the truck to touch the ground. I said I have to settle. That's okay, no problem.
See,
if I said
bros, you they talk long. You see, what do we really need? What do we really need? That's one question.
Let me answer.
I told you earlier on that road is a continuous progression in any developing state. So you don't need to say he has done well on road network. He has done well on road network. Where he has not done well, we'll pick that out. We argue that one out. It's not the matter of saying you want to compare European kind of development with African kind of development. We should take those concepts out of us. We should try and use our own concept to build our own society, to make our society run for us,
let me
work for us, and provide the finances for us. That is what we should be thinking. And that is what we should sell into the new age, new generation that are thinking that way. Thank you very much. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't apologize. There's nothing like European way of development and Nigerian way of development.
Exactly.
Here's why. Here's how I'm going to answer your question. If you want to build an airport, right? Do you just go into a random bush and build an airport? No. You look at the population. Where would be the okay? You want to first of all consider safety. You don't just build an airport in the smack in the middle of a city. Noise pollution. That's number one, right? So you're thinking about the health consequences. How can I situate an airport such that a lot of population can be able to access a particular point and be able to come to the airport? That's the first thing. Secondly, you want to, like I said before, consider noise pollution and be in such a way that it's close, but it's far enough that you wouldn't have noise pollution issues. So there are a lot of things that goes into making that decision. You don't just wake up one day and say, okay, let me just build an airport randomly somewhere. Thirdly, when you're building an airport, you have to think about, okay, why am I building that airport? I'm building it to convey people around, but I also have to consider how do I make it such that the local population can be able to benefit from it. Okay? So you want to build in a way that there's access for the people that live in the city or town to be able to travel and work in the airport. That's the third thing. The fourth thing is you want to build an infrastructure, an airport, which at some point will be able to self-generate income to maintain. You don't want the government to keep putting in money. You don't build an airport and all you're doing is every time you're budgeting money for the airport. That's not how you build an airport. When you build an airport, you have to consider, okay, I'm going to build it in such a way that I can invite companies to have shops. We see this all the time. To have shops. So there's no companies would build shops, be able to pay tax. And with the tax, you have an airport authority that will be able to generate money to maintain itself. And so when you think about a project, you have to think of it in a multifaceted way. You don't just say, let me just randomly build a project just because people need it. No, you have to consult people, consult experts and say, okay, why do I need this project? First of all, you have to consider what projects are needed. Why do I need that project? How does that project make people's life better? How does it contribute to not only economic development, but also economic growth? Those are things you have to think about. So when you build a road, you say, okay, I'm going to build a road at this point. I'm going to put a toll gate so I can generate money so that the road can generate some level of income to maintain itself, right? Those are some of the things you think about. But the issue I have with Nigerian governors and building infrastructure is I'm not saying UK is like this, but I'm just saying sometimes when you see projects, you're like, did somebody even think about the point of this? Like for example, in Anambra State, they built a conference center that is so ginormous and
gigantic.
And I'm like,
how many people want to sit there? Who wants that for that place?
First of all, they built a women's center. This massive concrete structure, women's center that nobody uses. And they will put it in the calendar and say, one of my campaign things, I built a large women's project. For what? I'm not saying women are important, for what? What is the point of it? That's what we have to think about. When you build an infrastructure, think about how it's going to maintain itself. So when you build a road, you build it in such a way that it can maintain itself. You build a road that is able to access major economic hubs. People who are working around those, who have shops around those places, have an incentive to develop the area, right? If I have a bank, Union Bank, right? Let's say I have a private bank, and you build a road to that bank. It is in my interest as the bank to make sure that the road is constantly maintained, because if it falls, people can't access my bank again. I'll give you an example. In my village, in Anambra State, right? My dad had a street named after him, because back then local government allows you to, if you build a road, you put in your name.